Prologue. Spokane, Washington. The sleek blue Bell 407 helicopter slowed as it approached the tallest part of Spokane's largest hospital, the pilot having landed on the emergency room heliport hundreds of times. The warm, late summer evening would have been otherwise perfect. The sun was low and west, a brilliant display of oranges and yellows turning royal blue over the large medical complex. Had this not been the worst day of Kevin Fulton Richardson's young life, it would have been perfect. "I see the helo," the 18-year-old said. His older brother was driving irritatingly slow in Kevin's mind. At 6'1", the lanky baseball player was athletic but not overly muscular. Like his shorter, stockier oldest sibling next to him, his blonde hair and blue eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his father. "Calm down, Kevin." The family man was 7 years his senior and often talked to him with familiar oldest sibling authority. "Dad's in the best care in Spokane right now. Getting in a wreck helps nobody." Kenny turned off Bernard Street onto the access drive into the main 4-story parking garage west of the complex. After 3 agonizing minutes, he pulled into a spot near the building's roof level. A phone vibrated from the Mazda 3's cup holder as Kenny finished parking. "Check that, would you?" Kevin scanned the phone. "Taylor wants to know where we parked." Kenny shut down his car and took the phone from his younger brother. The man got out and moved toward the stairwell, seeking the level with the sky bridge over to the main building. He called his wife, trying to keep up with Kevin, who was speed-walking like his pants were on fire. "Please, God, if you're there, protect my dad," the young man prayed. Not a particularly religious person in an equally unreligious family, he'd learned to pray during that night, all those years ago. Kevin often wondered if those secret conversations with the annoying silent higher power were the thing that had let him keep his cool and composure all these years. He bounded off the concrete steps and continued the speed walk across the enclosed footbridge that crossed McClellan Street. 3 more minutes and the men had met up with Kenny's wife, Taylor, at the main waiting area near the emergency room. In blue scrubs herself, the 26-year-old pediatric nurse had already been at the facility. A nurse at the children's hospital on the east side of the campus, she had time to peek in the ER room to check on her father-in-law while moving to meet Kenny and Kevin. "What do you know?" Kevin asked. He was stressed, not greeting his sister-in-law with his usual warm cheer. "Bro, chill," Kenny said, his own voice strained. He hugged his wife. Taylor grabbed the badge dangling from her neck by a lanyard and swiped it in front of an RFID sensor. 2 heavy stainless steel doors swung open. "His injuries aren't good, but that's not all," she said. She handed the 2 men a set of visitor badges to put on. Her strawberry blonde ponytail swung slightly as they all walked through the open doors and into the emergency room corridor. "The flight nurse thinks your dad's wreck might have been the result of a massive stroke." "What are the injuries?" Kenny asked. They made a left into another corridor, dodging staff, gurneys, and rolling equipment as they followed her. "Chest damage, probably a ruptured liver. It looks like the steering wheel damage common in the days before airbags." The brother's father had driven the same 1988 F-250 since the day he bought it off his own father over 20 years earlier. They reached the correct cube-shaped room, and the curtain was open, revealing both patient and bed were gone. The stressed men gave Taylor a puzzled look. "He's probably already at MRI," she said. She scanned, looking for an ER nurse to ask. "Shouldn't they operate on a stroke?" Kevin asked. He was worried, impatient. "That will depend on whether it was caused by a clot or a ruptured aneurysm," Taylor said, trying to keep the brothers calm with her own tone. "Kevin, he's in good hands." She put a hand on his arm. "Maybe you should go call Mom," Kenny said to Kevin. "She'll want regular updates for the long drive." Kevin's face wrinkled. "You can't be serious. Dad was only here to drop me off at college. You know her. You know how she'll blame me." "Okay," Kenny started, cut off by his strained brother. He knew in his core that Kevin was right. Their chronically depressed mother would indeed find a way to blame him. "It will always be my fault with her. You call her." Kevin stared out the 5th-floor window, looking down at the golden western larches and the park-like belt of dirt and grass below. The tall conifers were of a unique variety that turned gold and fell off in late summer and early fall, unlike the Pacific Northwest staple tree, the Douglas fir. The parking area inside the area held Audis, BMWs, and a variety of other high-end cars. No trucks, he thought. Certainly nothing without airbags. Must be a doctor's parking lot. The waiting area on the same floor as the intensive care unit held about a dozen seats or padded benches on the perimeter walls, with another dozen in two back-to-back rows in the center. Small, drab wooden end tables held torn, old magazines throughout the space. A variety of photos of Washington State covered the paisley wallpaper. "Don't you think you've ignored your family long enough?" Elizabeth Richardson asked. She was sitting in one of the center row seats. Her voice was tired, cracking from the long night of no sleep and little water. What wasn't missing from it was the usual passive-aggressive timbre. Like most mothers, she had a way of saying what she really meant with different words. And though not a mean-spirited person, Kevin's mother had a reputation as a hypercritic with him and his two brothers. Their sister Kendra, the baby of the four, was almost never the target of her controlling demeanor. The brothers felt the 15-year-old brat was turning into a bit of a snob because of the coddling. Kevin's eyes fell on the worn tan carpet as he spun and moved over to the row of chairs. He plopped into one next to Kendra, who was trying to nap on their mother's shoulder. Elizabeth had already had a small visitation with her husband, and now it was Kenny's turn. The ICU staff was cautiously allowing one family member at a time to visit him. Taylor had stayed at home to care for her and Kenny's young daughter. Kevin stared at an old coffee stain on the carpet. There was a bored child from another family flopping over it as she played with a toy. The prognosis for 50-year-old Kendall Richardson was slim, the man having had to endure surgeons working on his brain bleed and ruptured liver. The rest of his injuries, broken femur, cracked sternum, and minor scrapes, were being treated secondarily to keeping him alive. It had been 21 hours since the accident, and the doctors were extremely worried about building pressure in the man's skull, despite the surgery. A stroke while driving had sent him plummeting into an unguarded ravine. He'd only been 30 minutes into the 2-plus-hour trip home after dropping Kevin off for his first quarter at Spokane Community College. Kevin had wanted to join the Army, but his father had made him promise to give college a 2-year try first. Kevin would live with Kenny's family, attending college on a small baseball scholarship. It wasn't much, but it represented a chance to get out of their tiny, isolated town in the mountains. Kevin heard a familiar shuffling and looked up in time to see his brother walking in from the ICU's hallway. Kenny was looking at him. "He wants to see you." "How is he?" "You'll see." "Any word from Keith?" Nobody in the family had been able to contact their black sheep brother. Right after high school, 4 years earlier, he'd moved to Seattle with dreams of making it big in music. He'd only come home 4 or 5 times since, and not at all for almost 2 years. Each trip had convinced Kendall and Elizabeth that their second oldest was falling into a life of hard drugs and terrible decisions. There had been a falling out. Kevin shook his head. He moved into the hallway, turning left and passing patient rooms on the left and a large staff station on the right. 3 doctors and nurses were busy consulting and discussing, ignoring him as he moved toward his father's room. Not sure if he needed to or not, Kevin knocked on the doorframe with 2 light raps of his knuckles. He moved past a partially closed curtain. Tears instantly filled the cups of his lower eyelids. Before him lay his rock. His father was Kevin's foundation, and, at times, his best friend. The tall, slightly overweight man was laying in an elevated position. The head of the bed was raised. Pillows propped his trunk and left arm. Kevin wasn't prepared to see his father like this. The dressings on his head and protruding from under his gown, the bruising and swelling, the tubes for providing air and IV solution. Worst was the sluggish look. His left eye, the entire left side of his face, drooped. And in his father's eyes, behind the rapid, shallow breaths, he saw fear. "Dad!" Kevin attempted, only to find the word muffled by a gasp, his eyes instantly flooding. His father slowly and tiredly lifted his working right hand off the bed, palm up. Kevin moved toward the bed and took it into both of his own hands. I'm... He was at a loss for words. Kevin closed his eyes, listening to the low hiss of the oxygen cannula. His thoughts filled with his father. The time they hiked part of the Pacific Northwest Trail, which gave him his love of hiking. The time his father nearly tricked him into taking a sip of blood from the first deer he shot. The time his father ran unsuccessfully for county sheriff. The time Kevin nearly rolled the family farm tractor, but his father helped him recover it and kept a secret with him from Elizabeth. Then, a darker and more dreadful memory surfaced, capturing Kevin's mind as it always did. "It wasn't your fault, son," Kendall said. His words drawled slowly, barely audible. They were slurred, mushy, the stroke having paralyzed half of his mouth. He took shallow breaths, cutting his speech to but a couple of words at a time. He always knew when his son's thoughts drifted dark. Kevin opened his eyes. "What?" "Stop dwelling on it," his father whispered. "That was the worst night of our lives. But it was not your fault." Kevin nodded but said nothing. It wasn't the first time his father had consoled him, had tried to explain to him that his mother didn't blame him for his other sister's death all those years ago. "Dad," his father lamely squeezed Kevin's hands with his one working paw. I need something," his father said. There was a sense of urgency. Anything, Dad." Kevin pulled one hand away to wipe the hot, salty stream of tears off his eyes. He saw his father nodding ever so slightly. Promise me." "I promise, Dad. What?" Kevin practically begged. Take care of Mom. Take care of Kendra." Instantly, Kevin knew it meant giving up college, baseball, his chance at a life in the city. "I will, Dad." He wiped more tears. "Of course I will." "Love her, son." Kendall paused, his saggy face looking at his youngest son with intense earnest. "Love them both." "I do, Dad. Of course I do. I'll take care of them. But you're not going anywhere. Hear me?" "She loves you, son. Inside, she knows it wasn't your fault." With that, Kendall closed his eyes to rest. It was the last time Kevin Richardson ever spoke with his father. Chapter 1. Republic, Washington. "Thor!" Kevin Richardson yelled at the aging German shepherd. The mostly tanned dog had turned whiter on his face with time. "Stop moving this rock. I've told you 100 times." The dog lowered his head, eyes showing shame at the scolding. He walked up to Kevin and rubbed against the man's dirty jeans. When Kevin reached down and rubbed his side, the dog smiled once more. "You need to stop." The 20-year-old softened his tone with the old farm dog. He pointed toward a pen not too far away. "Go check on the goats." As Thor moved off to follow orders, Kevin stuffed his hands under the 20-ish-pound rock and rolled it back over a hole he'd been meaning to fill. It had belonged to a post that once stood there. Years earlier, Kevin's father had a system of seasonally rotating the various sections of farm fencing around their 27 acres. This sometimes required moving a gate or two. Rather than re-dig the holes for the posts a half year down the road each time, they simply lined the holes with 6-inch diameter pipe. The sleeve effect preserved the hole to stick the wood post back into at a later date. This was the gate, Kevin thought, for probably the 1,000th time. He stared at the stone, now covering the hole once more. Since that fateful night 13 years earlier, they'd not used a gate in that location again. He became sad, sorrowful. Despite his father's dying words, Kevin would always feel like it had been his fault. Jersey barked at Kevin, snapping him out of it. The 5-year-old Australian shepherd was sort of the Richardson family's unofficial therapist. She could sense when any of them entered a funk. Kendra chose the name Jersey for her because she thought her white fur with black speckles reminded her of a cow, and their mother would not allow her daughter to name the dog Holstein. "I'm all right, girl." Jersey licked his hand and then ran to join Thor with inspecting goats and chickens. Kevin picked his egg basket up off the ground and headed for the Rambler-style house. He was looking forward to a weekend with his brother Kenny's young family. It had been a standard day for him, a 4-hour breakfast shift of line cooking at the diner in town, splitting firewood, tending fences, checking the goats, horses, and coop, getting attacked by Lenny, their dominant rooster. Kevin was pretty sure Lenny was a reincarnated relative of his mother's. That's not fair. He scolded himself every time he thought that. His granny and papa from her side lived with them. He saw how his grandmother's constant nagging of Elizabeth had helped craft his mother into the tough woman she was, but mostly they were the nicest old folks one would ever meet. Kevin crossed the large, covered back deck. He rubbed his boots on the old brush screwed down to the boards near the sliding glass door and then went inside. Elizabeth was just entering the front door at the same time. She saw her son and let out an exasperated sigh. "Did you get the freeze-dryer oil down from the shelf in the shop yet?" Kevin closed his eyes, letting out a mental sigh of his own. Damn it. "No, not yet." "That figures," his mother said. She crossed the living room and small dining area to get into the kitchen. He could clearly see her standard disappointed frown. "I need it down now, please. I want to make another batch of Skittles for Sunday." Once a month, Elizabeth and Kendra headed an hour west to the larger town of Omak to sell wares at a farmer's market. They did okay with canned tomatoes, beans, apple butter, and jellies, but their freeze-dried candies were a hot-selling item. People loved most the rainbow of flavors and were happy to pay a pretty penny for it. Kevin stopped trying to wiggle out of his boots and went back out the door he'd entered without another word. He trudged toward the left end of the deck, down 3 steps, and rounded the corner to head toward the large outbuilding. He heard his phone ring in his pocket. "What?" It wasn't a question, but a demand, and it was becoming the most frequent way he answered phone calls. "Dude," Kenny said. "Sorry," Kevin sighed. He made it to the shop and headed to find a ladder. "We're still on, right? Don't you bail on me." "Of course," Kenny said. It was Friday. Sunday was the 2-year anniversary of their father's death. A year earlier, Kevin had learned a harsh and powerful lesson about being around his mother on that day. The brothers planned on a weekend of sipping brews and sharing memories. "I just want to make sure you bring that box of Dad's stuff. Already in the truck, and I want to make sure you remember I'll be back next weekend for drill." Months earlier, Kevin had scratched the itch that was left by his quashed desire to join the Army. Unlike the Washington National Guard, the State Guard was not federally deployable. They were an unpaid volunteer force solely at the governor's disposal for intrastate use. His father had volunteered as an amateur radio operator with them for several years. After Kendall's untimely death and a grieving period, 2 of the officers who he used to work with in the Guard approached Kevin. "Ham radio was more Dad's thing," he'd told them. "I know the basics of it, but—" They explained to him there were other opportunities to train, such as wildland firefighting or woodland search and rescue, and they pitched the idea that having the experience would only help his resume further down his life. This triggered months of thought for Kevin, and a persistent text exchange with one guardsman finally convinced him it would be a great excuse to get out of town once per month. It had been a big decision, as the small force even required the volunteer emergency responders to purchase their own uniforms, 3-day rucksack, and survival equipment. There was no basic training or weapons qualification like the actual soldiers received. Drills were only a single Saturday monthly, except for a slightly longer training period in summer. But for the 5 months he'd been a volunteer, Kevin had made spending Friday night with his brother's family a tradition because of the long drive to Spokane. Kenny would give him a haircut, and then he would babysit so Kenny and Taylor could have a date night. "Already?" Kenny asked. "I thought—" A blaring, obnoxious tone erupted from the device. Kevin jerked it away from his ear and looked at the screen. The call with Kenny was gone. Do Amber Alerts interrupt phone calls? He thought, a bit annoyed. He looked closely at the screen. Washington Department of Emergency Management, he read. What the? All state emergency resources are ordered to report for muster. Kevin read aloud in disbelief. This includes all law enforcement, fire, and medical emergency responders, Washington National Guard and Air Guard personnel, and Washington State Guard personnel. This is not a drill. Chapter 2. Monroe, Washington. The young man in a navy blue corrections officer uniform and nylon duty belt watched the procession through the thick, bulletproof window. A new convict had just been processed into the greater system at the Monroe Correction Complex north of Seattle by one county. It was Washington's second largest prison. And now he was being brought into the prison within the prison, the Intensive Management Unit. It was a dual-role facility, with half of the 200 beds housing the state's most dangerous mentally ill male convicts, and the other half designated for segregating prisoners who were proving uncooperative. 23-year-old Jamar Johnson didn't normally work in this unit. In only his 8th month with the complex, he moved around to their needs. Normally, that was minimum and medium security Twin Rivers unit, but on this day he was pulling a double shift to cover a call-out. Extra shifts were not unusual for the facility that required a staff of over 1,100 to handle the just over 3,000 prisoners. He spent his first hour of the second shift training with a senior CO on the secure unit's intake process. "Open 2, a CO said over the speaker in the control room. Jamar was training under the close supervision of a 12-year veteran and full-time IMU staffer. He was watching through the window and saw the guard in the foyer holding up 2 fingers. "That one," CO Bill Davis pointed. The interlocks prevented them from opening the door to Wing 2 while they opened the doors from the foyer entrance. "Always verify what the guard flashed with his hands and what you're opening, and ensure he is not under duress via the window and the monitor." Bill pointed at the proper camera feed on the several flat screens that surrounded the upper corner of the walls above the windows. Jamar looked down and pressed the correct button on the control panel's electronic screen. A buzzer rumbled, and heavy-sounding clicks resonated as the barred door rolled on tracks. They watched in one window as the new arrival and 2 guards moved through the door. The men shifted to view out a different window as the 3 men moved deeper into the central building. Jamar pushed the button to close the gate. The IMU was split into 2 wings. Wing 1 had the shared central area, which housed the unit's kitchen and both of the 2 access points into the facility. The authorities sent the prisoners who were uncooperative in the sprawling complex's other units to Wing 1 for an attitude adjustment. Although they were closely monitored, the prisoners were allowed to move freely inside the wing during select periods throughout the day. Wing 2 connected via a long, fully enclosed passage corridor. The criminally insane residents there were only granted highly supervised time out of their cell twice per day. Each wing was designed with a central guard station that provided a view of all 100 of its cells. The station was fully enclosed and elevated halfway between the first and second floor, right in the middle of the common area. From the sky, each wing might appear as an X or a plus sign that was missing one branch. The guard station for that wing was in the center, staring down the 3 corridors and maintaining watch on the first and second floor cells that lined the walls. Outside, the maximum security buildings were separated from the rest of the prison by a gapped 2-fence perimeter. The fence was dug a full 4 feet into the ground. The yard contained no grass, no recreation or exercise equipment, only the hard, gray face of gravel for the prisoners who would never walk on it or see it through the tiny slit windows 8 feet up their cell walls. The 4th side of the perimeter was a 20-foot concrete and steel wall. The other man in the room with Jamar and Bill was the Swing Shift Watch Commander, Lieutenant Walter Johannes. The tall leader was nearing the end of his career, looking forward to retirement. The closer he got to that day, the more tightly he controlled the environment. He had a reputation for being hard but fair. Unfair COs could get by in the less secure wards, not in the IMU, where the guards were outnumbered by the state's most dangerous offenders nearly 10 to 1. Keeping the guests pacified was a requirement, and respect given was the best way to ensure that. The inmates called him Hans because of his German soldier-like efficiency. "All right, Johnson," Walt said. The gruff man had a clipboard he was looking at. "School's out. Go relieve Forbes. His wife called, some sort of family emergency." He groaned and looked at his watch, already irked at being short-staffed. "Barely an hour into the shift. You and Jimenez will help Mr. Kincaid to cell 149. "Roger that, LT, Jamar said. He walked over toward the locked control station door, checking his belt. It was a habit he'd forced himself to learn during his 6-week training upon hearing the horror stories. A guard had once discovered he'd finished his shift without the pepper spray he'd started with. And several years earlier, a female guard had been killed by a prisoner who overpowered her while they were alone. Jamar made sure his spray, technically called OC spray after the oleoresin capsicum ingredient, was in its holster with the flap securing it. He probed the rest of the belt to ensure the keys, cuffs, radio, cut-resistant gloves, mini medkit, and tourniquet were all in place. He felt the lowest portion of the seam on each front pocket for a clip. On the right, he felt a long, pen-shaped handcuff key. On the left, he felt the slender flashlight. He reached the door. Bill buzzed it, allowing Jamar to push out and turn left. Once the door had closed fully, he moved into the receiving area and approached the other guards and their prisoner. "Supposed to relieve you, Forbes." That was about the extent the guards would talk shop in the IMU. No explaining what and why there was a change in front of these convicts. This was an environment primed for suffering, and any nugget could give the killers an edge. Forbes waited for Jamar to take his place holding the prisoner's left triceps, and then departed for the control station. "Give us door 2-1, Jimenez said. He held up a finger and then pointed at it. They heard the familiar buzz and gate action, and the men entered the hallway that would take them to Wing 2. The trio proceeded down the hall and into Wing 2, where the Wing Control Center took over guiding them. The cameras, the mechanical interlock doors, the motion detectors, RFID badge scanners, passcodes. It all existed for one purpose: to save money. Those items meant fewer guards to pay, to train, to provide insurance for, to miss when they called out or had to leave early. In the same way, a pair of night vision binoculars was a force multiplier for a soldier who possessed it when their enemy did not. The modern prison technical improvements made a slender line seem sturdier than it was. Jamar and Jimenez had walked the new arrival up to the second floor, cell 149. "Give us 149, Jamar said into the radio lapel mic. Nothing happened. The two men looked at each other. They felt their prisoner tense up just a bit. The radio came to life. "Give me a minute," the CO at the other end said. Jimenez took an opportunity to build rapport with their convict. He'd already read the full profile on their guest. He knew the man, like most in the wing, needed daily meds to keep his mood stabilized. He also knew he'd been a convict in and out of the system over the years, but this was his first time being committed to the IMU. He'd apparently advanced from strangling his parents and siblings to covering his entire body with his mutilated girlfriend's blood and trying to paint a canvas with it using his penis. "Chow's at 1700, Jimenez said to the prisoner. The radio crackled. 149, the system was rebooting or something. The light over the cell came to life, along with the telltale hum of the electromagnetic lock releasing the steel door's inner parts. It made a heavy clunk sound. Then the cell door at 148 did too. Then 150. The noise of locks unlocking themselves was unmistakable. Jamar looked at Jimenez with a priceless expression. All the lights over the cell doors started to illuminate. He let go of Kincaid's arm and spun, looking across the corridor at the first and second floor cells on that side. Every light was on. The thick report of locks unlocking reverberated off the solid concrete floors and walls, over and over again. Even Kincaid wore a puzzled expression. "Wing 2 control, hit the all lock!" Jimenez yelled into his radio. It was too late. Slowly, cell doors started to push open as prisoners figured out the locks were no longer working. Chapter 3. Republic, Washington. "Where do you think you're going?" Kendra asked Kevin. He was in the shop trying to repack his gear, something he'd neglected to do after drying it out 3 weeks earlier after drill. Her tone reflected her status as a senior in high school, something even more crucial in a small-town K-12 school. Unlike anyone else in her family, she knew everything. "Git." Kevin's vexed response was his usual first return salvo in their own private war. "Mom sent me out to make sure you get a jug of oil down from the storage shelf." She was sucking on a Jolly Rancher. Kevin sometimes wondered if she made the noises extra wet just to get under his skin. He didn't look up from the workbench he was using to repack everything just right. "The ladder's right there." He looked at his watch. 3:25, he read. "Shouldn't you just be getting out of school?" Seth and I ditched the last homeroom. Her air had become confident and smug with the start of her senior year. Kevin looked up at his sister. "You need to stop hanging around with him." Kendra had been leaning against the frame to the shop's roll-up door. She stood upright. "As if," You ran with Dallas your entire life. And every time I got in trouble, it was something he started. I'm serious. This was exactly the kind of scene that made keeping his promise to his father difficult. The Baker clan is bad news. Don't forget the oil, she said. She turned and took her attitude back to the house. A half-hour later, Kevin was ready to make his goodbyes. After changing clothes, he'd gathered his one spare uniform, a few changes of skivvies and socks, and some additional personal gear. Extra hygiene items, his personal hiking boots, his folding hiking poles, and his favorite folding knife were among the things he stuffed into his father's old green Navy Sea bag. His freshly packed 3-day ruck, containing official mil-spec gear he was able to purchase, was already in the bed of his 8-year-old silver Toyota Tacoma. He grabbed 2 protein bars from a box on his dresser and stuffed them into a pocket on his upper uniform sleeve. He then used the restroom and filled his 1-quart water bottle. As he moved toward the front door, his grandfather slowly got out of the worn taupe recliner. "Still no word on what the hubbub is?" Papa asked, his raspy voice slipping concern past the noise of his oxygen hose. The lifelong smoker was now dealing with chronic lung disease and old age, and had to stay tethered to a noisy device that filtered and pressurized air for him. The sounds of Jeopardy reruns could be heard on the TV. Kevin gave the man a quick hug. "No, I was hoping you'd found something on the afternoon news." "They haven't mentioned anything yet." Kevin's grandmother and mother moved out of the small kitchen. "Give me a kiss," the tiny old woman said. She walked over with a brown paper sack to hand him. Kevin took it, sheepish he had not realized she would be making him a lunch to take. Kevin bent and gave the short woman a hug and kiss. "When will you be home?" Kevin's mother asked. She had a way of beating horses to death. "I have the market on Sunday. You need to be back by noon on Sunday." I don't know, Mom." Kevin smiled at the question, finding it illogical and a bit ridiculous, but not wanting to start a thing. He gave her a quick peck on the cheek and headed toward the door. "Be careful," Granny said. She was always the warm thaw in the icy space between mother and son. Papa went back to watching game shows. "I will." Kevin started the journey scanning a few clear FM channels. All he'd gleaned was that whatever was happening might be related to something going on with jails in Seattle. He started the nearly 3-hour trip from home in the beautiful pine-covered hills west of Curlew Lake, down through the Republic, and then east on Highway 20. After changing highways, he crossed the bridge over Franklin D. Roosevelt Lake toward the towns of Kettle Falls and Colville. His phone rang. The Bluetooth connection to the truck radio told him who was calling. "Hey, Chief, I'm just passing through Kettle Falls." "Hi, Kevin," Chief Warrant Officer Steve Espinoza said. "Good to hear. But that's why I wanted to call. The detachment officers were discussing the local debt roster. You've not even finished your core curriculum yet, and we know you're kind of running your family farm. Major Carey said to let you know you're not obligated to report." "What?" Kevin couldn't believe his ears. "I'm nearly $1,000 into uniforms and gear," he thought. "And now they don't need me?" The proposal irked him, and yet there was a part of him that was relieved to hear it. If the event was related to some sort of riot at a jail near the big city, he would just as soon head to Kenny's for his planned Saturday of mourning and memories. "What exactly is happening, Chief? I got something about a big jail breakout near Seattle." He was using the informal address for the warrant officer. "Not just Seattle." The man's tone was hard to define. It held disbelief. "The entire state. Every electronic jail door in the entire state. Every county lockup, every state prison, even the federal detention center. They all unlocked, all at once. Every prisoner in the state is in the process of escaping." Spokane, Washington. Kevin guided the silver Tacoma through the long curve of the highway off-ramp along the city's northern edge, eventually merging with the main southerly urban arterial called Division Street. He'd be at Kenny's small starter house in less than 10 minutes. "I wonder how he'll react to me skipping out on this emergency muster," he pondered. Kevin viewed himself as a good person, with a community servant's heart and a tinge of patriotism. He had caught himself fantasizing from time to time what it would be like to be in the Special Forces, or the Elite Delta Force. He'd followed a few of the more infamous retired elite warriors on Instagram long enough to know they all put their pants on one leg at a time. Deep in his heart, though, he just didn't know if he had what it took to serve alongside the very best. Blue and red flashing lights interrupted his chain of thought, bringing him back to the dusk of the late summer evening. Brake lights ahead of him all came on suddenly. Traffic ground to a halt. What came next was right out of television. An older muscle car was growing rapidly in the northbound lanes when it suddenly zipped into a southbound lane for a quick moment. 2 Spokane police cruisers were hot on its tail, chasing the prey like their lives depended on it. All 3 rigs zipped back into the northbound lanes, cutting and swerving around the vehicles ahead as they passed. A Mercury Cougar? Kevin guessed as the hot rod passed him with a heavy roar. He covered his ears with his hands as the wailing of sirens and police cars passed him next. Like everyone else, he watched the action move away in his side-view mirror. Traffic slowly began to proceed again. "You don't see that in Republic," he mused. He continued to scan the environs as he drove. Most of a mile farther down the avenue, movement on a billboard caught his eyes. Is that kids? What was probably teenagers, all with dark hoodies pulled up over their heads, had scaled the large advertising frame. There was still enough of the twilight colors in the sky to make out the sign they were defacing. It was an ad for a local 24-hour gym. The ad showed a muscular man in gray shorts and a damp tank top, sweat dripping off him as he knelt on one knee, looking at the ground. A pool of perspiration was on the mat between him and a set of heavy dumbbells. The man had 2 kneeling ghost versions of himself, morphed in behind the buff man, each skinnier and less beefy than the prior. "Become who you were meant to be." Kevin laughed as he read the sign's slogan out loud. He couldn't see what mods the punks were making to the sign, but he was hoping it was something more meme-worthy and less of a standard graffiti. He looked back down just in time to jam on his brakes instinctively. The car before him had done the same. His tires barked as he screeched to a halt. The cars in the lane to his left weren't so lucky, one colliding into the rear of another. Horns blared, but they weren't as obnoxiously loud as the 3 glowing performance cars that had suddenly hijacked the intersection straight ahead. All 3, adorned with bright blue, green, or orange LEDs below their undercarriages, were smoking their tires as they did donuts. The drivers had turned the public road into their own amusement park ride, emboldened by the realization that there was not a damn thing the police could do about it on this night. Kevin was pissed. If this Acura wasn't parked ahead of me, I'd drive right through these jackwads, he fumed. The intersection filled with smoke. It took a full minute for the drivers to get bored and end their commandeering of the road and people's time, and that was what bothered the small-town country boy more than the lack of safety. It was a lack of respect for the property and time of strangers. It was those drivers' willingness, their desire, to force others to their will, even if only for a minute. For the last several moments of his trip to Kenny and Taylor's house, Kevin was consumed by one thought. If they're acting like this 4 hours into this thing, how bad is it going to get? He parked along the curb in front of the small, tan, cookie-cutter suburban home. His brother came out to greet him. Kevin had called an hour earlier to explain that he was heading there instead of to muster at the National Guard Armory. Kenny crossed the dried brown crabgrass in his front lawn and gave his brother a bro hug. "Dude, sirens have been crazy tonight." Kevin's eyes grew wide for a split second. "You wouldn't believe what I've seen in the last 10 minutes. He took another post-drive stretch and then went to the quad cab's back door. Kenny looked in the bed at the rucksack and their dad's old sea bag. "You really aren't reporting for duty, huh?" The comment wasn't condescending, but it did have an older brother's judging air to it. "You think I should?" Kevin grunted as he lifted a box full of things from his back seat. He spun and stumbled on the concrete curb and gutter. Kenny shot his hands out and helped stabilize his brother, but the old cardboard moving box hit the ground and spilled some of the contents out. "Easy there, high-speed operator." Both men positioned themselves and knelt. Kenny uprighted the box while Kevin picked up a handful of old papers and awards their father had received over the course of his career. "Was there something specific you wanted in here?" Kevin asked. "Not really." He grabbed their father's softball mitt, some golf balls, and an old hacky sack that had spilled out. "Remember this?" Kenny smiled and held up the small beanbag. A dozen years earlier, their dad had busted out the sack from his youth years and taught his sons and daughter how to kick it in a circle. For about 2 months, it was all they had wanted to do with their dad when he got home from work every night. Then, like all flavors of the week, it eventually lost its luster. Soon thereafter it collected dust on the kitchen counter, until one day their father had quietly returned it back to whatever hole he kept his memorabilia in. Like a bad wet fart, Kevin said with unglamorous recollection. That was more your and Keith's thing. Kendra and I were no good. You were like 8 or 9. Kenny had a glowing smirk. Everyone sucks at things like this when they're 8 or 9. Kevin frowned. Those were tough years. Kenny immediately saw the look cross his brother's face. He tossed the hacky sack and other items back into the box. Anyway, that's all. I just wanted to cruise through this box and talk about Dad. He could see Kevin look up, staring at the sunset in the west. Kenny finished picking up the items and stood. Kevin stood too. He'd be going, you know. Huh? To the muster. Kevin turned to look his brother in his eyes. Dad, you wouldn't hesitate. Ah, Kenny said. Do you not want to go? When they were youth, he would have never missed a chance to make Kevin feel like a wuss. It was different now that their father was gone, now that he was a father too. Kevin paused, looking down. I don't want to let him down. Then you should go, his older brother advised. And you could never let him down. You weren't there, Kevin said. You didn't see the look in his eyes. True. Let's just say becoming a parent starts to reshape how you see your own parents. He looked down in his hands, still holding about 6 of their father's childhood comic books that had somehow managed to survive a stint in the Navy, several years in construction, and most of a career as a Customs and Border Protection officer at a remote border crossing. And I know I wouldn't be disappointed in my own kids if they turned out like you. He moved over to the truck bed and opened the old military duffel. In went the comic books. He saw his younger brother's puzzled look. Dad used to say the military's unofficial mantra was, hurry up and wait. I'm sure you'll need something to read in the downtime, he said with a grin. Chapter 4. Monroe, Washington. I am you. Give a sit rep, Jamar heard on the radio squawk as he came to, trying to breathe but choking on blood. His face was battered. He tried to remember what was happening, confused and in pain. The realization that close to 100 psychotic and dangerous criminals were suddenly freed had been surreal, like a dream in which he couldn't move his legs while a bear was chasing him. He'd taken a hard, fast elbow to the nose from prisoner Owen Kincaid, and it had probably saved his life. Jamar came to after the initial onslaught of prisoners running from their cells to the open concrete stairs down to the common area. His nose was swollen, blood running out of it and down the back of his throat, choking him. He rolled up onto one elbow and spat blood, coughing it out. With his other hand, he felt his tender face and broken nose. After shaking the cobwebs from his thoughts, he looked down the passageway and saw a prisoner on top of Jimenez about 30 feet away, pummeling him. Jamar scrambled up and ran full speed, tackling the man who never saw him coming. He used his training to get the man into a basic ground-level hold. It was an intense fight, but he eventually handcuffed the convict after dazing him with several blows to the side of his head. The air was filled with screams and the commotion of battle coming from the first-floor common area. Pepper spray and hand-to-hand fights were providing little help to the largely outnumbered staff. There had been no time to bust out riot gear. The fight for their lives was here and now. No warning. Jamar went over to Jimenez, who was beaten to a bloody pulp. He could see the man's legs move slightly, the faintest hints that he was still breathing under his shirt. He did his gear check. Other than his pen-shaped handcuff key, access keys, and pepper spray, all gear was accounted for. The cons must have been in too big of a hurry, he realized. He looked down at his coworker and realized that hadn't been necessarily true for every convict. At his father's insistence to keep him from joining gangs in his youth, Jamar had grown up taking taekwondo. This day was the first time he truly realized how overconfident he'd been because of that. While good at kicking and striking, he was still thankful he'd been knocked out for the initial onslaught. Jamar took Jimenez's handcuffs. He attached one end to the prisoner he'd subdued, just above the handcuffs he'd already installed. He dragged the man over to the spot between two cell doors. He attached the other end to a vertical heavy steel bar installed on the wall for just this occasion. The man was starting to rouse himself. Jamar pulled his spare handcuff key from deep out of his left pocket and removed the first pair from the man. "Hey!" the man yelled, shaking on his one tethered wrist. He slowly stood. Jamar went to go help Jimenez. "You're all gonna die today. You hear me?" Jamar ignored him, tuning him out as background noise. He started to pick Jimenez up off the floor when he heard a different prisoner yelling. "You!" Jamar looked up. By the second-floor cells, just on the other side of that branch of the wing, was a prisoner. His tan jumpsuit and mouth were covered in blood. At his feet was a dead prisoner he'd been chewing on. "You're next." The man ran down his cell aisle to round the corners at the end of the building and traveled back up Jamar's. Jamar's heart jumped, the thought of his battered face taking a place in the back of his mind. He dragged his partner into cell 146 and propped him up against the wall. "Yes," Jamar said, when he felt the man's OC spray still in its holster. He retrieved it and stepped back out of the cell, closing the door. The man was sprinting toward him up his own corridor by then. When he was a full 30 feet away, he began to spray. The prisoner screamed, but his rage pushed him forward despite the pain. Blindly, he shot for Jamar, who had moved 10 feet closer in the process. Jamar sidestepped the wild man into the next open cell, which stank of human waste. The man stumbled and tripped. Jamar ran out and immediately secured him to the wall in the same fashion he'd done to the other a few moments earlier. He ran for the stairs. Looking down, he was filled with fear and second thoughts. The Wing 2 control booth had been compromised when one of the guards got caught trying to get in. The room had angled windows that resembled those on an aircraft control tower. Through the glare of thick glass, he could see at least 3 tan prison uniforms in the space, one of them looking like he was throwing punches. There were 2 wounded or dead guards outside of it. One was lying at the foot of the 7-step entry platform. The other was lying on the ground, a large pool of blood drenching his skull and uniform. It was as if he'd been tossed over the guardrail at the landing, discarded to the floor below like garbage. Most of the noise and sounds of terror were coming from the long, skinny hallway to the central part of the main building. At most, there were no more than 8 or 10 prisoners still in Wing 2 itself. Jamar slowly walked down the steel steps, looking past the handrail and below them for any surprises. As he landed on the ground floor, he looked in cells to his left and right. Empty. A little over 100 feet away, 3 prisoners descended the steps from the control booth, sneers on their faces. "Oh, yeah." The first one yelled as he saw Jamar. He had tattoos on his shaved skull and his arms, and went by the last name Decker. His eyes were wide with an emotion that Jamar could only think of as elation. And though Jamar was just a tad under 6 feet tall and quite muscular, the man dwarfed him. The other 2 moved left and right off the leader. Though they stayed silent, their expressions held the same look, one that said, "Today you belong to us." Jamar knew one of them went by the nickname Van Gogh, ever since he'd cut one of his own ears off. Jamar didn't work the unit enough to know who the third man was. Jamar slowly stepped over an unconscious prisoner who reeked of pepper spray and moved toward the 3. His heart was pounding, his face and head hurt. The leader stuck out his tongue and shook his head as he gave a disturbed war cry. He had blood dripping off his knuckles. Jamar could see the orange tint of OC spray on the man's skin. It had had little or no effect on him. "Come on, turtle," he yelled. When COs had the time to don their protective gear for a riot, prisoners called them Ninja Turtles. "You ain't such a badass without your ninja gear, are you?" he taunted. Soon the men were standing in a 3-on-1 standoff, the 2 side cons better than 10 feet away from the leader. Jamar shook the pepper spray can hanging in his right hand, trying to get a feel for the volume left in it. "That ain't gonna work on us," Van Gogh growled from the far right with a wicked smile. In a flash, Jamar sprinted toward the silent one on the left and tackled him, dropping the spray can as he did. Though the prisoner had squatted a bit, the pair went in a tumbled mass. Jamar knew his only shot was to get his palm on the man's face, which he did. As they fell in line with his speed and force, he slammed the man's head on the smooth concrete floor. It hit with a hard thud, knocking him out. Jamar tried to scramble, but Decker was on him too fast. The big man began to deliver blows. Jamar had made it to his back, with the prisoner straddling him on top. He held his arms up and deflected the first 4 shots before Van Gogh had made it to the fight. He swung his right foot back to take a kick when the roar of a shotgun exploded. A beanbag round hit Van Gogh in the chest about the same time as the second shot. That one connected with his groin. 2 COs in riot gear had fought their way up the long hall once the main surge of prisoners had pushed out of the building. While one had disabled Van Gogh, the other hit Decker on the back of his head with the butt of his own riot gun. The man fell over and immediately tried to get up. The pair of guards were on the men fast, using large 2-loop plastic cuffs to secure their hands behind their backs. "Hans, I'm gonna kill you!" Van Gogh screamed at the man who bruised his chest and balls with high-speed crowd-control beanbags. His voice was brimming with both rage and pain. Walter Johannes pulled a different round out of a dump pouch full of shells attached to his padded riot vest and slid it into the magazine on the shotgun. He pumped it and then shot the man, still lying on his front after having his hands cuffed, in the back. Instead of a beanbag, the round had multiple hard rubber pellets, larger than a BB but smaller than buckshot. Van Gogh screamed in non-lethal agony. "Doubt that," the older officer said. "Let's go, Johnson," Jamar heard Bill Davis say from under the other man's riot helmet. He held a hand down, which Jamar took. After getting back onto his feet, the 3 men faced each other. What the hell happened?" Jamar yelled. The pain in his face was returning to his forethought. "It's prison-wide," Hans said. "Get these 3 back into a cell." Jamar looked confused. "The mechanical keys still work," Bill explained. "Mine got taken when I got knocked out," Jamar said with a hint of worry. Under Lieutenant Johannes's watchful eye, the guards moved around the block, dragging any prisoners they could back into the nearest cell. Sure enough, the mechanical lock still worked. Next, they retrieved Jimenez, who was in bad shape. The men helped the tired and beaten Jamar get their pier onto his shoulders in a firefighter carry. When they were done, Hans said, "It looked like McConnell and Worthington are both dead. We need to get Jimenez out of here. Stay right behind us. Try to remember who went where in case these cells get opened again." He studied the young correction officer, tired from a long day, battered from fighting for his life. "You good, kid?" the older man asked. "Roger that, LT," Jamar said, trying to rally himself for the likely continued war to be waged for the next several hours. As the 3 men and Jamar's wounded passenger started up the long hall in a V formation, Jamar couldn't help but smirk about something. He knew the kick to the head he never received could have been the event that led to his death. "I'm just glad Hans shot first." Chapter 5. Spokane, Washington. The trip to the city's central east side was eye-opening for Kevin Richardson. The drive over wasn't exactly a free-for-all, but it was frenzied, to say the least. Almost tumultuous. He'd heard the cliché, keep your head on a swivel in movies and video games. It was the first time he understood it on a more personal level. Scanning the night drive across the municipal streets required watching, not just scanning mirrors, but actively looking for trouble. He'd seen 3 close calls with lawless drivers during the trip across town. The fact that it was Friday night probably only exacerbated the situation with end-of-week drinkers. The Washington State Guard was too small for its own spaces. It piggybacked off the Washington Army National Guard for facilities and material resources. The Wang's Spokane Readiness Center was located on the south side of the Spokane River that bisected the city from east to west. To the west was the community college Kevin had dropped out of nearly 2 years ago. To the east were a regional airport and a large rail yard. And in the same compound, though in separate areas, were the city's emergency dispatch center and firefighting training facility. Nearly an hour after leaving Kenny's house, on a trip that should have taken about half that, Kevin crossed the river and drove the last half-mile around the college. There was a slow but steady-moving stream of cars on the 2 long roads around the fire training center. A Wang soldier was assuming military police duties at the intersection of those roads. It took about 3 minutes for Kevin to reach her with a slow-moving logjam. He rolled his window down. "Are you with the 161st? The specialist asked, shining a flashlight at Kevin. "State Guard, local det. His Spokane detachment didn't have a separate unit number from their parent command at Camp Murray south of Tacoma. "All right, bud, don't even try to get into the armory," she said. "It's packed and we're saving room for some buses. Just park in the big field across from it." Kevin did as ordered simply by following the line of vehicles ahead of him. It was then that he looked left toward the north, across the river he'd crossed a bit earlier. He saw the glow of fires in two distinct locations. The howling of sirens was becoming a frequent song to listen to. At the field, there were more soldiers in orange safety vests and flashlights trying to help drivers organize their rows. After parking, he stuffed what he hadn't eaten of the lunch Granny made into his family duffel. He donned his rucksack and hand-carried the sea bag with him across the street, filtering his way into the armory. He could hear generators on the far side of the main building powering spotlights. Shadows danced in all directions as hundreds of soldiers moved about, readying themselves for deployment orders. The front lobby to the building was a madhouse. 100 conversations, some official, most just nervous chatter, filled the area. The noise bounced off the large space's tall glass front windows and high ceiling. Kevin wanted to stop and look at one of the many signs to gather his bearings. Every moment brought with it a new minor bump as men and women tried to carry their cumbersome packs and gear bags around each other. There was a flow required in the mayhem to keep from getting smooshed. The good news was that he eventually passed a large corkboard. "State Guard, room 204, he read on a piece of paper pinned to it. "I think that's our normal room. What a train wreck," he thought of the disorganized muster. After a few more minutes, he'd scaled the building stairs and found a busy but much less chaotic room full of State Guard volunteers, most in the same camouflage uniforms as the National Guard troops. He saw that everyone from the local det had been piling their gear into the break room of their two-room office, so he moved in there, scooting himself around a few others in the process. He was starting to learn names and remember who was who after his short stint in the unit. Half of a year sounded like he'd been there a long time, when in reality he'd only been to 6 training sessions. A short Hispanic man in his early 60s did a double-take when he saw Kevin. He finished his conversation and walked over to the young man, who was setting his bags on the forming pile. The State Guard had mild physical requirements. Many of the members were at the far end of middle-aged. Some were veterans, some weren't. They came from all walks of life, business owners, lawyers, carpenters, and everything in between. A few had even fulfilled a full career as a reservist or National Guardsman, only to find they missed the environment. The State Guard was a less stringent and physically demanding service they could join. "Kevin," CWO3 Steve Espinoza greeted with a puzzled look. "What gives?" The chief warrant officer was coordinating the muster, while the detachment's officers were in meetings with the National Guard and local city, county, and state emergency coordinators. "Hey, Chief, sorry I didn't call," Kevin said sheepishly. I didn't want to miss out. I think..." He didn't know how to say what he wanted to say. The short, successful realtor was savvy, and he was a good friend of Kendall Richardson's for many years. "Say no more. Glad you're here." "Did I see MPs manning a post on the roof?" Kevin asked, "or were my eyes deceiving me?" The leader just let out a sigh. "Things are getting hairy out there." "Chief," both men heard a voice call from another room past the sounds of conversation. "It's almost 2100. Steve looked at his watch. It looked like some sort of Garmin or other sport watch to Kevin. What if the cell towers went down? He asked himself. How would I tell time? He suddenly felt a bit embarrassed he relied only on his phone for something as basic as telling time. "You're just in time," Steve told him with a friendly tap to the arm. He moved over to one of the room's training and dining tables and grabbed a remote. There was a flat screen mounted high in one corner, a tool for showing training videos. He turned it on, and the screen was immediately filled with an official-looking government press release. "Hey, everyone, hold it down," Steve called out. The two rooms started to quiet, those in the front office politely squeezing into the training and break room like toothpaste oozing from a new tube. Must be the president or something, Kevin thought. Steve turned up the volume. It wasn't the president. Kevin couldn't read the name on the bar at the bottom of the screen, but he could make out the words, Homeland Security. The older man in the suit was someone high up in the chain, that much he knew. The room hushed to listen. At exactly 6 p.m. Eastern Time, a massive cyberattack hit the United States, The man took his glasses off and looked up. The complexity of this can't be overstated. Our first theory was an elaborate hacking collective using one or several AIs. Was? Kevin caught. But there is evidence that a foreign government may be responsible. What we know is that, to our knowledge, every jail or prison in the United States that utilizes electronic locks was tampered with. By all reports, every lock unlocked at the same time. Mass prison breakouts are happening across the country. We advise all citizens to stay inside and lock their doors. The governors are calling up their National Guard units. The President and the Attorney General are looking at the proper legal avenue to suspend posse comitatus. And we have emergency powers provided in the National Defense Authorization Act that are being implemented right now. What's posse whatever? Kevin whispered to the man next to him, confused. It's the law that says the Army can't police civilians, he explained quietly. Why would they want to suspend that? Kevin wondered. Shortly after the Homeland Security Director finished his announcement, Major Carey briefed the detachment team on the plans. He told them he'd learned that one platoon of the infantry company would remain in Spokane, while the rest were being sent west. There were 3 buses out behind the building, 1 for them and 2 for the National Guard members who wouldn't fit in their supply of Humvees and other trucks. The State Guard team would be leaving within an hour. He emphasized 2 things. They would not be taking on any dangerous assignments, and they had all taken oaths to follow the governor's orders. They went about moving their rucks and other bags to the lead trailway's motor coach's lower storage compartments. Most of the members went back into the armory to grab some of their other equipment. "Can I get you to give me a hand?" Staff Sergeant Rob Saxon asked Kevin. The man was a bit shorter than him. He was a tad girthy around the waist, bald on top with a rim of brown hair and glasses. There was something about his wide eyes. He looked like he could be staffing the Geek Squad desk at Best Buy by day while living the life of a serial killer at night. Kevin knew he was one of the better ham radio volunteers with the detachment. He figured Rob to be in his late 30s or a bit older. "Sure, Sarge." Rob nearly guffawed as he smiled. "Please, call me Rob. You know we're a lot more relaxed on the formalities than those grunts, right?" he asked with a small wave. They made small talk as Kevin followed Rob to his SUV. There were several plastic totes of radio gear in the back. "You grab that one," he pointed. "Ugh," Kevin groaned as he picked it up. "We moving body parts?" he joked. "There's a couple of 12-volt batteries in that one." The man grinned. "Young feller's work." He grabbed another tote. They took the items into the passenger cab on the bus. "Since you're tall, why don't you stuff these in the overhead racks? I'll grab that last box." "What is all this stuff?" Kevin asked. "My own personal gear. I have a lot of things that will make our capabilities a bit better. Let's just say that the military owns the best tech that the early 2000s ever produced." Kevin smirked at that one. I might actually like this guy, he thought. Rob left. Kevin parted the 2 big batteries out of the heavy box, leaving it full of smaller batteries, chargers, charge controllers, cables, and other items. He slid the marine batteries behind the rear seat just ahead of the lavatory when he heard yelling. He turned and looked out the left side. The buses had pulled in a singular line near the back of the back area. To their left was a small gap and a large outbuilding attached to the motor pool. This left the right side exposed to the main compound and armory. There were only 2 soldiers on the left side in the dark gap, the floodlights from the right casting long shadows. Kevin moved into one of the rear left side rows and slid the small fresh air window open. He could see a young soldier having a heated exchange with an older one. "You're not listening, Top. I can't go on this deployment." Kevin could see the man's face well enough. They were only about 6 feet away from him. He could only see the other one's back. "I told you," the senior soldier yelled back at the junior one. "That ain't how it works. Now get your butt back into the armory and finish packing." I... Move it, Horton, before I stick my size 12 up your... The shot rang out like a clap of thunder. There was a bright flash, but Kevin saw it as clear as he could in the long shadows. The distressed young man must have pulled a small concealed pistol out of his pocket while he was being berated. Kevin saw it swing up and fire in just a fraction of a second. The back of the man's head opened in a spray of skull, blood, and gray matter. Kevin ducked under the windowsill out of sheer instinct. What the hell? That couldn't have just happened. His pulse raced. The heavy thumping was all he could hear in his ears. In a flash, he was back to the extreme fear of that night in his head, panting in anxiety. The carnage of dead animals lying in the dirt, the sounds of snarling. Then, out of nowhere, a new thought slammed him. Become who you were meant to be. He peeked back over the sill. The body was close enough to the bus that he couldn't see it. The shooter was missing. Kevin pushed quickly to the right side. There were soldiers scrambling. They'd heard the shot, but the bus in the equipment building had echoed it, making it hard to pinpoint. Some soldiers were frozen in place with puzzled looks. The older, more experienced ones were crouching behind piles of bags and gear. A few were moving about the perimeter of the area. None had been issued their rifles yet. One stood out. In the commotion, Kevin could see one, only one, walking in a calm, straight line. There. Go get him. He started to get out of the seat and froze. No, what are you doing? His mind was torn, frozen in fear. A promise to his father to care for his mother and sister was telling him not to endanger himself. There was another piece, though, that chastised him. Coward. You can't let him get away. Trembling, he turned his head and looked again. The young soldier was about to round the corner of the armory, headed toward the main parking area. Shaking, Kevin moved off the seat and up the bus. His legs wobbled as he hurried down the steep steps. There was yelling as soldiers who had moved around the bus were calling for a medic. Kevin started to run. His legs were weak, his body cold, his mind full of panic. A few soldiers started to chase him. There he goes! He heard one yell. Kevin was sprinting now. He rounded the corner. Every soldier there was puzzled, confused, wondering. Except for one. There. He couldn't hear the mob of soldiers chasing him. He couldn't hear the pounding of his tan combat boots on the pavement. But the killer did. He ran, trying desperately to reach into his pocket as he did. It didn't matter. The tall baseball player was trucking like a runaway semi. He sprang as the man turned, tackling him. The gun had been pulled. The man held on to it for dear life. They were wrapped up, face to face. They hit pavement, the pain of new abrasions absent from Kevin's mind in the sudden life-or-death fight. He was on top of the murderer. He grabbed the wrist of the man's gun hand, squeezing it hard to pin it to the ground. The emotional assailant was charged with the strength of a crazy person. Though Kevin was pinning him with his body weight, he was struggling mightily. He curled his right arm, the gun lifting, moving toward Kevin. "I'm not going!" the shooter kept screaming. A soldier chasing Kevin was running nearly full speed when he kicked the shooter's hand like a football in a tee. The pistol went flying. A second later, 3 more soldiers were in the fray. The pile of uniforms scrambled as they all helped control the man's limbs. The fight was over. And for the moment, so was the one in Kevin's mind. Chapter 6. Monroe, Washington. The smell of smoke permeated Jamar's swollen sinuses, permeating the September night sky. He and a few other COs were taking their break, guarding almost 100 firefighters and a convoy of apparatus. Units in the city of Monroe were being stretched thin. They had been the first-in responders to the prison when the main non-dormitory building erupted in flames at the Twin Rivers unit, the prison's largest component. It housed nearly 1,000 convicts at 4 of the 5 different security levels they were classified at. Within 45 minutes of the start of the prison break, the craftiest of the men had organized and created a plan. One was a cunning con named Angel. Angel used to be a fire suppression system installer, but an addiction to opioids had led him to a life of theft as a way to support his habit. He was currently in year 2 of a 5-year sentence. Angel led a pair of others to several manifolds locked away in closets throughout the giant facility. He taught them how to turn off large valves that fed water to the systems. Among offices and locker rooms, the building also housed the massive kitchen, 2 gyms, an art studio, a computer lab, a wood shop, a machine shop, and a center for storing all hazardous materials. Being a rehabilitative facility, prisoners that required less stringent guarding were trained in skills that might enable them to become more productive members of society. Once the flammable liquids used by the various jobs had been procured, setting lumber, Clothing, computers, and plastic chairs and tables on fire had been quite simple, allowed to grow by defunct suppression systems. For some of the prisoners, the inferno was meant only to cause more chaos and confusion. For others, it was simply a more primeval reason. Because you can't stop us. The building had plenty of time to get out of control, as a violent, fast wave of prisoners moving out of the main drive and gate into the community meant fire trucks couldn't get inside. Once they finally gained access, the operation had been one of simply a surround and drown to keep the fire contained to just the one Walmart-sized structure. By hour 3 of the breakout start, no less than 6 fires had been set to homes in the city of Monroe. By hour 6, the number of fires had grown to 15, whether to cover up the fresh rapes and murders, or simply as a matter of scratching an anarchistic itch. The ulterior motive was always the same: to keep responders so busy that they couldn't help in the hunt for escapees. Every fire department in the county, including the mostly volunteer districts from the rural mountains to the east, were hopping to help each other. Similar tactics were unfolding on a smaller scale around every county jail and other detention center. Responders were taxed. There just weren't enough. Jamar and the other COs had been assigned the job of patrolling the perimeter around the TWU fire scene, looking for prisoners that may not have finished their escape. "Any of you guys managed to get your phone?" he asked the man and woman moving along with him. Like himself, the other two had been working their second straight shift. As a CO normally assigned to the TWU, Jamar's main locker room had been part of the building that was now ablaze. Most COs were not allowed to carry phones on them during their shift for a multitude of reasons, the safety of their family and friends being the top one. "Mine's in there," he nodded. "Mine's in there too," Philip Salata said. He sounded glum. "I got mine," Sadie Black said. "I work at MSU." Both of the men knew that the minimum security unit officers were allowed to have their phone on their person during shift, even though they were only allowed to use it in certain circumstances. "You been able to reach your family?" Jamar asked. Sadie nodded. "They're freaking out. I told them it's more dangerous in Monroe right now than here." Philip snorted. "That's probably true. If I give you my ma's number, would you text her to tell her I'm okay?" Jamar asked. "Of course. I'm sorry I didn't think to offer that already." "No sweat," Jamar said. "Me too, please," Philip said. The two men continued to scan in all directions with big flashlights, trying to resist the temptation to watch the firefighters work as they slowly walked along the TWU's fence line between its yard and the nearby high school. Sadie pulled her phone out. "Oi," she said with mild annoyance. "Hold on, let me get through a slew of texts from my own mom first." Her lips moved as she scrolled, reading along silently. "There's a rumor on the news that an off-duty CO and her family were found brutally murdered within an hour of this thing starting." "From here?" Philip asked. She was still scrolling and reading. "Pierce County." "Wait," Jamar said. He stopped strolling and looked at her to make sure he was hearing right. "Within an hour?" "Yeah," Philip agreed. "That can't be right." "My mom's just relaying what's on the news." Philip mulled that for a quick moment. "Maybe it's true. I overheard one of the sergeants saying that the city cops are overwhelmed. They and the state patrol have been trying to establish a perimeter, that carjackings are being reported nearly nonstop." All three COs wore deeply concerned expressions before Sadie added her cynical opinion. "I bet they start finding victims' bodies all over the place come daylight." Jamar started walking again, his eyes looking at the ground ahead of him, but not really seeing it. Law enforcement knew the dirty little secret that the general public never thought about. Gangs kept and shared information with each other about where first responders, prosecutors, and judges lived. It was how they got leverage on those that resisted cash-fueled persuasions. If that truly happened in less than an hour, to what level will criminals and gangs take this to keep from going back to prison? He wondered. "Can I give you my ma's number now?" he asked Sadie with a worried tone. Chapter 7. Spokane, Washington. "Any last details?" the woman with coal-black hair asked Kevin. "Anything at all?" "No, Captain, none that I can think of." The police had not bothered to respond to the armory after the murder and arrest. They were deluged with dangerous work. It wasn't just that there were escapees from the county jail who had reached every corner of the city and surrounding countryside. The gangs, families, and other criminal affiliates were doing everything in their power to hide their friends, even starting shootouts with the police. One of the detachment officers was an attorney with the county prosecutor's office. She, along with another member who had been a cop for 15 years, interviewed Kevin. They recorded the conversation, and she took notes. She would turn everything over to her office when they got back from deployment, when everything was normal again. "What'll they do with the guy?" Major Carey asked. He'd sat in on the interview to act as Kevin's agent. Nobody else had been allowed in their office. The rest of the team had been assigned to watch the bus after the deceased first sergeant's body had been photographed and moved. Captain Stella Korich looked at her partner in the Inquisition. "Will the cell lock still work?" "They should," former police officer Nelson Butterton said. "They're still mechanical. They use a heavy pull instead of a tumbler, but they should still work with the key despite the hacking, as long as they disconnect them from their computerized control system." "I suppose the natties will transport him to the jail," Stella said to the major. She had used their nickname for their National Guard counterparts. "If we're all done," Major Ted Carey said, "I'd like to get Fullen in here to check over Kevin, and we need to get wrapped and get on the road." He looked at his watch. "We're really late." "I'll make copies of these notes," Stella said. She stood from the table. "Nelson and I will each keep one as part of the chain of evidence, and we'll give one to the natties to give SPD when and if they take him to the jail." The man and woman excused themselves. Major Carey stayed seated with Kevin. When they'd left, Corporal Sean Fullen entered. In his regular life, he owned a small business, but his 11 years as a volunteer EMT with his local fire district made him the small unit's unofficial medic. He took the seat that Captain Korich had just vacated, setting down a green medical bag. Kevin had dried blood on the knuckles of both hands from impacting the pavement. "Take off your shirt," Sean advised. "I'm good. I'm just tired. It's been a very long day." "Yeah, a good adrenaline spike will do that to you. Shirt off," he repeated. "You can keep the brown shirt on. Just take off the ACU top so I can check you for deeper cuts." Kevin stood and did as ordered. "Listen, Kevin," Major Carey said. The man had a small grin any time he spoke or looked at a person. It reminded Kevin of a car salesman or people who manipulated other people for sex. He never had a problem with the major, but then he'd not interacted with him much in his short time there. "This has been quite an ordeal. I think you should take another opportunity to think about not going." "Sir?" Kevin winced as Sean went to work cleaning the deep abrasions on the backs of his hands. "You don't want me to go?" "This is on us. We should have pinned you down and finished your basic orientation requirements after you joined us. But between that and the fact you're the primary worker on your farm, and this thing tonight—" He let it hang there. It almost felt as he was actively pushing for it to Kevin. He felt bad about the fact that there was a small part of him that was relieved. "Can I have a few minutes, Major?" Ted Carey stood. "Sure thing." There was the smug grin. "We'll be getting out of here within a half hour." He left Kevin in Sean's care. It was silent for a minute as Sean started applying the dressing. Finally, "You really thinking about not deploying?" Kevin felt a bit self-conscious. "I have a ton of work to do at the farm, and my grandparents live with us. It'll be tough on my mom." Sean grabbed his trash and his kit, standing as he reorganized everything. He scanned Kevin quickly, seeing no other major cuts or tears in the skin. "You can put your shirt back on." Then he looked Kevin in the eyes. "Look, man, no disrespect, but we all have those things. Why do you even join?" With that, he turned and left Kevin alone in the room. Kevin climbed into the Tacoma and shut the door. He moved out to the extended parking area deep in thought, in a near trance of debate with himself. It had only felt like a minute since he'd had his motives questioned by Sean Fullen. Who was he to judge me? Kevin pondered, upset both by the question and the answer he knew in his gut. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and plugged it into the charging cable that always resided in his truck. Then he called Kenny. "What's up?" Kenny asked. Kevin heard the ruffling of sheets. Sorry to wake you. You didn't. Taylor and the girls are sleeping like champs, but all I can think about is every noise I hear outside. I've got the Kimber on the nightstand tonight. Kenny's first and only post-college firearm purchase was a Kimber Cady S9C in a beautiful brushed stainless finish. He'd left his hunting rifles and shotgun back at the family homestead, since that was where he always hunted. Are you on the road? Kevin sighed. No. What? Why not? There was an incident tonight, here at the armory. By then Kenny had moved to the living room. He felt his stomach drop a bit. You okay? He knew his little brother would cough up about what had happened when he wanted to. I was involved, Kevin said. He wasn't sure if he wanted to worry his brother with just how close to getting shot he'd been. I helped detain a guy who shot someone. What? Kenny nearly exploded. What the hell happened? It doesn't matter. What matters is once again the debt CO is hinting that I shouldn't go. I don't know how many signs the universe needs to drop, but I think he's right. Kenny tried to offer up some brotherly wisdom, but Kevin started to tune it out. The light from the armory spotlights behind him was enough to see across the field and to the trees that lined the river. 3 dogs were roaming along the trees, sniffing things, and stopping to look or smell the air every so often. His mind drifted. The boom of the gunshot earlier, the sight of a few dogs, his brother's voice. Suddenly, the intense memory from that night when he was 7 was back. The thought of cowering behind the old dusty Toro riding lawnmower. The night air. The sounds of his father and 14-year-old Kenny screaming as they did battle with a pack of coyotes. Kenny with a baseball bat, their father with a pump-action shotgun. Wounded goats, bleeding in panic. Yelping, dying canines. An open gate. And then the true tragedy later that night. Kevin, you still there? Yeah. Headlights moving caught just right in Kevin's side view mirror. He paused. Crap, my gear. I'll call you later, gotta go. He ended the call and pulled the phone off the cable. He jumped out of the truck and sprinted for the departing bus, too worried about missing it to pull out his fob and try for a long-distance lockup. The bus was turning out of the parking lot. All his gear was about to go to Seattle without him. The silver motor coach with red trim turned left onto the road, the diesel kicking up a notch in volume as the driver started to step on the pedal. Kevin reached the bus's right side and started pounding it with his fist. Wait! The bus's nose dropped as the driver let off the throttle and hit the air brakes. It stopped. As Kevin reached the opening door and looked in, he saw Major Carey standing at the top of the steps. His usual grin was replaced with one of annoyance at the unplanned stop. Oh, Richardson, the officer said in surprise. So, you're going with us then? It was more a statement than a question. Kevin moved up the short run of steps. He hadn't prepared himself emotionally to answer that question, yet here he was, needing to. Finally, if you'll still have me, sir. Chapter 8. Monroe, Washington. Jamar, along with Sadie and Philip, had joined several other COs and some junior soldiers from a National Guard unit that had arrived. A task group of experienced members from the prison, the Washington State Patrol, and the soldiers had begun to systematically clear the large facility. It was a slow process. Every nook, cranny, and corner had to be checked. As areas were cleared, Jamar and the group he was working with were moving in afterward to triage wounded and collect the deceased. It was exhausting work. Most of the COs were dragging along more slowly than the others. Many of them also no longer carried radios. The batteries had died off, and replacements had been scarce in the day and night's mayhem. Somewhere in the group, a radio squawked. Ugh, Jamar grunted, lifting on the trunk end of a dead convict, while Philip grabbed the legs. The corpse was heavy, probably close to 250 pounds. He still had a shiv, which had been crafted out of a toothbrush, protruding from his neck. The guards hadn't been the only targets. Personal scores were settled. This BS is getting old, he thought. The pair moved the body one awkward step at a time out of one of the TWU's dormitory common areas. Once outside, the deceased were added to a pile on a long flatbed trailer being towed behind a Department of Corrections work truck. Near them, Sadie recorded on a clipboard the prisoner's name, number, and location where they were found. "Everyone, gather round!" The three heard someone just inside the door barking. They moved back inside, past the controlled entry point, and back into the dorm proper. A sergeant holding a radio gathered everyone. The entire 15 people on the assigned detail were day-shift COs, working into their 21st hour. "State Patrol has established an incident command. Them and the National Guard will continue to clear the buildings. We're all being put on a bus and taken to a hotel in Woodinville." Instantly, the grumbling began. "Frickin' Woodinville?" one voice called out in annoyance. "Why can't we go to our cars and go home?" Another said loudly, the exhaustion and strain reaching a boiling point. "They're waiting until tomorrow to clear the vehicles," the sergeant said. "We're only getting 8 hours before we had to be back." Through the continued groans of agitated officers, he pushed through the crowd and past Jamar, leading the pack on the long walk out to the incident command post near the complex's main entrance. 13 minutes later, Jamar was seated next to Sadie on a bus, headed southwest to a city a few miles past the lockdown zone law enforcement had created around the prison break. She was scrolling her phone for news and updates on her family via their social media feeds. Philip was on the bench across the aisle, head against the cushion. "Heard anything new?" he probed. The tall brunette looked at him through tired, dry eyes. "There's a hotline for people to report missing relatives." Her voice cracked a bit. The tough woman had been a prison guard for almost 7 years, but she wasn't prepared for something of this magnitude. Nobody was. Jamar just nodded, the look in his eyes telling her he was overwhelmed too. "They're guessing that across the Puget Sound area, there may have been hundreds of kidnappings and carjackings so far. The governor's at Camp Murray, running the response." "Where's that?" Jamar asked. "Near JBLM, I think." It was more of a question. She was referring to Joint Base Lewis McChord south of Tacoma. They rode along in silence. Jamar started to drift off, the rest settling over him like a heavy blanket. Sadie suddenly piped up with a question. "You said you were in the intensive unit?" Jamar shook his head with a start and blinked his eyes, answering with a hushed voice. "Uh-huh. Why?" She studied his swollen face in the dark bus under the shadows of streetlights they passed. I can't begin to imagine how you made it out of there," she hinted. Jamar's brow furrowed. In a way, that first hour felt like it had happened years earlier, like an old nightmare he'd had as a kid. "Not everyone made it out. I was in Wing 2 with the psychos. Wing 1, those guys got it even worse. At least the psychos mostly just moved out as fast as they could. But the discipline cases over in 1, those guys went hunting COs like it was open season." Do you know what happened to Wade Curry?" Sadie asked. "No," Jamar shook his head, a bit taken aback by her specific curiosity. "He was a Wing 1 con. Why?" "I studied criminal justice in college," she said. "His case was all over the headlines at the time." Jamar thought about it. It was notorious on the local news for months. Despite his vicious and unpredictable methods of killing, he had been deemed mentally competent for trial. Technically a serial killer and probably a sociopath, he wasn't deemed a psychopath. He didn't derive pleasure from killing. He did have a mother that he loved early in his life. He just murdered. He was good at it. It was his career. Usually it was as an outside contractor for gangs or the Mexican cartels. Unlike Hollywood depictions, most contract killers didn't carry around fancy suppressed rifles that they snapped together on rooftops. His clients liked it to send a message. He'd finally been caught trying to feed a man who was a rival cartel member to his biggest customer through a wood chipper. "I think I was in 8th or 9th grade during all that," Jamar said. "I wrote a thesis on him," Sadie said. "Of all the men at Monroe, he's the one that keeps me up at night." They went quiet for a moment before she added, "I feel sorry for the cop that arrested him." Chapter 9. Seattle, Washington. The police officer looked at her watch, a Garmin that lit up automatically when she flipped her wrist up quickly. It was riding a bit higher and looser than usual because she had left her gloves on for hours, Something as abnormal as a long day and night had been. Rather than the black mechanics brand gloves that she usually kept in the panel of her car door, she'd donned a set of hard-knuckle tactical gloves from her gear bag in the trunk. 03:55, she read on the digital watch face, not feeling any effect from the 2 caffeine pills she popped less than an hour earlier. The large-scale prison hack had taken place less than halfway through her usual second shift, which ran from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. 19 hours, she realized. She'd just refueled her patrol unit at the gas pump at the far end of the precinct's parking lot. Having parked and shut down the engine, she took a deep breath and sighed. Though not being released to go home, second shift was finally being allowed to come grab some naps on cots that had been set up in the maintenance building. It had been a few years since Ramona Maria Perez had had to work in downtown Seattle, and she wasn't thrilled about having to that night. She'd been a good cop with tough assignments, but now, over halfway through her career, the mother of one was learning to appreciate a simpler and more predictable life. "Noel makes enough money," she told herself more than once. "I should just quit." But there was something deeper in her psyche that knew she'd be lost, not knowing what to do with her time that earns a true sense of purpose, of self-satisfaction. So she stuck it out. Like most police officers, she'd never even fired her weapon in the line of duty. She was a few weeks shy of 39, and her sole child had just turned 8, and was finally getting to the fun and independent age. The daughter of a high school sports coach, Ramona hadn't always enjoyed her own childhood in Tacoma. Being a present and happy mom for her daughter was always something she worried about. Though loving, her parents, particularly her father, had always been strict. The Perez children had all been year-round athletes, and in the gaps between seasons, her father made her and her sister learn the same home and auto shop skills he taught her brothers. It had been enough to drive her siblings farther away. One older brother had joined the army and had been killed in action in Iraq. Another owned his own construction business in Vancouver, just across the river from Portland. And her younger sister had moved to Los Angeles chasing bright lights and fame. No, for Ramona, her life had shaped itself around her husband's family, particularly once her parents moved. Her father had landed the head baseball coach position at Washington State University on the state's east side 7 years earlier. Noel O'Hanrahan's family had become the more traditional and stable influence for Ramona, and while she'd taken the Irish last name legally, Ramona had kept her Spanish last name for her job for a sense of layered security. She didn't want slimeballs learning about her husband and daughter. Working as a night shift grocery stalker, she'd yearned for more, but college had not appealed to her. "We've been waiting for you," the Seattle Police Department recruitment poster had said. One day, she'd made a road trip to the Bite of Seattle with a few friends. The culinary event was an annual vended food festival at the Seattle Center near the famed Space Needle. The PD's community outreach program had a recruitment booth. What had started as a joke as she passed by had turned into a 40-minute conversation with a pair of cops. 9 months later, she was starting the academy at the age of 22. For the first time since high school, her father had told her how proud he was of her. Like all recruits, her first 3 years were spent on patrol. It gave the new officers experience and an opportunity to see the other departments in action for a few years before deciding on their own career path. Likewise, it gave the department a chance to evaluate the probationary officer's temperament for the job. Her first assignment had been in the Southwest Precinct, with several racially eclectic neighborhoods. Having grown up bilingual, her Spanish had helped her develop a rapport with Hispanics from various countries. Twice in that period, she'd been involved in high-profile arrests of gang members. She'd made detective in the Investigations Bureau after that, which was more of a job assignment than a promotion. Most of that was about learning to investigate violent assaults or crime rings, whether drugs, theft, or human trafficking. Comparative to larger cities like New York or Chicago, there wasn't much murder in Seattle, and most murder, while related to other crimes in progress, was not specifically gang activity. But she and her partner had caught a case of several gang-related murders that crossed district boundaries with other cities and the triad of counties along East Puget Sound that held the majority of the state's population. Their investigation landed a contract killer that several of the gangs had been employing against each other during one particularly violent year. That was also the same period she'd met a young, handsome attorney with the King County Prosecutor's Office. Several consultations over the arrested hitman had led to light flirting, which led to heavy flirting. And, as they say, the rest was history. Ramona and Noel were married after a whirlwind courtship. At the same time, Ramona had been awarded a coveted position on the full-time SWAT team. The train-up period for that had led her to study the best martial arts for street fighting, Brazilian jiu-jitsu and boxing. She didn't particularly enjoy them, but she did feel more confident learning them. Another thing that Ramona had figured out over the course of her career was that jobs like being a detective or SWAT member came with long and unpredictable schedules. SWAT was called out at all hours of the day and night to help not only Seattle but other regional departments. Usually it was for high-risk warrant arrests, which they always timed for the wee hours when scumbags were probably asleep. After that, it was for the emotionally distraught spouse that was threatening themselves and their families. Then there was the duty of protecting visiting dignitaries. It had become too much for the new mother, whose husband worked about 80 hours per week on his own career ladder. She took a transfer as a sergeant back into patrol, as there were really only two other options. One was the Marine Patrol unit, but the thought of being on a boat wasn't a happy one. Sure, Seattle looked like a great place to boat on a sunny July day. Those beautiful dry days were the exception by far, and the thought of joining the traffic enforcement unit made her do a shudder that started somewhere behind her navel. Nope, patrol was where she belonged. Ramona served in the North Precinct, one of 5 in the Emerald City. Each precinct was divided into sectors, with each of those being further subdivided into a few patrol beats. Typically, each beat had one patrol car assigned to it, some with 1 officer, others with 2. It was not a hard and fast rule, as there were a variety of factors at play. It could be as simple as too many officers calling out sick, which would trigger her or one of the other sergeants to pull a patrol off one of the more docile neighborhoods. Sometimes an extra patrol, called an X-ray, was assigned to sectors with a lot of gang activity. As a sergeant with nearly 17 years of experience, Ramona rode alone, often as an X-ray. Patrol officers worked rotating shifts, spending from 4 to 8 months on a shift before moving to another. All shifts ran for 10 hours, but the stop-and-start times staggered to keep her presence in the community at all times. Ramona opened her car door after one of the other second shifters parked next to her and shut down. Her eyes were tired and dry. She unplugged her computer, folding the screen and taking it out of its cradle. As she got out of her car, she stretched and yawned, waiting to see who it was. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and shot her husband a quick text. At the P, catching Z's. "Hey, Sarge," Officer Brian Sherman called out upon getting out of his car. "Long time no see." They all felt spent from the horrendously lengthy night. "Where'd you wind up? I didn't see you on the map." Modern patrol car computers were able to send their GPS positions to the central dispatch, which in turn showed the car's position on one of several screens they routinely used on the car computer. Police were able to see the location of each other's rig on a map. "Downtown," Ramona said. "I wasn't hitting on the locator?" Brian's first-year rookie partner, Tanya Lockett, opened her door and got out, giving Ramona a "what's up" nod and a mischievous grin. "I told him to zoom out, Sarge. We were kind of busy," her trainer defended himself. Ramona stripped the hard-knuckle gloves off and laid them on her midnight blue trunk lid, shaking her hands a little to get some airflow over the sweaty palms. "Downtown was a madhouse. We tried to lock down a perimeter 5 miles out from the KCCC, but it was too little to be effective. On a Friday evening of all times," she said, with a laugh of disbelief about the city's notoriously horrible traffic. The King County Correction Center was one of only 2 jails, and the only one in Seattle's city limits. It was located on the hill overlooking Elliott Bay, within blocks of the courthouse, city hall, and the largest trauma hospital in the state. Eventually it became about responding to carjackings. She reached into her pocket and grabbed her key fob to pop the trunk. "What's with the gloves?" Brian asked from behind his own open trunk. All 3 cops were grabbing their personal gear bags out of their cars. One just never knew if they'd get their own rig back on the next shift. Well, it started slow, but it picked up, Ramona said. Each precinct pulled in some KC deputies and federal marshals to start a task force. We went on a door-kicking run at midnight over in Miller Park. Hit about 8 houses in a little over 2 hours. We got hands on 3 of them. She tossed the gloves in her unzipped gear bag and then checked her phone. No reply, she thought, surprised. How about you two? Both of them had hoisted their bags out by then. It started out just dealing with punks doing burnouts, Brian said. The 3 officers went about retrieving rifles and shotguns from their rigs. Each patrol car had 1 of each for lethal force, plus an additional shotgun decked out with bright green features. It was clearly marked for use with non-lethal rounds. But we had 2 outlaw motorcycle clubs get into a huge fight at the backdoor pub. We just sat back and called in the medics after most of them had fled. Really? Ramona asked. There were just too many, as thin as everyone is stretched tonight, Tanya added. I know I didn't feel like messing with any of them. Her face told the truth that even she as a rookie knew. Nobody was getting paid enough to die that night, at least not to drunk bikers. Brian summed it up as all 3 finished grabbing gear and computers and moved toward the back of the station. We didn't get to nab any escapees, but it definitely feels like there's an energy in the air tonight. He looked at his junior partner to help him find the words. A certain lunacy, she said, shaking her head. Every single person we dealt with tonight had an edge to them. The 3 made it to the building about the same time the backlot security gate rolled open and 2 patrol SUVs rolled in. Ramona swiped her identification card over the RFID reader on the back door, which made a dull buzz noise as the computer triggered it to unlock for her. The 3 went into the station and headed up the hallway toward the armory. They passed a secure door that led to a branched-off hallway with 3 holding cells. After dropping off rifles and shotguns at the armory, they parted ways, with Brian headed toward the men's locker room. Both Ramona and Tanya went to the gear room. They pulled the computers out of their bags and plugged them into Ethernet ports so they could receive their nightly security updates. Neither had the energy to work on reports. Next, they put radios on chargers. Sarge? Tanya asked when they went back out into the hall, after she saw Ramona headed the opposite direction of the locker rooms. Go ahead, Ramona said. I'm going to check in with the lieutenant before I take a break. She moved farther into the precinct building, passing the briefing room. It was a beehive of activity. Every screen was filled, some with the profiles on individual escapees, others with lists of known addresses or other intel that might be of use. She spent another half hour swapping updates with her lieutenant and captain, learning of a gun battle of epic proportions happening at that moment in the city of Kent. It was home to the only other jail in King County, except for the federal detention center. At least 2 police were already confirmed dead. After hitting her locker and grabbing a protein bar, nearly every cop kept snacks in their lockers for those many foodless shifts. She changed into sweatpants and a hoodie and moved back out of the building. She checked her phone on the way to the temp sleeping quarters that had been set up in the maintenance building. Nothing, she thought once more. At least my family is getting a nice, quiet sleep tonight. Chapter 10. Snoqualmie Pass, Washington. When this little thing is all over, I might just have to take a bus more often, Kevin thought. It had been a long night with not much to see of the diverse landscape in the pitch of black. Most of the 16 members of the Spokane detachment were trying to sleep. On his lifetime trips to the wet side of Washington, Kevin had always been crammed into an old school bus full of athletes or the back of the family sedan. Been kind of nice having a reclining seat in our restroom. He was near the back. With so few team members, everyone had been able to spread out. The closest member was Rob Saxon, who was messing with a handheld radio. The bus had finished the summit of the largest pass on Washington's portion of Interstate Highway 90. Rob had plugged in a full headset to the small Yaesu radio, its screen shining brightly in the dark motor coach. He was using a thin antenna about 19 inches long to listen to the local ham clubs and emergency chatter on various UHF and VHF channels. Kevin stood and stretched, the bus rocking a bit. The downhill side of the pass headed west could be a bit curvy and swervy. Out the window, Kevin thought he'd just caught the hints of purple dawn skies to the east. He stumbled forward one seat to take a spot across the aisle from the radio operator. "What you know?" he asked softly. "Morning," the jovial man said with quiet enthusiasm. "Here, listen for yourself while I hit the can." "Oh, okay." Kevin took the headset and settled it comfortably over his ears. He then took the long cable and small radio from Rob, who stood and moved aft. His thoughts immediately went to his father. Kendall was a radio operator in the Navy early in life. Once he'd landed his career path working at the small Canadian border crossing in Ferry County, being an amateur radio operator was his only true hobby. He worked the homestead. He enjoyed fishing, hunting, and camping, but all of those things were about keeping up skills, providing for the family, and connecting with nature. Ham radio was his escape, his ticket to travel at will. In the small ham shack he'd framed in one corner of the shop, he'd been able to talk to the rest of the world. With his radios, he could keep up with old military friends or meet new ones in any corner of the globe. And those skills were why he volunteered with the Washington State Guard. The traffic in the headset brought Kevin back in a quick moment. The operators were using a lot of phonetic speech and numbers. It all sounded like gibberish to Kevin. It reminded him of the posters on his dad's shack wall. Some explained the basic alphabet. Others explained what groups of letters or numbers meant, almost like shortcuts to allow the hams to talk faster and with fewer words. He knew at least some of it was the operators occasionally using their own station identifying number to let others know who was speaking. In between all of that, he picked up some tidbits of information. Rob plopped back down in his seat, the scent of cheap commercial liquid soap emanating from his hands. "Learn anything?" he asked with a hushed tone. Kevin took the headphones off and handed it all back. "Mostly that I remember why I never took up ham radio," he joked quietly. "Who are these guys?" "I'm listening to a repeater not too far from here. It's most likely a club here in East King County. I'd have to pull up one of my binders to remember which." He pointed to the boxes in the overhead storage bins. "But I've been scanning a few repeaters, and the traffic from the volunteers with the King County Emergency Management folks. Sounds like the State Patrol and Initial Responding Guard units have been establishing perimeters around the jails and detention centers, usually a 5-mile radius out from the escape point." "I heard them say something about checkpoints," Kevin said, "and possible raids." "Well, don't get too worked up over it quite yet," Rob advised with a slight grin. "A lot of what is being passed around may be just the conjecture of the operators. You have to listen for a while and on multiple channels to find the real picture. Just like the news in real life." "You don't think they'll go do raids?" Kevin asked. "Oh, I didn't say that. I'm sure at some point door-to-door arrests will be made. I bet they already are. They just won't talk too much about it officially on the open airwaves. The average gang may not monitor the radio chatter, but you can bet your life the organized cartels do." This soothed Kevin a bit. He turned from looking at Rob back to a position of resting his head on the padded seat, returning to his thoughts. "That's what I figured. All this will blow over in a few days, but maybe I can work out a chance to go track down Keith once things are wrapping up." Chapter 11. South Snohomish County. 82-year-old Walter Moreland drove the riding lawnmower up into the white 12-foot-long cargo trailer, pulling it all the way up to the clean plywood wall at the front end. He turned it off and grunted as he pushed a long, shaky leg down onto the wood deck. Knocking some sawdust off his pants, he pulled a thick ratchet strap off its stowage spot hanging from a tie-down mount on the left wall. The retired real estate agent was obsessively tidy with all his tools and property. He unwrapped the neat little bundle, holding on to the short ratcheting piece and letting the long strap with hook fall. Slowly he bent over and picked up that end, hooking it on to the nearest of 8 tie-downs that were mounted to the trailer's floor. In a few minutes he'd used 2 sets of straps to secure the lawnmower neatly. He retrieved a partially filled 5-gallon can of gas and secured it to the trailer floor with a bungee cord. His concerned eyes gave the space one last look, and then he walked down the ramp, closing it behind him. He'd already pulled the 7-year-old gold Chevy Tahoe and the trailer down to the end of the driveway to facilitate the loading evolution. He checked his phone, seeing that the phone call was still active, and placed it back into the pocket of his light gray North Face jacket. In his haste, he'd forgotten to retrieve his wallet. With shaking hands, the old man moved into the Chevy's driver's seat and started the large vehicle. He pulled out of the spacious, exposed aggregate driveway and left the large, high-class home that backed up to a fairway on the Echo Falls Golf Club behind. After working his vehicle out of the posh neighborhood, he was finally on the 1-mile drive north to access State Highway 522. Douglas fir trees waved at him in the slight breeze as he drove. It was just the very front edge of dawn, and there was a light mist, not even enough to call a sprinkle. It smeared the pollen built up on the windshield of his older backup rig. Both he and his wife drove luxury sedans. He kept this vehicle for precisely what he was doing, hauling the lawnmower. As a member of the Fraternal Order of Eagles, he volunteered to go mow youth sports fields one Saturday per month. "Some sort of roadblock," the man said openly, though nobody else was in the Tahoe. He'd just passed under the highway and was getting ready to make a left turn up the on-ramp when he saw a state trooper vehicle. 2 troopers were standing there, both wearing tactical vests. One was holding a shotgun, the length of the weapon cradled across his folded arms. The other had an AR-15-style rifle slung to his torso. The patrol car's blue LEDs reflected brightly off the concrete overpass he'd just driven under. He stopped well short of the 2 officers and rolled the window down. The taller trooper with the rifle stood his ground, while the other with the shotgun approached. "Morning, sir." She went quiet as she carefully scanned the passenger seat, then the bench behind him. She took a step back. "Can you roll all the windows down, please?" Is this about the thing with the prisoners?" His old raspy voice was dry and cracked when he spoke. "Please roll the windows down, sir." "Sure thing, Deputy," Walter said. He was nervous, though he'd done nothing wrong, except for being naive about the world and its dangers. He knew they were troopers, but it just didn't feel correct to call her that to him. He had all the toggles on his armrest, and the other 3 passenger windows rolled down. She took a closer peek and then leaned in enough to see there was nothing in the cargo area. "May I see your license, please?" She stepped even with Walter, but stayed a good foot or more out of reach of his arms. Walter started fumbling with his pockets. A stressed look crossed his face when he realized he didn't have his wallet. I feel like an old damn fool." He forced a smile that didn't dupe the trooper or himself. "What's your name, date of birth, and address?" he heard the male trooper say from the right window. He'd never even seen him approach. The trooper had a small notepad and pen out. Walter gave him the information and watched him walk over to the patrol car and get in. "You seem awfully nervous, Mr. Moreland," the female trooper said, studying him closely. "It's just this prison thing." He smiled a thin simper. "My wife kept me up all night." He motioned toward the northeast with his hand. "What with the prison just a few miles that way and all?" "I get that," the trooper said. She had an air of calmness, trying to settle the old man down a bit. "What has you up so early?" I volunteer for my club. We mow several athletic fields every weekend. This is my Saturday." All of it was true. It flowed without deceit from his lips. The trooper scanned back toward the trailer. "We're going to need to take a look in the trailer before you can go." Walter just opened the SUV's door, then looked at her with caution. "May I?" "Yes, sir." She changed her hands to a more traditional 2-handed grip on the shotgun and stepped a full 6 feet back. "Didn't want to get shot," Walter cracked in an attempt at humor. He slowly stood and walked back, unlatching the 2 handles on the trailer ramp. He lowered it without noticing the trooper had made a very slow, wide arch several feet away. She was taking a long time clearing the trailer, pivoting her position as she walked. The muzzle of the shotgun was pointed at the ground, just a hair below where Walter's feet were planted. After 30 endless seconds, she was fully behind the trailer by at least 12 feet. She saw walls, a lawnmower, and a gas can. She walked closer, moving side to side to ensure there was nobody crouched behind the lawnmower. "Okay, Mr. Moreland, you can close it up." The sound of relief was clear in her voice. The other trooper approached. "He checks out," he told his partner. Walter could tell the troopers were tired, strained, and relieved all at the same time, just like he was. "I can go?" Walter looked back and forth between the 2 officers. "Just remember your license next time," the lead trooper said. She moved along with Walter and watched him get back into his Chevy. After he'd buckled back in and started the engine, he looked at the lady, still standing to his left. "Thank you for your service, young lady. Please be safe." "Have a good day, Mr. Moreland. You stay safe, too." The trooper smiled. Walter Moreland put the Tahoe into drive and moved up the on-ramp at a nice, casual pace, trying to seem calmer than the storm of fear that raged inside him would allow. Neither trooper ever noticed that his trailer was one of the models shaped with a pointed front end, shaped by two walls at intersecting angles. It might have been only one cop in 100 that would have caught the fact that the front interior bulkhead ran straight across the trailer left to right, creating a void on the other side of it. 14 hours earlier, Walter had just lit up the gas grill on the expansive tiered patio of the country club home. He'd lifted the lid and chastised himself for failing to clean it thoroughly from the weekend prior. He closed the lid again to let it build some heat on the grates, choosing to pop open a craft beer on the grill's accessory bottle opener. Microbrews had taken over the beer sections of the regional grocery stores in the Pacific Northwest. He listened to the cacophony of sirens running up the highway as he took his first sip, when something odd caught his eye. In the twilight September sky, it wasn't unusual to see golfers moving down the fairway behind his manicured back lawn. What had jarred his attention was very unusual, though. A man in a tan jumpsuit was sprinting under the tree line that separated two of the fairways, and headed at a full run straight for him. "Is that Harold?" he wondered, not even sure if that was the name of that specific seasonal groundskeeper. "Don't they wear green pants with their tan shirts?" He pulled on the beer bottle once more. As the man kept his beeline through the mild rough, he grew concerned. Did someone get hurt? Does he need help? Walter moved past the expansive outdoor couches and fireplace. "Is everything okay, young man?" he called as loud as he could muster, his voice sounding hoarse because of age and a small fight with sinus cancer 8 years earlier. The man was fit and moving fast, and not really that young, Walter realized as he felt a seed of apprehension growing in the pit of his gut. As the man sprinted across the plush grass with the mow lines that mimicked those on the golf course, Walter finally acknowledged that something was truly wrong. "Do you need me to call 911? He set his beer down on a knee-high brick planter that lined the patio. He patted his pockets, finding no phone in them. It just wasn't important to an old retiree to have it on him all the time. The dazzling man in front of him was breathing heavily, covered in sweat that was soaking the armpits and lower back of his tan, prison-issued top. "Nope," he proclaimed in between pants as he strode to a cool-down pace about 20 feet from the old man. "Definitely not." The stout man had gray stubble that betrayed his otherwise youthful appearance. Upon close examination, one might have also seen the crow's feet at the corner of the 50-year-old's eyes, but not before noticing a muscular, hard frame of 6 feet tall, wrapped in a medium shade of brown skin. His heritage showed a mixed race, true to his lineage. His hair was still mostly black, with the grays and whites near the temples being pulled back into a short ponytail that resembled a squirrel's bushy scut. As the stranger approached Walter, the caramel color of the smiling man's eyes nearly mesmerized the old man. The guests scanned all around, seeing nobody else in the other yards or golf course. What do you... Walter never got to finish his stammering question, interrupted by a hammering fist to his mouth. Chapter 12. South Snohomish County. Wade Albert Curry didn't mind the old woman's wails particularly, but he tired of wondering if they would carry out of the house and force his continued escape before he was ready. After his initial assessment of the home to listen for the presence of others, he strode over to the silver-haired grandmother. She was kneeling next to Walter on the family room carpet, just inside the sliding glass patio door. The old man was still moaning in semi-consciousness. The strong convict stooped behind her and grabbed a handful of hair with a yank. "Listen, Granny, keep your yap shut, and you two will live through this." Madeline Moreland had salty tracks streaming down her frightened, pale face. She turned her eyes up toward the man, trying to quiet her shrieks. They became warbly moans instead. What do you want?" Wade let go of her head and then petted it, like someone who just accidentally hurt their dog. "For you and Ebenezer here to remain quiet and compliant while I work on my exit strategy." He had a chilling calm for a person under his stressors. I don't understand what's happening." "You don't have to understand, Granny." Wade stood. He grabbed a small marble statue of Rodin's The Thinker by the head from the nearby end table. He moved the few steps back to her. "You two keep guns in this house?" He wouldn't hesitate for a second to bash her if he thought she'd try something. She shook her head in the affirmative, attention back to her husband, who was starting to come around. In addition to a smash to the face that had broken his bridge work, he'd received a nasty bump on the back of his head from falling on the patio. Walter's moans were turning into mumbling. "Please," Madeline pled. "Can I get some ice for him?" "Sure thing," Wade said. He had returned to using the charm and enthusiasm that drove his manners most of the time. He moved his open palm toward the kitchen as a friendly gesture. The old lady slowly stood and stumbled as she stepped, but didn't fall. The shock, the fear, it was enough to drop her blood pressure. Wade used his one free hand to steady her. He needed her calm, quiet. He needed her alive, at least for a little while. He was both impressed and amused when she recoiled in horror at his touch, whipping her head. The fear was slowly being replaced with anger. A scowl lurked just below the wrinkles on her face. Wade followed her to the kitchen. She headed straight for the pull-out freezer under the refrigerator. Wade went to the block of butcher knives, setting the 8-pound statue down onto the granite counter with a thud. He pulled the biggest handle he could out of the storage device. Over the next couple of hours, Wade secured his situation, mostly ignoring the couple once he'd bound their mouths, hands, and feet with duct tape and left them on the couch. He closed the blinds, turned off any lights, shut the garage doors. Once he'd prodded the gun safe combination out of Walter, he went to the man's private study to raid it. He retrieved the lone pistol, an older model Ruger P89. It was clean, though a bit dry of oil after years with no use. Seeing 2 shotguns and 2 hunting rifles, he closed the safe. He found a pen on the desk and scribbled the combo low on the room's eggshell-covered doorframe. He knew it was highly unlikely he'd ever be back, but a smart man played the long odds, too. Wade offered his prey a chance to eat and use the restroom, interrogating them in his calm manner to ensure nobody would be coming over. When one of the couple's 3 adult children called, he asked for the name of their closest neighbor. He wanted to choose a person in his life that their daughter would know, but not too well. This was followed by a text from Madeline's phone, telling the daughter that they were helping that neighbor get to the hospital for some chest pains and would call later. Wade then separated the pair, dragging Walter into his den and plopping him into the large reading chair by the bay window. He gave Walter a warning about the imminent danger to Madeline should he try anything. Next he unplugged the house phones and turned off the cell phones. Then he perused the property. He chose some athletic clothes and Asics sneakers from Walter's closet to change into. In his planning and movement around the home, he noticed the cargo trailer parked next to the large garage, just outside a side window. That was when his plan started to formulate. Wade yawned. He thought about just killing the old couple so he could take a nap, but 15 minutes watching the television had convinced him otherwise. The entire area was under a massive lockdown, which made complete sense to him after the once-in-a-lifetime afternoon he'd had. Still not sure about the massive stroke of luck, he had learned that the event was much larger than Monroe. It had taken Wade nearly an hour to get off the Monroe Correctional Complex property. Years of living near gang violence in California and Washington, not to mention causing much of it himself, had not compared to the escape. It was the closest he'd ever get to a warlike combat, he figured. Guards and prisoners alike were getting shot as the tower guards did their best to contain the wave of hundreds of prisoners running up the primary drive and toward West Main Street. There was a car dealer almost directly across the street, which was overrun by a mob of tan-clad prisoners all trying to demand key fobs. It was a riot. In some cases, the racially diverse escaped convicts were assisting each other like they'd been on a team for years. In others, old rivalries were being played out on the shiny tile floor. Wade had grabbed a saleswoman and dragged her into the small glass cubicle where she routinely sold new cars and trucks for outrageously long terms and interest rates. She still had 2 fobs in her desk from the last test drive of the afternoon. 4 minutes later, he pulled onto nearby southbound I-522, forcing the young lady to jump onto the shoulder of the on-ramp at nearly 20 miles per hour. There were just too many police cars from every agency he could recognize practically flying up the highway toward the prison. Checkpoints, he knew. This highway will be one of the first places they'll shut down. He took the next exit and drove south. Almost immediately, he saw large estate-like homes intermingled with an immaculate golf course. Yes, now we're cooking with fire. How do you like them apples? He screamed in jubilation, still in a daze on whatever the hell had just happened. Fearing a LoJack tracker and reading that dealers were now planting something called air tags on their cars to recover them, he ditched the vehicle near the driving range and took off for a sprint across the course. Wade shook his thoughts, snapping out of the replay in his mind. Despite wearing sweatpants, the only pair of the skinny old man's clothes he could squeeze his thighs and butt into, he'd donned a belt. It belonged to the thicker Madeline, but Wade couldn't have cared less. He was a pragmatist. He wanted something to carry the cheap nylon one-size-fits-none holster he'd found for the pistol. He adjusted the belt and opened the fridge, grabbing a jug of orange juice. He gave a small chuckle out loud to the cool one-liner he'd just invented in his head. I'm gonna go OJ on that wench cop as soon as I find her. Shh, Wade said. He had his powerful left arm wrapped around Madeline's soft neck. She had tape holding a piece of dish towel in her mouth, hair frazzled from the night of terror. His right hand still held the heavy kitchen knife, point resting on her love handle. They both heard the unscrewing of the portable drill. The old perfectionist in Walter was taking his time removing the screws he'd used to install the faux plywood wall to hide them. The small triangular void in the front of the trailer was stuffy and dark. Small battens had been screwed to the wood floor and walls of the trailer. Wade himself leaned rearward against the side of the plywood to provide a stabilizing pressure against the small strips of wood. The entire ruse had worked because both Walter and Madeline correctly feared that he would kill her if either of them had screamed for help. To ice the cake, Wade had her phone on mute, listening to every word that Wade had uttered. Screw this, he thought, losing patience. He kicked the thin plywood, found in the old man's workshop, sending the old man reeling backward into the lawnmower. Please, what comes next? Walter asked. He'd pulled over on a secluded dirt farm road, per his instructions. He'd come in through the right side personnel door versus the rear ramp. There was more sunlight out, Wade saw. The day would shape up to be a nice one. Go and hook the trailer from the truck, Wade said. Turn the engine back on, then come back here. I'll lock you in, but at least you'll be alive. Deep in his mind, Walter suspected it was a lie. But what choice did he have? Please, don't hurt her. After the old man disappeared, Wade tightened his arm around the woman's neck, lost in recollection. The words had resonated with a memory, driven him back to the night he was arrested. Wade Curry had been a fascinating study. The notoriety of his case and his own personal history filled the news for weeks about a dozen years earlier. Born in Chula Vista, California, his father had been a U.S. Navy sailor. The low-ranking supply department seaman, one of the few jobs the military afforded young black men with low ASVAB scores in the post-Vietnam era, had made pillow talk with any girl who would let him. Like many men at that age, condoms just weren't his thing. The lottery of parenthood finally caught up with a petite 16-year-old Hispanic girl named Elvira. Her devout Catholic family pressured them both to get married. It was just what was expected in the culture of that age, no matter how little a couple had been dating. Kelvin Curry eventually landed duty working at the Military Enlistment Processing Station in San Antonio, Texas. The 3-year stint was filled with turmoil. Kelvin loved his son, but he hated his bickering, angry wife. At the 6-year mark of his Navy term, he decided against another re-enlistment. He moved back to his hometown of Long Beach, California, without ever saying a word to Elvira. She had no idea he was even discharged from the Navy. He just never came home one day. Growing up poor and reliant on the grace of his mother's church and some distant cousins had been harsh on young Wade. Wade had grown up resilient, forming bonds with other tough kids. He'd landed himself in juvie, or juvenile detention, 3 times before he was a teenager. After an arrest for car theft at 14 and another for aggravated assault later the same year, Elvira had had enough. She bought 2 bus passes to Long Beach, but only hers was round trip. Calvin Curry wasn't an evil man per se. He'd been arrested for drunk and disorderly several times. He made a living cutting hair. He'd married another heavy drinker who had 3 kids of her own, all of them younger than Wade. It had taken less than an hour in his father's home for Wade and his stepmother to both realize it just wasn't going to work out. Wade had come and gone several times between then and his 18th birthday. Despite a situation, he'd managed to stay out of any one gang. The large port city had gangs of every ethnic persuasion. Wade finished high school simply because his teachers knew he was bright and charming. Like many students from inner-city schools, Wade was graduated simply because high dropout rates hurt administrators' careers. It was there and then that he'd first earned his lifelong nickname, Charisma. With a penchant for smiles, Charisma was the perfect mix of brains and brawn. He had a penchant for violence and possessed the lightning-fast hands to back it up. Some of his friends made their cash fencing stolen goods. One of them had been robbed 1 too many times and hired Charisma and one other to be his bodyguards. Wade had just become a legal adult when he beat a would-be thief to a bloody pulp. He served less than 2 of his 5 years, paroled into an anger management program. After his first time in prison, he'd been able to gain employment as an ID checker by a club promoter. In the greater LA area, only the best-looking were picked up as bartenders, waitresses, and even bouncers. Wade had the nice size, the muscle, the charisma to work in club security, despite his conviction. The promoter had a connection who claimed Wade's employment for his construction company to keep him off his parole officer's radar. That lasted less than 2 years. Wade literally beat someone to death, and by the time he was 24, he was back in prison. He served nearly 7 years of his sentence. It was his charisma that had enabled him to remain a neutral prisoner, friendly with most, not owing anybody an allegiance. When he got out, an old friend from high school was now a senior leader in the Crips. Wade had zero desire to jump into a gang at the age of 31. "It's cool," his friend said. "Sometimes we need friends to contract out certain jobs to..." "What happens when the Bloods contract me to hit one of yours?" "You do what you gotta do," his friend said, "and we'll do what we gotta do." It was an understanding. As a contractor, Wade could be the architect of his career, as long as he understood every action would carry a consequence. The killer called Charisma earned a reputation, and though he specialized in gang hits, no job was too small to consider. Over time, the handsome killer had developed a certain style that coupled his notoriety. He wore snakeskin cowboy boots, designer jeans, and loose custom button-up shirts. The sleeves were always rolled up, the top 3 buttons always unlatched. He had no visible tattoos. The tats he had were personal to him, and only his lady friends ever saw them. On each leg he had a layer cake of tattoos that slowly grew over time, completely circling the appendage. They started at the ankles on both legs, each layer representing one life claimed by him. The layers were comprised of a variety of elements: dirt, snakes, roots, skulls, sunlight, space, weeds, spirits. They were mostly in black and gray, though any hit he'd performed on a gang member was also represented by that gang's colors in that layer of the tattoo. On his hands he wore thick gold rings that aided greatly in breaking face bones. Around his neck, an ornate gold necklace, the links interconnected every so often by a gold setting that held human teeth. The main pendant was an elaborate upside-down cross with several more human teeth in it. It was both morbid and mesmerizing to look at. In the late portion of the 2000s first decade, the largest gangs in the area called a truce. It didn't just mean a problem with cash flow for Wade. He had heat on him. The gangs made an agreement to quit hiring him altogether, lest he finally get pinched and roll over on all of them. To keep him from going on a killing spree out of anger, they paid him a heavy stipend to move to the Seattle area. He'd floated between there and Portland, conducting jobs. His customer base had evolved, too. He would still take gang hits, but there just weren't that many in the PNW. He started hiring out his services to others, usually jealous lovers and spouses. In his 14 months in the Puget Sound region, he made 5 hits in 3 counties. A pair of crackerjack lady detectives had figured it out and coordinated a multi-agency hunt. "Please don't hurt her," the one lady cop had said in the moment he was finally pinched. He'd been cornered in an apartment building laundry room and had taken a hostage in a desperate measure. The Latina detective held him at gunpoint. He soon saw he had not 2 lady cops, but an entire SWAT team to contend with. The incident ended without bloodshed. Wade had no fear of prison. He knew the system. He knew that someday fate would allow him to find Detective Ramona Perez and make her beg for mercy before he was done. He'd kill her partner, too, eventually. But there was just something in Perez's condescending tone that grated on his nerves like screeching train wheels. Wade jostled back to the moment when he felt the trailer's front end start to lift off the receiver ball. Hand firmly over the taped muzzle in Madeline's mouth, he flexed to keep her in control. He went slow, driving the heavy meat knife through her right ribs with slow, controlled strength. She screamed into the rag, flailing from the pain. It was nowhere near a killing blow, he knew, and he needed silence, not for the old couple to be screaming for help. He withdrew the blade, feeling hot gas on his hands from her lung as it blew blood spray onto his right arm. She was easier to control for the second blow. He shifted position, this time ramming the blade hard through her sternum, aiming for the aorta. The muffled screams and struggling decreased quickly as he nicked the major artery. He tossed the old woman onto the lawnmower, hearing her drop onto the sheet of plywood haphazardly. Wade stepped out of the trailer in time to hear the old man start the SUV's engine for him. He moved around the trailer in the opposite direction rapidly. As he neared the end of a full loop, he heard Walter Moreland scream in anguished agony. He completed his lap and shoved the old man over the lawnmower as he stepped back into the trailer, still holding the bloody knife. "Nothing personal, Father Time," he said. "There's just no place left for geezers like you in the world." Chapter 13. Camp Murray, Washington. "Spokane Det, gather round," Chief Warrant Officer Stephen Espinosa called out to the group. Despite his prior experience and years both as active duty and in the National Guard, he was the junior officer in the State Guard detachment. He assumed the role as unit motivator that would have been acted by a first sergeant had they had one. Like the other 4 detachments of the small State Guard, they had mustered at their headquarters building on the little base. Camp Murray housed all elements of the state's emergency response units, including the headquarters buildings for the National Guard, the Air National Guard, and even the local Pierce County Readiness Center. It was across Interstate Highway 5 and northwest of the main Army Air Force Base's hospital. Their bus was the last to arrive, the sun now fully up behind a gray, overcast sky. The chill of late summer and shortening days was still in the air. Kevin felt the cool breeze and dull light from the cloud cover reflected his mood perfectly. He and 2 others had just finished helping Rob remove his unofficial extra radio equipment from the interior of the bus. The rest of the equipment from the lower storage area, everyone's 3-day bags, their other bags, and the unit's state-owned radios and gear, were piled to the bus's right on the asphalt parking lot. The members saw the chief waving them over to head around the small building to the neatly mowed field behind it. A few others clumped with them, and when they had reached the corner to pass the building, Kevin saw the detachment's other officers exiting the back of the facility. Slowly, all 16 volunteers assembled in a loose formation around Major Carey, lacking the formality and pomp of an active military unit. "All right, everybody," the major said. "Let me brief you all about what we were told. Try to save your questions until I ask for them." He looked down at a small notepad in his hand and flipped a page or 2 back and forth, then cleared his throat. "What we heard has been confirmed. Half of Washington's National Guard has been committed to California by the president." Kevin looked around to gauge reactions and saw others doing the same, but nobody said anything. Ted Carey continued. "This incident has taxed the local police forces to the maximum effort in nearly every community in the state." And yet we're all committed to help 3 counties over here, the man closest to Kevin muttered under his breath. In his few months of service, Kevin had figured out 51-year-old Donnie Harris was a man his father always found irksome when he'd share how his drill went upon returning home each month. A software engineer for Spokane County, the volunteer was highly intelligent, but tended to have an off-cuff comment about almost anything. The man's conspiratorial humor and attitude didn't bother Kevin particularly, but he knew his father had found him an irritant over the years. Kendall would remind his sons that the biggest problem with an all-volunteer force, desperate for bodies, was that it was hard to fire the knuckleheads. Kevin ignored the comment to continue listening. "We're going to be split into 2 squads and backfill some assignments that now have nobody to fill them," Major Carey continued. "We'll be establishing and staffing 2 small emergency communication centers for the Seattle police. Their radio systems have been overloaded, not only by their own traffic, but some squad cars and patrol radios have been stolen. Criminals are using the pilfered comms gear to send false reports, tie up the airwaves with gangster rap music, and even just taunt the cops." "So much for no dangerous assignments," Donnie said. He mumbled, though not as quietly as he thought he had. This drew a scorn and hushed finger to lips from Steve Espinoza. "The governor has declared a statewide curfew of 9 p.m., Ted Carey said next. Kevin saw people shifting in their standing positions. Nobody was thrilled about the emergency anyway, but these new announcements were not doing anything to ease their nervousness. "This will only last until we get this under control." The major looked up from his notepad to scan the team. "It's important we enforce this. People will be stupid and still try to go to the movies or whatever right in the middle of a nationwide disaster. The sooner we can help apprehend the criminals, the sooner things can go back to normal. Chief's got the debt split into 2 equal teams." As CWO3 Espinoza started to call out names, Major Carey waved a polite finger at Kevin to drag him out of the assembly. "Since you haven't completed the incident command system training," he said, "and you're not a ham, we're going to have you be liaison with one of the police units once the ECC is set up." "What the hell does that mean?" Kevin wondered. "Sir?" "Kind of like a runner," Ted said. The perpetual grin was starting to get to Kevin. "Passing messages and generally just helping them out with whatever they need." He put a reassuring hand on the tall youth's shoulder. Car salesman grin moving across his face like a sunrise. "You'll be safe with the police. There's nothing to worry about." Chapter 14. Monroe Correctional Facility. "Next," the older Hispanic CO called. Jamar had never worked with these 2 guards in his tenure. They were all working near the building he was most familiar with, which was the northernmost housing complex of the Twin Rivers unit. These men were all graveyard employees who worked the southern 2 of the 4 buildings in normal times. He and the man he was partnered with were adorned in riot gear, the process slow and methodical. In a matter of hours, a reserve CB unit, the nickname for the Navy's construction battalion, had arrived and created a square holding pen, 100 feet of chain-link fence on each side. That crew was still topping the pen with razor wire, even as the COs were placing the incoming returnees inside. In other locations, the CBs had begun to erect a graded and leveled facility that would become the emergency kitchen for the convicts. Their primary kitchen had been destroyed in the large fire. Jamar and the tall, lanky guard, whose name he didn't recall, opened one of the shiny galvanized gates. "You," the other CO said. A heavy-set prisoner who had somehow managed to change into jeans and a worn T-shirt that proclaimed he had sexy dad bod during his short tenure outside, moved toward the men. Jamar locked the gate behind the man, the bulk of the other 4 or so men sitting on the ground. Many were trying to nurse the fresh wounds received in their rearrests, possessing no desire for more payback. In looking at them, Jamar couldn't help but think that most of those caught were of the lower class in the prison's caste system. They were the weak, the timid, the not too bright, those who played catcher in the showers. Mostly, he'd been told several times never to underestimate the desperation of any man who felt he's out of options. He turned and took hold of the prisoner's triceps, opposite of the arm his partner had. They walked the man across a path in the grass that was starting to wear itself in the prison's yard. 200 feet closer to the building, they stopped outside where the senior CO who'd demanded another convict to process sat under a pop-up canopy at a folding table. Jamar saw a pair of COs he knew as Griff and Dave coming out through the domicile's entry, ready to receive the next person. The system in place was for a few pair of guards to walk one prisoner in at a time. Of the few prisoners that had never tried to escape in the first place was a list of minimum security cons, mostly with non-violent histories. The warden enacted a temporary trustee status on a vetted list of cons. They'd spent the morning hours before Jamar had returned cleaning out the cells in this building. Every personal item that had been removed had been taken to a dumpster. One by one, the prisoners who were being returned were being placed in one of these sanitized cells. The plan had been for some National Guardsmen to form a team and begin consolidating compatible prisoners based on records they were provided. The trustees were to move on and prepare the next residential building. As the arriving pair of COs neared the canopy, a piercing shrill of a scream erupted from the building like the wail of a cougar on the attack. It made Jamar's blood curdle for a moment. The other two COs reacted instantly, running back into the building. Jamar looked at the sergeant at the table. "Go!" the man yelled, reading his thoughts. This can't be good, Jamar thought, dread pounding along with his adrenaline. He passed into the building's security foyer, unstaffed due to the lack of COs on the job and the controlled slow way they'd been processing the incoming prisoners. The building had a trident shape to it with 3 wings. One went west, one went north, and one split the difference, all joined in a common day room for prisoners with certain freedom privileges to spend time in. All activity to this point had been in the northern wing. Once he'd reached the central area, Jamar could hear screams and yelling echoing off the building's concrete walls. He shot past plastic tables and chairs for the northern sector and could see the 2 guards ahead of him pass through the cell door no more than 50 feet away. The first man ran into the open area between the long rows of cells, leaving his partner to shut the door. Just as the man swung the first of the heavy steel bar doors shut, a prisoner came from hiding around the left corner of the cell wing. As the first guard passed him, he slid into a double-walled trap area. The first guard through had left the second cage door open for his buddy to close on his way through. "No!" Jamar yelled, running to the now locked door between him and the unsuspecting co-worker. The prisoner had wrapped up on the guard from behind with a half-Nelson in the same lightning-quick instant that he began to punch at the man's kidney area. The CO screamed in agony. Jamar froze, looking in horror as the guard's blood covered the attacker's hand. He was holding a shiv that resembled an ice pick. He moved his striking hand as fast as a rattlesnake. Jamar's hands trembled as he tried to pull his pepper spray off his belt. If the extra padding he was wearing made fine motor skills difficult, it only amplified what his fight or flight was doing to him. He dropped the spray clumsily. He picked it back up, but by the time he stood, the CO was lying in a writhing mess, screaming. The prisoner had run back into the cell wing. Jamar set the spray back down and went through the process of stripping the padded gloves off. "I need to be able to grab and fight," he thought. "Hang in there, Griff." The wounded man was on the other side of the steel bar cage door. He jammed his shaking hand into his pants pocket and grabbed his master key. Picking the spray can up, he opened the cage door and pulled the injured man through. Griff was turning pale, his eyes wide with fear. "Can you call it in?" He pulled the radio off the man's belt and handed it to him. "Yes," Griff said. His jaw was shaking as he laid his head back on the floor. He fumbled with the radio by feel for the transmit key. Satisfied, Jamar moved back into the transition space and closed the first door. He zipped to the left and the right, trying to look around the blank corners of the next cage wall. Finally, he moved through door number 2 and turned rapidly to better check the corners. Then he slammed that door shut too. Terrified, he spun and ran close to 100 feet, surprised by what he saw. There were at least 2 guards and several prisoners down, most barely moving or not moving at all. Of the 7 men still standing, it appeared to be 4 versus 2. The pair had control of the sole remaining CO with a butcher knife at his neck, hiding and twisting the man's arms behind his back. The yelling of the men was chaotic at best, echoing loudly, drowning out the wails of the wounded. The 4 prisoners were surrounding the pair, trying to assist the CO. One of them spun as Jamar approached, hands up, holding a can of pepper spray. "We got this, Turtle. Stay back. We'll handle this." Jamar held his own can up, the 2 men in a quiet standoff just feet shy of the other showdown. The 3 remaining members of the Defender Group continued to flank around the hostage-takers. All were continuing to yell their demands, the CO pleading for his life. "Drop the spray!" Jamar yelled back. A CO's priority was always the threat in front. He couldn't help anyone if he became disabled himself. "Calm down," the man said. "We'll get your boy back." The screaming past them intensified as the 3 prisoners rushed the other 2. The CO screamed as a knife slashed his neck. He was shoved to the floor, the melee of men collapsing on him in a pile of angry arms and legs. The one holding Jamar at bay whipped around and ran over, helping his comrades subdue the 2 violent aggressors. Soon the hand holding the knife was slammed into the ground. Jamar ran up in time to hear the pop of a shoulder as one of the good prisoners yanked the threatening arm back awkwardly. A pained war cry spewed from the injured party. The knife hit the concrete with a clonk, and Jamar stuck a foot in, kicking it behind him. He felt hot and sweaty from the tension as he grabbed the CO by the wrist and tried to drag the man out of the pile. It appeared the slice to his neck was superficial, blood trickling but not gushing. Once freed, he tried to get up. Breathing heavily, the man struggled under the burden of the riot gear and stress and fell back down. Jamar raised his can again, pointing it at the prisoners. 2 prisoners were holding down one, while one of the others was using a wrestling or jiu-jitsu hold to keep the other one immobile. Jamar recognized one of the subdued as the one who wielded the ice pick a bit earlier. The one with the pepper spray can turned toward Jamar and then slowly set the can on the ground. "I told you, man, we's the good guys." The loud thud of the heavy cage doors slammed through the space like a wrecking ball as 8 more COs in riot gear moved up the corridor in a phalanx-style formation. Riot shields protected the front and sides as the men walked at a fast beat, boots stomping on concrete. Jamar recognized the noise behind him. He saw a mixture of fear and anger cross the man's face when he saw the approaching horde of guards, eager to use their batons. He went to his knees and then flattened himself on the floor, arms out to his sides. When the reaction team passed him, he holstered his spray and helped the wounded CO up to the floor, who was holding both of his hands to his neck. Under the sounds of guards forcefully arresting prisoners, Jamar pulled a folded bandana from the cargo pocket on his uniform and pushed it up to the man's hands so he could use it. "Come on, Dave, let's get you out of here." Chapter 15. Husky Stadium, Seattle, Washington. Kevin Richardson yawned as he scanned the stadium, the seats slowly filling with people. The mood didn't have the festive tailgate party buzz that was present before a college football game. Maybe it's just because I'm super tired, he thought, but it feels strained, stressful. He and his partner were standing at the top of the Horseshoe Stadium's bleachers near one of the corners of the U-shaped facility, on a concrete pad between 2 major roof structures. They were leaning back against the parapet just over one of the main entrances into the stadium, facing east toward the remaining bleachers and field. He felt the first drops of drizzle, not even a sprinkle, tickle his ears, missing his nose because of the uniform cap. "All teams check in," he heard from the radio carried by Captain Stella Korich. "Red Squad," what CWO3 Espinosa had dubbed their half of the Spokane detachment, wasn't even truly a full squad. Both Red and Blue squads had half of the detachment's 16 members. The 8 members of Red were assigned to establish an emergency communications center for the police. The Seattle police were augmenting the University of Washington's small force, controlling thousands of community members who'd flocked to the facility, despite the threat of rain, to watch a critical speech by the president on the Jumbotron. 2 pairs had initially moved into the stadium while 4 set up the pop-up canopy and their equipment next to one of the midnight blue Seattle police SUVs. Along with tables and radio equipment, they'd set up 2 antennas in the parking lot. One was vertical, set on a telescoping tripod. The other was horizontal and ran from the corner of the canopy frame out to a hiking pole they'd set up. It was required to be at a very specific length, so they stabilized the hiking pole vertically, with paracord guy lines running out to bricks in 4 directions. The antennas would resonate with a variety of frequencies, not just UHF and VHF for traditional local line of sight, but HF that would enable comms with Camp Murray if needed. After the 3rd team of guard members would cover the remaining side of the stadium, leaving just 2 soldiers at the Emergency Communications Center. The team's principal mission was to show the uniform, assigned to the civilians that government had things under control, and to back up any communication needs for the strained police units. "Red 1, Stella said. She cast a quick glance at her young partner. They heard Teams 2 and 3 quickly call in their handles. She gave her tall comrade a glance and a thin smile that let him know she, too, was tired. Team 2 was comprised of Steve Espinoza and Nelson Butterton, while Team 3 was Donnie Harris and Sean Folan. The command post, or CP, was none other than Major Ted Carey and Rob Saxon. For their stadium comms, they were using their state-issued PRC-148 radios, but Rob had enacted a backup plan for some unofficial trials from his own gear. Called a LoRa, or Long-Range Mesh Network, they were using an open-source program called Meshtastic to text each other off-grid. It used small local modular antennas to allow everyone to text on small QWERTY-style devices similar to an old BlackBerry phone. The screen was simple, but the analog keyboard meant it used very little draw on the battery and could last for days. It acted as a private network. Each team placed one of the battery-operated transceivers near their positions in a discrete location. Had they expected to set up a comm center for days, they had the option of establishing a small solar panel to each device. The little antennas could pass the private texts amongst each other, extending the range to hundreds of kilometers if enough of them had been put into place and linked. The radios sparked to life via Rob's voice. "Stand by for a Meshtastic test." "Let's see this thing in action," Stella said. Kevin pulled the small gray device out of his upper arm pocket. He felt keeping it high on his arm might allow him to hear the quiet beep. Unlike modern cell phones, the models Rob had purchased didn't have any vibrate feature. The device beeped just as he had it situated between himself and Stella, where they could both see it. Kevin read the words aloud as they both stared at the low-tech text. "Red teams check in." He gave a skeptical chuckle. "Seems like it'd be easier to just use our cell phones." "I don't know. Maybe not," Stella said. "This is a handy backup system if those go down for some reason." Kevin had a bemused grin. "Why would phones go down?" "Why would all the jail doors suddenly open?" Stella countered. "Fair point," Kevin said. "We need to train on this stuff, my young friend." The middle-aged lawyer had unconsciously taken a motherly approach to him, especially after investigating the shooting incident. He was only 2 years older than her oldest son. "Go ahead and reply," she said. Kevin typed in a message of "loud and clear" as a joke and hit the enter key. A pair of tired-looking Seattle police officers strode by, giving the 2 volunteer soldiers a scan and a quick head nod before continuing their course through the meandering crowd. Like any other autumn Saturday, the flat area between the enclosed media booths and suites to their left and the stadium's long south side to their right had people milling about. The conversations were hushed, worried. The stadium was first-come seating, and the lower portions were half full. The light drizzle was an almost non-factor for most Washingtonians, but a few had started to populate the higher mezzanines under the roofs along the north and south sides. Over the remainder of the hour, Kevin and Stella moved up and down the sectional aisles of the bleachers at the end of the stadium, testing the mesh devices and stopping to answer questions by concerned citizens. Yes, the governor did declare a curfew of 9 p.m. Yes, it is upsetting, but it is for your safety. No, we are actually with the State Guard, not the National Guard. No, we don't know how the prisoner roundups are going. A little before 3 p.m., the big screen at the far end of the field started to change. It had been displaying an emergency phone number for reporting criminal activity, a statewide number monitored by the Emergency Operations Center at Camp Murray, to help sift information without tying up the jam-packed 911 call centers. That disappeared, and a live feed from the White House press room began to display. The nation's Attorney General was talking, and there were a slew of high-ranking military and federal officers behind him. In the lower corner was a small overlay of a sign language interpreter translating what the person talking was saying. The stadium speakers had not yet been brought online, so it was useless except to anyone who could read sign language. May as well be an infomercial, Kevin thought. Eventually, the speakers were brought online. By then, the AG had transferred his speech to the head of the U.S. Marshals Service, who was highlighting some of the rapid successes in capturing federal prisoners quickly. At the bottom of the screen was a slow-scrolling ticker of names. "What are those names at the bottom?" Stella asked, Her crow's feet wrinkled as she squinted to read the tiny label placard from the far end of the stadium. "It's the name of officers and civilians who have been killed in the last day," Kevin said. His somber expression told her he wasn't playing a sick joke on her. "Really?" Her disbelief turning to shock as she continued to attempt to read the names. They heard the murmur of the crowd take a sudden drop as a man on the screen stepped out of the way for President Roxanne Dodds. "Good evening, America," the 58-year-old former senator from Texas said in her trademark drawl. "I'm sure by now that we don't need to rehash every detail of this crisis, but I will update you on some recent developments. It is my hope." She took her eyes off her teleprompter and pulled her reading glasses off to scan the reporters in the room. "That every person in America, and indeed the world, will cooperate with their local authorities. With the speed of information, by now many of you have heard the same hack hit most of Europe in the last several hours. China and Australia began to report this crisis in their own countries in the last hour, too." The overcast had finally turned heavy with a darker gray. The drizzle began to turn to sprinkles, which were quickly turning to rain. Kevin found himself suddenly wishing he'd sprung for the appropriate raincoat to match his light uniform coat. He had a poncho staged in his gear down with everyone else's at the van, yet it had always been his feeling that he would be involved in a forest or desert search and rescue. An urban operation had been the farthest from his mind when he was spending his savings getting equipped. Umbrellas began to pop open in the stadium. Some people began to move up the aisles and into the common area to find the stairs and ramps that led up to the mezzanines. The president continued. "Today, Congress passed an emergency bill, which I signed immediately, to suspend normal law temporarily. Our military is now authorized to assist police agencies at all levels in law enforcement. For the most part, this means using Rangers and other special operations forces in high-risk arrests." "For the most part," Kevin repeated in his mind. "What does that mean?" "Using local federal troops will help ease the strain on your town's police. I've ordered the National Guard units for many of the less populated states to deploy to our larger states to assist in these large-scale manhunts." "What about Washington?" a man nearby yelled at the screen over 100 yards away. He wasn't the only one. Kevin and Stella traded glances. They'd heard a few snide comments being yelled in farther locations to both the left and right. The crowd was growing antsy. "The Navy's construction battalions are being deployed to build temporary detainment centers," the president said next. "And most of the social media platforms are cooperating with government. We've had some success using the posts not just of the escapees, but their family and friends to track them down. So far in New York alone, this one tactic has led to the capture of 73 convicts and the arrests of over 200 people who have aided them." "Say what?" Kevin mumbled, not meaning to. He just wasn't sure he'd heard it correctly. They're using socials to gain intel and arrest people? He was suddenly glad that his busy country life and isolation from cell towers around every corner had made the use of social media apps impractical for him. The raindrops began to smack the concrete pavement. Other drops made a tiny pinging noise as they hit the aluminum bleachers. "My fellow Americans," the president went on, a weary look covering her face as she stared at the camera. "Please call your state hotlines. Let's get this handled quickly. As the Attorney General said a few minutes ago, less than 10% of the escapees have been recaptured. My next move will be to shut down the cellular networks entirely. I don't want to do that, but I feel we may need to. Please don't worry. This will only be temporary, a needed tactic to shut down the criminals from being able to communicate with burner phones. Remember, we're all in this together." Boos boiled over in several locations. As the rain arrived, the crowd dispersed. The grumblings were hard to ignore. Where he'd felt appreciated by some of the citizens when they arrived, Kevin suddenly felt like he was the target of people's glares who were now upset. Though the president was still speaking, the din of the crowd combined with the rain was starting to drown her out. People were filing past Red 1, some of them shooting nasty looks. Kevin and Stella subconsciously moved closer, sleeves touching. Stella keyed her radio. "Red Actual, this is Red 1. The crowd is beginning to file back out." She wanted to warn Ted Carey and Rob Saxon, just in case they needed to relay the update to the police on their own radio band. After another 15 minutes, most of the thousands of people had moved to the parking lots. Those few remaining waited until the president and the next speaker, the head of the FBI, were done before joining the exodus on the way out of the sports complex. Kevin removed the small mesh device from his sleeve pocket when he heard it beep. "Disband meshnet, RTB," he read to Stella. "Okay," she said. She led Kevin back to where they'd set up the transceiver unit earlier. It wasn't too difficult to meander through the calmer last elements of the civilians. They only had to travel about 30 meters down the broadcast building to find the open area that overlooked the main parking lot. Once there, Kevin squatted and reached behind the gap between a mobile trash and recycle station and the concrete parapet. He picked up the item, about the size of a wallet, and put it back into one of his pockets. As he stood, gunfire suddenly erupted down in the parking area. Screams flared from the crowd. People began to stampede in a panic. Stella grabbed him by the arm and tugged him back down below the top of the parapet wall. She pulled the radio out of her pocket, ready to receive orders. Both members of Red One stared at each other, wide-eyed, listening as the light pops of pistol fire was countered with the sounds of semi-auto rifles. The screeches of terrorized people and the explosions of gunfire ricocheted off concrete walls and drifted toward the partners. "Shouldn't we do something?" Kevin asked. Stella had a pale, frightened look. "Like what?" Chapter 16. Bellevue, Washington. "I'm just pulling into the driveway," Ramona told Noel of the Chevy Trailblazer's wireless audio system. After a nap at work, then a 4-hour stint writing reports and learning about the precinct's ongoing operations, a new plan had been put into place. With the emergency advent of active-duty Army troops being allowed to police civilians, the North Precinct had received several trucks of soldiers from Joint Base Lewis McChord. Those that had been on duty for a full day had been told to go home and report back by 2200 hours that night. On the caffeine-assisted drive home, she had called her husband. She had learned that Noel had taken their precious Melissa, who they called Missy, over to his parents' place so he could go to work. The day had no precedence in recorded history. Most of the legal side of law enforcement, prosecutors, judges, and their staffs, had gone to work on a Saturday just due to the complex issues at stake. Noel had his eyes set on a political run in about 10 years. There was no way he was going to sit out this historic event just to have it used as evidence on being soft on crime by a political opponent. "Okay, beautiful," he said. "Get yourself some rest. Missy and I will stay at Mom's for the next few days so that you can get your rest." He made a quick sound like he was going to say something, but then stopped. "What?" Ramona shut down the engine in their garage. "You know I never say it." "I'll be careful," she said. "You too. You prosecutors have to watch your sixes tonight." "I will be. I love—" The phone call dropped suddenly, cutting off Noel's goodbye. Ramona looked at her phone and saw there was zero connectivity, not even LTE. She'd been on the road during President Dodd's speech, but Noel's parents had watched it and given them the update as Ramona drove home. "Son of a—" she said, cutting herself off. Ramona went into her house. She gave one of her armpits a sniff test, wincing when the results were even more pungent than normal. She'd stayed geared up for the drive home, a serious break in her routine, but she wasn't going to chance being unarmed and without her gear and ballistic plate carrier. Not on a day this deadly. She punched in the code to the beeping alarm system to shut down its cycle from her arrival. She immediately reset the alarm to her on by someone is home mode, but shut down her motion sensors but kept the rest of the system armed. Moving to the kitchen, she pulled off the tactical vest, her back and chest feeling a bit moist with sweat after she did. Looking in the refrigerator, Ramona found the leftover baked chicken and Brussels sprouts Noel had made the night before. She popped it into the microwave and went about stripping off her two-piece duty belt. Many officers still used the keeper system of tethering a duty belt to the pants belt with leather or nylon straps. Her pants were held up by a belt covered in Velcro loops. The inside of her duty belt was lined with the hooks. It made a ripping noise as she pulled it off and set it next to the vest on the breakfast table. Ramona grabbed her food and a large glass of water and plopped on the couch, exhausted. She clicked on the TV, but it took less than 2 minutes to tire of the talking heads and so-called experts dissecting the government's moves. Video footage was being shown from a large group of riot gear-clad cops taking on some protesters in Portland. It was the very last thing Ramona wanted as background noise while she choked down a piece of dry chicken. She switched it to one of the cable company's pre-built music channels. Ramona closed her eyes and laid her head back to rest on the couch. Just need to rest for a minute. The wailing of the house alarm obnoxiously pulled Ramona out of a deep sleep. She jolted her head up off the couch, confused. Wait, where am I? Where's Noel? The groggy feeling was thick in her head, the exhaustion still weighing on her like a heavy blanket. She'd somehow slid in her sleep down to a lying position and pulled an inherited quilt from the small pile on the other end of the couch over herself. She shook her head and tossed off the quilt as she sat up and swung her feet toward the floor. The cobwebs were slowly lifting. The day had turned dark outside. She was confused. She'd remembered the family was gone, safe. She'd remembered she'd chosen to nap on the couch, but the time, or even if it was still the same day, evaded her, and there was still that annoying noise. The alarm. She bolted up and ran to the kitchen. The house was dark, except for the dull gray entering through the windows and the light coming from the family room TV, still dutifully playing music to a passive B-roll screen. Her gun belt and body armor were on the breakfast table, right where she'd left them. She picked up the house keys lying next to them. There was an electronic fob for controlling the alarm system attached to the keyring. She quieted the house alarm, wondering if she'd managed to beat the 30-second timer that would trigger the alarm monitoring company to call the house. Then an unexpected noise disrupted her inner peace. The handle on the door that led to the attached garage jiggled. The door was in a small hallway just off the kitchen, the only other room in that part of the house being the laundry room. Even with her years as a cop, the experience was unsettling to Ramona. She was nearly positive she'd locked the door behind her upon entering the house. It was a crucial micro-habit she'd developed, having seen many home invasions in her career that could have been deterred simply by being proactive. The home had a wireless camera system, but she'd left her phone on the end table in the family room. She toggled the thumb-activated retention device on her service holster and pulled the full-frame Glock. Ramona moved over to the wall the kitchen shared with the small hallway, pressing against the walnut cabinets with glass-paned doors. She kept the pistol at a high ready, 2 hands forming a firm grip, like they'd done many thousands of times before. The Glock was just a bit low for her line of sight, her support hand thumb ready to toggle on the small flashlight under the barrel at the right strategic moment. She carefully took small steps around the doorless opening to the hallway, able to directly look upon the door to the garage. The jiggling had stopped, but she could clearly hear a voice, which meant a minimum of 2 invaders, unless one crazy person was talking vocally to himself. She must have told citizens 100 times over the years to decrease their threat exposure by hiding, by not seeking out the intruder. But she was a cop. It was her job to ignore that advice everywhere else, and she would surely not be taking it in her own castle. The thought her daughter could have been home helped transition her immediate feeling from one of fear to one of anger. Ramona scanned left and right in the hallway, looking at the laundry room and the living room for inside threats before crossing over to the door. She turned the lock tab on the paddle-shaped handle, then slowly pushed down on it. The voice was low, muffled. It hadn't stopped, so she expected that it hadn't seen the handle move from its side of the door. Ramona pulled on the door just a smidgen, slowly and quietly letting the handle come back up to its neutral spot before continuing to open the door. The light green luminescent sights on her pistol were glaringly obvious in the pitch black of the garage. The door opened in a corner, the first item in her view being the end of a bank of shelving units along that wall. She stepped down once to place herself into the room's corner, a stand-up freezer immediately to the right. There was a window over the workbench on the opposite side of the garage. It was ajar. The day was still semi-light outside, either dusk or dawn, and she could see the silhouettes of 2 men near her husband's Harley-Davidson motorcycle on the other side of her SUV. They sounded like teens as they discussed their plans in excited but contained mumbling. As Ramona stepped through the gap between the corners of the freezer and shelf, she toggled the switch on the pistol-mounted light. "Hands up!" she yelled. "Now!" Both youths had their backs to her. They stiffened and went dead quiet. As she saw 2 pair of hands start to creep slowly above shoulders, she repeated, Don't move! She swung the weapon around the entire garage in one quick but methodical search, looking for unseen intruders. She didn't find any. In less than 2 seconds, she had the beam back on the figures. Both were clad in jeans and dark t-shirts, heads covered in shaggy mops of hair. "Please don't shoot, Mrs. O'Hanrahan." The voice was pubescent. Scared. Ramona felt a bit less stressed as she recognized the voice, but it did nothing to quell her mounting anger. She knew who it was. "Get on your knees." Before her, one of the tall teens descending to kneel was none other than her next-door neighbor's son. She had a good idea who the other one was, too. The two youths complied. "Please," the other voice said. "This is a mistake." Ramona moved back a step and found the garage door opener mounted to the wall. She pressed one of the secondary buttons to turn the light on. She didn't want to open any of the bay doors, and she didn't want to venture back through the now closed house door to feel for the switch to the main lights. With more lighting, she moved quickly around her trailblazer. In the available space where Noel normally parked, the two teens were nervously waiting on their knees. "Brian Berkeley," Ramona said. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" He turned his head and started to lower his hands. "Keep those cookie grabbers up. And you," she said to the other. She couldn't remember his name. He lived 1 block over. "You two used to come trick-or-treating over here. I could have shot you." We're sorry, Mrs. O," the other one said. "We didn't think anyone was home. We figured you'd be stuck at work. Normally your family has lights on." "What are you doing here?" Ramona repeated, stabbing each word at them with angry emphasis. Brian sighed. He spoke with heavy regret, a sense of dejection. "We were looking to steal stuff." His admission had a sigh of self-disappointment. Ramona called out a few angry exclamations and lowered the pistol to the ground between her and the young men. She relaxed to a one-handed grip. "Are you going to tell my parents?" "No," Ramona pounded the air with a jabbing finger. "You're going to tell them." Chapter 17. Sumner, Washington. "What?" the woman yelled angrily as she opened the front door of the grimy, double-wide manufactured home. Someone had knocked on the door right as she was making a point in her nightly argument with her old man. Wade had heard the bickering inside the house on the walk up the gravel drive. He'd parked on the road, nearly 200 feet away. It was surrounded by hundreds of trees, mostly firs and the occasional thick cedar, and he guessed the closest neighbor to be at least 100 yards away. At this time of night, the porch light that had just flicked on was blinding him to any houses that might be close by. "This'll do," he thought of the property, happy to have a place to lay low. The woman's face had evolved over the course of a second or two. The tall blonde was disheveled, mangy. She was thin, too thin, and her sleeveless blouse hung over her cut-off jean shorts loosely. Wade could see cracked and unattended fingernail polish on the hand she'd wrapped around the door in anger. Her other hand had been propped upside down on the hip below it. It dropped after the full recognition had hit her. In his mind, Wade let out a frustrated sigh. Tweaker for sure. "What's up, Kat?" Wade said. "Wade!" The look on her face was priceless. Wade shot his eyes around the filthy, cluttered living room. A tall, dirty man with unkempt brown hair and beard stood up, beer bottle in his hand. "Who the hell are you?" It was apparent to Wade that the pair were the epitome of poor white trash. The man was probably about Kat's age, mid-30s in Wade's estimation. He wore faded Levi's that had heavy dirt stains on the thighs, a flannel shirt, and slip-on Romeo brand leather shoes. He moved toward the open door, stepping over a toddler's mobile toy. "Get the hell out of here, bro." This is Wade," Kathy Rollins said. She was loud, clear. She wanted her man to understand quickly that he needed to shut the hole under his nose before he said the wrong thing. "Wade Curry." Wade had a friendly smirk on his face as he stepped up from the porch and let himself in. Though an inch or two shorter than the redneck, he was much more powerful. He knew it. Kat knew it. And the trailer trash would know it soon enough. "You quit visiting." Kat's man had ended his rapid storm over to the front door. He recognized Wade from all the media coverage years earlier. He was almost starstruck in a way. Kat closed the front door behind him. "Wade!" She was still in shock, searching. "It's okay, Kat." His air was charming, polite, but a man does need to conjugate from time to time. "How'd you find me?" she asked. Her tone was as cautious as her light steps as she walked toward the kitchen to grab 2 beers. Wade scanned the home. Had someone not addicted to fentanyl lived here and put in a little effort, it might have been a pleasant place. He couldn't figure out if the stains on the wall near the end of the couch were blood or ketchup. A child's crayon scribblings were on a different wall. Wade ignored her question. "You must have known I'd come looking for it someday." He had his hands parked casually in the pockets of the soft zip-up hoodie he'd acquired the evening before. "I hear things." He let that hang in the air. "You want to sit down, bro?" the man asked, sticking his hand out for a shake. "Name's Scissor." Scissor. This ought to be good, Wade thought, with mild annoyance that did not penetrate his friendly smile. He looked down at the man's right hand for a moment. Instead of shaking it properly, he used his other hand to grab it, wrapping it over the top. It was a little mind dominance game he'd like to use on insecure men. "Yeah, like the cutting tool, but with 2 Z's. Scissor went back to his end of the couch. As he did, Wade saw the clip of a pocket knife on the hem of the man's jean pocket. He looked down at the table. There was an open baggie with white pills laying on top of a Burger King paper sack. The rest of the table was as filthy as the entire house. Scissor picked up a pack of generic cigarettes and a tired-looking Zippo lighter with a happy face painted on it. He lit up a smoke. "More like half a tool," Wade said. He and the man exchanged glances. He was basically daring Scissor to say something stupid. "Right? Don't you need both pieces? Wouldn't it be scissors if you wanted to imply you could cut stuff?" Kat returned and handed him a beer. She shot Scissor a wide-eyed look before sitting on her end of the couch. "About the jewelry," she said. Her voice was soft, much softer than the voice of the screeching banshee that had opened the front door. She paused, waiting for Wade to say something. He didn't. After the pause had become awkward, she looked at Scissor, then back at Wade. "Mama?" A tiny voice called from the end of the hall toward the bedrooms. A child between 2 and 3 years old stood there, holding a worn plush unicorn doll. Perfect, Wade thought. He was halfway to the child before Kat had even stood. "Go back to bed!" Kat yelled. Her words dripped with fear. "Hey, little one," Wade said. He squatted down to the little blonde-haired girl, her pretty brown eyes still showing signs of waking up. "What's your name?" He picked her up and stood. "Please, Wade," Kat said. She started to move. Scissor stood up to speak. "Listen, Wade, all due respect, but quiet," Wade said. He was calm, but the authority was there. Even if these two had popped pills, they were fully aware that they were not in control. He smiled. "You guys think I'd hurt this beautiful little girl?" He laughed. "What kind of monster do you think I am?" The pair looked at each other, then Wade, then the girl. They were frozen, indecisive. Wade had had enough. "I don't care about the rings and the bracelets. Just give me my necklace and I'll be on my way." Tears filled the woman's eyes. "Wade." The water started running down her cheeks. "I was a kid, barely 23. "I heard you sold it, Kat." Wade was composed, but the smile was gone. He bent for a moment to set the girl to the floor. He pointed toward the hall. "You go back to bed." "Go to bed, Jessie," Scissor said. He normally yelled louder at her. "Go on." The girl started crying because her mother was crying, but she moved back down the dark hallway. "Listen, bro." In a split second, Wade punched him in his Adam's apple as hard as he could with a snake-like jab. Scissor fell back to the couch, clasping at his throat as he gagged, searching for air. Panic filled his face. Kat screamed. "Please don't hurt us. I'm sorry, Wade. I was broke, desperate." She held her hands up, recoiling in fear as Wade moved quickly over to her. He open-palm slapped her across the face hard enough to send her into the end table, knocking over a cheap lamp and 2 empty beer bottles. "Who'd you sell it to?" Wade's calm had disappeared with the arrival of his inner anger.
To Jesse Mason, just some low-life meth cook,
Kat cried out. Wade raised his palm again.
He got pinched about 6 or 7 years back. I heard the necklace went up in evidence. It's gone, Wade. Lost in some case file somewhere.
Wade thought for a minute, studying her face, her eyes. She was trembling. No way she could make this up with me hovering over her, he thought. We'll see about that. Too bad about the kid, he thought next. He picked the woman up by her shirt and threw her into an easy chair. I really don't want to kill a kid. Kat had landed on her side. Not that I wouldn't. Wade could see the shape of a cell phone in her back pocket. He pulled it out. Kat was wailing and crying. Shut up. He tried stabbing a finger at the phone's face, pushing the buttons on the side. Nothing. How do you work this stupid thing? He said in anger. Through her tears, Kat said,
They just turned off a while ago. TikTok said the president said she was going to do it. Then it happened.
There goes my plans, Wade thought, getting pissed. I passed a big truck out there. Where's the keys? Kat pointed to the counter near the kitchen. I need to swap out the vehicles. He noticed Scissor's choking had stopped, so he turned. He caught the man trying to open his pocket knife while he stood. Wade pulled the Ruger out of the nylon holster under the hoodie. Just sit your ass back down, bro. Scissor dropped the blade and complied. Wade thought through his options. She needed to pay. Dearly. He'd have to start all over on a new tooth necklace. Starting with hers. Wade threw a heavy punch. Kat came to from being knocked out. Her mouth throbbed with pain where her 2 incisors had been yanked out with pliers. Blood and saliva ran down her chin. She was sitting in the Chevy Tahoe out in the gravel driveway, under gunpoint, and with the genuine threat to their daughter, Scissor had been fully compliant. Such a beta, Wade thought. What'd she see in this clown? Wade had Scissor bring the Tahoe into the driveway and move the black Ram 2500 out to the country lane. Kat started to yell out to both men, her words muffled by the glass. Scissor finished stacking the cinder blocks next to the left side SUV doors. It only had to be a couple of rows higher than the lower jam. He'd already blocked the left side the same way. In the cargo area, several old tires from around the property had been stuffed in. Now the drill, Wade said. Scissor had a look mixed with angst and concern, but he did as ordered. A DeWalt 18-volt drill was laying on the hood, fitted with a half-inch bit. Scissor climbed up onto the hood, denting it with a heavy popping noise, and picked up the tool. Drill about 10 holes into the roof, right over her.
Stop, please, Wade, please, I'm sorry.
Kathy Rowland screamed over and over. Scissor took about 3 minutes to punch several holes into the vehicle's roof. He threw the drill off into the holly bushes next to the driveway. He was about to say something snide as he turned toward Wade, but he froze. Wade was just returning from the open carport. He set a plastic gasoline jug on the hood with a loud thud.
Wade?
Scissor begged.
Please, dude.
Pour it in, Wade said, or the little girl gets put in there too. Scissor started sobbing. He continued to mumble indecipherable pleas as he picked up the can. He put his knees back against the windshield and began to pour the gasoline. There had been a pool shape formed into the roof over the cab from where he was up there drilling holes. It filled with gas, which immediately began leaking into the Tahoe and all over the screaming woman who had once thought she loved a hot-looking contract killer. Gas ran all over the top and down the hood, windshield, and sides. Save some for you, Wade said.
Please don't kill Jesse,
Scissor cried as he poured gas all over his clothes. Not a hair, Wade promised. And he meant it. Speaking of hair, the killer thought demonically. On your scalp, too. Scissor cupped some in one hand and put it on his mangy mane. Wade holstered the pistol and pulled Scissor's own Zippo lighter out of his coat pocket. What a stupid-looking lighter, he thought, as he flicked the roller against the flint, staring at the happy face on its side. He threw it up to Scissor, who caught it like any person would catch a set of keys that had been tossed at them. The windproof lighter had held its flame, true to the company's claims. It caught the gas-soaked man on fire immediately, sending him into horrifying screams as the flames spread up his arms, across his chest, and up and down his body. Scissor jumped off the hood, but it was too late. He'd set the Chevy on fire in the rapid process of becoming fully involved himself. Kat was screaming hysterically. She watched the flames dance up the windshield and roll over the dent above her. For several terrorizing seconds, the fire above and the explosive vapors and liquid trapped in the SUV refused to connect. But they finally did. The cab's interior erupted with enough force to break the side windows, turning Walter Moreland's old trailer hauler into a funeral pyre. Chapter 18. South Seattle. No, Jamar Johnson thought. He surveyed the burning cars that were resting end to end across South Oregon Street, a lane he normally turned onto from the major thoroughfare of Rainier Avenue. The burned hulks were roughly over the crosswalk just off the intersection. There were at least 30 people amassed around the cars. Most were drinking. All were young, teens or early 20s. There were trash barrels on fire farther down Oregon Street, which was several blocks in length and ran east. Several neighborhood roads, including the one he lived on, branched off it. To the road south sat a community recreation area with softball field, playground, and tennis courts. More groups were huddled around fires on that open block. He scanned his watch. 2:08, he read. Nothing good happens at 2 in the morning. He scanned the crowd as he drove through the intersection, intent on heading into the neighborhood a bit to the south. He would take the opportunity to drive a 2-minute detour through that part of the hood to see if his father was up. Though his father had never married his mother, James Tercel Franklin had been a man who insisted on being in his son's life. Life had never been easy, but he sacrificed to provide extra income to Diana and young Jamar. He lived in a tiny run-down home. His only vehicle, his work truck, was from the 1980s. But he'd been there for Jamar every step of the way, from trips to the doctor to paying for his taekwondo lessons. Jamar turned onto South Alaska Street at the far end of the large park, finding no burning cars to block his way into the neighborhood. If he hadn't been tired and stressed, he would have found the lack of logic in how the people were acting amusing. Just 1 block down from their large, fiery gathering, there was nothing but still, quiet homes. Less than 90 seconds later, he cruised by his father's house. Like most on the street, it was dark. No truck, he thought with concern. His old man certainly knew how to take care of himself. He decided to go home and check on his primary family first. He truly was the man of the house, and he hadn't been home in almost 2 full days. Jamar's mother had been married once. His stepfather, Reggie, wasn't a great man, and he'd never been afraid to show his disdain for Jamar's father openly. Reggie had died from a heart attack 7 years earlier. The only reason Jamar lamented that was because his younger siblings had suffered. The income had been cut by a large percentage, and though Jamar didn't like Reggie, he'd been a decent father to Jalen and Felicity, who were now ages 16 and 13. Diana's mother had moved into the cramped home after Reggie's passing. She drew Social Security, so her income helped fill the gap, and the family helped her as she got older. The last member of the Johnson household was Charcoal, a mutt, mostly black lab, with crooked teeth and a wagging tail that was a lethal weapon. Jamar was driving extra slowly, worried about having no reaction time if someone tried to ambush him. He pulled over and parked at one point, shutting down his lights, but leaving the engine running. He'd caught the approaching headlights on a cross street. 2 cars were cruising the community, both playing loud music and stuffed with men and a few women who all looked like gang members. He crouched in his seat, gaining confidence he'd remained unseen after they'd passed without pausing. When he finally made it home, the mystery of his father's truck had been solved. The cracked blue and tan 2-tone paint job on the old Ford was hard to mistake for anything other than James Franklin's truck. He was parked in front of the Johnson home. Once more, Jamar felt a surge of love and appreciation for his dad. He was the kind of man who took responsibility for Jamar's whole family just because it was the right thing to do. He'd come over and fixed plumbing or replaced rotting boards when needed. Despite never making a good couple, Diana had always felt lucky that he'd been the man to father her oldest child. Jamar killed his headlights as he pulled into the driveway, hoping his father would be awake to recognize him. The last thing he wanted after all he'd survived was to get shot being mistaken as a burglar. He parked in the driveway behind his mother's older minivan. He scooped up his trash from the long drive, made while the most tired he'd ever been, an empty Skittles packet and a Monster energy drink and water bottle that had both been drained. Standing after getting out of the Honda required a painful stretch to get blood flowing again. The rain he'd driven through up north to get home wasn't falling in South Seattle. The night sky was overcast, and somewhere above it was enough moon that once a person's eyes adjusted, seeing wasn't impossible. Jamar walked his trash over to the corner of the small driveway and put it in the old torn brown trash can. It still showed a worn version of their house address that he had spray painted on it when he was about 12. His mother had grown tired of replacing them as they were stolen. Returning to the car, he was a bit more awake. The street was mostly dark. Several homes had their porch lights on, though trees and vehicles scattered that light when he turned his head or squinted. For the most part, he could see the shapes of the homes and trees as a shadow. He reached his car to grab his backpack, deciding to close his eyes for a moment. Once he did, the sounds became more prominent. He heard 3 gunshots, soft, echoey, like they were a mile away. He heard someone was playing a TV on full volume with an open window in one of the houses that their tiny backyard touched. Then he heard the rhythmic thump of a car's bass speaker. It was slowly getting louder. Closer. "What you doing, boy?" His father's voice nearly made him jump out of his skin. He was behind Jamar and the gap between his car and his mother's van. "Jeez, Pop," Jamar said. "Don't frickin' do that. You got any idea how high-strung I've been?" "Yeah," James said. He had a teasing father's happiness at a scare well performed. His teeth visible in the shadows, the smile of a braggart father who bested his son. "The old man's still got the skill to sneak up on you, don't he, boy?" Jamar shook his head, reaching into the car to grab the backpack and pull it out. He stood and turned his head a bit. "That music is definitely getting closer." "How long have you been over here?" Jamar asked. He walked toward the street to see if the source of the thumping was driving toward them. James followed. "I've been back and forth a couple times. Stayed both nights so far. Had no idea when you was getting home." He stepped next to his son and scanned the street. They saw headlights a few hundred feet down the street, slowly getting closer. "Come on, let's get behind your mama's van before they get here." Had Jamar been just a few years younger, still in high school perhaps, he might have asked why the cars were cruising the neighborhoods, but he knew. He'd seen enough of the tough hood to understand, and his time as a CO had only reinforced what he'd learned. Like coyotes or wolves that weren't quite hungry enough to attack and eat just yet, they were pacing, patrolling, showing their force, passively claiming to those that watched, "We're here, and there's nothing you can do about it." The 2 men moved back toward the home. It was then that Jamar saw his father's old Mossberg 500 shotgun in his hand, pointed at the ground. He was sure that the .357 Magnum named Bessie was close at hand, too. They got between the minivan and the faded single-wide garage door. The thumping got louder, and the rest of the music was more recognizable. The car seemed to slow as it passed their house. Suddenly, a spotlight came on and shined on the cars and house, moving around in a sweep. Jamar and James both instinctively stooped and knelt, trying to see around the van without showing themselves. The car stopped, the spotlight coming to rest on the back of Jamar's Honda. The booming of the bass was starting to get on Jamar's nerves. After 15 or so seconds, the spotlight turned off, and the car slowly pulled away. "They know you're home now, son." "You think they know who I am?" Jamar asked, a tinge of concern in his voice. His father gave a small chuckle of disbelief. "Boy, didn't they teach you nothing at police school? Of course they know you're a cop." "Correction officer," Jamar said. He often had to correct his father on this point. It had become a stubborn game with them. "I heard at work that a CO was attacked in his own home today." "Potato, potato," James said. "You part of the system as far as they're concerned, son." The 2 men locked eyes, even as they stood up from their hiding spots. Jamar was close enough to see his father's expression in the dark. "It's a matter of time before they make a move on your family, my boy." Chapter 19. North Seattle. The previous 12 hours were an anomaly to Kevin. On one hand, that last docile moment in the rain at Husky Stadium felt like an hour earlier. On the other, days ago. I really need some sleep, he thought. One more stop, and they'd finally be at their planned destination for the next 10 or so hours. Long enough to get some shut-eye, food, and maybe even take the Browns to the Super Bowl. He couldn't even remember the last time he had a chance to go in peace and quiet. All he knew was that during the events of the evening and night, he'd had to pinch like hell a few times. He and the rest of the Red Squad were riding in the back of a Stryker, courtesy of the 7th Infantry Division soldiers from Joint Base Lewis McChord that had shown up at the stadium just before 8:30 the night before. For nearly 4 hours, the limited number of Seattle and University police officers could only react to the growing unrest and threats it brought. The afternoon turned to evening, and short bursts of gunfire popped up for a minute or so every 15 minutes. It hadn't taken long for the authorities to decipher a simple pattern. Other than the first volley near the end of President Dodd's speech, no cops had been shot at. It was almost as if someone was testing them, trying to provoke an overuse of force against the larger crowd in general. Theories about who was doing it varied. Some thought it was gangs or opportunists. Others had flashbacks to the organized protesters that frequented Seattle and Portland, funded by richer, more nefarious background organizations. Most of the citizens had dispersed themselves quickly after that first salvo. A police car had been hit by what sounded like pistol fire. The 2 cops had responded with rifles, aiming at the muzzle flashes coming from a nearby building. No bodies or even blood was found, but the police couldn't let it go. With a limited number of reinforcements, they moved northwest on campus to search for the perpetrators. After an hour of listening to a few rounds pop off every now and then, they fell back to the small comms center at the stadium parking. An hour later, the police's ranking officer had made the decision to break down the small outpost. There were but stragglers still left in the stadium, mostly university employees cleaning and locking it up. Red Squad was actively breaking their gear and canopy down, expecting to be relieved of duty and head somewhere for a well-earned rest, when all hell broke loose. A moving truck slowly backed up Pacific Avenue, nearly on a beeline for the corner of the parking lot where all the police were still standing. It had been traveling so slowly that they'd failed to react to it as a threat in time. Kevin could still hear one of them chuckling about the idiot backing that thing up the street. From a distance of under 200 feet, the roll-up door opened, and 4 people opened fire on the cops with semi-automatic rifles. Several people hopped out. Some took cover on the other side of the truck, others ran into the nearby park, and yet others moved southwest toward the close-by University Medical Center. 2 police were struck in the initial shots. Patrol vehicles were used as cover while they reacted. Suddenly, a pickup truck sped over the Montlake Bridge and then hit the brakes. Another 6 fighters spilled out of its bed and began to approach the cops from the parking lot to their south. A 30-minute on-again, off-again long-distance firefight started at that moment. Rob Saxon was able to relay the emergency to Camp Murray within a few moments. With the actions taken by Congress and the President just hours earlier, several units of infantry had already been mobilized. 3 full squads of Stryker-mounted soldiers were able to deploy from T-Mobile Park south of downtown and be at the university within a half hour of the call. Several hours were spent conducting a thorough search of the hospital and the campus area. 4 manned fire teams were paired with a police officer, who was their ultimate authority on use of force. Kevin and 5 others from Red Squad had all been assigned individually to one of the fire teams to provide backup comms to the sergeant running the op from the parking lot, just in case the one cop with the team took a hit. "Don't worry," Kevin kept hearing Major Carey's voice in his head. "There won't be any dangerous assignments." It hadn't escaped his notice that the Major had neglected to assign himself to a patrol. He was starting to develop a little fantasy about slapping the snake-like grin off the Major's face. He wasn't proud of it, and hoped he could still play nice before he really tried it and got in trouble. Over the following hours, a few arrests had been made and several wounded or dead attackers had been captured. There had been no more direct engagements once the army had arrived. Kevin thought that might have as much to do with the belt-fed machine guns on top of the Strykers as anything. At nearly 2 a.m., they were finally given permission to disband. The Strykers gave the police an armed escort back to the North Precinct. The trip had been uneventful, and Kevin once again caught himself wondering, this time about whether or not the rain had helped them. Would we have people out throwing stuff at us as we drive by if it wasn't raining? After the escorted convoy of shot-up police cars had been delivered to their own facility, the Army moved toward the National Guard Readiness Center in the Queen Anne neighborhood near Seattle's northern waterfront to drop off the state guard members and top off their fuel tanks. Once in the armory, Major Carey checked in with the unit commander. Red Squad was granted use of a portion of the main assembly area. After the National Guard's initial muster and deployments, those soldiers still working at the center had erected smaller rooms in the large assembly area, using folding panel walls like those one might find in a conference center. Cots were set up so various units could come and go and have a place to bunk without disturbing the entire complex. Red Squad moved to one of these smaller areas, and the major called for a muster. "Thank you all for your hard work today," Ted Carey said. "I know this is all difficult to fathom, but we are essentially always at the service of the governor. I just really appreciate everyone maintaining a good attitude as we try to help out in this trying circumstance." Most of them were seated around a plastic folding table, with a couple still standing up. Kevin could see Donnie Harris shift in his seat, practically biting his tongue. They were just too close together for him to chance dropping whatever snarky comment was in his head. Over the course of the night, Donnie had told Kevin and Nelson his new nickname for the major, Harry. "As in Harry Carey," he announced proudly, playing on the Western pronunciation of the Japanese harikari concept. As Donnie squirmed in his chair, Kevin wondered if being tired would cause an uncontrolled Harry spillage from his teammate's mouth. "I kind of get it, though," Kevin thought as the major droned on. "The major can be a bit of a preacher on this 'we're just here to follow orders' thing." After Ted was done with his pep talk, Steve Espinoza gave a quick brief on what he'd learned about getting food and showers at the facility. They had their packs with them, and the rest of their duffels and gear had been transported to the Readiness Center earlier in the day. They were dismissed, and everyone went about their business with personal care and getting ready to hit the cots. 15 minutes later, Kevin had finally had a chance to release the kraken that had been bothering his guts for hours. He washed his face, brushed his teeth, and was finally resting his noggin on a thin Army-issued pillow, lying under a wool blanket on his cot. His mind was replaying the various scenes from the evening and night before. He'd treated wounded cops and civilians for gunshot wounds. He'd learned quickly to react and take cover when hearing gunshots. The police had told him to get behind the wheels of a car or an engine block, but to not rely just on the doors or a car body. He'd learned bullets tend to skim a concrete surface they'd hit at a shallow angle, whether the ground or a wall. He thought of the small fire team he accompanied, only recalling the name of the police officer and one of the soldiers. He was with them again, in his mind, moving around the campus computing school named after billionaire Paul Allen. Kevin felt his body shudder, knowing he was now in a dream state, drifting fast and hard toward slumber. His body was tired, and he felt cold despite the blanket. He watched his fire team in his mind clear a corner. Wait. What? What are you doing here? In his mind, a snarling, muscular, golden-hued cougar was waiting for them. The whole team froze in fear. With that, Kevin was fully asleep. Chapter 20. Seattle. Less than 2 miles east of downtown, the city was packed with residences, small businesses, and parks, sometimes all three sharing the same city block. Over the course of time since the 1960s, old residences had slowly been replaced with small buildings, limited in scale to 6 stories due to fire codes. Often the ground floor housed local neighborhood businesses, groceries, barbers, boutiques. In time, the buildings became safer, but despite the improvement of design and life-saving features, had remained shorter when compared to larger cities like New York or Chicago. Seattle had a water view to both the east and the west that people wanted to keep. Ramona Perez was in a SWAT team stacked just outside the front door of one such residence. The state hotline had yielded a tip that an escaped convict was staying at the 5th-floor apartment. Their rapid research revealed the old building had no sprinklers, so flashbang grenades were not an option. The listed resident was a single woman with 3 kids and her own rap sheet for various theft and drug-related charges. It turned out she was wanted on an outstanding warrant. It could be a twofer kind of morning, Ramona thought. The possible presence of the girlfriend and children meant they would have to avoid breaching rounds from a shotgun to get through a locked door. With the extreme nature of the jailbreak event, every police officer past probation was involved in raids just like this to one extent or another, but particularly former SWAT officers like Ramona. This hastily assembled team had just 4 members, plus 2 more plainclothes officers down on the ground to give chase should the perp somehow make it out of the building and escape. It wasn't ideal, nowhere near it. SWAT teams trained together often, daily for large departments with permanent units, like Seattle PD, several times per month for regional units that were often blended amongst smaller police forces, sheriff's departments, and members of the state patrol. But on this day, Ramona found herself as the number 3 spot in a stack of people she'd never worked with. At the head of the stack, in the point man position, was an officer from the Port of Seattle, the department that worked the piers and airport. He was a former Army Ranger with CQB, or Close Quarters Battle, experience. Behind him was the assault man and person in charge. He was the other Seattle officer in this raid. Like Ramona, he had moved out of SWAT, albeit before she'd even joined it, but his years of seniority meant he had the leader role for the op. Then Ramona, acting as the slack man. Some departments had the breacher in this position, but for an op conducted on a real mission by people who had never worked together, that was not a good idea. The breacher would leave the stack to smash open the door, and it just made sense to have them fall in after the other 3 had entered as quickly as they could. That 4th breacher role was filled by a U.S. Marshal who had been on many high-risk raids. The former UCLA linebacker would have no problem opening the door quickly. The team had assembled in the back of an unmarked box truck, which had parked down the street a half-hour earlier. One of the plainclothes officers had walked the 5th-floor hallway slowly, listening for any hints or intel they could gather. In less dire circumstances, a drone might be used outside the building to look into windows, or a snake cam might be employed at the entry door itself. But a hastily assembled team would keep the op simple and trust that the tip was solid. The briefing had heavily emphasized to restrict use of force, on the off chance those inside the room were innocent people being swatted by their enemies. The truck then pulled directly in front of the ramp leading to the building's underground parking area. The team left the back of the truck at a full sprint. They ran the fire stairs near the elevator. The point man held them at the top of the stairs on the 5th floor, letting everyone do an equipment check and take a 30-second breather. Heavy breathing had a huge negative impact on the skill needed to aim a firearm. He opened the door to the stairs and turned right, moving along the left wall per the intel from the plainclothes scout. Every one of them had the training and experience to walk with a combat glide, knees bent, landing purposefully on the heel to soften the amount of bounce on the rifle muzzle. He slowed as they approached the correct apartment, the point man stopping about 2 feet shy of it. He could see the door was closed. They were now at risk of being seen from the door's viewport. Each of the trailing members all had their non-shooting hand on the gear or shoulder of the person ahead. The breacher was just about to squeeze Ramona's shoulder. This would trigger her to send the squeeze forward. The team leader would then squeeze the point man, who would be able to check the door handle and call back for the breacher if needed. The apartment door behind the team suddenly opened, causing the breacher to spin and check their rear security. "Back into your apartment," he said. A startled middle-aged woman gasped, but she recognized the word police on the back of Ramona's tactical vest. She nodded to the big, angry-looking man pointing his rifle at the ground between them and went back into her apartment. Ramona heard locks and deadbolts being applied, and a moment later she felt the expected squeeze from the man behind her. After the team played the physical signal forward, the point man tried the doorknob and shook his head to the negative. "Breacher," the team leader said. It was a hushed call over his shoulder that Ramona didn't need to relay, as the big marshal was already on his way. The breacher let his rifle hang on his chest in its sling and pulled a big, heavy tool out of a metal ring clipped on the top back of his tactical plate vest. The Halligan tool was a large stainless pry bar about 3 feet in length. It was much thicker and heavier than a standard construction pry bar. Instead of a gooseneck nail puller, the business end had a short lever surface set off at an angle. The head also had a flat hammering surface and another pointed cylindrical shape for poking holes in drywall or sheet metal. All he needed to do, though, was swing the big forks once into the door jamb right at the knob, driving the tapered teeth into where the knob's internal parts mated with the hole in the jamb. A hard pull on the lever from right to left, and the striking head on the Halligan acted like a heavy fulcrum against the door. It splintered the door and frame. He gave the door a heavy kick right in the fractured spot around the knob, spilling wood shards and doorknob parts onto the ground as the door flew open. The point man entered, yelling, "SWAT! Nobody move!" He moved across the opening, doing a button hook pattern to walk past the broken door. He scanned the entry and living space, catching a teenager and a child of about 6 on the couch with a dazed look. He cleared the dead space created by the open door and then moved rapidly toward the corner of the apartment, otherwise keeping an eye on his sector. The teen tried to stand. "Stay down!" A split second after the point man had entered, the team leading assault man had entered behind, this time heading toward the right, the broken side of the door jamb. He too was yelling and scanning as he moved toward the far corner. Both of them moved around furniture and toddler toys, walking deeper into the room's next corners, as Ramona and the marshal rapidly strode in behind to fill the first corners. Soon the entire team was in the living and dining area, covering interlocking sectors with their rifles. Intense screaming and yelling were happening from the back of the apartment, as the drug-fueled and kinky love-making session of the high-convicted murderer and his equally high, sometimes girlfriend, had been interrupted by the commotion. A toddler began to scream from a crib in the only other bedroom in the tiny apartment. Rapidly, the untested SWAT unit moved through the rest of the residence, Ramona and the breacher checking the kitchen and bathroom, while the lead pair had moved to clear the bedrooms. The point man had held the hall, while the team leader gave the room with the screaming toddler a quick glance, including under the crib and other bed and in the closet. Within 2 minutes, both adults were in custody, and Ramona and her new temporary partner were guarding the 2 children in the living room and doing a second check on the entire place. The last thing they needed was to find one of his buddies hiding in the bathtub. Both of the arrested and naked criminals continued to yell and scream, upset that the expensive high had been ruined before either of them could get their release sexually. The toddler was left in the crib for a bit, the cops all knowing it was just the safer place for her for a few minutes. The detective in charge left the back of the truck and joined the 2 plainclothes cops for the trip up to the apartment. The local state child protective services agency had been given a forewarning. One of their agents was just a phone call away. The big breacher had taken the other child into the room with the toddler. The teenager was still on the couch. Ramona could hear the marshal trying to make googly noises to stop the children from crying. "Good work, Ramona," the team leader said as he took his helmet off. Sergeant Ricky Moore, 46, was a 21-year veteran of the Seattle Police Department. The lanky man was eagerly awaiting retirement age, burned out on a job he once loved. He'd spent several straight years on the department's full-time maritime unit simply because it was unique, and he didn't have to deal with the standard problems. His biggest enemies since leaving SWAT, for the most part, had been drunk boaters and learning to deal with annoying drizzle. He and Ramona had just watched the detective and the 2 plainclothes cops take the arrested away and go make phone calls. "It could have gone worse," Ramona said. Her tired smile turned into a yawn. She'd been back to work in the downtown precinct since 10 p.m. and was growing tired as the sun rose outside. The Port of Seattle officer who'd been the point man came in from the outer hall. "Ricky," he said, waving the team leader over for a chat outside. Ricky looked at the teen, then Ramona. "Keep an eye on him." The youth was playing a video game and doing his best to prove he was disinterested. Ricky Moore turned and followed the other man out of the apartment. Ramona looked at the flat-screen TV for a minute or so before speaking to the boy. "What you playing?" The boy, who she guessed to be about 14, ignored her. "All righty then," she said. She wasn't going to force him to speak. "Son of a... Hey!" It was the big breacher in the bedroom. "That was not nice." Ramona turned and started to walk toward the hall to see what hijinks the child had played that could have possibly been so horrible, when the loud blast of a shotgun broke the still, quiet air into 1,000 pieces. A force like Thor's hammer slammed into her just an inch off the center of her back plate in her vest. A piercing pain erupted through her unlike any she'd ever felt, causing her to scream. The vast energy and pain dropped her to her knees instantly, where she then fell to her hands. The wave of agony continued to jolt through her torso. Ears deafened, she thought she could make out the sound of a shotgun slide racking a shell into the chamber. She threw her right hand under the gap between her left elbow and hip. Spinning her hips and knees, she attempted to draw her pistol from the thigh-mounted holster as she slammed onto her back. Her rifle fell across her left arm while the right hand was grabbing the Glock. Now lying fully on her back, everything turned to slow motion as she stared between her propped knees, except the intense pain in her trunk. The teenager was standing, couch pillows flipped aside, shotgun in his hands. He was lowering it back down after pointing it skyward to work the action. There was no sound as far as she could tell, except for the pounding of life or death in her ears. The left hand and arm refused to get untangled from the rifle laying across them. The right hand pulled the pistol to the gap between her knees, feet planted on the floor. With one-handed motion, fear and muscle memory took over. Ramona didn't have time to look for the front sight. It's called natural point of aim. When a shooter had drilled hundreds or thousands of times, their body just knew. She pulled the trigger through the Glock trigger's well-known wall, that spot in the action that disengaged the two internal safeties. The striker worked, just like it always did when the notoriously reliable pistols weren't modified. The 135-grain Hornady hollow-point bullet ran true to her point-blank shooting, hitting the would-be murderer in the chest at a little over 1,000 feet per second. She was still trying to wince through the pain and line up a follow-up shot when two explosions startled her. Just behind and over her, U.S. Marshal Noah Stiles put 2 more rounds into the teenager with his rifle from the hallway. The boy fell where he stood, dead nearly before the body had come to rest. Ramona could feel herself crying out in agony, but she couldn't hear it. Intense pain triggered streams of tears to flow. Time continued to trickle away in slow motion. She locked eyes with Noah, who was now kneeling beside her. She could see his lips moving, undoubtedly asking her where she'd been shot. The edges of her vision grew dark, the cheap tan wallpaper in the apartment turning brown, then gray, then black, then nothing. Chapter 21. South Seattle. The smell of fresh coffee brewing woke Jamar up from a deep slumber. He and 16-year-old Jalen each had half of a bunk bed. Jamar had used the top bunk while he suddenly felt he'd outgrown it when he was 14, forcing his then third-grade brother into using the top for the rest of their lives thus far. Being a grown man with a new career, he didn't much like telling people, particularly any ladies he met, that he still shared a bunk bed with a raging hormone sibling who was about to get his driver's license. His father had wisely advised him that to the right lady, and with full context, the fact that he did would only make him more of a man. Dedication to family. It's the type of thing that makes you husband material, son, his father had said more than one time. Jamar pulled the smelly t-shirt off his face, blinking hard in the bright bedroom. He batted his eyelids. His eyes felt dry, like they had sand in them. He shook his head off his pillow and squinted at the bright red digits of the alarm clock. 10:48, he read, taking a moment to contemplate which half of the day before the bright light of day pushing past the old curtains told him. He sniffed once more, feeling bacon and eggs were in the air, too, with a hungry sense of smell. Jamar got up and pulled on some sweatpants directly from the top of the dirty clothes hamper he and Jalen shared. He yanked a clean light green t-shirt off a hanger in the closet. A quick trip to the bathroom, and he found himself shuffling his socked feet into the small living room. Pop, he thought, seeing James look uncomfortable as he tried to sleep in the sole recliner. Mama and Nana are in the kitchen. Charcoal got up and nearly knocked one of Nana's figurines off the coffee table with his tail when he ran to greet Jamar. He rubbed the dog on the head, then pointed toward his dog bed in the corner of the room next to the entertainment center. Go lay down. Where's Jalen? He asked 13-year-old Felicity. She was looking very perturbed about her phone not working, stuck with surfing boring Sunday morning TV. I don't know, she said, with the sass of a hip-hop diva. Do I look like Wikipedia to you? In his head, Jamar slapped her on the back of the head, something he gave up in real life many years earlier. He could get away with it with his mouthy brother, but nobody touched their mama's baby, except Mama and Nana. Lissy, he repeated, using his slang name for her. He's probably with his friends. Her huff at the end of her statement reminded Jamar why he didn't talk to her too often. Your mama said he could go to Paco's house, James grumbled from the front corner. He had a ball cap pulled down over his face. It wasn't helping. Jamar abandoned the pair for the kitchen, the sound of the TV channel changing every 2 seconds replaced with the sound of sizzling bacon and someone running water at the sink. Morning, Mama. He kissed her on the cheek while she finished flipping over a fried egg on an electric skillet sitting on the laminate countertop. At the sink, Diana's mother was washing some apples she'd made Jalen go pick from their lone tree in the small backyard. Jamar repeated his greeting with Nana. He scanned the apples. They didn't get very big this year. No, Nana said, and they kinda hard, but they'll make good apple butter just the same. Jamar said. The thought of Nana's apple butter on an English muffin made his mouth wet. He noticed his mother's face. It bore a mixture of happiness and worry. She's going to be upset when I go back to work. He reached over to the pile of bacon on a plate next to the skillet and acted like he was sneaking one. Go ahead, Diana said. You're only stealing from yourself. And me, a sapped-looking James said as he entered the small kitchen. I don't get your mama's fine cooking too often, boy. Don't you dare be eating on my half. Jamar smirked. Did you get any sleep, Pop? He pulled 2 plates out of the clean but style-dated cupboard. He looked at his mother with a quizzical expression. Go ahead, she said. It's just you two. Everybody else ate a while ago. Jamar handed one of the plates to his dad. Enough, his father said. The 2 men made their plates of breakfast food, each doctoring the eggs with pepper and Tabasco and the toast with grape jelly. Like father, like son, Nana said. Jamar and James went back to the living room. What's wrong? Jamar asked Felicity as she plopped at the opposite end of the faded brown microfiber couch. She had world-shattering complaint written on her face. The dang president, she's on every channel. James said. He lowered himself back into the recliner. That was how it always was when we was kids. Turn it up, Jamar said. Instead of complying, she gave him a look that triggered a sterner command from the adult sibling. Give me the remote, Lissy. She tossed it at him and got up, heading to her bedroom, irritated. Jamar unmuted the television to hear what President Dodds was saying at the White House press room podium. Was not by my order. I know what I said yesterday, but if you recall, it was just an option we were exploring if we needed to. All the major cellular services have confirmed that they were shut down by cyberattack. Again, we did not cause the disruption to cell phones. A cacophony of questions erupted from the press corps, but it silenced quickly when the president picked one of her usual favorite reporters with the point of a finger. Michael? The screen showed a reporter in a blue sweat-stained shirt and loose tan tie stand up. Madam President, can you validate the rumors that China is at least partially behind these attacks? And if so, are the attacks on their own country some sort of red flag event to throw off suspicion? I can't confirm or deny any of our intelligence at this point, President Dodds said to the reporter. She then started to look around at them all. But we are exploring all possibilities. China has been ingraining itself into our infrastructure for decades, not just with their multiple mall-sized hacking centers, but with citizen change agents who have been immigrating here for years. For example, they have slightly less than 1 million students in our colleges, many of whom stay for years after school is over. We have less than 1,000 students in their colleges. The same reporter cut off his fellow journalist to follow up. So you think China has been subversively moving the chess pieces around the board? Like I said, we're exploring all the options. Next? The pleas for attention started from the pool once more. Shannon, the president said with another stab of her finger. A middle-aged reporter stood. Like her colleague before, her clothing reflected that she'd been wearing it for at least a couple of days straight. Madam President, many of the governors are taking flack because they've imposed curfews in portions of their states. Is it true that you may impose a nationwide curfew and travel restriction? President Roxanne Dodds took a sip of water and then let out half of a sigh. We've had a lot of discussion on several courses of action. She nearly gulped. I've ordered Homeland Security to create a safety limit on all non-essential citizens from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. for the next several days. People like emergency responders, doctors, nurses, utility workers, they'll all be allowed to travel through the checkpoints we're establishing. As to travel restrictions, this sophistication of hacking leads us to realize that our citizens are at grave risk, whether from China or other complex hacking networks. We'll be suspending air travel for non-military craft for the next few days. Rail and highway travel will continue for things like freight and fuel. The press room erupted. Jamar sat up on the couch and looked at his father, who was already leaning forward intently. Both men set their half-eaten plates of food on the coffee table. Jamar turned the volume up 2 bumps. So you're saying there's a curfew? another reporter called out quickly and loudly over the voices starting to fill the room.
It's a safety limit,
the president repeated.
It's to keep people safe.
It's all going downhill now, boy,
James said. Jamar muted the television.
What you thinking, Pop?
When you going back to work, son? James asked.
I'm supposed to report back in tonight by midnight.
I suppose you're gonna need to get some more sleep before then, his father said.
Jamar could see the wheels turning behind his father's eyes.
I'm still feeling it. I will need another nap. Why?
He could see his father looking past him toward the kitchen. Diana and her mother were both in the doorway, concerned looks on their faces.
We need to get to the ATM, his father said, and the store.
James Franklin pulled his old Ford into the driveway a block over from Jamar's family home. Jamar went up to Paco's house and knocked, eventually getting his little brother to come to the door. He returned to the truck to find his father sitting on the passenger side.
He'll be out in a couple, Jamar announced.
What's up? He asked, hands raised. His father was grinning at Jamar's confused look. James rolled the old hand crank backward, lowering the bigger piece of the old-school two-piece truck window.
Been telling me for years you want to learn to drive stick. Today you're going to learn to drive stick.
I meant one of the regular kind, Pop, Jamar protested. Not a 3 on the tree.
Same. Best kind to learn on, his father decided. Any man can learn to drive stick, but only a man's man can drive on the tree.
Jamar had grown up watching his father drive with a transmission stick on the steering column. He already knew how. In and up for reverse, in and down for first gear, away and up for second, away and down for third, which they wouldn't need until they were doing nearly 40 miles per hour. What Jamar really wanted to learn was how to feather the clutch.
You two were going to be in for a bumpy ride, he said.
Gotta learn sometime, James said. It's my fault for teaching you to drive on your mama's car. But damn, transmissions and clutches are expensive.
He shook his head, thinking about the fact his old truck was on its 3rd set of drivetrain.
Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about something before your brother comes out.
You sure you gotta go in tonight?
Jamar knew where this was going. He grimaced.
I got a job to do, Pop. Same as you, same as anyone. An important job.
I know, boy, James said.
Jamar could feel the concern in his words.
I just think with the Army, they got all the men they need now. And your family, they need you here at home.
The 2 men heard the door in the house slam. Jalen was walking toward them.
I have to go, Pop. It's the right thing to do.
He turned away from the passenger door and pointed for his brother to go around the truck. He stepped up into it after Jalen slid down the bench seat toward James.
You letting him drive?
The boy asked his surrogate father figure.
What'd I do to you?
Ha, Jamar said. He tried to start the engine and got nothing.
You gotta push the clutch in,
Jalen chastised.
I know, Jamar said, irritated. I've been riding in this truck since before you were born.
He pushed in the clutch, started the engine, and slowly engaged the reverse gear.
Just a hair of gas when you get to the clutch's sweet spot, James advised. She'll drive herself if you let her.
7 shaky minutes later, Jamar pulled the old rig up to a line of cars in the right lane, some with blinkers on. The Safeway parking lot was stuffed with cars, and more were trying to enter. Those trying to leave were having a hard time maneuvering and seeing to get out. There were dozens of people walking along the sidewalks on both sides of the road. Those that needed to cross the street were just dodging traffic instead of going down to the crosswalk. Horns were filling the air.
Go around, James instructed. We'll just park down on Andover and walk back up.
Jamar did as instructed, getting a little smoother with the clutch each time. He had to take his time around cars and people, daring to make a right turn from the left lane. The right lane was clogged with pedestrians and cars a bit down from the corner, making it clear to do so. He drove nearly 4 full blocks up the residential road, still slowly avoiding pedestrians. Those heading down into the neighborhood were pushing their shopping carts without a care for the people back at Safeway who needed them. Jamar parked. The men got out of the truck. James spotted a person putting her groceries into her house and went over to ask politely for the cart. 2 minutes later, he was back in the truck, and 5 minutes after, the 3 of them were back in the Safeway parking lot. The horns and yelling were still flowing, people getting agitated with each other. Folks were coming out of the store with just a couple of shopping bags, grumbling and cussing, to the world or even just to themselves. The store had just enacted a $100 cap on purchases several minutes earlier. The trio of men strode in with their cart and tried to nicely move through a crowd in the empty cart bay by the front doors.
Yo, how the hell'd you get a cart, bro?
A heavy-set man yelled. James was leading, Jalen was pushing the cart, and Jamar was behind his brother. The man tried to put his hand on the cart, and James swung his open palm up like his hand was the end of a golf club. He hit the man on the bottom of the forearm, causing him to spin around in anger. The other dozen people around them reacted in different ways. A couple let out gasps. A couple started filming on their phones to upload to the internet once they got home, just in case it turned into a viral grabbing fight video. The man started to cuss James out.
That's my cart, James said. Keep your skinners off it.
Jalen yanked the cart, moving it through two other people and around James. Jamar moved up, ready to use his training to separate the two men if needed. "Pop," he said. It was the only thing he could think of. His father and the other man were nose to nose, glaring at each other, about ready to throw fists.
"You want some?"
the fat man asked. James kept his voice steady and firm.
"I already got some."
Jamar grabbed his dad by the upper arm and pulled him into the store right behind Jalen. The other man let them go, grumbling and cussing about the unfairness of him waiting for a cart. Jamar decided to try a new tactic, hoping some of the folks would choose to be proactive. "The carts are all down in the neighborhood." James resumed his role in the front of their convoy. They passed an employee who was repeatedly telling patrons that their purchases would not be allowed to exceed $100.
$100, James said. "In this economy, that's like 2 sacks of stuff. The shelves are looking barren anyways."
"Get the generic stuff," Jamar said. "Boxes and cans." "Mom ain't gonna like it if you don't get milk, eggs, and veggies," Jalen said. Everyone knew it wasn't wise to upset Mama. "Mama ain't here," Jamar said. "Produce and meat will chew at the budget fast. Besides, who's to say they don't knock out the power one of these days?"
"That's good thinking, son," James said.
As the men traveled down the first aisle to move along the back of the store, they approached raised voices. They rounded the corner to find 2 women pulling each other by the hair, fighting over the last bag of Doritos. The bag was popped open on the ground, 1,000 tiny pieces of Cool Ranch-flavored chips crumbling under their feet as they tried to slap each other. One of the ladies' older kids was trying to break them up. A man was standing there, egging on the other lady and verbally chastising the teenage girl for interfering. Jamar had talked his father into his own course of action, which was to leave their pistols at home, a decision he now regretted.
What if some fool starts shooting the place up?
It was apparent that civility was starting to mean less than territory. Entitlement, he thought. These people are almost animalistic. They think they're entitled to Doritos or anything else they want. He was starting to understand why his father didn't want him to go to work that night. Chapter 22. First Hill, Seattle. Kevin Richardson looked around downtown at the troop-carrying Humvee from the right rear window. He'd been to Seattle a handful of times for baseball tournaments or as a family on weekend ventures, usually to watch the Mariners, and when he was 14, he helped his brother Keith move in with some bandmates. They were going to make it big. Keith had moved more times than Kevin or Kenny could remember, and had even changed phone providers a couple of times. He thought he might have Keith's latest number programmed into his phone, but he wasn't sure. He pulled it out of his pocket and powered the device. Keeping it off during the cellular outage would essentially make the battery last several days. He checked his map app, and sure enough, the GPS was working just fine without needing cellular service, something that blew his mind. He saw they turned up Columbia Street, heading east as he felt the turn in real time. He looked out once more and saw a National Guard unit patrolling on foot. There were big orange plastic barricades to deter vehicle traffic farther south, where huge throngs of people were marching in the streets. Mixed feelings on this, Kevin thought. I'm all about government leaving me alone, and people in this town would protest just about anything, even stuff nobody here can change that's happening on the other side of the world. But if I lived here and was told I can't leave my house at night... Kevin kind of got their point. He swiped the map app away and found his contacts list, digging into what info he'd saved on his brother Keith. He'd abandoned the family ever since their father's funeral. He used to text or call Kenny 5 or 6 times per year, but that had dropped off to nothing for the past 9 months. Kenny had not been able to get any replies out of their brother, and neither had Kevin. He attempted to memorize the address and phone number, but he had to put his phone away 2 minutes later. They'd arrived. First Hill was a neighborhood name simply because that's what it was people encountered when they left downtown, the First Hill. It was arguably the most important square mile in the state. It had not 1 but 3 major hospitals, including the only Level 1 trauma center serving Washington, Alaska, Idaho, or Montana, and that's where they were headed to work. They were told to be prepared to stay for a few days, but to remember that orders could always change with the needs of the day. Harborview Medical Center was run by the University of Washington. Just east of Interstate Highway 5, it encompassed 10 city blocks, counting all of its buildings, staff parking, and the heliport capable of taking 3 helicopters at once. Several of the buildings were on the same block or connected to others by elevated walkways. Red Squad was already being considered for deployment there, but the president's announcement an hour earlier had locked it in. 1 company of National Guard troops were assisting the stretched-thin police department with maintaining peace in downtown. Most of them were in the area of City Hall, just west and downhill from Harborview. 2 partial squads of the soldiers, which was most of one of the 3 platoons in the company, were pulled out of that detail and assigned to protect the campuses of all 3 hospitals. Red Squad was attached to those squads to act as a communication liaison between them, Camp Murray, and the SPD. The NG squads were not fully staffed due to people not reporting for the emergency muster. Typically, they would have 12 or 13 to be considered full strength. That would comprise 3 smaller groups called fire teams in a typical infantry unit, though they dropped the word fire from that for civil assistance missions. Operationally, they would still be reporting to their platoon leader operating near City Hall. There were 6 NG teams in total for the hospital patrol assignment. 2 would be assigned to patrol the smaller Swedish and Virginia Mason hospitals on a rotating basis. The other 3 would be covering the much larger Harborview nexus. A 6th team would remain at the base camp, available to be a quick reaction force if needed. They planned on cutting the patrols by half around 6 p.m. if things were civil, so that the fire teams could rotate through rest periods. The convoy of Humvees navigated around the several blocks of the campus, finally pulling into a vacant lot on the south side, just across Alder Street from the West Clinic and the parking garage that housed the heliport on top. Between the elements of the 2 distinct guard units, 29 men and women exited 6 Humvees and 1 heavy truck that was hauling most of their gear. Kevin got out and did a quick stretch. He'd been riding with one of the NG teams. The 2 groups of soldiers began to fall in and muster with their respective officers. Soon he was standing with the 8 members of the Red Squad. "Will this work?" Captain Stella Korich asked Staff Sergeant Rob Saxon. "Height is an antenna's friend," the pudgy man said. He was eyeballing the various tall buildings of the Harborview complex. "But in my research over the years, I've not seen too many buildings that are conducive to anything other than a maintenance worker or two, too full of air conditioners and such. Loud, not to mention the fall," he joked. "But I could send up the drone and go take a quick look." "Yeah," Major Carey said. "Do that. I just talked to the 2 squad leaders of the Natties. They're going to establish some tents here in this slot in case we're here a few days, so we'll need to post a radio here, too." "Oh, I just thought of something," Rob said. He was looking at a helicopter on approach from the west. "My personal drone won't be allowed to fly over 30 feet here because of FAA restrictions for that heliport, and I seriously doubt the Natties have an issued drone." "Good point," Stella said. By then, the entire group of 8 had assembled into a loose circle. "Chief," Ted said to CWO3 Steve Espinoza, "you all do whatever the Natties and Rob here need to set up base camp. Stella and I will head in to talk to the hospital administration and find out their needs." With that, the 2 officers headed north. Kevin passively listened to Steve make a few assignments while he scanned their surroundings. Immediately west and up the slope were the northbound lanes of I-5. South was a new, mostly constructed building, surrounded by fence that kept the curious from wandering in. Sunday, he realized. No workers on the job site. Between the 2, he could just make out a part of the street that passed under the highway into downtown. The other directions were all filled with the Harborview complex, a parking lot, and other commercial buildings. They would be relatively shielded from view of most folks heading in or out of downtown in this particular field. That gave him a small tinge of hope as he joined the crew he'd rode over with in setting up a field tent. In the 1 hour since their arrival, a few planning decisions on the best use of the teams had been reached between Major Carey and the NCOs of the 2 National Guard squads they were supporting. The patrol teams that were fully staffed would not need a Red Squad member attached. Kevin and Nelson would be attached to one team that was short 2 people, with Sean and Steve each backfilling one of 2 other teams. The 6 patrol teams would be called Hotel 1 through 6 on the radio, and would keep those labels no matter where they were located during the shifts. The remaining 4 State Guard members would work the comms tent in pairs, Ted with Rob and Stella with Donnie. Kevin and Nelson were with Staff Sergeant Donna Fleur and Corporal Corey Ethan, or Hotel 5. Donna had rank and active-duty Marine Corps experience, so she was in charge of the team. They were the foot patrol for the Harborview interior. The other 2 teams were patrolling the exterior via foot or Humvee. Nobody was carrying weapons on patrol, though the Humvees were allowed to have their rifles staged in the back. Also at their disposal were a few net guns, which resembled big flashlights but used a small canister of carbon dioxide to shoot a weighted net. It would wrap up and demobilize people caught in its fire. Few of the members had ever received more advanced qualifications in non-lethal systems, but the platoon leader had granted the squad's permission to carry flashbang grenades as a last-ditch method of escaping a dangerous crowd. Donna considered herself a pragmatist and gave Kevin and Nelson 1 each to keep in their cargo pocket. "Last thing I need is to have to rescue a couple of stadies who shouldn't even be out here." Once she'd learned bar owner Nelson Butterton had been a police officer in his younger years, she felt a bit more confident in her new teammates. The foursome walked north along the West Clinic's main entrance and stopped just shy of going under the large awning that covered it. "I'm going to suggest we split," Donna said. "One of each of us. These buildings are a big maze connected with tunnels and that giant sky bridge. We don't need to hit every floor or memorize where every clinic is, but getting a feel for the lay of the land could take forever if we stroll around as a big cluster." "There seems to be a large volume of people near the ER," Nelson said. "Why don't we get over there and work it in a circular pattern, slowly getting farther out from it on each pass? It's the most likely place to erupt." "That's probably a good call," Donna said. She scanned the 3 men in her charge. "Corey, you and Nelson will start with that patrol. Operationally, you outrank him, but listen to him since he used to be a cop." "Roger that," the corporal said. Unlike Donna, he'd never been active duty or deployed anywhere. He had no problem with leaning on someone older and capable, even if he was one of the State Guard. "Kevin and I will do the opposite. We'll do a fast walk through the ground floors of the whole place and find out where the buildings connect and such." She looked at her watch, triggering the rest to do the same. 12:45. Let's say we try to meet on the street outside the ER at 1400. Now, our comms plan. Don't use the radios unless absolutely necessary. Kevin and I will be Hotel 5 Alpha. You guys are Bravo. "That reminds me," Kevin said. "We have this tech nerd who wants me to put these little transceivers out in a few places." Nelson chuckled. "Huh?" the pair of natties said in bewilderment. Kevin gave them the 2-minute overview of the Meshtastic devices. Once Donna knew it would allow them to text each other without bothering the entire frequency, she was on board. "We'll make our way to the tops of a couple of these buildings." Kevin shook his head. "Rob says they'd work better, but he wants to keep them near the street so we can retrieve them quickly." He looked up at the awning. "Something like on one of those, if we can find a way up and down." The 2 pairs soon parted ways. Kevin and Donna moved into the West Clinic lobby, and soon turned onto a long hall to move down the length of the facility. Major Carey had received 24 RFID badges from hospital security that he issued to most of the soldiers. They would allow the teams to move through about 80% of the doors in the complex as long as the power stayed on. After moving past several clinics, they found themselves back outside a block over, almost directly under the one multi-story sky bridge that connected the 2 tallest buildings. The emergency room was to their left, so they chose to cross the street. That's when they heard the noise from downtown. "Is that a machine gun?" Kevin asked. Donna's radio chirped, and Kevin recognized Rob Saxon's voice. "All hotel teams stand by. We're getting traffic from the downtown net. Sounds like a mob is attacking City Hall, and one of the squads has been overrun." Chapter 23. To Tacoma, Washington. Wade turned the black Ram pickup south onto Alder Street. He was pretty sure Scooter lived on this side of the intersecting 45th Street thoroughfare, but if he didn't see the flag he was looking for, he would cross over and try the next block. The neighborhood was part of Tacoma's Central District, home to the city's highest crime statistics year after year. There were only a few blocks from the largest mall in the city. His old cellmate was a proud lifelong member of the Chupacabras Motorcycle Club. "Just look for the colors flying over my driveway, man," he'd told Wade the day he made parole. "You're always welcome in my casa, bro." It wasn't just a giant outlaw MC flag Wade was scouting for. He knew Scooter was low-hanging fruit for the cops. "The cops are here," he thought. "They'd be stupid not to be." The street was one of the last that mostly contained houses before the neighborhood became predominantly apartment buildings. Wade knew that the beat cops were probably taxed, but that the U.S. Marshals or some other branch of the alphabet soup agencies would be around somewhere assisting, and doing a bad job of hiding. Well-known ex-cons like Eugene Scooter McDowell were an obvious resource for escapees on the run, and he was sure that somewhere in a house or box van along the street sat a team of narcs with a list of names and a packet of photos of escapees. There were no big trucks of fake businesses parked along the street. First, he saw the big MC flag 5 houses down on the left. Perfect. He smiled at his old buddy's die-hard dedication to his cause. Now do a lap. But he'd noticed the problem about the time he was passing Scooters. Across the street and 2 houses farther down, it became obvious. There were 3 newer model sedans in the driveway, all of them parked backward for a rapid exit. But it was a giant pile of newspapers in the lawn that gave them away. The grass was brown, the newspapers tan and cracked from the summer sun. There must have been 20 of them. That house has sat vacant all summer, yet there's 3 obviously government-owned cars in the driveway. Idiots. You guys could have at least taken some cars out of the impound lot to use. Wade turned right on 45th, and then right again on Lawrence. But between those 2 turns, he'd seen a smaller, unnamed road that went right up between the backyards of the properties on the 2 streets. Some sort of utility easement, he guessed. He hit 43rd after turning up Lawrence, not caring what happened to 44th. After 2 more rights, he was now driving south on that gravel easement. Slowly, he reminded himself. Don't alert them. Wade parked behind the house 2 down from the one he suspected had a police stakeout in it. He hopped a 4-foot-tall chain-link fence that formed the backyard. Must be rusty, he thought. Forgot to scan for dogs. He saw piles of lawn fudge in several locations, along with wiffle ball toys and a broken trampoline that indicated older children. He found a door that led into the back of the attached garage. Looking through the panes of glass, he could see the large garage door was shut. The space was stuffed with junk, leaving no room for a car. The handle turned. In the dark garage, he let his eyes get used to just the daylight from the door and one window for a moment. He perused the household items: luggage, moving boxes, dusty golf clubs, 3 older bikes with flat tires. He picked up a bowling pin off a shelf and threw it into a shelf of empty mason jars, causing a crash. He then picked the pin up and set it in front of the 2 steps that led up to a door into the house. Whoever checks out the crash is in charge of security at this time, he knew. A few seconds later, he heard the thud of footsteps. The door opened, and the voice of a teenage male proclaimed, "What the?" Wade saw a tall, thin boy of 16 or so step down into the garage. He bent over and picked up the bowling pin. From the corner of the room, he strode over and grabbed the kid by the back of the neck and one of his arms. He squeezed hard on the nerve next to the elbow bone at the bottom of the kid's left triceps. "Argh!" the boy screamed. What the hell, man?" He struggled, but the other grip around his neck's vertebrae made the lad wince and bend his knees. "Who else is home?" Wade asked. He was as smooth as glass. The teen craned his eyes, afraid to move his head. "Just me and my little brother. Please, don't hurt us." Wade pulled him in closer to see his face. "You telling me the truth?" "Yeah, dude." 15 minutes later, he'd secured the house. The 2 brothers were bound and gagged, laying on the living room floor below the paused video game on their big TV. Wade had learned their mother wasn't due home for hours, and there was no dad or boyfriend in the picture. No sister or grandma to drop by unannounced. The dog was a small mutt that he'd made one of the boys put into a bedroom. When it wouldn't stop barking, Wade found a leash and muzzle near the front door, which he used to quiet and restrain the dog. Humans were easy to kill, but he felt few dogs deserved the karma he served. Killing them always bothered his conscience. In his search of the place, he found the mom had a snub-nosed .38 with no ammunition in a small locking pistol box in the top of her closet. He stuffed the pistol into a back pocket. Moving to the kitchen, he scanned the fridge for anything worth eating. It was an older one without plumbed water or an ice maker. When he realized this family still made ice the old-fashioned way, he hunted for and found one of his favorite implements, an old-school ice pick. It had a wood handle and a sharp 6-inch long shaft. He collected the kids' phones and began a counter-stakeout of Scooter's house. "Listen, kids, I have no desire to kill you or your mom. You leave me alone, and I'll be out of here in a couple of hours, before your mom gets home." Which may or may not be true, he knew. If she got home first, he would just trade up cars after killing all three. If what he really wanted to happen happened, he'd be leaving before she got home, and the boys would probably live. A bit over an hour later, Wade's efforts were rewarded. A Toyota Supra pulled in front of Scooter's house and parked. A woman in her later 30s or early 40s knocked on the door and went into the house for most of an hour. Then she left. Wade couldn't see the stakeout house 2 doors down, but he did recognize one of the sedans pulling onto the road and leaving just a moment later. He left the boys and their dog tied up and ran out to find the truck on the gravel easement right where he'd left it. He fired it up and drove down to 45th Street. He pulled out, causing the westbound traffic to screech to a halt. Horns honked. Fingers were extended in domestic salutation. He saw the tail of the sedan heading east toward the mall, so he cut off the other lanes of traffic and turned left. He got the same result as he crossed the bidirectional turn lane and into the eastbound lanes. This time cars smashed into each other as tires screeched on asphalt. He stomped on the pedal, sending a big, billowy cloud of black diesel exhaust onto the wrecked cars as he took off. The sedan turned left onto Pine Street next to the Tacoma Mall. Wade kept the big truck floored, barely catching a yellow light and making the turn himself. He couldn't give a hoot about causing people to wreck. His only concern was not attracting unwanted attention from whatever cop he was following. The woman who'd visited Scooter had turned onto 38th. The cop made her move and pulled Scooter's visitor over before she could reach the highway. She turned into the parking lot of a furniture store. Wade pulled in just in time to see the plainclothed cop get out of her car and approach the other woman's car. Wade parked the truck and went just inside the furniture store's entry area. "Afternoon," a pimply college-age salesman in a stained, short-sleeved polo shirt said. "What brings you in today? Is it our grade 0 down, 12 months, same as cash financing?" Wade resisted the urge to beat the young man to a pulp on the spot. "No." He looked at the kid for a moment before turning his eyes back out the window to the parking lot. "Looking to torture a cop into using her police car's computer so I can find the home address of the DA who put me in prison." He was as nonchalant as he could possibly be with his tone. The young salesman cracked up with all the ferocity of an insecure and broke person who desperately needed a sale. "Good one. Man, I've heard some funny comebacks, but that's probably the best this month. Maybe this year." Wade turned once more and smiled. "I'm just waiting on my fiancée to finish a phone call in the car, but we'll meet you back at Cribs and Children's Furniture in a few minutes." "Excellent. Be sure to ask for Wade." Wade snapped his head back to see if the young man was being a wise ass. "Your name is Wade?" the killer asked. "Yeah." "Well, good on you, cousin." He fist-bumped the youngster. "I'm Wade, too. It's your lucky day. I'm gonna go check on my old lady." The young salesman tried his best to hide his perplexed look as he walked toward the children's furniture area. Wade went back out because he was tired of playing games. The cop was fully involved in conversation at the lady's passenger window. Wade pulled the pointy end of the ice pick out of his pocket and flipped it over to hold the handle, keeping it held close to his leg. He wasn't walking in a beeline for the 2 cars on the edge of the lot just yet. He acted as if he was walking toward another part of the lot and finally changed his approach angle when he was sure he was as far out of the cop's view as possible. He gave the unmarked car a quick glance, looking for a protective shield between the front and rear benches. It didn't have one. Noise. Wade walked softly. When he was 8 feet away, the car driver shifted her eyes to Wade out of confusion. It took a quick moment for the cop to realize someone was behind her. She stood and turned her neck, eyes growing in recognition, but Wade was there too quickly. His left hand grabbed hers and pinned it to her hip, his right pressing the ice pick into the skin of her neck dangerously close to the carotid artery. "Keep calm and you'll live. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
Her voice registered a calm, but Wade could feel the tension in her body. A wave of stress was practically oozing out of her pores. He pulled her back 2 steps so he could make eye contact with a woman in a Supra. "Go back to Scooters. Tell him I'm calling in the favor he owes me, and tell him he has a pack of pigs staking him out." "Who are you?" The woman didn't try to hide her expression or the amazement in her voice. Whoever the man was, he wasn't afraid to kidnap a cop. "The only man not in his club that he'll drop anything to help. Hurry. Tell him I'll meet him at the very first place he killed someone, tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. He'll get it." Wade knew that Scooter would keep the woman there after she came back. She'd tell him about the cop pulling her over, and if he didn't kill her right then, he'd at least pin her down until he was sure the stakeout nearby was done. He moved his firm grip up to above the cop's elbow and squeezed. He used the ice pick to prod her to walk back toward her car. 40 feet away, Sunday afternoon traffic was continuing as usual on 38th. "Look, Wade," the officer said before he cut her off. She recognized him from her stakeout intelligence report. "Save it." They got to the door. "Get in." She opened the door and slowly descended to the seat. A trickle of blood was oozing out of her neck skin. In a flash, Wade let go of the elbow while she was off balance. He switched hands with the ice pick and applied it to the other side of the neck. "Keys." She took the keys out of the ignition and handed them over to him. "Pistol." She started to reach back with her right hand. Slowly. 2 fingers. She handed out a Glock next. "You got a backup piece?" She shot her eyes at him. They were filled with terror. About then, the woman in the Toyota Supra fired up her car and left. Wade smiled at the cop. "Of course you do. Left ankle, I'm guessing." He took the ice pick off her and closed her door, keeping her own pistol pointed at her. Then he got into the seat behind her, leaving his door open. "I once read that 20% of cops who get shot with their own gun. Is that true?"
"Something like that," she said. "What's the next move, Curry?"
She's trying to put on a brave face, Wade thought. "Log onto your database."
"I need to reach for my ID,"
she said. Wade leaned forward so she could feel the heat of his breath on her neck. "You got kids?"
"Yes."
"Then I don't need to threaten you, right?"
"Uh-huh."
"Want to go home tonight and see them kids, right?"
"Right."
She was starting to tear up. "Then go ahead," he said, as if he were a father encouraging his child to cast her fishing rod the first time. The police officer pulled out her wallet and retrieved her ID. Then she rubbed the mouse pad on the laptop to wake it up. The entire system, including the radio equipment, was designed to run on a separate battery, even with the engine shut down. Soon there was a login screen. She slid the ID card into the keyboard slot, allowing the RFID chip to tell her computer who was logging in. She punched in a password, and soon the screen was filled with several icons. "Good job. I'm sorry. What's your name?"
Daniel Perryman."
"Good job, Danielle. Just a couple more minutes, then I'll be out of your life." She was starting to cry. "Use whatever cop database you can to tell me the home address and all information on Seattle Police Officer Ramona Perez and her husband, King County Deputy Prosecutor Noel O'Hanrahan." Tacoma PD Sergeant Danielle Perryman did as she was ordered. Within a few minutes, she'd been able to pull up the data and even print it on a special car printer that was installed with other equipment in what would normally be the front passenger seat. She pulled a stack of papers off the printer, now crying openly, face flushed and splotchy. "It's almost over, Danielle," Wade said. He took the papers she handed over the seat. "Why are you so upset?"
"Because—"
She had to speak over her upset hiccups.
"If you meant to let me live, you would have taken my backup pistol by now."
"She's good," Wade thought. "I'd have let her live just for figuring that out." But Wade had other plans, and a gruesome cop death in broad daylight on one of Tacoma's busiest streets would tie up a lot of cops. The department wouldn't just have to investigate it, they'd have to lie to the public that it was just a fluke, that they were safe, that there was no danger, and that would take resources off the job of hunting for him. In the preceding minute, he'd set the pistol on the floor of the car and retrieved the ice pick. "Damn, Danielle, you're pretty smart." He grabbed her around the top of her head and pulled it hard into the headrest. He then plunged the ice pick into her right carotid artery in rapid fashion several times. The warm spray of her life force shot across the passenger area, coating the windshield and right window in blood. "You weren't no diversity hire, were you?" Chapter 24. Harborview Medical Center. "Hotel Actual, this is 3. The panicked voice called over the radio. "There is a giant mob coming up James Street from downtown." Kevin and Donna had finished a short trot to the corner by the ER's public entrance, just a block south of Hotel 3's Humvee. They were awaiting Nelson and Corey to join them. Kevin could hear the gunfire had been replaced by sirens downhill, west across the highway. "Roger, 3. Rob Saxon replied on the radio, keeping his composure. "State your position." "James and 9th. "Roger, stand by." "Hotel 3, this is 1. We'll be there in 3 mics. 2, you get over there also." "That was the squad leader for those guys," Donna told Kevin upon recognizing the voices. Those 2 units were the 2 assigned to the other 2 hospitals several blocks away. "Here they come," Kevin said, when he saw their comrades coming out of the ER. The 4 teammates of Hotel 5 gathered next to a tree with maroon leaves across the sidewalk from the ER's covered awning. It was the edge of the driveway that led to the ambulance entrance on the north side of the building. "Was that shooting we heard?" National Guard soldier Corey asked. "We don't know what happened yet," Donna said. "How's things inside?" There are 6 ambulances in the offload bay, 3 from Seattle Fire and 3 from the large private contractor in the area. "Busy," Nelson said, "and tense. People are short-fused because they think they'll be arrested if they're not home by 6. "Yeah," Corey agreed. "I sort of feel like these uniforms are making us targets now." "All hotel teams, this is Actual." It wasn't Rob's voice, but Major Carey. "There is an incident that sparked a conflict and an actual shooting. Be expecting wounded civilians and emergency responders to be transported up for treatment." "What about the mob?" Hotel 3 asked. "All hotel units fall in on the emergency room," Ted Carey said. "Try to form a barrier, but do not try to engage with force." "What the hell does that mean?" Corey asked Donna. "Come on," she said. She led her team, passing through people on the sidewalk to get into the ER. To Nelson, she asked, "Did you guys meet anyone from security?" "Yes, they have 2 people out of 6 for the entire hospital." "2?" Donna asked, the word dripping with disappointment. "Apparently their supervisor failed to come to work today." "Great." She guided the others through the double-glass doors. There wasn't an open seat in the waiting room, which wasn't unusual per se. A few years earlier, the hospital had been almost 200 patients deeper than its legal limit, and the administration had to deflect all but true emergency cases to the other hospitals. The staff looked exhausted, the air filled with dozens of conversations, ringing phones, and the clucking of one person's emotional support chicken on a leash. In one of the triage rooms, a patient moaned in agony. Nelson moved past Donna and led the team past the charge nurse station. Kevin suddenly remembered they all had the temporary staff badges clipped to their shirts. He had a thought. "Don't forget to stuff these temporary staff badges in your pocket if things get physical." The group made it to the small security office for the ward and found no staff members. "They're probably out dealing with stuff," Nelson said. "All right," Donna said. Her eyes were shifting with a stare, not at the teammates, but past them, while she thought things through. "The other fire teams will be more than enough for a first wave of crowd control. What's the play here? Anyone?" "The opportunists will make a run on the pharmacy," Nelson said. "Seen it when I was a cop." Donna nodded. "For sure. And there's probably 1 or 2 drug vaults in every building on this campus. The best we can do is monitor and report until more forces show up. The drug users will be the most likely to use violence, too." "Not really," Corey said. "Love is more powerful. Someone who is watching a loved one die may get violent if they think not enough is being done." "Maybe," Donna said. "I guess the point here is that anyone may get desperate if they get inside, no matter what their motivations." "What will be the goal, though?" Corey asked. "Why overrun a hospital trying to save people?" "Leverage," Kevin said. "They're pissed. Mobs don't act rationally anyhow, right?" But usually when they take over a building or a college or something, it's because they're trying to make a political statement. Their 2 radios began to crackle and squelch with broken traffic. "Let's go," Donna said. "We're getting nothing done here." The team moved the 80 or so feet back toward the crowded ER. A big man in a tactical vest with the word security on it was trying to push a combative man toward the door. The guard had most of the implements of a standard police officer, minus a firearm and magazines or taser. Nelson ran over and took control of the other man's wrist, bending it down in a painful compliance technique. Together, he and the other guard started to move the man backward. Kevin looked out the big, tinted windows of the waiting area toward the street. 2 of the Humvees were now blocking the north side of the intersection to keep cars from coming downtown on 9th. There were dozens of people filing past the soldiers who were trying to form a line closer to the ER. "I bet there are 100 more still on the way," Kevin worried. The man that Nelson was helping the security guard with started hollering things like, "Brutality!" and "Rape!" Anything he could to draw attention to his plight. The big guard was able to get him past the double doors. Out of nowhere, another angry man near one of the triage rooms started yelling at the staff treating his wife. "Give me a hand," Nelson said to Corey. The pair ran through the crowd and put themselves in front of the man, hands up in front, trying to de-escalate him. Kevin was with Donna, watching it all with a lump in his dry throat. "What am I doing here?" he complained in his head. "I'm not trained to deal with all of this. What do we do?" Before she could answer, a fistfight between a man and 2 women broke out in the waiting area. All 3 were screaming at each other, and the people that got shoved or bowled over in the process began to yell, too. As that was unfolding, the throngs from outside began to push their way through the open glass doors. "Help me," Donna said as she ran up to the incoming horde. "There's no room in the ER. Please go back out." Donna went flying when a man wearing a mask and hoodie and about 8 inches taller gave her a shove. Kevin ran over. He was only an inch or 2 shorter than the masked assailant and gave the man a good push at speed, sending him into a few others. A couple fell like bowling pins, but the crowd was so thick and angry that Kevin immediately felt a fist slam into his left cheek. A counterblow hit the right side of his nose almost instantly afterward. He put his arms up and started feeling blows on them as he went to a knee, stunned. He felt a glancing kick try for his ribs, skimming without anything over a jolt. By then, Donna was back to her feet. She grabbed her partner by the back of his armpits and started walking backward as fast as she could. She dragged him up one of the intersecting patient hallways, stumbling into a gurney with someone on it. "Hey!" It was an upset old man. The 2 citizen soldiers ignored him as they went around the gurney. Kevin shook off the cobwebs. I'm all right." He slowly stood, pissed, but too scared to go get back into the thick of the crowd. The 2 of them heard a woman screaming at them from behind a curtain. "Are you 2 going to tell me what's happening out there, or do I need to arrest your butts?" Donna peeked through the curtain slit. "It's a cop," she whispered to Kevin when she saw a uniform shirt on a chair. She went through the curtain gap with Kevin on her heels. "Be sure to keep that drape closed tight, Richardson." After a few choice words, the police officer quieted her tone, but not her irritation. She was standing in her black athletic shorts and sports bra, holding her uniform pants. "Take a picture. It'll last longer." You're back," Kevin said. "I never left, genius," Ramona Perez said. Her mood was as foul as the giant bruise. "I've been waiting on you knuckleheads for hours." Donna pulled just a small piece of the curtain back to peek and then closed it again. "Put that cart here." She pointed to Kevin. He looked at what she meant, and soon the 2 had moved to medical crash cart and 2 pieces of rolling equipment next to the curtain to fill in the gap under it visually. By then, and wincing in pain, Ramona had stopped trying to put her pants on. "You 2 aren't medics, are you? Sorry about the name-calling." "I meant you're back," Kevin said. He pointed behind Ramona. "Not you are back." He took his pack off and set it near the end of the bed. Donna did the same. "We're past that, Richardson," Donna said. To Ramona, "How bad is your injury? Can you move?" Ramona set the pants on the bed. Her pile of clothing in the area's sole chair had boots, socks, and a uniform shirt. Her duty belt and tactical vest were absent. The only remnant of equipment she had was a wristwatch, the inner Velcro belt, and the things in her pockets: backup folding knife, backup flashlight, tourniquet, handkerchief, and thin wallet with police identification and business cards. "I'm fine," she said. Her face told the truth, though. "Took a deer slug in the plate carrier." "Dang," Kevin said. Were you downtown? Even as Ramona was shaking her head, Donna said, Not for what's unfolding right now. Couldn't have been seen by a doctor that fast. How long you been in here? Since early this morning. What exactly happened downtown? The police officer took a deep breath and picked her pants up, once again trying to bend over and drop her foot into a leg. She gave a closed-mouth groan in pain. The president announced a big lockdown to start at 1800. They overran City Hall, Donna said. There was some shooting. We don't know much else, but you can hear the result. There's a mob trying to take over the hospital. I think maybe our squad mates are out there getting their butts beat to a pulp. Once more, Ramona tossed the pants on the bed and slowly moved over to get her socks off the pile. How bad is my back? It's a massive bruise, Kevin said. What'd they say? It hit just a bit left of center. The x-ray was fine. I never heard back from them on the results of the MRI. The last time a doctor was in here was probably close to 3 hours ago. At that point, she said the surface area of the plate and my muscle mass probably protected my spine. But it hurts like a mother. I won't lie. She held the socks up. Can you give me a hand? Donna took them and stooped. We need to get you out of here. As bad as they aren't liking uniforms right now, I don't think any of us are safe. What's the plan, Sarge? Kevin asked. Donna suddenly stood and set the socks on the bed. She frantically checked her pockets and the pouches on her back. Damn, I must have lost the radio in the struggle. Kevin pulled the small independent text tool out of his sleeve pocket. We didn't get any of the antennas up yet, but maybe we were able to hit the one at the base camp. He saw no traffic on the device, so he decided to send a message. Hotel 5 has been overrun and split up inside ER, he texted, hoping Rob would see it. Radio out of service, he added before hitting send. How the hell are you texting? Ramona asked. Donna had squatted once more, attempting to help the officer get her socks on. Long story, Kevin said. We got a message back already. His lips moved slightly as he read on the old single-tone screen. Most of Hotel has been ransacked, a few injured. They're trying to get us all back to the base camp until reinforcements arrive. We need to go help our guys, Donna said. What if they lost their radios too? You guys go, Ramona said. I'll try to make it to your camp. Where's it at? A field south of the hospital, Kevin said, north of a new building being built. Ramona nodded, face squinching once more as she tried again to bend over enough to put pants on. I know the one. You help get her there, Donna told Kevin. I'll go find Nelson and Corey. She grabbed her bag off the floor, appreciative for the short reprieve as she hefted it and slid her arms back into the straps. I've got an idea, Kevin said, picking up a disposable paper barrier off the crash cart. It was the kind a doctor would wear over their scrubs if a patient was shooting blood or other body fluids. You good, Kevin? Donna asked. She was taking a slight peek past the drawn curtain. The chaos was closer to the charge station than the existing patient bays. We'll see you back at the BC, he said with confidence. Be careful. With that, Donna left and pulled the curtain closed behind her as fast as she could. Get back into bed, Kevin said. I have an idea. Her face showed she wanted to object, too headstrong to be the person who couldn't help herself, but she slowly climbed back onto the rolling bed while Kevin donned the protective gown. He found a cap and a surgical mask to put on. The only thing still showing were his boots and the bottom of his pants. He pulled the bed's locking guardrail up, securing her on the mattress. Lie back. You need to try and look like I'm rushing you to surgery. I got you, Ramona said. Put my uniform by my feet and cover it up. Kevin took the suggestion and then picked up his pack with a questioning look. She pointed. Under the covers. I doubt anyone will look that closely. After 2 more minutes of preparation, the two were ready. Do you know where you're going? Not to the right, which means left, Kevin said. After that, we're playing this by ear. But I have a badge that should get us through doors and on elevators. If we can get up to the 4th floor and across that sky bridge, we should be able to get safely through the building across the street and slip out to our camp. Would I be able to text my husband on that thing? Ramona asked. No, it's just a mesh net one of our dudes set up, local to the transmitter's capability. Lie back, moan a little, he whispered as he unplugged the bed from the wall and started to push it through the curtain slit. Act like you're in pain. Ramona practically laughed. Act? Who needs to act? Chapter 25. South Seattle. Jamar parked the old Ford in front of his family home like a pro, attaining a decent comfort level with the clutch work over the few hours. They'd ventured out to several other stores on their shopping excursion, each time finding angry patrons, employees biting their tongues in silence, and shelves with more space and less inventory. Most businesses had implemented a spending restriction to preserve items for other customers. James had told his son and surrogate son that what they were probably doing was hoarding stuff in the back so they had something to buy when their shifts were over. The experience ultimately taught the young men that the delicate, just-in-time inventory ordering system stores used in modern times were a huge, weak linchpin in America's durability. "I'll be back before 9 o'clock, James said to Jamar as he and Jalen removed boxes and sacks of groceries and household items from under the truck's canopy. He moved toward the driver's seat. "You sure you don't want me to come give you a wake-up call?" Jamar asked. "I'll be all right, Jay." He took off for his own home and a decent nap, with the promise of returning by the time Jamar had to leave for Monroe. Jamar and Jalen carried their haul into the home to find their mother and Nana backing away from the living room window. The concerned looks on their faces were hard to ignore. Charcoal tried to get right in Jamar's travel path, a big grin on his face, his tail zipped left and right like a child swinging a plastic bat back and forth. When the tail battered Nana's thigh one too many times, she shooed the dog away. "What is it, Mama?" Jamar asked. He kicked off his sneakers at their heels, wary of a verbal lashing from either of the women for walking in the house with shoes on. "There was a car." The unease resonated with her words. Both boys headed toward the kitchen. "What kind of car?" Jamar said over his shoulder. "It was them thugs again," Nana said, never afraid to toss out a truth bomb. "One of the cars I was driving by last night," Diana said. Jamar came back out, mirroring their worry on his own face, followed by Jalen. His expression was a more youthful confidence mixed with a dose of doubt. "Them cats ain't nothing but posers," Jalen said. He moved back toward his and Jamar's bedroom with an air as dismissive as his attitude. Ignoring his teenage brother, Jamar said, "Look, Mama, I gotta go to work tonight. Pop said he'd come back over." He shifted his glance between the two women. "Y'all will be safe." "It ain't us we worried about," Nana chastised. "Baby, they think you're a cop," his mother said. Nana strode in to check out the supply cache. "Close enough." "There's nothing I can do about that now," Jamar said. He followed Nana into the kitchen to get a big glass of water. He intended on hydrating and catching a nap for a few hours. "How long were they there?" "Long enough," Nana said. "What you boys do, go into every store in town?" Her eyes were roving over the various bags like Moses was trying to part the Red Sea. She pulled out a quart of pale yellow off-brand cooking oil. "You know I won't use this cheap oil. It smokes too much and tastes funny." She set it down and wiped her hands on her ever-present apron. His mother had followed him into the kitchen. She hovered her face over the table and bags for a moment, then made eye contact with Jamar. He knew that she knew. "The store's getting bad, son?" Jamar didn't want to worry her, but he also wanted his grandmother to better grasp the situation. "They were a bit rough. Lots of stuff was out. People are getting a bit—" He paused, looking for the right word. "Pushy? Like little a-holes?" Nana was not fond of mincing words. Jamar laughed. He leaned over the short old woman and grabbed the opposite shoulder while kissing the top of her head. "Always to the heart of the matter, Nana." Nana finished wiping the perceived cheap grocery ooze off her hands onto her apron and wiggled out of the hug. She reached behind her to untie it as she walked out of the kitchen. "I need to go make my daily," she said. Dang it, Jamar thought, wanting to use the home's one bathroom before taking his nap. He knew she'd be in there a good 15 minutes, and the smell would melt wallpaper and damage nose hairs when she was through. "And life's too short to be dancing around people's feelings with your words," she called across the house before slamming the bathroom door. "Tell me the truth," his mother said. She started to rifle through the sacks and boxes. "Where's the milk and eggs?" "The prices went sky high, and they had spending limits, so we opted for canned and box stuff." Jamar's mother stunned him with her next words. "Smart thinking, sweetie." James Franklin knocked on the door while Jamar was still shaving and brushing his teeth. He heard Charcoal let out one bark before going back to beg for scraps in the kitchen. Jamar was in his uniform pants and undershirt, still needing to get his top shirt and belt on. With things being as they were, he decided he would keep his gear on him on the road, too. He was even going to carry a SIG P365 and just leave it in the car once he got to the prison. He's a good half-hour early, Jamar thought. He finished up what he was doing in the bathroom and heard his sister open the front door. He moved to the bedroom to finish getting dressed, where his brother was laying on the lower bunk listening to music on his earbuds. "Sure, go ahead and use my bed," he said. Jalen had to pause his song and left a headphone off one ear. "Huh? I said help out while I'm gone. You saw how it was out there today." "I know, fool," the young man said. He clicked the music back on in annoyance and closed his eyes. Jamar finished buttoning his shirt and tucking it in. He straightened up his clothing and took his duty belt off the floor. He moved to the living room and started putting it on. "What's up, Pop? Couldn't sleep?" "I wanted to talk with you and your ma before you left," James said. He'd already kicked off his boots and set his duffel bag down. He sat in the recliner. Diana was in the kitchen preparing a large bag of sandwiches and containers of soup for Jamar to take with him. Nana was sitting on one end of the couch, working on a cross-stitch project. "Sounds ominous," Jamar said. He was going through the small pain of installing the duty belt keepers around his pants belt. "You don't know when you'll be back, right?" James asked. "Could be a couple of days." "We already had dinner, James," Diana announced when she entered the room. "But I'll make you a sandwich or something." "I'm okay," he said. "I killed some leftovers before I came over." The room went a bit awkward with silence while Diana stood near the other end of the couch. Like Jalen, Felicity was listening to music and scooted to the couch's center, freeing up the other end for her mother. All the Johnson children had had the pecking order on the good seats ingrained into them since they could understand English. Diana sat. "What's on your mind?" "What's the plan if the stores don't get more food?" he asked. Diana let out a guffaw-type chortle. "You're turning into one of them doomsday folks?" she asked. "Like on Nat Geo channel?" "Ma," Jamar said. "Don't blame me," Diana said. She pointed down the couch toward Nana. "I get it from her." "He's right," Nana said. "I've been thinking about this ever since I touched that nasty canola oil earlier. We need a plan. You weren't even born yet, but I still remember long lines of cars at the gas station in the early 70s. She never looked up, just kept up with her cross-stitch work. "You serious, Mama?" Diana asked. "You too?" "We just talking," James said. "It doesn't hurt to talk it over, Mama," Jamar added. To his father, "You got any ideas?" "A few. Not good ones, probably." "We could see if the church is doing anything," Nana said. "That's something," Jamar said. "It'll put my mind at ease while I'm gone, knowing you all were working on a plan." "That's not bad, I suppose," James said. "But I got to get back to work as soon as they lift the curfew. Who's going to guard you guys if I got to leave? You trust any of the neighbors?" Jamar shook his head. "Only the Crawfords across the street. The houses on both sides have become rentals. People move in and out all the time." "What are you going to do if this place gets too dangerous to stay?" James pressed. "I don't know," Diana said. The stress of not knowing the answers to tough questions was starting to surface in everyone's mood. "We'll figure it out when I get home next," Jamar said. "Whenever that is." Chapter 26. Bellevue, Washington. The unarmed National and State Guard troops at Harborview Hospital had managed to retreat to their small tent city to the south without major injury. Several had some level of bruises or bloody noses, and 2 had sprained a joint. The horde did not follow. Most were there for one of 2 reasons. They or their companions had been injured in the riot at City Hall, or they were angry, and a place with drugs was as good as any to overrun. Kevin's plan to get Ramona out of the hospital worked smoothly enough. They'd gotten lost a couple of times in the building across the sky bridge, but once out of it on its south end, it may as well have been a leisurely stroll to the camp. The other 3 members of Hotel 5 trickled in about 20 minutes later. Another 15 minutes later had seen the arrival of all hotel units, 2 on foot and 2 by their issued Humvees. The other 2 rigs were on fire. The troops could not determine if the weapons stowed in the back were burned or captured. Though Major Carrier continued to restrict the use of weapons, the 2 National Guard squad leaders had received permission from their own chain of command to arm up. 2-person posts were established on the 4 corners of the lot. Ham operator Rob Saxon was able to establish a communication with the downtown police precinct, which was understandably buzzing with activity. He'd had a hard time getting them to give him a clear reply from any of the officers that Ramona was trying to reach. One that was aware she'd been shot earlier in the day during the SWAT arrest ultimately made the decision to send her home for recovery. She was to report back to her North Precinct in 2 days. Donna, Kevin, and Nelson were assigned to drive her home, explicitly ordered to avoid downtown. Corey had twisted his ankle in the retreat. Former cop Nelson Butterton was driving the truck. As the sole firearms-qualified volunteer soldier on this assignment, Donna was riding shotgun. Kevin and Ramona were able to evolve their conversation from being instant battle buddies to a more normal tone. It was now just after the 6 p.m. curfew. The roads were thin of traffic, but not completely barren. Nelson had reported an unusual phenomenon on the trip east on Highway 90. As soon as they got to Mercer Island, a disproportionate number of vehicles had exited there. He surmised that the drivers were worried they were a curfew enforcement team. "I was half tempted to have you drop me off there," Ramona said. When she saw Kevin's puzzled look, she explained, "My husband and daughter have been staying there at his parents'. Well, she has. This event has him working nonstop, too." "What's he do?" Donna called from the front. "He's a deputy prosecutor. Luckily, he's in a satellite office in West Seattle. I'm sure he's been finding a way to justify applying for hundreds of warrants or the proper charges to file on the apprehended." "That's good your daughter has a safe place to shelter," Nelson said. "My divorce was one of the reasons I left the police force. I just couldn't see my kids regularly enough. The ex was trying to use my unpredictable schedule against me in the parenting plan." "It's tough," Ramona said. "And we are lucky. You're going to want to head at 405, she added, upon realizing they'd made it fully across the island and lake. A few minutes later, Kevin finally brought up something to the officer that he'd been trying to find the words for. "Listen, I need your advice on something. If I have it to offer, least I can do for your help today. I have a brother over here, somewhere." He searched for the next words to explain the family fallout. "Black sheep?" Ramona asked. When Kevin's face showed relief, she explained, "I've been on hundreds, if not thousands, of domestic calls. Every family has one." "Something like that. He was always the one who goes against the grain. Wanted to be a musician. My other brother and I think he fell into the wrong crowd. Could be hooked on fentanyl for all I know. Give me what you got on him. I'll try to look it up Tuesday. Do you think you can get to the North Precinct that day?" "I have no idea. We'll get him there," Nelson chimed in from the front. "Just ask Captain Corch, kid. She's like the unit mother, basically. She'll make it happen." That made Donna laugh. "We got one of them, too." When they dropped Ramona off at her home, Kevin got a pen and waterproof pad from his pack and gave her a copy of Keith's name, birthday, and last known phone number. He helped her on a slow walk to her house, and then Hotel 5 returned to their camp near the hospital. What they saw next surprised them a bit. Big army, in the form of an active-duty infantry company, had arrived in their absence. The dirt block was quickly becoming a compound of tents, Humvees, and strikers. They were part of a battalion assigned to deal with downtown, with the remainder assisting the police and National Guard. Some were dealing with the riot, others establishing a detainment center at Lumen Field, home of the Seattle Seahawks. Once the trio parked, Donna went to find her squad leader while Kevin and Nelson checked in with the comms team in the pop-up tent. "How are things out there?" Rob Saxon asked. Kevin noticed the usually jovial radio operator had bags around his eyes, and his smile was missing. "Eerily quiet," Nelson said. Both he and Kevin pulled the mesh texting devices out of their pockets and handed them over. "Sorry we never got any of the antennas up," Kevin said. "That's all right," Rob said. "At least the one on top of this canopy worked for you guys today." "Where's everyone?" Nelson asked. "Harry and Stella are over getting a brief from these guys," he said as he pointed to the soldiers milling about. Kevin laughed internally that everyone was starting to adopt the nickname Harry for Major Carey. It was the brainchild of the always cynical Donnie. "I think most everyone else had drifted toward the birthing tent. Once the G.I. Joes showed up, there wasn't much for us to do." His brow furrowed when he said it. "What?" Nelson said. Rob let out a heavy sigh. "Nothing." No, pal. You don't get off that easy." Rob looked around and behind him since the canopy had no sides put up.
I'm not liking what I'm hearing on the radio. About these guys? Nelson asked. Rob nodded and looked back and forth between the two. Yeah, but not on the official nets. I'm talking about when I monitor the normal ham bands, the local UHF and VHF stuff. There's rumors the Army has sent hundreds of troops into City Hall and are arresting people under the threat of being shot. They gotta clean them out somehow, Nelson said. Arrest them, sure, Rob said. But it's going beyond that. Pulling them down the block by their hair, stripping people naked by the hundreds, hosing them down, delousing them, putting them all in hot pink coveralls. No phone calls to family or lawyers or whatever. We're talking some real concentration camp BS here. I'm going to find an MRE, Kevin said. He left the other two to quietly debate where the line was. But the thought had invaded his mind. Where is the line? Where do we go from using the right amount of force to violating people's rights? Dad, what did you get me into?
Chapter 27. Monroe Correction Complex. It was a bit past midnight, officially Monday. Jamar had been at work over 2 hours. Despite the late hour, they were still processing some of the capturees back into the facility. Nobody had been on a normal schedule since Friday afternoon. There had been a hiccup in staffing most of Sunday, so a backlog of prisoners had built up, with the fresh arrivals, many of them still drunk or high from their post-escape partying, behind held in a temp pen for hours. Once Jamar and those on a longer break had returned from home, they began to move them back into the system. Those trustees that had been prepping the dorms of the Twin Rivers unit since Saturday morning were on the second of the 4 major buildings. Cells had been stripped down to mattresses and toilet paper. Everyone, including most of the prisoners, were tired and wanted it to be over. They'd mostly been compliant, cooperative, quiet, which was what confused Jamar so much about what happened next. They'd filled the 3 floors of the first prong of cell blocks in building TWA, which was the same building he'd seen some prisoners save a guard in less than 36 hours earlier. There had been no incidents since then. They were rousting every prisoner in the ward and walking them down to the shower room, more than 60 of them. Some were injured from their arrests, others tired, all in the only set of clothes they possessed in the post-escape aftermath. There was small talk, but mostly subdued. After the treatment of being arrested and brought back, few were in the mood to keep fighting would be a losing battle. Most were amenable, until the fire hoses arrived. When 2 teams of 3 prison guards in full riot gear shoved themselves into the shower space, Jamar and the other 3 clueless guards all pushed themselves as close to the doorframe as they could. Prisoners began to scream, a few cussing in anger, but most were just confused. "We're complying, man! Cut it out!" was the most recognizable phrase over the noise. 2 firefighter variable stream nozzles were blasting the men with hard, bruising streams of water. The water was loud. The hollering made it an ear-splitting obnoxious on top of that. Men were still in their jumpsuits and silicone sandals, slipping, grabbing onto the next man and pulling him down, too. Heads smacked the wall, the floor, or other heads. Elbows cracked on tile. The drains couldn't keep up with the 2 big hoses flowing nearly 200 gallons per minute each. The guards had brought in a 3,000-gallon tender truck to feed the fire engine that was soaking the prisoners, and they planned on running it dry. The 2 teams of hose guards had moved a bit into the room, trying to get all corners. No one was going to get it easy. Jamar followed the other non-complicit guards out into the part of the lavatory that held the toilets and urinals. They weren't quite soaked, but they were wet just from being in the room. There was a small crowd of smiling officers and administrators enjoying the spectacle, craning their heads to see as much as they could. "What the hell?" one of Jamar's workmates yelled. The tallest uniformed officer in the group chuckled without comment. His face was as condescending as Jamar had ever seen from one of the staff. "What?" a man in civilian attire said. Though missing the blazer and tie, he was in dress shoes, suit, pants, and shirt. "You have a beef with this?" Jamar didn't know him, but he was fully aware that he was a high ranker on the warden's staff. "Some of these men don't deserve this," another of the guards said. "There's men in there that risked themselves to save guards yesterday," Jamar said. His detesting tone dripped much like the water running off his lower sleeves.
Geez, Carter, you have a bunch of women working this ward, the man in the suit said. He looked around the room, shaking his head at the wet guards. Tell that to the families of the COs and cops that have died the last 2 days. What a bunch of penny wastes. He turned and stormed out. The tall Captain Carter spoke up for the 5 that were remaining to enjoy the show. These dirtbags need to be taught a lesson. He made eye contact with each man, stopping to lock glares with Jamar. There is no such thing as a good convict. He turned to leave, too, but stopped. He looked back at the angry guards. Except a dead one. Chapter 28. New Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Wade Albert Curry had been on the newer of the 2 long suspension bridges long enough that the wind was starting to chill him. He arrived early and parked the stolen truck in the Veterans Memorial Park on the Tacoma end of the span and highway. With a brisk walk, it had taken only 10 minutes to get there from the park, along a quarter-mile off-ramp and maybe 400 yards onto the structure. He wasn't sure exactly where his former cellmate for 4 years had done the deed. Wade had no idea if the morning traffic was thinner, since they were still technically out ahead of the curfew ending for the night. But he was a realist. There's no way they'll have the manpower to enforce their safety window, he thought as he watched a stream of vehicles. A law that is unenforceable is just a daydream. But it wasn't a new thought to him in the span of his criminal life. He knew that the thin blue line only held because most people blindly complied with whatever they were told was the right thing to do. He could see his old buddy Eugene Scooter McDowell walking up the sidewalk for several minutes. Despite it not even being autumn yet, the hour and the wind made it brisk. The short, stout man was wearing an oversized quilted flannel zip-up shirt with the gray hoodie pulled up. When he finally reached the killer, the 2 men embraced in a hug without a word. To the outside world, it would indicate a loving bond. To convicts that liked each other, it was so much more. It was trust, an almost impossible thing to come by in prison. Mind telling me why I had to get out of my house, brother? The shaved-head man asked. Brother, Wade thought. He knew bikers were probably the most guarded group of men in the world to hand out that moniker, in a culture that had largely replaced the titles man or dude with bro. The men in motorcycle clubs were stingy with who they used the word for outside their brotherhood. You had a stakeout. Those clowns, he laughed. I knew all about them. Yeah, well, I kinda had to kill one of them. It was going to be a matter of minutes before they tied it back to you. Wade paused for a second and thought, and I didn't know how to get a message to you. It's cool, man. Ain't the first time I've trusted my life to you, but when things cool off, I'll probably cut that tweaker chick loose. Wade appreciated a true professional. His former prison buddy would not allow the loose end to remain untied. The beauty of the chosen rendezvous point, besides its history to Scooter, was that there was just no possible way they were being bugged. Any vans that could hold a snooping team of cops with parabolic microphones would have to park within open eyesight. The first place Scooter had ever killed someone was here, many years earlier, just a few months after the newer span of the pair of bridges had been opened in 2007. He tossed a suspected undercover cop who was a prospect in the club over the side rail. The man's body had been found on shore a few miles south the next day. So, did I guess about right? Wade asked, looking at the locale. Scooter looked down from the large bridge. There was ambient light in a small apartment complex parking lot along the water's edge below. A little farther north, I think. He looked up. The 2 men's faces painted an ugly amber from the 2 bridges' lights. So what's up? What can I do to pay back the favor? In prison, the man's trust had been forged when Wade tipped off a cellmate that he was a target by a competing set of white supremacist prisoners. Is your club in good with the blacks and Mexicans? What I mean is there an open line of communication? Counsel, if you will? Scooter shrugged. Kind of. I figured you'd be more in touch with them than we are. It was Wade's turn to stare off the bridge into the black. They left me hung out one too many times, brother. I didn't mind doing the time, but they made it perfectly clear it was all business. Didn't have my back a few times when doing so would have been in both our best interests. Are you just looking to have a counsel? Get back on their payroll? Shelter from the cops?
Scooter studied Wade's face. It held an almost indescribable look. It held contempt.
Oh, you're on a personal mission.
The corners of Wade's mouth turned up just a bit at his friend's deduction.
Interesting.
He quieted for a moment, contemplating how much he could say without violating his oath to his club.
We've heard some talk about their cartel sponsors wanting to send some real messages. I gotta be careful how much I tell you without talking to my chapter pres, man. We do business with the Mexicans. So do the black gangs. And the Russians. About the only true independents anymore are the Chinese. And they're not as entrenched up here as the traditional ethnic gangs and various M13 cartels.
A message, Wade repeated. He found his friend's choice of wording interesting.
That's exactly what I thought. They want the same thing I want. Which is, if you don't mind telling me.
Directly? To find that DA and his cop wife and their tiny, pretty, entitled daughter, and make sure Seattle sees what I do to them. And to find my necklace. On a broader scale, to see my predictions come true. Scooter took the bait.
Like what?
Whoever's doing this, genius hackers backed by billionaires. I mean, it has to be, right? Wade was using the conversation to corral all the options in his thoughts. If it ain't governments, then it is someone just as powerful, right?
Makes sense.
There's an agenda at play here, Scoot. Has to be. They put a lot of time and money into this, and I don't think they're done. Scooter's face suddenly grew concerned.
It sounds kind of scary when you say it that way, but it makes sense.
It's the only logical conclusion, Wade said, smiling at his buddy with confidence in his reasoning. And we have a chance to build an empire, if we can work together against the do-gooders. The pair were silent for a long moment before Scooter spoke up again.
We're having church tonight.
That was what the motorcycle clubs called their members-only meetings. It truly was a religion for them.
I'll talk to Uniball and see if I can bring you.
That made Wade laugh and shake his head.
The names you guys come up with.
Scooter laughed too.
I guess it'd be funny if I didn't just think of it as his name. Bro survived ball cancer.
At least half survived, right? Wade joked. Scooter shifted the conversation.
We could probably help you track down that cop.
I already got that handled. But I could use a new ride and a place to rest. He wasn't going to insult his friend by asking him if he was tailed or GPS tracked by cops. And since Scooter wasn't wearing his cut or vest with his club colors, he knew the man had come by car or truck.
Come on, Scooter said. There's a diner a few miles from here that serves a grub and breakfast. I'm sure they'll be opening now that the BS curfew is up. And I know a dude who'll shelter you, no questions asked. A guy from work, no ties to the club.
Chapter 29. Harborview Medical Center. Kevin walked through the tent flap and looked left. His mother was hanging laundry behind the house.
Wait, what?
He looked down at his legs and saw his uniform pants and coyote brown boots.
Why am I home?
Mom? No response. He looked toward the apple orchard and just caught sight of a pair of boys disappearing behind a tree.
Keith!
He ran to the row of trees, but they were gone.
They? Was that other one Dallas Baker? Keith! Dallas! Wait up!
Kevin looked around the tree, but instead of the row of trees, he was standing by the paddock gate. Not the newer green one by the house, he realized. This is the old red one. The sky clouded over, turning from bold blue to gray almost instantly. He went to close the gate, but it didn't budge. He heard the hair-raising squeal of a cougar somewhere off in the distance. He looked up the hill to the west, and in the thin, tall pine trees he could see the two other boys crest it.
I need to warn them.
He sprinted up through the field, seeing the old welded wire fencing laying over and jumping it in a lightning-fast stride.
Wait, I'm a professional baseball player, right?
He looked at his hand and saw that he was holding a tarred wooden bat. He ran even faster, pushing over the top of the hill in a spot he must have hiked 100 times. This is new, he thought, scanning a forest he didn't recognize. He passed another tree, and there was Keith, Dallas, the cougar, and Keisha. But she wasn't there anymore. Kendra's twin was 17 now. Keisha, haven't dreamed of you since... He felt bad for not remembering. Its giant, fang-like carnassial teeth were practically gleaming as the beautiful cat bared them at the kids. "Save me, Kevin," Keith said. Kevin looked at Dallas, a kid he hadn't played with in years. "Why do you always bait me into stuff in high school?" he asked the phantom dream figure. "You fell for it," the boy version of the town's newest adult lowlife said. "Don't blame me just 'cause you're a coward." "Kevin!" Keith called again. Kevin looked at his brother, but everything went black. The growling cougar was the last thing to fade out. "Kevin, get up," he heard. "Come on, Junior, get up." He shook his head and cracked his eyes, seeing the other cots in the tent. "At least you didn't interrupt a dream with a girl," he mumbled. "Come on," Sean Folan said. "I know you had the late watch. Sorry, man. Plans have changed. We gotta break down our stuff and head out." Lord, please let it be back to the good side of the state, Kevin thought. "Where to?" he asked as he swung himself up. His eyes felt dry. His head spun from barely getting 2 hours of sleep. "Snohomish County, I think, but first we're meeting up with the other half of our Spokane debt. Look, I'll secure the cots. You just get yourself packed up. Everyone else is already done." Despite the need to relieve himself in one of the plastic rooms a contractor had dropped off at the field in the middle of the night, he went to work getting dressed and packing his ruck and duffel. He finished up quickly and went right to helping Sean. When they were done and moved everything out of the tent, a few of the others helped Sean get started on breaking it down. Kevin went to get water and hit the latrine. After using a baby wipe to clean his hands, he rehydrated a freeze-dried bacon and egg packet from an MRE. By the time he had wolfed down the calories, Major Carey was starting to muster everyone. "We'll be meeting with the Blue Squad from our Spokane detachment down at the baseball field. Then we'll be making a quick supply stop at the Readiness Center before we head up to our next assignment. We'll be assisting the prison staff at Monroe, who are overworked and undermanned, with all of those who have been caught and are being returned. I wonder if we'll get to see the civilian detention center at the football field," Kevin wondered. The major continued his briefing, pointing out the vehicles that would be transporting them. He was in the process of his typical reminder about their duty to the governor when the high-pitched scream from the north suddenly grew out of nowhere. Everyone scanned. "There," Donnie Harris said. An EA-18G from Naval Air Station Whidbey Island was rocketing south, roughly 1,000 feet up and flying along the I-5 corridor. It shot past them with a roar, triggering excitement and chatter. "What do you make of that?" Rob Saxon said. He had the excitement of a boy watching fireworks. That jet veered toward the west when another that had been traveling in the south almost intercepted it. "None of this makes sense," Chief Warrant Officer Steve Espinosa said. "You got that right, Chief," Kevin thought. "None of it. What are we even doing here?" Chapter 30. Bellevue, Washington. It wasn't the noise that snapped Ramona out of her accidental nap. It was how the house shook, hard enough that she could practically feel it in her bones. Hours earlier, a restless, painful sleep had led to an early rise. She busted out an old yoga DVD in an attempt at a nice slow stretch on everything from her shoulders to her hips. The extreme soreness in her giant bruise had forced several small breaks. Cadaver pose was her favorite, as it was simply a fancy term for lying on one's back. During one of these, she'd finally managed to fall into a relaxing sleep. After being dropped off the evening before, she'd managed to squeeze in 2 landline phone calls. The first, to her daughter staying with Noel's parents, had taken less than 5 minutes. No mention was made of her near-fatal experience. The second was to Noel at his office. Like every other person essential to the crisis, the prosecuting attorneys were working in round-the-clock shifts. He'd been off that afternoon and was going to be back at work all night. Their plan was to meet at his parents' home the coming morning. After the call, she'd found an expired prescription pain bottle with a leftover pill from her root canal 2 years earlier. That was the sole reason she'd gotten the 4 hours of sleep that she did. Something had shaken the house and damaged her newfound calm. Her first thought was that it was a meth house nearby that just exploded. Nah, she concluded, after she'd slowly stood from the yoga mat on the family room floor.
This neighborhood is too expensive and too nosy for a cookhouse. Too many Mrs. Giardots out there. Her second thought was that it was an earthquake. After all, the experts had been saying for years that Cascadia was long overdue for the big one. But she doubted it, as the shaking had lasted maybe 5 seconds. She grabbed her personal carry gun, a Glock 43 that was easier to conceal than the full-frame pistol that was presumably at the main precinct. "We'll need to track down my gear tomorrow," she reminded herself on the way out the front door. When she reached the driveway, she saw one of the local busybodies outside investigating too. Then she saw the smoke. Somewhere in the nearby state park, a fire was putting off a thick, black, billowy plume. "Oh, no!" The lady in the next yard put her hands to her mouth in horror. "Probably a plane or helicopter crash," Ramona said. People who had conversations across their yards irked her, and Mrs. Giardot was always one for big, gossipy conversations. Wanting to avoid one of those, Ramona turned and moved back toward the house, the pain in her back reminding her not to spin so quickly. "I sure hope I don't have to go to ground in a fight for the next week or 4. "Aren't you going to do anything, Officer O'Hanran?" the older lady asked. "No," she answered in mid-stride without turning. Ramona locked the front door after she closed it. "I'm going to go see my baby for the first time in 3 or 4 days. She spent a little time getting showered and dressed, opting for an outside-the-waistband holster that would put a bit less pressure on the hem of her jeans. She called Noel's parents to see if they were okay on groceries. Assured they were, she began the journey out of the neighborhood and to her family's home. With her Chevy at the downtown precinct and Noel at work, she would have to take their third car. It was Noel's project car and baby, a cream-colored 1964.5 Mustang. The 4-speed manual with 289 cubic-inch V8 didn't get driven enough as far as Ramona was concerned. It was hard to pin down when they could. Over the years, Noel had less and less time to work on it, and though Ramona's father had drilled into her many of the needed shop skills, it wasn't her cup of tea. After rebuilding the engine and transmission, Noel had started tackling the interior. The front bucket seats had been replaced with newer aftermarket models for comfort and safer seatbelts. He'd installed a trapdoor rear seat common to older models, but leather and upholstery were still in need of replacement. The lining of the interior roof sagged a bit. It would be a real beauty of a car someday. She started it and let the engine idle for 10 minutes, not remembering the last time they had really given it a chance to charge the battery. A short time later, she was on the road, excited to see Missy and kiss her face a dozen times. She could hear the sirens and occasionally see more fire rigs responding to whatever the crash was. The Mustang was knocking a bit, and Ramona couldn't remember the last time they'd put fresh gas in it. Seeing less than a third of a tank on the gauge, she opted to head into town for a fill before jumping on the highway. She filled up at the nearby Costco, which took 40 frustrating minutes. People were being civil, which may have had something to do with the Bellevue police officer parked nearby, observing people. Less than a mile after leaving the superstore's fuel station, she passed one of the more expensive corner convenience store gas stations. There was an Army or Guard Humvee there, with several soldiers arresting 2 men who were on the ground. A man who was presumably an employee or owner of the store was being restrained from trying to kick one of the would-be thieves. Not the kind of thing you normally see in Bellevue, Ramona thought. She knew theft would increase, whether beer or gas. She knew tempers would rise. Seeing troops arresting civilians was a bit shocking. She wasn't opposed to their help. But as a cop, years of training and experience had made her realize all the subtle things about the law, individual rights, and dealing with upset people that mattered in the moment of conflict. Few of these soldiers probably understand the difference between arresting a citizen and detaining a potential terrorist in a faraway land. That was the thought that absorbed the entire 27-minute drive to her in-laws' home, making it feel like 1 minute, and it was why she hadn't gotten bored enough to turn on the old AM radio. If she had, a news station would have surely told her about not just one plane falling out of the sky, but so much more devastation than that. Mercer Island. "Mommy!" Melissa Juanita O'Hanran called out to Ramona, who was trying to keep her face pleasant during the unpleasant task of getting out of the classic car. She usually loved driving it, but the pain in her back hadn't appreciated the heavy clutch for the manual transmission, or getting out of the low car.
Fortunately, Missy had sprouted 4 inches over the summer and was finally shedding the old habit of trying to jump onto her mother to be caught. The young beauty wrapped her arms around her mother's waist and pulled her down by the neck for a kiss. "I missed you, Mommy." "I missed you too, mija," Ramona said, using the cultural contraction for my daughter. She'd made a concerted effort to pass Spanish on to her daughter. Not completely fluent in speaking, Missy was very comprehensive in understanding the family on those occasions they made it east to her parents' house for holidays or summer weekend trips. She saw Noel's mother following out of the elaborate home. The majority of the homes on the island were occupied by the wealthy, and Noel's family was no exception. "I've been worried about you, dear," Joanne said. She gave Ramona a quick hug and a peck on the cheek. She immediately picked up the vibe that her son's wife was being a bit guarded with her posture. She was a calm and intelligent woman, and decided to ask about it later. "I'm fine, Mom," Ramona said. "I won't lie, it's been interesting, to say the least." "I bet." Joanne's crow's feet were more prominent with worry than usual. "Especially with whatever this new thing that's happened is." "Are you staying here tonight, Mommy?" Missy asked. Her mood was pure delight. She'd spied the small gym bag in the passenger seat. "I think so," Ramona said. "Can you go grab my bag?" To her mother-in-law. "I haven't been sleeping well, and I don't have to go back in until tomorrow, so staying here will cut the commute." "Where's your car?" She led her son's wife up the exposed aggregate driveway toward the house. She gave a quick chuckle. "You really don't plan on driving Noel's baby into Seattle, do you?" "My car's still downtown." That caught a troubled look from Joanne. "I'll explain later." "You can take mine, then. I don't want to hear an argument about it." She stepped from the patio through the door and up to the polished oak floor in the entryway with Ramona and Missy in tow. "What's this with the new thing going on?" Ramona asked. "I haven't caught any TV or radio today." "Go see Robert," Joanne said. "I'll make you something to eat. I can't get him to budge from the TV." "Here, Mommy," Missy said, trying to hand off the bag. The novelty of carrying it had worn off. "Can you go put that in Daddy's room, please?" The bored but happy daughter wandered up the spiral stairs, giving Ramona a chance to go to the mansion's media room to find out what was going on. "Hey, Dad," Ramona said. She walked down the 3 carpeted steps into the home's spacious theater. Instead of relaxing in one of the plush leather recliners that semicircled the 80-inch television, Robert O'Hanrahan was sitting on the large marble coffee table in between the chairs, remote control dangling in his hand. He had one of the major cable news channels on the full screen, a pair of frazzled talking-head pundits. In the screen's corner was a smaller picture of a second channel. It was showing a reporter outside a military base, somewhere in the Midwest by Ramona's reckoning. He muted the TV as soon as he heard her. Letting out the slight groan of aging knees when he stood, he turned and waited for his daughter-in-law to move through the room and join him at the table. "I'm sure glad to see you," he said with his usual low, raspy voice and warm smile. The throat cancer survivor was tall and relatively fit, but had lost one of his vocal cords to the radiation treatments. She gave him a hug and opted to sit next to him on the short, wide table, hoping it would be easier to stand back up from than a recliner. "Something's different," the retired attorney said. At 73, and 3 years older than his wife, both he and Joanne were still active, spry, and extremely observant. Just then, Missy came bopping down the stairs into the space and plopped onto one of the end recliners. "I'll tell you both about my weekend a little later," Ramona promised. She nudged her head toward the TV. "What's happening? Are they talking about a plane crash near Bellevue?" Robert darted his eyes toward Missy for a quick shot. "Bad stuff. More hacking." "Give me a moment, then." Ramona called her daughter over and held her. She spent a couple of minutes asking her how she was feeling, what she'd been doing to help Grandma, if she was enjoying a day off school given it had just started for the year a week earlier. After the small banter and a promise to come check out the dead frogs in the pool filters, Missy agreed to go play a video game in her bedroom while the grown-ups talked about boring stuff. Once they didn't have young, sensitive ears around, Robert filled Ramona in on the day's developments. He sipped on water to keep his damaged voice box wet, his wrinkled brow reinforcing his concern. "The military is on full alert. Lockdown, whatever they call it. The hackers hit them. And apparently not just ours, possibly several other major militaries too." "What does that mean, hit them? Like
they're crashing planes as they fly? Robert nodded. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Navy ships open fire on each other in the North Arabian Sea. Not on other navies, mind you. Our ships firing on our ships. Other ships have grounded themselves. Pilots were given warning orders to launch as if we're under attack. Then, once they're into the air, the newer jets have started shooting at or crashing into each other. This is happening all over the country. Planes, helicopters. Ramona was having a hard time believing it, not unlike that first moment as a young teenager when the second plane hit the second tower in New York City. She couldn't believe it was happening. This can't be right. I get it, Robert said. He put a hand on her shoulder. She winced, which caused him to change his course of discussion. Are you injured, honey? As if on cue, Joanne walked into the room with a tray of sandwiches, ranch dip, and a vegetable platter. I have lunch, she announced as pleasantly as she could muster. Why isn't Noel home? Ramona asked, mind still distracted by the unfolding events. He was supposed to get off at 6. He called about 6:45, Joanne said, setting the tray down behind where the pair was sitting. He said some of the prosecutors who were supposed to show back up for their shift never did. What? Ramona whipped, her back shooting a pain down her spine. She let out a grunt. What happened to you, Ramona? Robert asked. He was prodding with insistence. She knew she could no longer put it off. I got into a fight yesterday. You got shot, didn't you? The savvy man said. In the protective plate. What? Joanne practically yelled, her eyes tearing up instantly. Ramona simply nodded. Her mother-in-law sprang to her feet from the recliner. She moved rapidly around the big table and bent over to gently pull Ramona's head to her torso for a hug. I'm so worried for you, dear. She softly pulled back. No wonder you want to sit on this old hard coffee table. Let me get you one of the dining room chairs. Mom, I'm fine, really. But please, tell me you've got a few days off, Robert said. What can we do to make you more comfortable, dear? Joanne interjected. Please, Ramona said. It's just a big bruise. Did Noel say anything at all? A guess to when he might get home? He had no idea, Joanne said. I wouldn't worry about him too much. He keeps a stash of food in his desk just for times like these. I'm more worried about why the others didn't show back up for work, Ramona said. She'd been deep thinking aloud and instantly regretted it. What? Why? Joanne looked to her husband to see if he was as shocked by such a statement as she was. Though he'd never been a prosecutor, his knowing face helped the answer. If ever there was a time for criminals to go after the men and women who put them in jail, it would be now, he croaked through a dry throat. Joanne took a small stumble backward as that thought hit her like a wrecking ball. Ramona pushed through the shot of pain and stood quickly, putting a hand on Joanne's arm. Mom, why don't you sit down? I made lunch, Joanne announced in shock, clearly worried about her son's life. Ramona softly guided her mother-in-law to one of the recliners and helped her sit. When she turned, the muted TV showed a long-range video of missiles launching from silos. Dad? She said, pointing. Robert turned his attention toward the big screen and unmuted it. Again, the Air Force is not confirming this, but several Minuteman missiles have been launched from silos in Montana, South Dakota, and North Dakota. Insider sources are saying they did not strike targets, but have since fallen into the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. We're still waiting for a statement from the Department of Defense, and President Roxanne Dodds has pushed back the press conference that was scheduled to begin shortly. We can't speculate. The TV turned off. Ramona looked at her husband's father. His eyes, like hers, showed the moisture of emotion, the fear and weight of the unknown. Have you called your parents or siblings to check on them? Robert asked. Chapter 31. Monroe Correction Complex. Jamar had worked until 10 a.m. The correction officers were on rotating 12-hour shifts, with an understanding that after working 4 of those, they'd be allowed to take 3 days off. For the downtime between shifts, rather than be allowed to leave, they were provided space in the high school that was next to the prison. School had been suspended by the governor, and the classrooms had been turned into an impromptu barracks facility. Partitions and cubicle walls allowed for a small amount of privacy.
Cots, sleeping pads, and bags, and even twin-size beds had been donated or purchased for the COs to use. The soldiers and sailors that had been helping were staying in various posts they'd built for themselves on the school grounds. Others were camping on some land a farmer had lent about a mile away. "Johnson!" Jamar felt someone nudging him. In a dizzy stupor, he spun and pulled a T-shirt off his eyes. It was another CO. "Get up, Johnson." What time?" Jamar looked at his wristwatch. It wasn't even noon yet. "What?" The man waking him could not possibly sense happiness coming from Jamar. "They need you back," the man said. Jamar knew back could only mean over at the prison. "You good? I don't want to have to come back and wake you up." What's so important I need to go back?" The seed of unhappiness was planted and growing. The shuttle running the quick 2-minute drive between the two facilities was nearly non-stop. He could be dressed and back over in just a few minutes. "Don't ask," the uncaring worker said as he walked back out of the classroom. It was one of several being occupied by the grave shift guards. In a huff, Jamar sat up and got dressed. He was grumbling in his head for the several minutes it took to walk out of the school, catch a shuttle, and then badge himself into the Twin Rivers unit. He walked into the captain's office, still tired and now angry on top of that. "Yeah?" a lieutenant he'd never personally met said when he walked in. He'd seen Jamar leaving with the graveshift crew earlier. "Johnson, someone sent for me." The man looked up at a clipboard and scanned down it. "Huh, weird. Yep, says you're supposed to get over to MSU and help with cavity checks. Sucks to be you." "What?" Jamar asked. His volume drew a few head raises from other officers in the space. "Says who?" "Captain Carter," the junior officer said as he looked at the clipboard. He met Jamar's eyes. "What'd you do to piss him off?" Jamar didn't answer. He spun and marched out, beginning his short walk back out of the TWU so he could go to the minimum security unit. The unit usually housed mentally ill offenders with less than 4 years left on their sentence, allowing them a chance to earn a transfer to minimal units in other counties. It was the only unit like it in the state. Jamar was thinking about the night before, about himself and a few others daring to call out some high rankers for mistreating prisoners. He was having a hard time believing it. "I never thought this would happen to me. This can't be retaliation," he thought. "It has to be some sort of mistake." A few minutes later, he entered the building designed to house just under 500 minimal security inmates, and immediately knew something was wrong. He checked in with the local COs and once again confirmed that he was the guard they were waiting for. A directive had been passed that because the inmates returning to the unit were declared mentally ill, they must have full DREs by the staff. It would cut down on the number of X-rays the limited medical staff would have to perform, and he was being transferred to the day shift to give them some needed manpower. "We aren't just processing the minimum cons," the CO in charge said from behind her position on the control room window. "Due to our personnel shortages, we're checking everyone destined for IMU too." Jamar immediately flashed to being in the intensive unit on the day this all started, barely escaping alive. "You're the low man on the pole, Johnson." She started to smirk. "If you'll pardon the pun. Hope you can hold your breath while you bend down to check orifices." "Are you flippin' kidding me?" Jamar yelled at the unsuspecting officer. He was less than thrilled about working a back-to-back 12-hour shift, conducting digital rectal exams on insane people. "Look, Johnson," Lieutenant Gwen Stone said, "sticking a finger in the deep dark cave to feel for drugs or weapons is not above my pay grade. It sure as hell isn't above yours." Jamar sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, LT. This isn't about the job, it's about—" "What?" She was challenging him to complain. "Never mind." He realized he had no idea who she was. She could be Captain Carter's BFF for all he knew. Best to keep your yap shut, he scolded himself. "Where do I go?" Jamar watched the CO he'd never met lead the next returning mentally ill escapee into the exam stall. They were in a cold tile room with slightly sloped concrete floors, built specifically for undressing and inspecting new convicts. There was a long aluminum bench. On the back wall were 4 shower heads that hardly ever got used, but made the room functional for guards or inmates to wash off pepper spray if it ever came to that. The only other thing in the room, besides the exit that the third guard was taking the processed inmates through, was a table. Its contents were simple: a box of rubber gloves, a 1-gallon jug of water-based lubricant, a 10-gallon metal trash can, and Jamar's red plastic cup to sip water from as the shift progressed. The man in front of Jamar was nude, having been stripped of whatever he'd been caught wearing in the room before this one. He was a big man, muscular and covered in prison tattoos. Jamar didn't remember his name, but he was a resident of the IMU. "Turn around," he said. When he was in training, it was drilled into him not to over-explain, not to over-sympathize. It would be weird for everyone, but everyone involved also knew why it was happening. Be respectful, be thorough, and be quiet. The big man turned, and Jamar looked down at the table to glove up when he caught the motion of the tall convict turning back to face him. "Come on, turn around," he said as he looked up. It was then that he noticed the other CO had left, and the door had been shut. He heard the exit open, expecting to see the third guard. Instead, it was the prisoner he'd inspected the darkest recess on just a few minutes earlier. In a flash, Jamar tried to key up his lapel-clipped microphone. He'd barely gotten a word out when the big man grabbed his hand. "Guard needs!" Jamar was tackled from behind at the same instant. The 3 men crashed into the table, sending it flying. They and the table's contents all hit the shower room floor in various spots. Jamar's water splashed onto the concrete surface. When Big Naked tried to stand up, he slipped and fell. Jamar hit his head on the floor hard, dazing him a bit. Jamar and Freshly Inspected were grappling, with Jamar trying to get his can of pepper spray and the other man trying to dominate and get on top. He grabbed Jamar's wrist, pinning it down while he scrambled over him. The man wasn't just an inmate. He was dangerous, and he knew how to fight on the ground. "Get his other wrist," Inspected yelled to Naked. "Ugh," Jamar grunted. He was pinned to his back, striking the con with the heel of his left hand. He connected with the man's head once, triggering him to trap Jamar's left arm against his own torso on the next swing. Jamar thrust his hips up, which took Inspected off balance just enough for him to have to put his hands next to Jamar's head. Jamar shot his right hand up between the man's arms and clasped his own hands around the man's right bicep. He yanked the man's arm down quickly, bending it at the elbow. Then he repositioned his hands on the man's wrist and triceps. Naked had picked up the trash can and was in the process of swinging it down at Jamar. He saw it coming and rolled Inspected over to that side. The can hit Inspected in the back of the head with a clang. Now, on his own side, Jamar pulled his knees up to his chest and planted his boots on Inspected's belly, giving him a shove. Inspected slid back on the slippery floor, taking Naked down with him when he hit the man's legs. Jamar scrambled away, but the water made traction difficult. "Help!" he yelled as he tried to move away and stand. He grabbed for the lapel mic once more, but it was now dangling from the radio haphazardly. He wound up facing the far wall as he rolled over and got to his feet. He spun, and his years of taekwondo took over his survival instincts. Inspected was rushing toward him. Jamar spun backward on the ball of his planted foot, turning at the waist to get his torso around first. His eyes picked up the man rushing him from about 5 feet away. His leg whipped around the body and slammed into Inspected's face with a powerful spinning kick. He planted the lead foot and went back the other direction on it, with a roundhouse kick that left the foe stunned. He then slammed the man in the solar plexus with a palm strike, trying to punch a spot behind the man as he'd been taught. Inspected let out a ghastly sucking sound as the wind had been knocked out of his lungs. His diaphragm contracted in spasms. He went to the floor with a guttural, repetitive moan while he tried to catch his breath and couldn't. Naked sneered. "That chop suey garbage ain't gonna work on me, small fry." "You're right," Jamar said. He yanked his pepper spray off his belt and fired the OC liquid into the man's face from 10 feet away. It coated his face, his trunk, his frankenbeans, nearly all of him. Everything was covered in a dark orange goo that had the man crying before he knew what hit him. He went to the ground, cussing and trying to wipe the burning gel out of his eyes and mucous membranes. Jamar could feel the stuff getting into his own sinuses. He held his breath, squinted his eyes, and backed toward the closed door. Just as he started to pound on it, the missing CO opened it. "Oh man, how'd this door get closed?" he asked. "What happened?" "Don't quit your day job for acting," Jamar said, slamming the empty spray can in the man's chest as he stormed by. Chapter 32. Monroe, Washington. "All units," Kevin heard one of the voices on the Humvee's radio call out. They were still attached to the same National Guard unit as earlier, albeit the entire company, not just 2 squads, and had just dropped off the Blue Squad members of their little State Guard detachment at the Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Blue would set up a comm center for some Red Cross volunteers. Red Squad would accompany the Natties to the local high school for a base camp, destined to help the local prison staff with confining those who were being returned. The company was comprised of 2 platoons, and each of those had 3 squads. They hadn't made it out of the parking lot when the word came in. "We're being redirected to assist the locals. A strong enough person could have hit their new destination with 2 powerful drives of a golf ball." Just a bit east on Highway 2 sat a large commercial property. It held a Lowe's, Walmart, Fred Meyer, and multiple smaller businesses. The convoy just pulled onto the highway when the problem became obvious. It was 5:37 p.m., just a few minutes to curfew, and yet there were hundreds of people rioting in the parking lot. As the string of strikers and Humvees passed the first entrance to the complex, Kevin saw the blue and red lights of various police agency vehicles. "Second platoon, you guys move to the backup tactical frequency and help out here from Fred Meyer to Safeway," the company's commanding officer said on the radio. "First platoon will move north past this first crowd and assist the locals over at Walmart. Third squad, secure the west end of the parking lot," the platoon CO said once everyone had changed frequencies. Kevin didn't even bother trying to turn his head and look out of the cramped truck. He imagined it meant a striker and a couple of Humvees peeling off the back of the convoy and blocking the entrance by the Fred Meyer store where they set up a security perimeter. "Second squad, you continue on after we peel off here and go establish a control point down there by McDonald's. AutoZone is our rally point." The State Guard wasn't altogether in the convoy. They'd been allowed to slip into various vehicles in second platoon, so at least they'd be somewhat near each other. Kevin and Nelson Butterton were paired up with Donna, giving her one undermanned, improperly trained fire team as part of the squad she was in. The squad's rigs turned left at the highway's lighted intersection with Chain Lake Road, a small lane specific to the commercial park. In their immediate area were banks and fast food restaurants. The largest chain store was a Safeway grocery. Like the Walmart and Fred Meyer stores nearby, there was an agitated crowd. The sole law enforcement was one State Patrol cruiser with 2 troopers. They were locked in their car on the edge of the Safeway parking lot, as much to keep the crowd calm as for their own safety. The rigs parked in the lane that would turn into that lot just shy of the entrance, leaving another northbound lane, a shared center turn lane, and the 2 southbound lanes open. The cars behind the 3 rigs belonging to the second squad started to honk as agitated drivers pounded on horns. That stopped when the hazard lights started blinking and soldiers in uniform and battle gear dismounted. "Fleur, you and those steadies hold this driveway," the squad's leading sergeant said. The other 2 fire teams totaled 8 people. They moved past a bank to check in with the troopers for their orders. Donna and Nelson were wearing slung rifles. She'd talked the senior sergeant into allowing Nelson to use Corey's rifle based on his history as a police officer. "Don't block anyone from leaving," Donna told Kevin, "but stand there and keep people from trying to get in up the exit." As if to drive home her point, an older model silver car with 4 pissed-off people in it dangerously swerved around the 3 and shot up the parking lot entryway towards Safeway's main lot, honking at the other members of the squad. Donna screamed a reminder to the car's occupants that they were comparable to chocolate starfish. "Like that." She then went south past their Humvees to try and inform people they couldn't enter. Kevin moved directly in front of the next car, trying to zip around the military trucks, ready to spring if he needed to. The car screeched to a stop and honked. Nelson moved ahead of Kevin and went to the woman who had rolled her window down. "Get out of the way," she said. "I need to get to Safeway before they close." The chubby, overweight woman's face was red. "We need you to turn around and go home," Nelson said. His past experience had taught him to use a stern but even voice, clear and loud. "There's an angry mob, and it's not safe to be here." "But what about my kids? I need to get groceries." Horns blared from both directions, like an electronic, out-of-tune symphony. Behind the woman's car, another trying to squeeze in. Behind the 2 volunteers, the silver car that the rest of the squad had abruptly turned around was revving its engine. It was jolting toward the 2 men and car a couple of feet at a time. Kevin stepped in front of the woman's car and let the silver one pass. It barely cleared Nelson's back and turned right, barking its tires as it did. "You need to leave." Nelson was fully back into the cop mode of his past. Kevin walked past her car toward the next honking truck. All stores are closed, he said, pointing for him to turn around. He had no idea if it was true, but he was starting to become ticked off. On one hand, the volunteers with no training and authority were being given muddy and impossible orders. On the other hand, people had rights that had somehow become secondary to the government saying, "Do as we say." And the wide chasm between those ends of the scenario was filled with people. Mostly normal, mostly responsible in an everyday sort of way. They were now acting like idiots because they'd failed to prepare for hard times. Like animals, he thought, not for the first time in 3+ exhausting days. The truck's driver held both of his hands up in exasperation. Kevin saw the man's mouth moving and told himself the man was probably saying nice things and thanking him for his service. It was his own little mind trick to keep from becoming increasingly upset with the people he was trying to help. The diesel rig billowed smoke after the man adjusted his steering and punched the accelerator pedal to leave. Just then, a large semi-truck with a giant Safeway logo pulled up the lane and passed the little roadblock. It moved past the strip mall that the grocery store was part of, turning right behind the building in search of a loading dock. When the driver realized he'd have to go to the other end of the block to reach it, he turned back up along the craft store that was closest and approached Kevin and his two peers. The damage had been done. The mob over by the remainder of the squad had seen the truck. What had started as just a few people soon turned into the entire crowd. It evolved from a slow walk to a jog, then a sprint. The first men to the truck jumped up and ripped open the cab's door, trying to grab the man. Within a moment, dozens of people had swarmed the semi, some of them at the back of it pounding on the locked doors. A few had started a chant that soon grew into a loud rhythmic chorus. "Give us food! Give us food!" Nelson shoved his rifle under his left armpit, trying to keep it out of the way as he started to pull men out of the pile. Kevin joined him, and soon Donna did too. The shoving was horrendous. Those not chanting were yelling and cussing. The troopers and the remainder of the squad were trying to pull people off the fringes of the pile. There were just too many. A shot rang out from the middle of the mob. The truck driver's shoulder sprayed just a trickle of blood. He fell off the semi-step from the arms of two men who'd been trying to yank him down. Kevin and Nelson used their size and experience, pulling the smallest people out of the way to reach the man before he got trampled. Another shot rang out as one of the troopers felt he'd identified the mob shooter. No way did he see who the shooter was, Kevin thought. I didn't, and we're right here. In a flash, the mob shifted. Some ran past the truck to escape. Others tried to beat Kevin and Nelson. Most swarmed anyone in a uniform, kicking, punching, screaming. The riot was out of control. It was an animal that would live and then die of its own accord. Similar scenes were playing out in the same moments at all the stores that sold food, water, and batteries across the entire shopping hub. Chapter 33. Burien. "All right, brother," Scooter said. "Come on in." Wade Curry was standing on the front porch, enjoying the cool pre-fall air. The temp was pleasant despite the late hour, the drizzle on hold. The home was standard post-40s cookie cutter. The small town redeveloped in the post-World War II boom, originally the prime housing center for those building nearby SeaTac Airport. Boeing Field had been taken over for war efforts, and the development of the future port's land began in 1944. Wade rather enjoyed the covered porch and the giant oak in the front yard. The 20 Harley-Davidsons parked on the lawn was a different matter. And though they weren't in the open like he was, there were several prospective members of Scooter's club in rooms or vehicles around the property, acting as armed guards. He followed his pal into the home, listening to the old wood floor creak. Details like that stood out to men who were always suspicious. It's how they stayed alive. The thin, worn hall runner softened the steps of the two men. A quick scan at the sound of laughing, buzzed women showed Wade that many of the motorcycle club's old ladies were drinking and enjoying the moment of each other's company without their cranky old men around. He also noticed that his friend was wearing his club cut. Like most in the wet, cold Northwest, his friend preferred leather instead of denim. 4 years together in a cell was longer than some people stayed married. He'd learned all about protocol and knew better than to touch the club's center patch logo on the back, especially in front of other club members. A little respect went a long way. Scooter led his old cellmate through the small home and out the back. The thin driveway that passed the house on the left just stayed within the skinny property's boundary, running back and turning toward a large, detached garage that had been many decades later. That was the ultimate destination. He stopped when he got to the side door, with black paint over the small panes of glass in the window. "Got any questions?" "I'm good, brother." Mixed black and Mexican, Wade understood that 1%er MCs were largely white and rarely allowed non-white members. He also knew that, like all gangs, they agreed that green was the most important color. Race was secondary to making money. Just 2 hours earlier, he'd been catching up on overdue push-ups at the hiding spot Scooter had arranged for him when the bikers showed back up with an invitation. He'd spoken to the club about bringing Wade to church that night. It was perfect timing, as 2 M13 cartel members were going to be there. Scooter opened the old gray door and let his pal in. Some men were standing, most were in folding chairs. There was a cooler with ice-cold beer near the door, a kegerator-style bar on the far side of the shop. It had workbenches with immaculately hung tools on pegboards. In a corner was a half-assembled motorcycle frame and engine on a lift. There was a pool table with a beer sign lit over it. The entire space had been painted in the MC's black and tan colors. Posters of old Harleys and young women adorned the walls. In between were pictures from various rallies the members had gone to. As the primary hardcore MC in the state, as well as several others, all other MCs that conducted business, legal or otherwise, had to run their plans past the chupacabras for approval. The irony of a white gang using a Latin mythical creature as their symbol made Wade laugh inside just a bit. "Brothers," Scooter announced with a tinge of pomp. "My old cellmate, and a man who earned my trust inside, Wade Curry." Welcomes rang out from around the room. Those closest to him offered a brotherly hug. No handshake was good enough for a man who had saved one of their own from getting shanked. He was careful not to touch the back of their cuts below the top rocker patch when he hugged back. He scanned the room. Other than the closed shop doors, he was standing in front of the only obvious exit. Along the far wall sat several men along an ornate wood table, presumably the local chapter's officers. Next to them were 2 Mexican guests. "Thank you for the honor of being here." A few men stood and scooted chairs. "And up front," Scooter pointed. There was a padded folding chair waiting for him. He and the other 2 guests were seated facing each other between the table of club officers and the main group. After Wade had sat and the chatter quieted, a biker with the patch State P on his cut spoke up. "Scooter said you were hoping to speak to us about some business," Jeffrey Pipe Hitter Witcher said. The Army veteran wasn't the chapter president, but the state leader. All chapters answered to him or the hard-looking man leaning on the wall directly behind him, the state enforcer. He glanced quickly at the other 2 guests. "And strangely enough, our M13 allies said they might have some business for you too." Damn, Wade thought. I was hoping to avoid this. But if anyone was ready to pounce on this opportunity, it was them. "That's great to hear." It was 100% lie. As you all know, I'm always ready to be an independent service provider to any professional organization. His message was clear, even if his words weren't. I want to remain being my own boss, and we wouldn't have it any other way. The smiling cartel man said back. Both men were Hispanics at the young end of middle age. The one who spoke had a fake smile in perfect English. The other wore no expression whatsoever. He refused to look anywhere else but into Wade's eyes. It would have unsettled most men. It didn't bother Wade, except for one thing. It wasn't the man himself, but the fact that he represented hundreds of thousands of others just like him. Wade could kill almost any other man if he had just a moment of surprise. But he couldn't fight a cartel. "If you were anyone else, I'd rip out your throat," Wade thought, as he looked at the pleasant man, but felt the burn of the other man's stare. "What was your thought, Wade?" Pipe Hitter said from across the table. Wade smiled and took a quick breath. "The only thing I've really been thinking about is killing a couple of very specific people before I get pinched and sent back." He gave a small snort. "I guess not getting captured would be number 2. He turned his attention back to the cartel man.
This would be a personal hit, not a business one, but I also don't want to draw the ire of any other organization if this man turns out to be on a payroll, which he highly doubted. I think our friends here might be able to answer that, Pipe Hitter said. They're kind of the United Nations, if you will, that have been keeping the rest of us local tribes at peace. We know the man and his wife that you're interested in, the unnamed cartel man said. We have no problem with your plans. He smiled once more. But I'd ask for you to realize that things are different now. We may be willing to help you with your mission. Wade smiled in agreement. Things are different, and will continue to become more so. That is to clarify, the unnamed cartel man said. Very different. Once the dust settles, people will need a new kind of leadership to keep the peace. The smile returned. No more independent operators, Wade thought. He's telling me we're all going to be under one banner, or die along with everyone else. That could be difficult to hold on to. The man bobbed his head a little as he looked off into some past thought process for a split second. Maybe. He looked back at Wade. Maybe not. His nonchalance was both confident and unsettling. But you're okay in the meantime if I take action against a certain lawyer and cop? Wade was growing a bit tired of the doublespeak. It would be quite public and gruesome, not unlike what you guys do all the time. No problem, but we have already planned to take care of the man, and others like him. So, really, you just need to worry about her. Make it as public as you wish. We will even provide support. What would be the fee for that? He really didn't want to become a cartel employee, but it was feeling unavoidable. We have a few unique cases that we would like for you to handle. In a way that doesn't lead back to you. Wade clearly understood the man's unspoken message. It would be my pleasure to work with you in the future. He smiled. I'll need to shelve my big plans for a while. There's just too many of them. I could have gone a great distance getting the regular gangs to fight each other, but if everyone is uniting under one banner, what choice do I have? Wade gave the papers he'd collected on the O'Hanrahan family to the man as a sign of trust. The summit wrapped after that. The cartel man left. Wade stayed a while, regaling to the brethren a few stories of embarrassment about Scooter to make them laugh. The entire time, the back of his mind was like a racquetball, hitting every wall without losing energy over and over again. He had addresses for the O'Hanrahan clan, including their families. He had cartel permission to do something gruesome and loud in public. He had a new tooth collection growing to replace his missing trademark gold and teeth tooth necklace. But he also had a nagging feeling in the back of his mind, a feeling that whoever the hackers were, they'd already figured out how to deal with the cartels, and that was the one thought that truly bothered him. Who could be worse than the drug cartels?
Chapter 34. Evergreen State Fairgrounds. Kevin came to covered in bruises and bandages. He felt rested, like he'd finally been able to get a full night of sleep. What happened? His body hurt. He kept his eyes closed, trying to hear anything familiar while he searched his memory. Did I go to bed last night? I don't feel like I did. Unfamiliar voices were heard at varying distances, some male, some female, some friendly, others confused, all of them discussing pain, injuries. Am I in a hospital? He opened his eyes, surprised to see a smiling soldier standing above him. Just take it easy, the pretty young woman said. Kevin was trying to focus his eyes on the uniform patches, but they were blurry. You took quite a beating. You probably should have had a bump helmet on. I don't. They never. He couldn't quite find the words to explain that he was a uniformed volunteer, not a soldier. He picked his head up. There were cots and medical equipment in all directions. Most everyone was in uniform, even if some wore medical gowns over them. Are you all soldiers? Sailors, the young woman said. An emergency medical facility. Assigned from the Naval Hospital in Bremerton. We normally deploy with Marines.
I'm in Bremerton?
She chuffed at the thought. No, silly. You're still in Monroe. This field hospital came from Bremerton. You were in a huge fight last night. Kevin started to sit up, slowly, unsteadily. Easy does it, she said. The sailor put a steadying hand on his shoulder. I still don't recall much. He looked at his arm and found an IV of fluid. The doctor gave you something to rest. All of you were pretty battered, but mostly exhausted, I'd say. I'll be back in a minute. The Navy petty officer went to the far end of the large rectangular tent. It was a desert tan in color. He could hear a generator outside powering the lights and equipment in the space. Most of the dozen beds held National Guard members or local and state police officers. It started to come back to him. The crowd at Safeway had mostly dispersed. With the squad's help, the state troopers had been able to arrest the most violent people. They were taken to a staging area to join others from the riots outside the other box stores. Eventually, the crowd had reformed to take back those who'd been detained. The night had devolved into pure mayhem. Kevin looked at his knuckles, swollen, bruised, scraped. He gingerly felt his jaw, which now clicked when he moved it. His cheekbones felt tender and swollen. He was afraid to look in a mirror. The corpsman returned with a leading nurse. Hi, I'm Lieutenant Yang. How's the noggin? It's all coming back, Kevin said, feeling the bony part of his outer forearms. I think I must have blocked about 500 punches last night. The officer pulled out a penlight and looked at Kevin's pupils. I'll bet. Some of the folks involved in your incident had it worse than getting knocked out. He looked in Kevin's ears without expanding on that thought, then stood up straight. Can you stand on your own? Kevin did as he was asked. He was slow, working out the kinks, but started stretching without signs of being unsteady. I think so. Good. I'll go talk to the doc, but we should be able to let you go back to your unit shortly. Your head injury is mild. No operating machinery or vehicles today. Corpsman Valetti here will walk you through how to check out. Any questions? Got anything for aches and pains? We're the military. The nurse smiled. Motrin cures everything. He walked back to the other end of the tent. While Kevin put his boots on, the corpsman picked up the ball cap and outer uniform shirt out of a locker near the bed's foot. She walked Kevin outside so she could guide him in the proper direction and handed him his stuff and a small bottle of pain reliever. You're not regular guard, are you? Highly irregular, Kevin said with a chuckle. The corpsman walked him to a gap between the rows and columns of tents and pointed. When you get to the end, turn right. There should be a sign that says Admin installed by now, but if not, just ask around. Kevin thanked her and found the correct door to enter barely a minute later. The rain had come back, and the lanky lad didn't want to waste any more time than necessary at the field hospital. There was another man standing at the counter when he entered the admissions tent. There were a few sailors moving around the far end, and he assumed the man before him was waiting on one of them to come back to the admissions counter. The young man in the Monroe Correction Center uniform had turned to scan Kevin when the door opened. He gave a polite nod but said nothing. When the corpsman behind the counter returned, he went over a few quick details with the man. The guard signed the paper, took his copy, and left. Kevin went through his discharge process and in just a few minutes was approaching a sign in the parking lot to indicate it was a drop-off site for the shuttles to the high school and prison. Still tired, Kevin sat on the opposite end of a bench that the same guard from a moment earlier was now sitting. They accidentally made eye contact. Concussion, Kevin said in small-talk mode. You? The correction officer looked at him. His expression wasn't angry or even annoyed, just tired. Same. I was on the way to the prison when we got called into town last night, Kevin said. I was worried about what I'd have to do in the prison when it turned out to be Safeway that was my demise. That got a snicker out of the guard. He shook his head. Sadly, I'm starting to think it is the normal people that are the bigger threat. Me too. Both of them sat stoically for another minute. The worst part about this is that I'm not even trained for it. I'm a woodland search and rescue guy. What do you mean? The guard asked. Kevin explained the concept of the State Guard, their role as the governor's militia force, and their tiny budget and numbers of people. The guard couldn't believe that he even had to buy his own gear. The shuttle arrived for the high school, similar to the small commercial buses that operated between major airports and the off-site parking areas. As they stood and waited for a few people to disembark, Kevin introduced himself. "Jamar," the stranger said. The men shook hands and boarded the bus. They moved toward the middle. "Bus'll be leaving in 10, the driver said. He had a cigarette in one hand and a lighter in another, and stepped out of the vehicle, uncaring if either of them replied. The two men began to swap stories of their time since the beginning. Kevin was appalled that Jamar had been jumped because fellow COs were paying him back for pointing out illegal and atrocious treatment of prisoners. Jamar couldn't fathom that a farm boy from eastern Washington had seen action at the university, the hospital, and the shopping center in a matter of 3 days. Both had agreed that the lines were getting blurry, that at some point they were going to be ordered to do something they knew was morally and clearly wrong. The conversation went quiet for a long moment. "I've got a brother over here that a cop is going to help me find," Kevin said. By then, one other soldier had joined them, and the bus driver had started the return route by cruising toward the parking lot exit. "My detachment's XO was supposed to give me some time off to go to North Seattle today. I sure hope this little incident last night didn't change that." "You have a brother missing over here?" Jamar asked. "Of his own accord," Kevin said. "I think he got into drugs. He hasn't spoken to the family in months." "That's too bad, man." All three passengers wobbled and shook as the heavy rig and horrible suspension bounced when the rig turned onto the main road. The 5 quick minutes of the trip were filled with Jamar describing his family and his intense concern for their safety. The bus arrived outside the high school's front entrance with a squeal of the brakes. "I wish there was some way I could help you," Kevin said. Jamar smirked. "Tell the Army not to open fire on any blue Civics, and we're solid. Good luck with your brother." And in just a few minutes, two men from opposite worlds had bonded over the common thought that perhaps the rules of society were not so black and white after all. "I'm looking for the State Guard members." The older woman staffing the school's office looked frazzled and tired, just like most people. Kevin guessed she might have been the school's lead administrator or vice principal during normal times. "The ones from Spokane?" She stopped clicking on her desk computer and stood, moving slowly to the countertop. Under its Lexan top were photos of happy high school kids at things like dances or crafting banners for the hall out of long rolls of paper. Taped on top were various warnings about the penalties for missing tardy bells or flyers for fundraisers. She looked at Kevin's face with eyes of sympathy. "What's the other guy look like?" she said, trying more for gallows humor to cope with the situation than true comedy. She ran her finger down a printed chart. Kevin gave a tiny courtesy huff and nothing more. He hurt, and his disposition was quickly pulling away from the optimistic end of the spectrum. The lady pointed out the window toward a long corridor that passed the office left to right. "Go that direction, second corridor on the left, room 124. "Thank you." He turned and pulled on the glass door under the motherly gaze. "Oh, what day is it?" "Tuesday," she said, her tone revealing her bafflement that he didn't know. "Thanks." A few minutes later, he'd found and entered the correct room. Most of the rooms he'd passed had piles of rucksacks and green duffel bags in front of the lockers just outside the doors. History? He guessed upon seeing the decor. There were maps and prints of old portraits or depictions of events and battles on the walls. Most of the student desks had been piled into other classrooms. 6-foot-tall padded partitions, each with the worn metallic tag of a rental company's name and phone number, told him they'd been brought in just for this. The space had been divided into a dozen small sections, each with a cot and one of the student desks. Maybe Blue Squad is staying somewhere else? He reckoned. In the space between the sleeping cells and the teacher's desk sat Major Carey at a round table. He was working on a laptop computer. He didn't bother to stand when Kevin walked in. "Richardson?" Ted Carey said in a hushed tone when he looked up. The tiniest grin of familiarity turned the corners of his mouth up ever so slightly. "How you feeling?" Kevin pulled a light gray folding chair out from under the table and sat. The place felt quiet, so he followed suit with Ted's low volume. "Banged up a bit. I don't know. Not dizzy. Just a bit of a funk." "Did you get knocked out?" Kevin nodded to reply. "Did they say it was bad?" "Mild. That's why they let me go." He looked around, but could see or hear nobody else in the room. "Where is everyone?" Ted closed his laptop and pushed it away a few inches, sighing heavily. "Butterton and Fullen are racked out. They were up the whole night." "It took a moment or two for it to come back to me," Kevin said. "How'd they finally get that mob under control?" Ted sighed. "An active duty unit showed up. They just overwhelmed the crowd with sheer numbers." "Did the Horde manage to free the detainees?" "It went way beyond that. I'm not sure what time you were dragged out of the pile, but there were sporadic shootings, which would occasionally cause a soldier to shoot back." Ted's face was flush with emotion. At first Kevin had thought it was simply exhaustion. The thought that something was truly wrong started to plant itself in his mind. "What is it, Major? Did one of ours get shot?" The man's lips quivered, but he was succeeding in keeping his emotions in check otherwise. "There's no easy way to say it. Captain Korch was killed last night." Kevin felt the pit of his stomach drop when he heard those words. Rob Saxon was beaten so badly that the Navy surgeons had to operate. I think he was airlifted somewhere else after he was stabilized. Chief Espinoza was like you, beaten, knocked out, still at the field hospital as far as I can tell. "And Donnie?" "Missing." "Huh? Really?" Kevin thought maybe he was misunderstanding. "Like, kidnapped?" "Personally, I think he went AWOL." Ted's face shifted from remorse back to the irritation of a stressed leader. "Did he say anything to you?" "No," Kevin said, feeling a bit accused. "I know he griped a lot." After a quick thought, the idea that Donnie would go away without leave wasn't too surprising given his attitude. The pair grew quiet, each of them staring off into the space in front of them. After a spell, Major Carey pulled his laptop back toward him. "Get some rest. Blue Squad has had a couple of injuries, too. We'll be recombining with them for new orders. The governor's making a proclamation in—" He paused and squinted at the clock on his screen. "About an hour." "New orders?" Kevin mocked in his thoughts. "We've wasted more time bebopping around than anything else." He was starting to understand the military intelligence jokes his father used to make all the time. Who are the clowns leading the circus? That's right, the politicians. "Oh, Major, Stella was going to help me get to the police station in North Seattle today." Major Carey looked up in true surprise. "What? Why? She never told me." "Wait, does he think I'm trying to go AWOL too?" "There's a police officer who is supposed to help me locate my brother." "Absolutely not," Ted said. Kevin didn't care for the tone. The officer went back to his screen. "I can't spare you. Now that the president has placed a moratorium on air travel, people will be more pissed than ever." "Major, I have a concussion anyhow. It won't let me—" "That's right. You do have a concussion, which means I have to have someone else drive you down there. Unequivocally no. We're done discussing this, Richardson." He stood, grabbed his water bottle, and strode out of the classroom to end the discussion. Chapter 35. South Seattle. James Tercel Franklin held the polished .357 in his hand firmly. He'd shot it enough times to know not to grip the heavy S&W 686 too tightly, especially when letting it dangle by his leg. That would just tire out the hand. The front door to his house had been kicked open, something he didn't notice until after he'd already backed the old Ford up to the single garage door. "I bet my tools have all been stole," he thought angrily. He knew that whoever had done it was long gone, that he'd find nobody inside. Lord help him if they are. He slowly ascended the 2 concrete steps to the small pad by the front door. Lifting the big pistol's barrel, he pushed the door open enough to get a better look. What was supposed to be a 15-minute jaunt over to his own house had just taken a dark turn. He stepped in, letting the drizzly daylight give him what he needed. With 2 hands gripping the gun, he moved around the small 90-year-old home, finding nobody else. The dressers had been dumped out, as had the closets and any drawers in the house. The garage was missing the portable battery-operated tools, generator, welding machine, and gasoline cans. As best as James could tell, Hand tools and bulky items like his table saw and oxygen-acetylene bottles were left alone. Upon a deeper inspection of the kitchen, most of his food had been taken. The thought that the perps had taken multiple trips, or that he'd been hit by others once the first one broke in, pissed him off even more. On a primal level, he was hoping someone would show back up. He spent a good hour moving hand tools to his truck, especially things for working with wood, like saws and his extensive brace and bit set. In the kitchen, there were some old cans of clam chowder and partial bags of rice, beans, and coffee that were still around. His best flashlights and pocket knives were long gone, other than what he had on his person or in his truck. Lastly, he stuffed a couple of garbage bags full of his favorite fall and winter clothes. On the last trip back to the truck, he found in the garage an old, cracked backpack that Jamar used in junior high. Finally, he prepared the house for an extended absence. Being a handyman, he did carry some of his tools in the locking box in the pickup. He retrieved a drill and some bits and other tips. First, he disabled the electric garage door opener, installing a few holes in the walls of the garage and low on the garage door itself. He screwed in some heavy eye bolts from the cans of spare parts he'd built up over his life. Next, he used medium-grade ratchet straps to lock the bottom of the garage door horizontally to the studs behind the walls. He moved into the house. With a supply of long screws, he took scraps of plywood and lumber and screwed barriers to all but one window from the inside. Then he screwed the doors to the backyard and kitchen directly to their jambs and frames. He crawled out of the one window he had left alone, the small one over the tub and shower. Once outside, he screwed it down to the jamb and then blanked it with plywood. He knew the house didn't need to be burgle-proof. It simply needed to be tedious enough for a lazy man to find an easier target. James had spent over 3 hours doing all the work. It was suddenly late afternoon. He felt a bit bad for leaving the Johnson family alone for that long, but he also knew that he had the right to guard his own home, too. He made the return trip in just a few minutes, backing the truck up to Diana's car where Jamar normally parked. He got out, stuffed the revolver into the hem by his lower back, and grabbed the 2 plastic bags with the remnants of groceries in them. He'd been there enough in recent days that he no longer bothered knocking. James opened the door and barely made it 3 feet inside when he froze. The blinds and curtains had been pulled tightly, drowning out the light. A candle flickered near Nana, casting long shadows. In front of him, an armed man was pointing a pistol at the women and teenagers, who were all crammed next to each other on the couch, bound and gagged. He dropped the sacks and tried to reach the pistol in the back of his pants. "Listen here, mother." Something hard slammed into the back of his skull. The dim candlelight faded to black. Nana watched Jamar's father crumple to the floor, causing her to yell with a start into the rag. She was the only one of the 4 they'd done that to when the duct tape had been wrapped forcefully around their heads. She had not been afraid to scold and challenge them. They'd done a good enough job with the tape that it alone had muffled Diana and the kids to just saying, when they tried to speak. "It's that punk Robbie Dawson. I just know it," she thought. It was the boy that had tried so hard to recruit Jamar into his gang nearly 10 years earlier. Out of the 2 intruders, both clad in black hoodies and old quarantine face masks, she was sure he was the mean, bossy one. The quieter one hadn't been able to get the short, thick woman's arms behind her enough to tape them in the back. Out of the 4, she was the one who was bound in front. She was in her usual spot on the couch, her needlepoint supplies on the end table next to her. Diana was at the far end. Jalen and Felicity were crammed into the small gap between, eyes wide with fear, even on the overconfident boy. When the 2 men went to work on James, she took the moment of distraction to take up something she'd been doing for nearly 2 hours, stretching the duct tape between her wrists. Her thick arms and wide trunk made it so her wrists couldn't touch. The quiet one simply wrapped the wrists individually instead of together. Slowly, the 8 inches of crisscrossed tape in between had become 10, maybe 12. Nana was able to move her left arm over toward her lap, allowing the right a little leeway while stuffing down the couch cushion. She'd seen the smaller folding scissors slip down that gap weeks earlier. It was her least favorite pair. The hooded men had made a show of searching the house. All kitchen knives, scissors, and anything else that might be used as a weapon had been tossed into the hall closet. Charcoal was in there, too, muzzled with duct tape by Jalen at gunpoint right after the intrusion. But these fools don't know about them scissors I dropped, she realized with excitement. With effort and the grace of God, she managed to get a fingertip on them, then a second. She pinched them, slowly pulling them up the gap next to the cushion. They fell onto her lap under her hands. The intruders had taken one of the hard chairs from the small dining corner in the kitchen. Together they moved James up to it and bound him with duct tape to the chair's back. "Do his feet, too," the one in charge said. "Damn," the other said. The roll depleted itself down to the cardboard center. "Where's that other roll?" "What? I told you to bring 2. It must still be in the car." James started to stir and shake his head. "I'm gonna beat you a bit." He was cut off when the man grabbed him by the throat and squeezed. "What? You're gonna do what, old man?" James started to gag and struggle to breathe. The Johnson family started to yell muffled pleas for mercy under their gags. Finally, Bossy let go. James hung his head, trying to catch his breath. "Watch him," Bossy said. He went rummaging through the kitchen drawers, returning with some old off-white masking tape, which he threw at Quiet. "Get his feet taped up, then his old disrespectful mouth after that." The pounding of car speakers grew louder in front of the house. Bossy went out the door to consort with whoever had shown up. Confident the new tape job on James's ankles would hold, Quiet stood and tore a piece of tape for James' head. "I'm gonna kill you," James barely croaked. The gangster just laughed from under the light blue paper mask. "No, you ain't, old geezer." He put the tape over James' mouth and then walked out to the tiny uncovered landing out front. James was facing the front of the room, his chair in the center. He was still woozy, shaking his head. Nana could just see a trickle of blood running down the back of his neck. She'd been using the tiny folding scissors on her taped hands, releasing them quickly but holding them together. Now that both men had stepped outside for a bit, it was her chance. She didn't know what they wanted, but she was sure it had to do with Jamar. She had no idea what to do about it, but she wasn't going down without a fight. She stood up past the herd of old rusty joints and waddled toward the kitchen. She kept an eye on the front door, heart pounding. She wasn't worried about herself. She didn't want Bossy to take it out on her grandchildren. "Oh, my Lord," she thought in exasperation as she rummaged through drawers. The men had been thorough. There was nothing she could use. She saw a skillet on the stove. Anything, just need them distracted a bit. She lit up the stove, but the skillet was clean and empty. Quickly she picked up one of the new bottles of cheap canola oil that she detested so much. They were stored on the bookshelf they used as a pantry. She poured it into the skillet and left the container on the counter. Shadows were swaying on the open front door. "Are they almost back?" she fretted. She hobbled in and used the little scissor and the tape behind the chair James was in. She put the scissors into his hands, which probed and grasped when he felt them. She'd left her own gag in, not wanting to tip anything to them. She moved a bit so he could see her and tried to scream, "Wait!" around the kitchen rag. Nostrils flaring to keep breathing through the stress, she held up a hand to keep him from springing to action just yet. "I gotcha." His words were quiet and slurred. She moved around the coffee table and plopped back onto the couch under the frightened, watchful eyes of her daughter and grandchildren. With barely a second to spare, Nana dropped back into her spot on the couch. The men returned, Bossy chastising Quiet for being outside. He'd then moved on to complain about Jamar's absence. "When the hell is your son going to get home?" he yelled at Diana. He pulled his pistol out of the front of his pants and pointed it at James. You just pops, ain't you?" James just glared at the eyes between the mask and the hood. The thug laughed at that. "Don't even try, old man. You just a lamb in a lion's world. And there's folks way nastier than us willing to pay top dollar for cops and DAs. He continued his rant of bravado for close to 10 minutes, teasing the whole family about the cartel offering up huge bounties on people in the legal system, how he and his gang were going to get $10,000 for Jamar. "Yo," Quiet interrupted. He pulled his mask down and sniffed. "You smell that?" "No, fool, I don't smell—" Bossy shut up a moment. He put the pistol away and strode past James and his own man toward the small hall that led to the bedrooms. He gave a sniff, then pulled his mask down. Walking back a few feet, he stopped at the doorway to the kitchen. "Something's burning." First one, then another of them moved into the kitchen. "That oil wasn't there a while ago," Quiet said. "That damn skillet," Bossy said. The oil was sizzling, popping, emitting an odor. Nana yelled through her gag as she tossed the lit candle into the oil from just behind Quiet. She was about 6 feet away. It splashed when it landed, sending flaming oil onto the stove, the wall, and the floor. Bossy jumped back instinctively. Quiet turned around and slapped Nana so hard it sent her spiraling back to the doorframe. She hit it and crashed to the floor with a thud. Bossy looked around for something to put the fire out. If the house burned down, they couldn't very well wait as long as it took for Jamar to get home. Quiet followed Nana out to the living room floor and got right on top of her, a knee on each side. "You're going to regret ever trying that, you old bi—" The chair James had been bound to smashed against the gangster's head, sending him sideways. He leaped onto the man and began to choke him with everything he had. The younger man was strong and fought back, hitting James with a big fist. When he tried to shove the father off him and stand up, James pulled him to keep him down. This time the gang member fell back, and the old man put him into a sleeper choke from behind. One arm was wrapped around the man's throat. He held that hand on the other forearm. The second hand was locked in behind the man's head. He squeezed his arms tight, choking the man out cold in seconds. He stopped when he heard the family's fire extinguisher shooting in the kitchen. James's own .357 had spilled onto the floor. He shoved the other man off and into a limp heap and picked up his revolver as he stood. Bossy never heard the sound that killed him. In one moment of time, trying to put out a fire that threatened his plans. In another rapid moment, falling to the floor as a lifeless meat sack missing half its brains. The crackling fire continued to grow. Chapter 36. Mercer Island. Noel Henry O'Hanrahan smiled when he saw the Mustang parked on his parents' long driveway. Finally! He couldn't wait to hold his wife. Gingerly, of course, he reminded himself, knowing she was in pain and needing to go back downtown in a few hours. He looked at the clock on the metallic blue Lexus just before shutting it off, seeing it was nearly 4 a.m. The tall, handsome deputy prosecutor with graying temples ascended from the car, which locked itself after a few seconds. He proceeded into the house using a smartphone. Despite the lack of cell signal, phones were still useful for satellite and wireless apps. The expensive home's security system used a Wi-Fi lock. It still had the traditional keyway as a backup, but unlike the middle-grade versions with keypads and fingerprint readers, still just looked like a traditional deadbolt. In the house, he punched in the code to reset the security system and kicked off his shoes. After the standard physical preparations, he lowered himself into the queen-sized bed in his old childhood bedroom. Missy came over to stay much more often than Noel and Ramona, but it wasn't without precedent. While Robert was going through his cancer treatments, the family had stayed over to help him, and even for Christmas holiday once. It still looked like his bedroom from his youth, adorned with posters of Lamborghinis, swimsuit models, a sports trophy collection, even the wooden bat he used on his high school baseball team. Until the day he'd won a game hitting a home run with it, it had always been the source of great teasing from his teammates. Noel nestled next to his wife, delicately kissing her neck while he wrapped his arm around the little spoon. He slept like a rock until the old-school alarm clock she'd set began to scream a repetitive, grating electronic buzz a couple of hours later. A bit over 3 hours after Ramona silenced the 90s model alarm and slipped out of bed, Noel awoke. Nature was telling him to get up and purge, while his throat was dry and telling him to start rehydrating. A few minutes later, and still in sweatpants and plain gray tee, he moved down the home's circular stair and into the main family space toward the back central part of the home. His mother was washing some dishes on the other side of the long breakfast bar in the elevated kitchen. "Daddy!" Missy called from a plate of pancakes at the informal dining table near the kitchen. The family rarely used the large formal dining room near the home's front. "Hey, Squatch!" Missy had become enamored with the area's Sasquatch lore during a long weekend of hiking over the summer. A nickname had been born. Noel saw that his mother had already set out a heavy coffee mug and a carafe of the life-giving nectar on the table for him. Next to it was a plate with several chocolate chip pancakes. He poured a cup, the aroma smelling marvelous. "What time did you get in?" Joanne asked from the sink. "About 4. He yawned and stretched a bit. "Where's Dad?" "Your father insisted on driving Ramona downtown so she didn't have to take the Mustang." "And he's not back yet?" His voice didn't thoroughly conceal his concern. His mother wiped her hands on the dish towel hanging on the small towel bar under the sink. I'm sure he just stopped at Home Depot or something. He's been trying to build fancy mansion birdhouses lately," she said with a smirking disdain. "Wants to give each of our neighbors one that matches their home for Christmas. Always needs a new color of paint or whatever." She hasn't seen it out there, Noel realized. "I wish he'd have just come straight home." "I'm sure you're overreacting," Joanne said, filling her own coffee cup. They sat down, and Noel took the clean plate and one pancake. "It's you and Ramona that we're worried about. He was private practice, civil law. Why would the criminals come after him?" "It's beyond that, Mom," Noel said. His mother was giving him the look, the one that told him to quit talking. He looked at Missy, who was listening intently. "Mommy and I are safe," he said to her as soothing as he could. "We're all safe, especially here." Back to his mother. "The people in town are pushing the envelope on civilities, if you know what I'm saying." Has third grade taught her the word civility yet? He wondered. "Well, you know your father," Joanne said, pushing her chair back. "Once he's set on something." She scooted her chair back under the breakfast table. "I'm going to take a hot bath. What time are you leaving?" She moved toward the main hall and stairs. "Definitely not until Dad gets home," he said, avoiding an answer he wasn't sure about himself. He was tired. Warrants and charges can wait a few more hours today. His mother gone, he looked for a newspaper that wasn't there. His parents had always gotten the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. It was a competition between himself and his father as to who could get to the sports section and crossword puzzle first. He chatted with Missy about dead frogs and when she might get to go home to see her friends while he ate his first pancake and she slowly plowed through her second. Several minutes later, the home's wired phone rang. He scooted back and walked toward the charging station on the wall end of the long bar. The doorbell rang at the same time. "I'll get it," Missy said, springing up. "Don't answer," he started to say, but remembered he'd already hit the phone's little green button and was yelling it at whoever was calling. He pulled the phone down. "Missy, leave the front door alone." He pulled the phone up to his ear. "Hello? Hey, Noel," he heard. It was Phil, one of his co-workers, who dove right into a discussion and questions about several of the arrests from the night before. Several more prosecutors, both at City Hall and their satellite office, had failed to report to work. The job couldn't wait, especially as they were arresting so many who weren't one of the escapees, people who aided the convicts, new crime, rioters. They were just bogged down. He didn't see a slowdown in this pace for weeks. He'd allowed the phone call to drag on for a full 6 minutes before he realized the house was quiet. Too quiet. The doorbell had never rung again. Maybe it was just a delivery service. "Hold on, Phil," Noel said. He lowered the phone but kept the call going. "Missy?" he called across the house, already walking that way. He saw the entry area empty and kept walking toward it. "Missy!" Noel dropped the phone in pure shock and fright when he looked through the wide opening into the formal dining area. 3 men were there with Missy. One was sitting sideways on a dining chair facing him. He had one hand over her mouth, the strength of that arm holding her tight so the other hand could hold a knife to her ribs. Her face was streaming tears of terror, nostrils spreading wide to supply her panicked body with air. "Turn off the phone," the calm man said. As Noel did what he was told, one of the other two approached him with a pistol raised. "Calm down, Squatch," he told his daughter. "It's going to be okay." The man approaching him snickered. "I must have heard 30, 40 men say that to their children." He laughed. "It's never been okay." A fourth man descended the giant staircase, wiping a bloody knife clean on a bathroom hand towel. "Clear, she isn't here. Neither is the old man. I took care of the old lady." He had an air of arrogance and disgust, as if he'd just emptied out a nasty vacuum cleaner. "And to see her old wrinkly, veiny fun bags and silver bush in the bathtub." "No!" Noel raged. He shifted his weight to turn and sprint toward the man when the one holding his daughter chirped up with loud tisk-tisk noises. "That'd be a huge mistake, lawyer man," he said. Noel looked at his daughter, heart pounding in his ears. It was surreal, like a nightmare he couldn't shake himself out of. He was panting in stress, trying to calm himself, as the men moved to secure his hands with cuffs. One thing stuck out at him. Race. One was white, one was black, 2 were Hispanic. Someone was aligning all the gangs. The man holding his daughter finally stood.
Now, where do I find the keys to that sweet Mustang out there?
Chapter 37. North Seattle Police Precinct. It had been a few hours since Ramona had made it back to her desk. Downtown had been oddly quiet. Retrieving her gear, letting the officers there know she was doing okay, and taking the Trailblazer back to the north end had taken over an hour. Seattle reminded her of old war footage from Beirut in the 80s. While not nearly as destructive on a large scale, the presence of military vehicles and damaged buildings were nonetheless unsettling. The scope had surpassed any of the May Day protests or infamous Chop Zone anarchy destruction by a long shot. Her station captain had ordered her to desk duty. Under normal times, she might have had a doctor's note to take a full week to recover, but 4 cops had already died in the events, and over 100 had been wounded to one extent or another. The tallies were much higher across the greater metro area. She could be of use catching up on reports and investigations. It had given her a chance to make good on a promise to a young, unpaid soldier. Tracking most of Keith Thomas Richardson's history in Seattle was fairly straightforward. He'd shown up as one of a few people on a court docket, a civil suit for failure to pay rent and owed bills. He'd been arrested for possession of a small amount of both fentanyl and methamphetamine twice. But the progressive government stance that prevailed in most of western Washington had experimented with a stance leaning toward leniency and rehabilitation over prosecution. The thought was that poor drug addicts couldn't afford to pay their fines if they were locked up. Ramona had tried and failed more times than she could remember to follow that logic trail. In her experience, the answer wasn't necessarily to lock up every user, but letting them go without charges was sending the wrong message too. Some of them did earn a jail sentence, in her cop brain, simply by turning to theft to support their habits. Being an addict doesn't alleviate responsibility for your actions. She and most cops had agreed. Keith Richardson had never been charged with a crime. His last arrest had happened 4 months earlier, with a listed address in the officer's report that differed from his expired state driver's license. There was also a cell number that was different, not that that would help now that the system was down, but it was something, 2 small nuggets she could offer the nice kid who'd helped her out of the hospital the day she could barely move a muscle. She'd jotted the information down on a tablet on her desk and moved on to actual work. "Hey, turn that up!" She heard a detective 3 desks over call to a patrol cop walking past the wall-mounted television. The news was on, the volume muted. The officer found the remote and clicked it before walking off. "Casualties are expected to be low, but damage is high." The reporter's voiceover showed smoking hangars and runways with holes in them. The scrolling ticker at the bottom was hard for Ramona to read, but the banner just above it in block letters wasn't. Cruise missile attack. Again, if you're just joining us, military officials are extremely tight-lipped, but what could number in the dozens or more of Tomahawk cruise missiles have attacked key military installations and fuel refineries throughout America? The air in the police station became suddenly still. Over the days, tensions had eased as a new definition of normal had reached people's deep psyches. But this continued hacking of the militaries around the world was frightening on a new level. Suddenly, your friends could unwillingly become the people trying to kill you. Bases in Texas, California, Ohio, and Washington have been struck. Refineries all along the Gulf Coast have been hit. Reports of smaller refineries being hit in many of the other states that have them are expected. The attacks appear to have been going for maximum damage and with as few human casualties as possible. Dozens of tanks at Fort Bliss are on fire. The source of the attacks seems to be 2 U.S. Navy submarines, each capable of carrying over 100 of the missiles. Without a statement from the DoD or the President, one must assume that the same anonymous hacker collective is behind this. The report went on about the design features and long range of the missiles, when another officer working behind Ramona spoke up. "Did he say Washington?" Brian Sherman asked. "Yeah," Ramona said, her mind moving all over the place. The fear of the unknown perpetrators, the continued degradation of society, wondering what was coming next. Is there anywhere safe for me to take my family? She could hear him clacking on his keyboard behind her. "Spokane," Brian said. "The Air Force Base there is on fire right now." More clicks and typing. No mention of the refinery at Anacortes yet. "My parents live near Pullman," Ramona said, more to herself and her rapid thoughts than to Brian. "They should be fine. That's, what, an hour south?" Huh? Ramona said, realizing Brian thought she'd spoke to him directly. Oh, yeah. Another cop got up and changed it to local news, receiving some jeers and a few thrown pens from some of his peers. The governor's getting ready to make his big announcement for the day. The detective set the remote down and retreated to the safety of his desk. Ramona listened around the room, hearing several people espousing their theories about who was responsible. The local news channel was covering the national story right up to the moment that some director changed the feed to a live stream of the governor at a podium. He spent several minutes opening with the attacks nationwide and in the state. The ports had become log-jammed with traffic. The flow of goods coming in from other countries was crawling. And with the attacks on the refineries, fuel will quickly become as precious of a commodity as water. Effective immediately, I'm issuing an emergency executive order suspending the sale of gas and propane. I'll order the National Guard to assist local police agencies with taking custody of fuel stations. People who have essential jobs, medical, power, water, sanitation, and of course emergency responders, will be allowed to refuel 5 gallons at a time. We'll use the smart ID features of people's driver's license to ensure that nobody exceeds 10 gallons per week. This is BS, another cop said, slamming his coffee mug down. A couple of others joined in, which triggered the station captain to yell from the doorway of his office. Shut up, we need to hear this. Who do you think will have to go and secure all the gas stations? The room quieted as people continued to fume over the new announcements, when suddenly the station dispatch system triggered. Like fire stations, the 911 dispatchers could use radio tones to trigger the precinct's PA system and talk to the units there en masse. All available Seattle precinct units, an artificially calm dispatcher said. West Precinct is requesting a full response for an active terror event, Pier 57. As the dispatcher repeated himself, the news station on the television had switched back to their in-house anchors. Breaking news from downtown Seattle. A massive firefight has erupted between the police and a large organized group. We expect to bring you live footage shortly. Every cop in the room jumped up. Those that removed paddle-back holsters when at their desks for long periods were stuffing them back in. Others were already moving out of the office and down the hall toward the gear cage. Ramona stood, feeling the dull pain and tightness in her back. Active event at the Great Wheel. The dispatcher on the intercom continued in the Mayhem. Initial units are reporting several vans and trucks that have deployed men with automatic weapons and hostages. Perez, where do you think you're going? The captain called over the bedlam in the office. I'm not sitting this out, Captain, she said, scoffing at the idea. By then, someone had switched the station PA system directly to the car-to-car frequency in use by the downtown units. 2 William, 1 Kevin 1! A harried voice screamed into a microphone. Automatic fire was clearly heard in the background. We're diverting into Miners Landing. The fire is too heavy on the south side of the pier. Roger, 1K1. I'm going to try to cover your movement. Listening to the ongoing battle on the Seattle waterfront on the radio served to pump the cops' adrenaline up to 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. People were banging into desk drawers, doors, and each other trying to get their gear and get out to their cars. Sit your butt down, Ramona, her senior officer said once more. He was the last one out of the precinct. Someone has to stay and keep this building locked down. That's an order. Ramona was beside herself, feeling the full range of emotions, anger, fear, and everything between. She continued to listen to the battle traffic on the PA system when something on the television coverage caught her attention. A camera that was apparently on a building somewhere was zoomed in on the pier's north edge. The lights of several patrol cars were on the street at the head of the pier. Some of the cars still had cops hiding behind engine blocks shooting down the north and south pier edges. The area was largely devoid of other people, though there were people lying in pools of blood. Some of them are civilians, Ramona thought. About then, traffic from the harbor patrol reported engaging in a gunfight with a few large speedboats, not unlike those used by professional racers and drug smugglers in Florida. The boats were picking up the terrorists, whoever they were, from the southwest corner of the pier, just next to a dining area under the Great Wheel's shadow. Opened in 2012, the giant Ferris wheel on the pier's west end stood 175 feet tall. It had fully enclosed cabs with benches on both sides and removable tables that could be installed for romantic dinner packages. To either side of the wheel was a large panel glass awning to cover the entry and exit areas. The wheel hugged the more northern and western corner of Pier 57, allowing for an outdoor eating area immediately south. The long warehouse-type structure that covered the first several hundred feet of the pier housed multiple restaurants and a large arcade. The police were trying to move throughout the many occupants to advance on the terrorists, who, for some reason, had brought their own hostages with them. Near the wheel, the hostages were being ushered under the glass roof, but the long-range video was far too grainy for any helpful details. Ramona listened intently as officers bravely moved in and out of the restaurants, advancing to the end of the pier. The opposing fire suddenly stopped. "To William, are you coming around that north canopy?" a frazzled voice said. "Roger, that's me. Are you guys almost there on the south?" "Roger, I think they're all in the getaway boats." The sounds of a distant firefight were reverberating in the background of their transmissions. "Roger, there's a striker with a belt fed rolling up the street. They should be able to nail them in a minute if they hurry." "Oh, my God," a mortified officer said next. About then, the news feed on the television switched to a new feed. A news van had pulled up to the Seattle Aquarium, one pier to the north. This new feed was much closer, the zoom lens much more able to show the carnage without discernment. "Oh my," one of the anchors said, nearly gulping as she did. The nature of the TV and the radio traffic talking over each other only exacerbated the chaotic event to Ramona. She felt sick to her stomach with the realization of what she was seeing. The cartel terrorists had turned the wheel on several minutes earlier. It wasn't until it had made most of a revolution that the bodies were more prominent, more obvious. Hanging from the outside of each car by the neck were one or two corpses, men and women, most of them in professional dress attire. People who just minutes earlier had been marched down the pier alive. "Somebody stop that wheel!" One of the desperate cops yelled into the radio. "Set up a checkpoint. Nobody comes down the pier without checking in with command first." Ramona was standing just 5 feet from the wall-mounted TV, wiping the flood of emotion from the bags under her eyes to see. "I recognize these people," another strained voice said. "At least 2 of them prosecuted some of the cases I investigated." Ramona's knees buckled. She felt no pain in her back when she fell backward against the closest desk in pure horror. She picked herself up and ran, sprinted around the cluster of desks to get back to her own. "I have to call Noel," was the only thing she could think. She pulled her desk phone to her ear and punched in her husband's office number. 8 rings. 9. She hung up. She tried his home next, in such a rush that she misdialed and had to start over. Once she had punched it in true, the same thing happened. After the 15th ring, she slammed the phone down. Joanne should have answered. She huffed and took a deep breath, head flush and pounding, the noise still emanating from TV and PA speakers only worsening things. Then it happened. Her desk phone rang. "Noel!" she screamed in panic. "Please be you," she thought. It took only a second or two for her world to come to a screeching halt after the voice started. "Hello, Sergeant Perez," Wade Curry said. He was almost charming, peaceful. "Remember me?" It took her a long time to answer. She shook with rage and fear. Her head started to spin. She couldn't move anything, like she was in a nightmare. "What'd you do?" "That's not the question," Wade said, like some old school teacher. "The question is, what will you be willing to do to get your precious daughter back?" Chapter 38. Monroe. Despite it all, they had let Jamar rest all day Tuesday. Despite being attacked. Despite guards pulling a Houdini on him to enable that. Despite society unraveling. Despite a concussion. Despite massive hacking of all governments and militaries around the world. Despite a huge terrorist attack against the prosecutors in 37 major cities the day before. After hearing tales of what had happened at the nearby retail outlets from Kevin, he'd seriously considered taking the shuttle to the prison, jumping in his car, and never coming back. This is no longer a career, half his brain was telling him. It's a death sentence. But despite all those despites, there was just a certain sense of responsibility he couldn't shake. He'd never quit anything in his life, from martial arts to those 2 horrible years of junior high band his mother insisted on. Besides, the other half reasoned, there's some reason you're here, now, at this place, and this time. Early on Wednesday, Jamar got up, ate a piece out of one of the MREs available, and took the shuttle to the prison. A full hour before the start of his 10 a.m. shift, he was in his car at the prison's employee parking area. He checked the cable that led under the driver's seat, pulling on it. It was secured to the bolts that held the seat down and attached to a locking steel box. He could tell by the weight of the box that his pistol was still in there. He decided to shove the box back under the seat, since he'd be at work soon. Time to go check this gas thing out, he told himself. 3 minutes north into Monroe he went. Sure enough, 2 of the Monroe police officers had the driveways blocked, one with their cruiser, the other with cones. They were both standing there, ready to ward off most folks, but let in someone who could prove they were essential. Even in uniform, Jamar had to show his work ID and his enhanced driver's license to get his allotted 5 gallons. His heart skipped a beat when he saw that it had jumped to almost $9 a gallon. After a few choice words, one of the cops came over shaking his head. His theory was that due to the largest refineries in the nation taking severe damage, not only would fuel costs keep rising, but sales to regular citizens would not be coming back for months. But wouldn't that send our economy into a kamikaze death spiral? Jamar asked. The man just shrugged and walked away. He returned the plastic into his wallet, suddenly worried about it. What happens if someone shuts down the banks? When they shut them down? He corrected himself. A seed of despair just planted itself in his gut. He took the car back to the high school and parked it. He sat and watched the shuttle come and go twice, keeping an eye on the time. The temptation to just go home was nagging in the back of his mind. He decided to catch the shuttle once more, leaving his travel backpack in the car. He even left his coat. He wanted to set up the scenario to just leave, needing to go find 0 personal items, should the decision to flee the prison slap him upside the head. As he locked up the car to walk toward the idling bus, he looked back inside it. Something was nagging at him, and he couldn't quite place it. He unlocked the Civic and went back down below the seat. He felt that there was a more secure place to secure the firearm, a more critical place it should be. A minute after, he was on the bus. The shuttles were fuller than earlier with the coming shift change. Not full enough, he realized. They'll be holding over the grave shifters, which means in 12 hours, they'll be holding us over. What are you doing? He chastised himself once more. Several minutes later, he'd accessed the prison and found his assigned duty. It was in the intensive management unit. He walked to it and checked in with a guard staffing the entry point control room. I thought they hadn't started repopulating the IMU, Jamar asked. He had only worked with the man a few times, that everyone was in the TWU due to the staffing issues. A couple of exceptions have been made, the man said. He left the cage and unlocked the gated door to the next area with a key. Without a word, he went back to the control room. Jamar just looked at the open doorway. What? The man said. His patience was thinning. My spidey sense is tingling, Jamar said. The edge of his tone could have sliced a sheet of paper. Johnson, come on, a CO said from the open door. It was Philip Salata, who he'd patrolled with on that first dreadfully long night. Jamar breathed a sigh of relief. He went through into the common area that the 2 separate wards of the unit used. How you doing, Philip? Jamar scanned the building, which was eerily quiet. Doing all right. You got jumped a couple of days ago. Something like that. Any idea what we're supposed to do? Alls I know is we're supposed to meet Captain Carter in the padded overflow room. Right here. Wait, Carter? Jamar asked. It was too late. The special cell for containing rowdy prisoners opened up. The walls, door, and ceiling were lined with thick padding, making the room soundproof to anyone more than about 10 feet away. The tall, sneering officer walked out with 2 guards behind him. Both of those were armed, one with an M4, the other with a riot shotgun. Morning, troublemakers, the officer said with evil glee. Jamar shot a glance past the 3 men into the cell. Both men who attacked him were seated in there. They were beaten to a shade of blue and purple and seated uncuffed at a table. Get in there, Johnson. Jamar and Philip traded looks. You'll get your turn, Salata. Just wait out here. Jamar walked in. The 2 hardened men looked like they'd had enough. The tall one had bloody clots in his mouth where teeth were missing. The other's eyes were swollen badly and was bleeding from his ears. Both had battered, bloody hands. They made them beat each other so it won't implicate them, Jamar realized. The guard with the shotgun bumped into Jamar as he passed him to stand deeper in the cell behind the prisoners. The other CO followed, too, to give more room to the boss in the tight space. Carter pulled the solid door shut. He moved off to Jamar's right side and pulled a subcompact Glock out of the small of his back. Jamar could feel himself getting hot, his pulse pounding. He thought he was about to get shot when Carter surprised him. He flipped the gun over and presented it to Jamar, grip first. "Kill the tall one," he said. The man started to beg for his life. "No, please. Bro, I was ordered to it." His head went flying sideways toward the other prisoner when the butt of the shotgun slammed into his ear. He let out a loud yelp. The guard wanted him quiet, not unconscious. The man slowly righted himself. "Please," he said, much more quietly. The big convict was starting to sob. Both looked scared for their lives. "This man attacked you, Johnson," Carter said. "The rest of us need to know. Where's your line? What are you willing to do to defend the man next to you?" Jamar took the pistol, looking at the bottom of the grip. There was a magazine inserted. There was just no way to know for sure if there were rounds in it. There could have been 1, or 2, or 0. They're either setting me up or testing me, he thought. He could feel sweat beading on his forehead. They could have removed the striker. They want this man dead, and they need me to do it. Then I'm theirs. Forever. "Come on, Johnson," one CO said over the quiet pleas of the prisoners. "Yeah, Johnson, do it," the other chimed in. Jamar raised the pistol with a single-hand grip, pointing it straight at the man's face. The two guards shuffled their feet to get as far away from the brain splatter zone as possible. Nobody noticed that his mace pouch was on his right side, a certain indicator of his dominant hand. But he was holding the pistol with his left hand. He'd moved his right hand into his pants pocket so subtly that nobody noticed it. "Come on, Jamar," Captain Carter said, barely a whisper. "Be one of us." Jamar raised the Glock rapidly to the shotgun CO. All three of them started to laugh at him. "No striker," he said. "That's right, loser," the guard he was pointing the Glock at taunted. "Wrong choice." Jamar pulled the trigger, just in case. Nothing happened. The man started to raise the shotgun, causing Carter to scoot back to the corner and turn a bit. Jamar threw the dead pistol to the other guard while pulling his loaded P365 out of his right pants pocket. He point-shot it without aiming over the tall prisoner, hitting the guard in the throat. The man clutched his spraying blood. The one with the M4 didn't take the bait of trying to catch the Glock, but it had provided just enough of a distraction that Jamar was able to pivot and get 2 shots at him. The first hit squarely in the chin, splitting the jaw. The second went into the cranial cavity between the eyes. Even with the pistol round, it was an immediate kill shot. He spun back and shot the first guard again, hitting him in the side of the head. Just as he started his move toward Carter, the big officer tackled him, slamming Jamar's head into the concrete floor. The enraged officer could only cuss and threaten as he threw 3 big punches into Jamar's head. He ended his streak with, "I'm going to kill you." He gripped Jamar's throat with both hands and started to squeeze. Jamar's vision darkened around the edges. Suddenly Captain Carter was yanked into the air and slammed into the opposite padded wall. The big prisoner began to choke the old CO. Carter tried to throw punches, but the other one pinned his right arm to the wall. Carter's legs were kicking wildly, his body weight held up by the bigger prisoner's mass and might. The struggling started to slow. Jamar was woozy. He looked around for the cig, seeing it just as the short prisoner picked it up. The man stood and looked at Jamar, who rolled up onto his knees, eyes wide with fear. The prisoner set the pistol on the table. By then, the big one had allowed the limp captain to slide to the floor, as lifeless as the other 2 COs. Panting from the battle, his big arms were pumped with blood from all the squeezing. He eyeballed Jamar. "We're square now, right?" Jamar nodded. How are we gonna—" "We're lifers," the short one said. "It's all right." Years earlier, the governor of Washington had enacted a permanent embargo on the death penalty. It essentially was an open death warrant on guards. Life-sentence prisoners were free to kill anyone they wanted with no additional penalty. Some were able to provide quite a bit of income to their families by fulfilling the role of hitman, though almost always on rival gang members. "Everyone knows you're one of the good ones. Get out of here, bro," the big man said, "and never come back." Jamar picked up and pocketed the pistol. "I gotta find the shell casings." "We'll find them," the short one said. "We'll make them disappear forever." Jamar turned toward the door, where he saw Philip Salata's face in the tiny head-high window. His eyes looked like big spheres. He opened the door. Jamar took one final look back. He'd entered the room as one man. He was leaving the room with 2 kills to carry for the rest of his life. He was a different man now. Though he knew they deserved it, he also knew a piece of him was gone, forever trapped in that room. He nodded at the 2 prisoners and left. "What happened in there?" Philip Salata finally dared to ask. The duo had speed-walked 200 meters across the grass property straight from the IMU to the employee parking area. They'd held their calm walking past the control booth CO in the sparsely populated unit. To their fortune, he'd apparently not been briefed on exactly how long Carter and the other 2 guards would be isolated with the 2 prisoners. "Had no choice," Jamar said, conscious that he still had a pistol with one in a chamber and no sleeve over the trigger guard bouncing in his pocket. "Just be glad they made me go first." He knew that moving his car was just as risky as leaving it there for what would be the several straight shifts he figured to be stuck at the prison, but he was starting to mentally berate himself for not seeing the need for a sudden bailout. "And now we have to catch that stupid shuttle." "No," Philip said. "I live right here in Monroe. I've been driving to work." A weight lifted off Jamar. "Can you give me a lift to the high school?" "Dude, did you really have to kill them? Now we're both going to be on the run for the rest of our lives." The panicked man 5 years senior to Jamar suddenly stopped. He looked at the TWU just to the left of the parking lot they were approaching. "I should go report this. Turn myself in." "Could you not see?" Jamar asked after stopping and turning back. "They set me up to shoot that guy with a gun that wasn't going to work. They were going to kill him, but they couldn't risk giving me a loaded gun. Then they were going to have you kill the other one for whatever reason." Philip thought for a moment. "I reported Pierce for taking bribes about 3 weeks ago. They never did a thing." "See? Can we go now?" Philip nodded, and the 2 continued the speed walk to his car, hoping that nobody cared about Carter and the others enough to report them overdue for a nice long time. Philip gave Jamar a ride to the high school parking lot. "No offense, Johnson, but I hope I never see you again." Jamar didn't know what to say in that moment. He hoped that one day Philip would truly get that he was just as deep in the kimchi right from the start, that if he hadn't smuggled in a cig, they'd have likely been killed too, then blamed for the whole thing. He got out without a word. The parking lot had several Humvees and a striker in it, loading up over a dozen guard members. He didn't cast any last look at Philip Salata, but he heard the man drive away. If he goes back to report me, there's nothing I can do now, Jamar thought. He reached his car. Upon opening it, he took the Kydex holster off the seat and carefully placed the charged pistol in it. He shoved it into his waistband and squatted to slide into a seat. As he closed the door, Jamar caught sight of the soldier named Kevin that he'd chatted up the day before. He doesn't look happy, he thought. Not a single bit. Kevin had made eye contact through the windshield and nodded without breaking stride as he continued to one of the trucks. Jamar started his car and punched the window down button for his door. "Yo, any news on your brother?" Kevin looked back and shook his head without stopping, the anger unmistakable. They must have screwed him over, Jamar thought. "Sorry, man. I know exactly how you feel." As antsy as he was to get leaving before the lockdown sirens next door started, the big trucks had fired up and were idling. He waited only a minute before they were loaded and rolling. He followed the small convoy out to Tester Road, through a pair of roundabouts and an underpass and onto Highway 522 southbound. Next stop? Home, he thought, with any luck. Chapter 39. Shoreline. There are 4 police officers from 2 departments at the Costco gas station, 2 each from the Shoreline Police and King County Sheriffs. The police car was parked in the middle of the large exit that the 5 fuel islands, 10 rows of pumps in total, all shared to leave. The 2 deputy vehicles were parked sideways in the funnel entrance, several orange cones broadening their control. The Costco had largely been shopped out of the things desperate folks craved: water, food, over-the-counter meds, dog food, paper plates, and, of course, toilet paper. But that hadn't stopped the masses from filling the lot again. The hacking, the missile attacks on the fuel refineries, the terror attack just a few miles south. The average person was no longer an ostrich or sheep. They were becoming wounded bears. They were becoming desperate. Even as a fistfight that resembled something out of West Side Story unfolded near the main store's entrance, the police were there to do one thing: keep Joe Average from buying fuel. Occasionally, a person would pull out a current pay stub or some sort of work identification that allowed them to get their 5 gallons, but the bulk were sent away cussing by police that wouldn't budge. The 5 Humvees and 1 Stryker that rolled west on 200th Street pulled into a Metro Transfer parking lot. One of the guards' platoons was assisting at a commercial trucking fuel station a few miles away. Kevin and the rest of the Spokane Stadies were once again intermixed with the familiar squads from the guard unit's other platoon. The larger fuel stations were the priority. City and county police would handle the metro stations. The state patrol would take over the highway fueling stops. The military would back them up at all of them. In time, every corner convenience store would be better secured. Active duty units were tasked with those until they could be relieved by the locals. At all costs, regular people were not allowed to purchase fuel without a reason. The government needed it, and so they would have it. Anticipating that the states would be facing severe food shortages, the president overnight, with the bilateral support of Congress, had authorized FEMA to establish refugee camps in every major metropolitan center. The capacity to branch that to every town in America didn't exist. It just wasn't possible. People would have to provide for themselves. Part of what FEMA would do with the commandeered fuel would be to establish bus routes to help folks move to the refugee centers. Along highways, big and small, local cops and citizen volunteers were starting to establish checkpoints to keep strangers from wandering in and causing problems. The squad leaders and Major Carey dismounted the convoy and walked across the driveway to the exit end of the fuel center. All the other troops got out of their vehicles. Several of the natties donned their patrol packs and rifles. "Look," Nelson Butterton said to Kevin. Most of the stadies were amassing down by the 5th Humvee. Nelson was pointing toward the little meet-up with the shoreline officers, one of which was motioning toward the military trucks and the road. "Kinda looks like they don't want us here," Kevin said. A pair of the geared-up natties walked by the rigs and headed toward the exit of the driveway onto 200th Street. At the same moment, the 2 deputies at the entrance had just let in some sort of big pickup truck with a top-mounted lumber rack to get fuel. "Follow me." He moved at a fast walk, leaving Nelson to trail him until they caught up to Donna Fleur and the guard member Kevin hadn't actually talked to. "What?" she said, turning to look at their new shadows. "You 2 hanging back there sort of reminds me of that string of poop that follows a goldfish around the bowl." "Nice," Nelson said. "Don't mind us," Kevin said. "Just want to make a lap around the place." Another pair of the armed soldiers were behind them. That twosome stopped at the near corner of the main road, choosing to stand in between a poplar tree and a metal electrical service box on the sidewalk. Kevin and Nelson continued to tag along until the pair ahead of them stopped 40 meters west. They were staying put on the sidewalk at the intersection of the road and the other drive that led to both the gas station's entrance and the main store entrance. Kevin had slowed a half-step behind Nelson while eyeballing the truck at the fuel pump, the only rig getting gas in the entire complex. "What are we doing, kid?" Nelson asked as he turned right and started walking along the cones across the entrance. "Just keep making a loop, and try to look official." "What on earth does that mean?" They were passing the first of the 2 deputy rigs. The deputies were standing by the hood, talking to themselves. Kevin didn't reply to Nelson. As they passed the deputies, they were staring the pair of uniformed citizens down. Kevin kept eye contact with the one staring at him. Like a predator, when it went on too long, he reacted. Though his chum was in the middle of saying something, he stood erect from his slouch and postured. "Something on your mind?" he asked, and not politely. Kevin stopped and faced him, a cone and about 8 feet between him and the bear. "Just wondering how essential that construction contractor's truck is, that's all." Nelson immediately stopped and backed up, taking a good look at the logo on the truck's tailgate. The former cop in him immediately scanned the deputies who walked over. "They're on a pre-approved list," the other deputy said, catching a subtle but unmistakable reaction from the first one. "Don't you worry about it," the less cordial deputy said. "You guys won't be here very long. We have this under control. We're getting you turned around. See if they can't send you guys where you might do some good." "Miller Construction," Nelson said. Cops had a way of sniffing each other out. He wanted them to know that he knew. "Your name's Miller, too." He had no reservation as he looked at the deputy's cloth name tape on his plate carrier. "What of it?" the deputy said, quickly cut off by his cooler partner. "Just a coincidence," the partner said. "You guys just complete your loop and have a nice day." Kevin walked past Nelson, who kept his eyes on the two cops and slowly turned, shaking his head. He caught up to Kevin just as they turned right once more. They completed the loop rapidly and without another word, passing 2 more pair of natties as they did. They looked at the exit and could see the major and 2 infantry squad leaders just turning from the police with confused looks. One of the squad leaders looked like he was about to recall the deployed security when Nelson broke past Kevin at a run, waving him off. The confused soldier was already irritated and didn't take the Stady's intrusion very well. "What? You want to hear this before you call in your perimeter," Nelson said. "Away from them." He shot his eyes toward the cops. Kevin caught up. Nelson turned and tried to use his facial expression to drag the annoyed man along. Major Carey had noticed and stopped along the far edge of the driveway, just in front of the very first Humvee. "What were you 2 doing over there?" Once the 5 of them were huddled, Nelson said, "Richardson here figured it out. These guys are skimming." They're what?" the ART sergeant said. "That truck in there is some sort of relative of one of the cops," Nelson said. "So?" the sergeant chirped. "Doesn't mean the dude isn't on legit crisis business. He's a framing contractor," Kevin said. "He's got lumber on his rack." "Fellas," Ted Carey said, "I don't think—" Nelson cut him off. "If he was only getting 5 gallons, he'd have finished almost 10 minutes ago, Ted." That made the officer think. "He's got a point," the quiet sergeant told her peer. "It'd explain why they want us gone so badly." "Hey!" they all heard. The 2 shoreline police officers were approaching from the exit. They were spread out about 20 feet. The 2 sergeants and Kevin turned from the huddle to see the men. "You guys need to get going." Beyond him in the fuel station, one of the deputies had just finished pulling the 2 rifles from the 2 patrol cars. The other deputy had just finished letting in a Cadillac. "We don't take orders from you," the angry sergeant said. Kevin started to back up and move around Nelson, who had already turned to face Ted by the Humvee's bumper. "You want to be moving, Ted," Nelson said, with a low, calm voice. "Huh? No, I need to—" Nelson interrupted him. "Stuff's about to go down." He had a look on his face that sold out the relaxed tone of his voice. "And we're sitting here without body armor and rifles, right?" The tall business professional looked over to Kevin and then down to Nelson. "You seriously think that—" "Listen, we're good here. Just pack up and go," the cop was saying at an escalated volume. His partner was still keeping space while he passed the huddle of soldiers, looking down the line of military trucks. The female sergeant saw that he was flanking them. She walked down the string of Humvees at a quick march until she reached the 3rd one. "Second squad, fall in," she said. "On the double." Soldiers began to hustle from both sides of the parked convoy, jogging through the gaps to find her and form up into 3 rows at attention. The less martial state guard soldiers were starting to slip through the gaps, too, curious. The cop stopped in his tracks when 11 armed infantry formed up at attention 20 feet ahead of him. He turned and went back toward the fuel station, causing his partner near the small huddle of soldiers to turn back. Suddenly, 2 more shoreline police rigs entered the scene, one from 200th Street, the other from the Costco main parking lot.
"This is escalating," Nelson told Kevin as they walked back down to the second Humvee.
They heard Major Ted Carey open his yap as he started to follow the 2 police officers to the gas station. The 2 new arriving cars stopped and blocked both ends of the driveway.
"Now hold on, just a stinking minute,"
Major Carey said to the 2 police. He's got to be aware that these guys are starting to surround us, Kevin thought. He and Nelson stopped in the gap between their Humvee and the third one. "What are you guys going to do?" he asked the female sergeant. "Our officer is about to kick the hornet's nest." She shot a glance at Kevin, a concerned look painted on her face. She spun to face her squad. "Everyone, fall out and get into full battle dress, fast."
"Damn,"
Nelson said, looking at Kevin. "The best thing we can do is gather up the rest of our debt and take cover." He looked east past the end of their convoy and down the wide-open transit transfer center they were parked in. It had several lanes, which were subdivided into 3 major zones by small rows of bushes and sidewalks. The next thing in the east direction beyond was a fence that partitioned a neighborhood, but there were a few out-of-service buses parked in the far north lanes next to Costco's remote employee parking area. "I think we should all get on the far end of those buses." "Not without my gear," Kevin said. He opened the back of the Humvee and dug out his pack. "You want yours?" He looked hesitant.
Not really."
"Why?" It was an earnest question. "I'm living every moment for me, Nelson. If this kicks off," he said, pointing in the general direction of yelling, "I may just pull a Donnie." Nelson's eyes drifted past Kevin into space, into deep thought. Without another word, he turned and yanked his own bag out of the back. They rapidly put their rucks on their backs. "Our duffels are in the Striker," Nelson realized. "Along with a few other things we may want to grab," Kevin said. "Food, water, toys," he said, implying if they wanted smoke canisters, flashbangs, or to borrow an M4, it was then or never. "You ready?" Nelson asked, receiving a nod. The 2 men could hear elevated voices as they stepped back out and started walking farther down the convoy to where the rest of their Spokane brethren were. "What's the deal over there?" Sean Foley asked.
"Harry is trying to get us killed,"
Nelson said. "We caught these cops trying to turn this into their own private fuel farm, and they've just called in the reinforcements." Harry Carey, Kevin thought. I get it now. When the agitated sergeant joined Ted in the confrontation, the shoving and yelling truly started. Soldiers from his squad ran from the 4 corners where they were deployed. The deputies at the far end by the station's entrance barked orders at the soldiers. One of them raised his rifle. A soldier did the same. Police and guard members alike were screaming and swiveling on various targets as they couldn't decide who was the biggest threat.
"Like the frickin' OK Corral down there," Sean said.
"Tell everyone to get to the buses," Nelson told Sean. "Come on," he said a bit more calmly to Kevin. The pair ran past their confused Spokane teammates when one shot rang out. Less than 1 second later, an intense firefight erupted by the fuel pumps, controlled bursts erupting in several directions. Most of the stadies dropped to the ground or ran back to the cover of the gaps between the rigs. All around were nervous members of the other guard squad, who started shooting from their positions as the sight picture of a police officer presented itself. "Holy shnikes," Kevin said to Nelson as they went from trot to sprint, zipping around the Striker's end. "Are they going to blow up that gas station?" Nelson ran up the deployed ramp. "Don't believe everything you see on TV, kid," Nelson said. He tossed the duffels out as fast as he could. "The ammo is copper-jacketed, which doesn't spark, but it can be hot enough to set gas on fire if it punctures a fuel line, and fire ain't good. Find our bags." Nelson grabbed a couple of cases of MREs and tossed them out. He threw a coil of rope and stuffed a few plastic water bottles into his cargo pockets. "Gotcha," he said with elation. He walked back out with 3 night optical device cases. "There are no rifles in there," he announced. Kevin had separated their bags. He was about to open his and move MREs from a box into his duffel when a blue 4-door Honda Civic came screaming up the bus lanes and screeched to a halt. "Get the hell out of here!" Nelson yelled, just as Sean Folan trotted up with his ruck. The little car's trunk popped open as the driver tossed open his door and got out. "Jamar?" Kevin said in pure surprise. "Get in," he said to the 3 men. "We're not coming back." Nelson told Sean, wanting him to understand the gravity of their departure. "Good," the EMT said as he strode toward the little car. All three of them tossed the duffels, MREs, rope, and other things into the trunk. The firefight was dwindling. "Packs in your laps," Nelson said. They all scrambled into the tiny car. Jamar backed up fast and did a Hollywood J-turn before darting the car out the bus entrance and across 200th Street. Chapter 40. Mercer Island. The long night hadn't fazed Ramona Maria Perez O'Hanrahan. She knew she would force herself to get some sleep for her daughter's benefit. That would be the one thought that would allow her to game her mind and trick herself into a nap. The old alarm in Noel's childhood bedroom would ensure it didn't go past 3 or 4 hours. There had been no time to grieve. Too much was at stake, and she'd already risked so much over the course of the previous 20 hours. After the shattering news that Noel was indeed one of the Great Wheel's ornaments, Wade had told her at least twice to focus, that she had to bury that anguish, that she was on an immovable deadline if she wanted to see her daughter alive again. She had to complete her task and call a number he'd given her at exactly 11 the following night. At that point, she'd be given 1 hour to get to the location he would instruct. No guns, no cops, nobody else. She checked the number. It was a payphone at a casino in Tacoma. She ditched the ambush idea in short order. He'd be too ready for that. If she tried that, it would only lead to her death, and then Missy's. He'd given her the name of a convict, and he wanted something from the man's closed case file and evidence box. She drove back to her in-laws' home, bawling and in a state of daze like she'd never experienced. It took her hours to calm down, to remember even driving home, after she'd collapsed into an emotional train wreck on the couch for that long. It had finally occurred to her that Joanne and Robert were no longer around. Wade had never mentioned it. She'd never asked. And in the world-crushing news that her lover was dead, and her baby would be soon, too, it had just sort of slipped with the cruel ticking of time. She found them once she went to look. Joanne was in a cold red bathtub of water painted by her blood, looking pale and ghastly, throat sliced open. Robert was next to her, on the floor, a bullet from a .44 Magnum in his heart. Another victim of the cartel and Wade Curry, even if by his own hand. The necklace retrieval mission went more or less smoothly. She had to tase, secure, and hide the night guard at the evidence locker storeroom. The large warehouse was an unlisted facility, city-owned but staffed by a contract service. The SPD had their own evidence storage facilities for active and recently closed cases, too. The purpose of this location was to store cases that had been past trial for over 2 years and were not under appeal. They then purged anything older than 7 years. Private property went back to rightful owners if they could be located. The city auctioned most items owned by criminals and used the proceeds to fill the city coffers. Drugs, weapons, and other items of a grotesque or hazardous nature, like a tooth necklace, were collected for safekeeping and destroyed twice per year. The name Wade Curry had provided checked out on the computer. It gave Ramona the case number she needed, but it also gave the internal affairs investigators a thread to pull that would ultimately lead to her firing and possible imprisonment, if the world recovered. She was able to find the evidence box on the person who owned the necklace at the time of the drug bust in short order. Had she not been under the duress of knowing her daughter's life was in grave danger, she might have stopped to ponder the number of drugs and guns in the building, wondering how long until someone other than Wade or herself realized it was the equivalent of a post-apocalypse shopping mall. She was in and out in 8 minutes, not too worried about a police response given the nature of things. It might take the dispatchers an hour or two to even acknowledge there'd been an alarm. The relative ease of the mission was capped with a nighttime burial operation in the vast backyard. She just didn't have the energy to dig 2 deep graves. She was able to get 1 dug for most of 4 feet. She had enough energy in the tank to drag her husband's parents down on a throw rug 1 at a time. Before she dropped on the grass at dawn from dehydration and electrolyte loss, she promised herself she'd cover the grave with a nice collection of river rocks at some point in the future. She covered their dirt mound with the patio furniture in the meantime, cussing out God the entire time. The realization that she may never keep that river rock promise occurred to her while she lay in the grass recovering and crying some more. She knew there was no going back. While society's fall might save her from being fired from a job that wouldn't exist in a few months, it wouldn't be a world conducive to pretty graveyards either. She realized that the world was about to get good at digging backyard graves. Like that one show, she thought. The one with the zombies, and that dude with the bat. An idea had hatched itself. Ramona ran into the house and guzzled a big glass of salt water, followed by another. She jumped into her SUV and sped home, finding what she wanted in the family camping gear. It was a machete. The black powder-coated kukri blade had a drop-point curve on the top, and the blade was much wider near the end than near the handle. The physics and shape when swinging it made for a lot of hefty mass out on the end. That meant a lot of force impacting a small chop zone, perfect for cutting jungle vines, or wrists and ankles. The K-Bar brand Noel had purchased had a blade length of just over 11 inches. The Kydex holster had come with clips and strapping to wear it either around the waist or the shoulders across the back. She made use of the trip, gathering the various firearms and ammunition from her home. There was just no time to think about where they would live should she make it through the coming night. Everything else of tactical or survival value stayed put. After driving back to Mercer, she ran up to her husband's bedroom, and there it was. She took the Louisville Slugger he used in high school off the wall-mounted shelf and headed out to the mansion's large, detached outbuilding. It housed 3 prized possessions of the former Robert O'Hanrahan, a cabin cruiser on a trailer, a Ram 3500 for towing it, and his workshop. Large, ornate birdhouses in various states of assembly abounded, but the forest through the trees was the shop itself. Tools of every specialty and need were present, stored in large, expensive tool chests and hanging on organized pegboards over several workbenches. The first thing she looked for was garden equipment. Though her rich in-laws hired out the bulk of the landscaping work, they still tackled certain things as a way of keeping young. Motion is lotion, Robert used to say. She found what she was looking for in the form of a folding saw made by Silky. Joanne had darn near ripped her thumb down to the bone with the thing years earlier. Folded, it was about 8 inches long, doubling when opened. The teeth would make a great white shark proud. A short while later, Ramona was coursing through her special project. She measured the diameter of the bat's barrel, just under 2.5 inches. She pulled open a cabinet above a section of the workbench, then another, until she found the one full of hardware. Some items were still in the packaging, and others had been put into small boxes, tin cans, old peanut jars, or sliced ham containers, all of it neatly labeled by the obsessively organized old man. She found long, heavy bolts, and shortly after some washers and locking nuts for them. She needed only 2 sets. She also found 2 threaded eye bolts. Moments after, she was sitting on the shop's padded stool in front of the bench-mounted drill press. She'd found a new ripping blade for the table saw still in its package in one of the many tool drawers. It was clamped down to the drill's small working table under the spindle. The blade was 10 inches wide and had deep, sharp, carbide-tipped teeth. They were so large, there were only 24 on the entire thing. Working from small bits to large, she drilled 2 holes into it, one on either side of the center hole. She tested the bolts and continued to drill out the hole until they passed without too much wiggle room. She used a half-moon file to smooth out the cuts. Next, she went to the bandsaw and laid the blade over the barrel, marking her 2 new holes. She used the drill press to drill out the holes, then quickly passed one of the many sanding blocks on the main work table over the holes. She drilled out the end of the handle with a pilot hole that was a bit smaller than the eye bolt's shaft diameter. She repeated that a foot down the end of the barrel. At the bandsaw, she adjusted the guide to be in the track that paralleled the cutting band, then the distance that would enable a cut down the center of the bat's barrel. She made the first cut 10 inches along the bat's axis, keeping the pilot hole for the eye bolt at a perpendicular angle to the cut. She looked at it and realized the cutting band was only about half the thickness, maybe less, of the ripping blade. She made 2 more passes. She did a rough assembly of the gruesome club. Content it would bolt together, she took it apart. But a new thought occurred about the integrity of the wood, should she need to block something swinging at her with it. Near the metalworking area, Ramona found a stand with several slots to hold different pieces of leftover sheeting, but she knew the changing diameter of the bat would make shaping a piece of metal to wrap was beyond her skill. She kept looking and eventually found some half-inch wide metal strapping that had bolt holes every inch or so. Robert had used it to secure his water heater to the wall so it wouldn't tip in an earthquake. She cut 4 pieces about a foot long each. She scooted around some birdhouses on the center shop table and covered it with an old sheet, which was speckled and splashed with so many different paints it could have been sold as modern art. She shook up the can of flat black spray paint and was just about to start when a thought occurred to her. Ramona walked out to her car and retrieved her hard-knuckled gloves from her gear bag. Those would assuredly be the set to wear in the coming hours. Back in the shop, she tested the grip on the wood. The diameter perfected by the Bat Company was good for bare skin or thin gloves at best. She wanted just a bit more meat to her grip. A few minutes of perusing the nooks and crannies of the shop led her to the solution. She moved forward with painting the bat and blade black. She wasn't worried about the teeth. They were going to do their job regardless. But she decided the shiny hardware would get a touch-up coat after final assembly. After painting it twice, she let out a big yawn. It was time to rest. Ramona woke up before the bellowing electronic clock. The exhaustion had led to a fitful sleep, never quite getting to the brain-repairing deep sleep she truly needed. It would have to do. She wasn't hungry, but she made herself something to eat anyway. She found a jug of mixed nuts to take on the trip and prepped some water bottles. Then she found some of Missy's favorite snacks in Joanne's walk-in pantry. She started to cry, but it did not stop her from preparing for the possibility that the two of them would somehow make it out alive. Ramona went back out to the shop building and assembled her bat. She used a rubber mallet to tap the blade into its groove and then bolted it into place. She installed the 2 eye bolts, which she would use to tether a strap taken from a gym bag. It would sling to her back across the opposite shoulder as a machete scabbard. With the eye bolt perpendicular to the blade, it would keep the blade running flat to her and not snag on her gear. Lastly, she used small wood screws to secure the long metal strapping strips to the barrel below the blade. After touching up the paint on all the metal, she applied some wood glue to the handle area. She took the thin manila rope she found earlier and wrapped a handle from the knob at the bottom up about 12 inches. The fibers of the rope and extra diameter gave her a grip that was hard to break on the war club. She knew it might be dark wherever she wound up, so she used a thin brush and painted by hand a thin red circle around the blade just below the teeth. If she had her way, blood would eventually be the red that guided her aim and covered the bright rope. Something nagged at her about the bat and the coming fight. She unwrapped the rope on the grip, leaving pieces of fiber stuck to the tacky glue. She held up the freakish jewelry and stared at it. She no longer wondered what it meant. She knew now. She'd tried to collect teeth of her own, maybe not actually collect them like the monster with her daughter, but remove them from their prior owners, as it were. She laid the necklace along the thing's handle area of the bat and rewrapped the rope, trapping it into its hiding spot. When she finished, she looked out the shop door. It was approaching dark. "Nearly there, baby," she willed to her daughter. Ramona laid all 3 of her chosen implements on the work table and stepped back a bit to stare at them. She picked up the machete and took it to Robert's bench grinder. A fine grit wheel was on one end of the device. She turned it on, the disc taking a few seconds to build up speed to several thousand revolutions per minute. She put on a cheap, scratched pair of safety glasses and started sharpening a bright, fine edge on the chopping tool. Her mind drifted to the coming night and what she was willing to do to save her angel. She thought about her chosen weapons. The pruning saw would forever be associated with how quickly Joanne's day went from pleasant to horrible. "I'll call you Karma," Ramona decided. The machete bore only pleasant memories of chopping up wood and bushes on family hikes and camping trips. She associated it with happy times that were forever gone. "You shall be called Memory," she thought next. Finally, the new war club built with but one thought in mind, its construction fueled by hate, the sickening trophy to be forever held under the grip if Ramona had her way. "Incisor,
Your name is Incisor.
Chapter 41. North Seattle. I don't understand how you're here. Jamar's sudden appearance was confusing to Kevin. Practically too good to be true. Introductions had already been made. They just turned onto Interstate Highway 5, headed south. I followed you guys from the high school. I just had a feeling. I, for one, am glad you did, Sean Fullen said from the back seat. How do you guys know each other? Nelson asked from next to Sean. We met at the field hospital. Kevin gave his buddies a quick summary of how they met and the conversation that resulted. Jamar struggled to put it into context. We both had the feeling that... Kevin looked at his new friend. That our jobs were becoming something darker than we'd signed up for. Exactly. Nelson Butterton knew that going away without permission was only half the issue. They still needed to travel hundreds of miles east. What's next? The three of us need to figure out a way to get home and stay off the state government's radar. I was going to suggest something, Jamar said. He looked at Kevin. This won't help with that long-term problem, but I could drop you off at the Seattle police station to talk to that cop. That perked Kevin up a bit. I'd appreciate that. He looked back at Nelson, who was seated behind Jamar. Can you guys give me an hour or two before you decide what you're doing? Sure, Nelson said. At least I can. I need time to think about all this. Sean agreed. I'm down with it, especially since the landlines are still working. I may just find shelter for the night, find a phone somewhere, and call my brother. That's not a bad idea, Nelson said. I was trying not to bother my sister and her husband. Maybe we could all three get as far east with you as possible and split what is sure to be an exorbitant gas bill. Jamar realized they wouldn't have far to go. Any idea where the North Precinct is? Was that where we escorted those cops back to after the university? Kevin asked, looking back at Nelson. Yep, we were a stone's throw away from this highway, a few miles north of the UW, near a smaller community college. Meridian, Sean said. He'd tilted his cap over his eyes, slouching for some rest. That's it, Meridian and 103rd, or 104th. Something like that. I think we can work with that, Jamar said. It was a quick trip down the highway, which was unusually light with traffic. A short time later, he drove the little blue car down Meridian just where it converted to College Way, and found the station. There were two Humvees in front, one blocking the public parking lot, and the other blocking the police car exit. A cop was controlling the back lot entrance on the other side of the block. Jamar parked along the side of the road just past the police lot exit. Want me to come with you? Sure. Kevin and Jamar got out. Jamar left the keys for Nelson and Sean on the odd chance something happened that they needed a rapid getaway. They walked back up the sidewalk, passing the first Humvee and a pair of National Guard members in their battle gear. When they reached the driveway entrance to the public lot, they tried to walk past the next two Guard members on watch. The men asked them to halt, but other than a pair of quizzical looks, the guards gave them no grief once identifications were presented. They learned that the general public was not being allowed to enter at all. Once at the public entrance, an administrative employee of the department had them pull their IDs back out. They told her Officer Perez was expecting them, and she signed them in with a pair of visitor badges. Most of the precinct is downtown because of the terror attack. Normally you'd need to wait for your escorting officer, but I haven't seen her today. She must be down there still. The woman eyed their uniforms. But if she's expecting you, I guess go wait at her desk. The confused clerk buzzed the secure door to the back office. Kevin and Jamar traded surprised glances, but then walked through the door like they belonged. Once through a corridor with a few offices on one side and a conference room on the other, they entered a large open room filled with desks. Most desks had a worn-out office chair on one side and one or two hard plastic molded chairs on the other. There were two police at their own desks across the room. One was on the phone, the other typing madly on a computer. Kevin led the way, reading plastic nameplates on the fronts of the desks of those that had them. They found the one that read Sergeant Ramona Perez on it and sat in the plastic chairs. She may not even be here, Jamar said. He kept his voice subdued. Another officer had walked from the back of the precinct, passed through the room to another hallway, and shot them a curious look without stopping. Want me to ask one of these guys? Nah, man, it's my headache. I'll do it. Kevin started to stand when Jamar placed his hand on Kevin's arm to stop him. He was pointing at the desk. Your last name is Richardson, right? He was looking at Kevin's uniform name tape. Yeah? Curious, Kevin glanced at the upside-down paper. Its top edge was made of torn perforations, indicating it had been ripped off the nearby tablet. Jamar cast a casual glance left and right, and then slowly reached between the nameplate and a computer monitor to put a finger on the paper. He slid it back over and grabbed it, handing it to Kevin. Kevin looked it over, his face morphing to slight disappointment. Well, it's more than I had to go on. Different address and phone number. Sounds like my brother has gotten into drugs, just as Kenny and I suspected. That sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. He gave Kevin a few quiet seconds to digest it. He was about to ask what they should do next when a tired, vexed voice barked at them. What are you two doing? Ramona's precinct captain asked after he walked out of his office. He marched over to them. The two young men stood, and the officer scanned the unlikely pairing of uniforms with skepticism. Huh? I helped Officer Perez get out of the hospital the other day, Kevin said. She was going to look up something for me as a favor. The old cop relaxed a bit. Oh, she told me about that. Forgive me. We've all had a long day since the thing downtown this morning. Or yesterday. Whenever it was. Will she be back soon, sir? Jamar asked. Sorry, men. The captain moved past them to the pot of burnt coffee on a table across the room. Between her injury and a family loss, she's called out sick. He poured some, then realized the coffee was cold and old, muttering something under his breath. He took the filter holder out of its slot and tossed the old grounds out. I'd suggest coming back in a few weeks. Despite the paper she'd written on, Kevin still wanted to talk to her. Do you think you could call her at home and connect me? I wouldn't bother her but a few minutes. The officer spun around, the irritated look and tone returning to his face and voice. What, are you stupid? Deaf or both? I'm not doing that. Didn't you hear me? Her husband was murdered yesterday. You two need to leave. He turned back and grabbed the pot and started filling it off the water cooler right next to the table. Kevin and Jamar clearly knew they hadn't been told that bit of shocking news. They looked at each other and knew the tired captain didn't even know what day it was. Jamar had an idea to stall. Mind if I use the phone really quick? I need to call Monroe Correction and let them know I'm running a few minutes behind. The man turned and looked up and down both men, analyzing them. In his fatigue, his senses about doing such things had drastically dulled. His demeanor relaxed again with the realization that these men were dealing with the thick of things just like him. He simply nodded and turned back to find the can of coffee grounds was empty. After he growled a word that would not be welcome in his grandmother's house, he left to go pilfer some grounds from the community outreach offices. Jamar sat down behind Ramona's desk and put the phone to his ear. He pretended to punch a few numbers while he looked around. The conversation with the captain had all but guaranteed the few cops still in the room would pay little attention to them. Kevin had a puzzled look. What you thinking? Whenever she tore your paper off to write, she nearly pressed through the paper from writing so hard. What if this message is related to why she disappeared? Still faking the phone call, he slid the notepad over and rifled through Ramona's center desk drawer until he found a pencil. It was dull, but that only helped. You heard him. She left to deal with the worst news she'll probably get in her life. Jamar had already started rubbing the pencil's graphite at a low angle. As the heavy word imprint started to form, he sped up. His face morphed into a worried expression. He kept rubbing. He looked around. Grab me a tissue, he said excitedly as he pointed to another desk. What gives? He retrieved a disposable nose blanket and handed it over. Jamar used it to rub the markings he made, smearing the pencil from dozens of lines to a more smoothed-out blob. It helped fill in the words. No way. Jamar cradled the handset back into its place on the phone and leaned back with a look of shock. What? Jamar was dragging the curiosity out of him. Kevin tried to read the pencil rubbing from the wrong direction. "Ward?" he guessed. Jamar spun the pad to face his friend. Wade Curry. That would have been far more than enough information for anyone he worked with. "So?" Kevin shrugged. He wasn't trying to be flippant, but he honestly had never heard the name. "He's one of the worst escapees from Monroe. Used to be a hitter for hire for the various gangs. Nobody knows how many people he's really killed." "Oh. What else does it say? Looks like tomorrow, maybe 2300? Maybe part of an address?" "Tomorrow at 2300, Jamar said, forgetting Kevin didn't really use military time much. "That probably means tonight at 11 p.m. "Gotcha. And the phone number? What prefix is 253? "Pierce County, Tacoma area." Kevin saw Ramona's boss coming back into the room. He ripped the shaded paper off the tablet and tossed the pad on the desk. "You guys be safe out there," the captain said. It was a hint. Jamar stood. "Thank you, sir. You too." The odd couple moved back out into the lobby and turned in their visitor badges. Jamar had pushed open the glass door when Kevin had an idea. He turned toward the clerk behind the counter. "Would you do me a solid favor, please? We need to know if you can use the database to help us figure out where a phone call came from. Any Google search will tell you that nowadays." Her disdain for disruptions was not something she hid. The two youthful men just looked at her with their best lost puppy looks. "What's the number?" she asked, rattled that she had to pause her research on how to rapidly and cheaply buy emergency preparedness food. Kevin scanned the paper and read it to her, hoping the digits were true to what he thought the imprint actually said. She typed and clicked for several long seconds. "Says it's a payphone in Tacoma, at the Emerald Queen Casino." "Thank you, ma'am," Kevin said. The woman went back to her conversion into a doomsday prepper, and the two men returned to the car. "Find out anything about your brother?" Sean asked when Jamar and Kevin had settled back in. Rather than starting up to leave, they scooted to look back at the others the best they could. "A little, but we think something has happened to Ramona, that lady cop we took home," he reminded Nelson. The former cop sat up a bit. "I remember her. Meaning what?" "Her station captain told us her husband got killed yesterday." "Same day as all those lawyers at the pier," Sean said. "That's right," Kevin said. "I remember in the small talk she said her husband was a prosecutor." "What the actual hell?" Nelson said. The former cop wasn't too far detached from the Blue Bloods. "That ain't the worst of it," Jamar said. "You guys heard of Wade Curry?" At the same moment Sean said no. Nelson said, "Yeah, he's a real manure bag, that one. Don't tell me he's involved somehow." Kevin pulled out the etching they'd created and handed it to Nelson. "You guys want to go grab a bite?" Never mind. He was growing tired of MREs, but the thought that life was no longer normal enough to just go hit a McDonald's had slipped his mind a bit. "I live in South Seattle," Jamar said. "I need to get home and check on my ma anyway. Why don't you guys come with me? We can eat and you can use the phone to arrange your rides or whatever." The unique newly formed fire team and the small blue Civic moved south through the city, learning about Jamar's family on the way. Each man was only partially invested in the conversation, each wondering how his own family was doing, wondering if he was doing the right thing going AWOL, wondering which cops could be trusted and which ones were worth fighting for, wondering if things were still going to recover, or if they were nowhere near the worst of it yet. Chapter 42. South Seattle. Even with the windows up, they'd smelled it first. There were fires throughout the city, not rampant, but far more than not seeing any most days in normal times. But the smell permeated the neighborhood, growing thicker as they went farther in. Jamar felt like he'd been kicked in the stomach by a mule as he approached the pile of ashes that was still smoldering where his family home had stood the last time he was there. "No!" He parked on the street, blocking his mother's burned and immovable van, and jumped out. There was still water and muddy footprints that had trampled the grass of the lawn. The homes on either side had been burned, one of them severely, though at some point the fire department had come and saved them. The 3 stunned men still in the Civic all got out with looks of disbelief. One of the next-door neighbors came over at a run, yelling at Jamar. Nelson moved in front of the irate man and held him in check. Jamar ran toward the ruins. "This isn't right," Sean Fullen said. "The fire department usually stays and overhauls the fire to make sure it doesn't start back up. Unless they have to go to the next fire," Kevin said. Jamar screamed in anguish. "Help him," Kevin said to Sean, nodding toward Nelson. He moved down to where his new buddy had fallen to his knees in the muddy grass about 10 feet shy of the concrete landing that used to lead into the house. It was a black, charred, soupy mess. In only a few spots, the last remnants of very old wall studs still stood. Bed frames and box springs were twisted, melted from the heat. The refrigerator had shrunk to a glob the size of a child and fallen to the ground in the crawlspace. The floor was walkable in most spots, except for the kitchen where it was nearly gone entirely. Kevin squatted next to Jamar and put a compassionate hand on the man's back. He turned his head and looked at Kevin, the expression a mix of shock, fear, and dismay. "Why?" Sean Fullen approached. He tapped Kevin on the shoulder, motioning toward a pair of yellow plastic covers. Pieces of charred wood lay on the edges to keep the covers intact. The lumps under them were roughly the size of an adult person. Kevin stood, not seeing it fully from the squatted position. He and Sean exchanged grave looks. Someone had to tell Jamar. Nelson walked up and saw what they were looking at just as Jamar was standing up. Jamar looked at the angry neighbor, who was back in front of his own burned home, glaring. "You got a problem?" Jamar screamed at the top of his lungs. His 3 uniformed buddies all moved around him with hands up as he'd started to spin toward the angry renter from next door. Nelson had spent a couple of minutes gauging the neighbor's temperament. "He's just venting about his own place." "Jamar," Kevin said, moving his head in front of Jamar's face to lock eyes. When he had, he nodded toward the destruction. Jamar's head followed Kevin's gaze. Jamar let out a cry of despair and ran into the mess, only slowing enough to make sure he wouldn't stumble. Kevin tried to hold him by the arm, but Nelson stopped him. "No," the middle-aged man said to the young one. "He needs this." Jamar had pulled the corner of one of the tarps, crying. The across-the-street neighbor approached with a dog on a leash. "Excuse me, boys," the elderly man said through a feeble voice. They all turned to look. "Sir?" Kevin said. He bent down instinctively to let the sniffing Irish wolfhound get his scent off his hand. "Whoever's in there, it ain't his family," the man said. "It's most likely the bangers that started this mess." "Were they harassing his family while he was at work?" Nelson asked. The old man nodded his head in disgust. "Them, others, who knows? They all just a bunch of punks. No fathers to set 'em straight. Not like Jamar has." He paused for a few seconds, staring toward the burned house to the south, but not really looking at it. "These punks think they can rule the world now." "Did his family escape?" Nelson asked. "Did you see something?" "They did," the man said, nodding in recollection. "Last night, just before this fire took hold. Heard gunshots, too. Don't know what went down, but they all left in Jamar's daddy's truck." Kevin stood and moved at a quick walk to the pile of char. "Jamar!" Jamar had moved on to the second tarp, covering the smelly mess back up much more quickly. "I don't think these are my family," he called back excitedly. He looked and saw Kevin trying to wave him over. His foot went through the floor. His hands became covered in the slimy soot as he caught himself. He stood and pulled his lower leg up, then moved over to Kevin a little more cautiously. "The shreds of clothes and the boots don't belong to my father or brother." Kevin was eager to share some hope. "This man says your family left last night, with your father." He provided a hand for his friend to stabilize on while he took the last squishy step out of the home. They quickly moved over to the man and his dog. "Mr. Crawford?" Jamar said. He had longing in his voice, hope, yearning for news. "They must have gone somewhere safe," the elderly man said. "Shortly after the fire got big, some punks drove by with their stupid bass thumping. They stared for a bit, then took off."
What'd the cops say? Nelson asked. Weren't none, Mr. Crawford said matter-of-factly. The police never showed up. You got other relatives they might have gone to? Sean asked. No, Jamar said with a headshake. We should go check my Nana's church.
Chapter 43. South Seattle. Jamar was still shaken, so he let Sean Folan drive while he told Sean how to get to the New Light Christian Church. Like the neighborhood, it was evenly mixed among the races and cultures. Though Jamar and his mother and siblings weren't members, they had gone as guests with Nana several times. The church had a van that traveled around the greater Rainier Vista area on Sundays, picking up the elderly or disabled. When they arrived, the first thing that caught the men off guard was seeing a pair of youth, men no older than in their early 20s, standing guard. They weren't prohibiting entry, but they did look like they meant business. They were seated at a picnic table along the edge of the parking area. Kevin was nearly certain the hard cases on the ground under the table held rifles. There were several vehicles parked in the lot, and various folks going in and out of a side door with boxes of what looked like groceries. A small refugee center? Kevin wondered. Another man and woman were walking along the building, presenting as more of some sort of security patrol than a couple having a conversation. The two youths near the front nodded at Jamar and the unknown soldiers, who headed into the church's main building. A pair of church members were sitting behind a folding table in the lobby. Are the Johnsons here? And Mr. James Franklin? Jamar's voice was a mixture of hope and worry. Jamar! Felicity Johnson said from across the lobby, even as one woman had started answering. She was coming back from the restroom. The teenager ran over and leaped onto her big brother, forcing him to catch her as she wrapped her arms around his neck in a big hug. She looked as if the world had rudely shaken her out of a tree. Lissy, I never thought I'd be so glad to see you. Where's Mama and everyone? She wiggled out of her brother's clasp. Follow me. She led Jamar into the main auditorium. Did you know you got a bunch of white boys following you? She said, though not nearly as quietly as she thought. Kevin chuckled. That tall blonde one is kind of hot. Kevin then blushed. Jamar put his hand on the back of Felicity's head and shook it with rough love, pushing her ahead as they walked up the center aisle between the pews. He shot Kevin a smirk but said nothing. The pews weren't overflowing, but they were being used as some sort of bedding for people. Only a couple of folks were trying to sleep, but all over the church, the benches had piles of clothing, bags, purses, the occasional piece of luggage. Honey Bear, Diana said. She was sitting and holding a young baby whose mother wasn't around at that moment. Jamar bent and gave her a hug and kiss. Where's Jalen and Nana? His mother's calm demeanor had kept him from panicking about their absence. Nana isn't feeling so well. She's in the women's Sunday school room, which has kind of become a place for the sick and injured. Your brother and sister have been taking turns sitting with her. And Dad? Right here, boy. James walked up from the building's front, approaching from behind Kevin and the others. His voice was hoarse, raspy. He took a sip of water from a small paper cup he was carrying and tried to clear it. Every time he did, a look of pain appeared on his face. Jamar strode around his friends and hugged his father. What'd they do to you, Pop? James just made a grunt and waved off the question, always one to downplay any issues. They gave him a good head thumping and tried to choke the fool out, his mother quipped from the pew while burping the baby. Who are you guys? James said through his strained voice. They're with me, Pop, Jamar said. It's been a rough couple of days at work. I bet. His father stuck his hand out for shakes, repeating, James Franklin. My friends call me Jimmy, each time he shook. Where's Charcoal? Jamar asked with the last tinge of worry. All the pets are being kept at a church member's home a couple of blocks away, his mother said. After the introductions and small talk, Kevin suddenly nodded to Sean and Nelson. The three of them moved away a bit and sat next to each other on an empty pew. They kept their volume hushed when they talked. I can't even imagine the fear and worry you must have had, Sean said. Kevin just nodded, his thoughts moving rapidly. They had gone to his mother and Kendra, then Kenny, Taylor, and their kids, then his father and his missing brother. Finally, his thoughts drifted to Keisha, Kendra's twin. Her memory had started to creep into his dreams ever since the event started, and he couldn't figure out why. He snapped back out of his contemplation and heard Nelson and Sean discussing the Ramona situation. I don't even think that casino is open right now, Nelson said.
If they're using that payphone as the one she's supposed to call tonight, they must have access to the casino. Maybe they took it over, Sean suggested, or are about to. Maybe, Nelson said. He looked past Sean down the pew to Kevin. You talked to Ramona a lot more than I did. Did she have kids? Yeah, well, kid, a daughter. Wait, Kevin had a sickening thought. You don't think they killed her too, do you? There's no greater way to hurt a cop than to kill their kid, the former policeman said. Or torture a mother, Sean said. Maybe they haven't killed the kid yet. Talk about leverage. That's when it snuck into Kevin's conscience. The same fear, the same guilt. He didn't quite understand it, but it almost felt as if the resurgence in memories and dreams had been for a reason. Did my dad ever tell you guys I had 2 sisters? Kevin asked, growing even quieter. Both of his comrades quit slouching and positioned themselves to hear better. No, Sean said. Had? Nelson asked. Kevin nodded, his eyes moist. I haven't talked about this in... He stopped and thought. Ever? Maybe? Kendra's a twin. I was about 7 or so, which meant they were like 4, I guess. The men sat quietly, waiting. Whatever Kevin was about to say was obviously deep, somber. Her name was Keisha. It happened at night. He turned his head from them and started looking at the cross on the far end of the building, above the 3 rows of chairs where the choir sat. Kevin gulped air a bit as the emotion hit him. My dad says it wasn't my fault, but he didn't know the whole story. He choked and gulped suddenly, the guilt hitting him. A weight was lifting off his soul as he spoke. I'd left a gate open. A pack of coyotes had gotten into the pen. Chickens were getting wiped out, feathers and guts everywhere. They'd taken down a sheep. Sean and Nelson sat still, quiet, mesmerized. I still remember my dad and Kenny going out to fight them. Dad had a shotgun. Kenny had a baseball bat. It was a miracle neither of them got bit. Look, Kevin, Nelson said. You were 7. You didn't... There's more, Kevin said, cutting him off. Nobody saw Keisha sneak out that gate. And then a second one. He started to cry openly. Nobody but me. He grew silent as he searched for words, wiping his eyes and cheeks with his sleeve. I thought it'd be funny to lock her out. She couldn't see the fight very well, you see. She'd moved into the next pasture to get a better look. The girls always had a hard time operating the chain and clip from that side. Kevin was pouring it all out now, the healing waters of guilt washing it all down his face. Once the fight was over, my mom started yelling, screaming, at me, at Keith, and Keith made it perfectly clear who'd left the gate open. My dad was pissed, but not so much like my mom. After a pause to compose himself, he said, With all the yelling, I forgot about locking the other gate behind Keisha. The following silence went on for several seconds. Sean broke it by asking, Did the coyotes get her on the way back out? Kevin shook his head. They'd killed or wounded almost the entire pack. He kept staring at the cross. The search and rescue guys found her almost a mile into the woods up the hill. A cougar had dragged her off. The silence was so thick between the men it could have tripped an elephant. I killed my sister. By then, each of the other men had taken to drying their own eyes. Neither said anything. What would one say to comfort a friend after that story? After a full minute, Kevin said, That's why I need to help Ramona. Nelson looked up at Jamar, who had been standing next to them. I heard, Jamar whispered to him. Let's go, brother, he said to Kevin. Let's go help her. Kevin looked up at Jamar and shook his head. You need to stay here and figure out your family's next move. My dad says he and I should probably disappear, he said. He and I will be who the gang comes after for killing their 2 men. I think he's right. Your dad needs rest himself, Sean said. He has a big old goose egg on the back of his head. What about your brother, Kevin? Nelson asked. That's a months-old lead, Kevin said, his face slowly returning to its normal color. It can wait. Look, y'all, Sean said. Full disclosure, I've got a girlfriend and stepkids to get home to. I don't even know your cop friend. It's cool, Kevin said. Like I said, I just need to get away from the family for their safety, Jamar said. And I need to get my car out of here. Someone's probably told the gangs I'm here by now. Nelson used his elbow to poke Sean. You have to go in with me to check out the address on Kevin's brother? Nothing fancy, just gather some intel? Sean sighed. I suppose. We still need to get someone heading this way to pick us up, too. The one big hole with this plan is no guns, Nelson said, looking up at Jamar. I can help with that, James Franklin said. He'd been seated 3 rows behind the men, listening. Of course, I'm keeping old Bessie with me, but I got a shotgun you boys can borrow, and a truck, and a pair of pistols those punks left behind when I sent them to hell. Chapter 44. Tacoma. Wade answered the ringing phone under the watchful eye of the hotel and casino's chief of security. He knew by Ramona's desperation that it would be 11 o'clock on the nose. The phone was one of a bank of 3 of them, each in a private concierge booth for hotel guests. They weren't payphones per se, but they showed up as such in the phone company's database. The Chupacabra's motorcycle club had been a big help in hosting the meet with the cartel, in the events that were about to change Tacoma on a scale unseen, and with paying off the man who let them into the dark, quiet casino. The federal emergency was one of the few things that had power enough to shut down the Puyallup tribe's largest moneymaker. Right on time, Wade said, not knowing or caring what a clock or watch truly read. Have your disgusting trophy, Ramona snarled. Now where's my daughter? Tacoma Dome. You have 1 hour. He hung up and stood up from the padded chair in the booth that matched the hotel's decor. He'd never bothered closing the French door. Scooter and 2 other members of the gangster bikers were standing there, between him and the man they'd paid. It's a go. Don't screw this up, prospects, Scooter said. We won't, one of them said, as the 2 ran at nearly a full sprint. Another casino employee was standing by the nearest exit, where their motorcycles were parked. The V-twin engines roared to life, and the prospective club members sped out the long, swooping hotel entrance driveway. On a feeder road, they paralleled the I-5 segment that went east-west through North Tacoma for only a few hundred yards. At Portland Avenue, they cut under the highway, their open exhaust pipes rumbling like the coming thunder. Once north of the highway, they turned west onto 27th Street for the half-mile jaunt to the Tacoma Dome. They were the spark that would light the powder keg. They got out of here like lightning, I'll admit that much, Wade said. He and Scooter walked at a good clip that was still shy of a run. They'd cut through the casino where Scooter had parked his truck in one of the garages on the far end. The bikes were long gone, unseen and unheard by the pair. Those bikes riding near the dome would be the message everyone else needed to move into place. Can't outmaneuver a bike, Scooter said. He drove his friend out and onto Portland Avenue, following the same route that their human carrier pigeons had just taken. They noticed a state trooper protecting the gas station across the avenue from the casino. Wade stared them down as they passed by. Guess must be more important than curfew enforcement, Wade said, when the officer did not make any indication that he cared that they were out and about. Him staying there just saved his life, whether he knows it or not. For a little while, at least. They made a nice, easy commute under the interstate and turned. Scooter picked up speed on the other side of the highway. There was a lot to do and little time to do it, on the chance that the lady cop was much closer than they anticipated. All the pieces were set. All of the local MC brothers were staged in the correct spots near the dome, the cartel's men a little farther out. The cartel had provided the weapons. Wade turned and looked between the gap in the 2 seats toward the little girl in the back of the cab. She was bound and gagged and scared for her life. Don't worry, Chica. You'll be with your mommy soon. By then, the prospects had ridden their lap, moving down several streets on the north and west side of the dome, then crossing the highway overpass on McKinley Way. Everywhere they rode, men took notice. It was time, the simple passing of 2 obnoxiously loud Harleys told them.
Some did a final check on the barrel headspace gaps and timing of their Ma Deuce 50 caliber machine guns. Others began to activate the battery coolant canisters for their Stinger missile launchers. Some just moved into the final position to take over the refugee camp that the dome had become. "These clowns put more value on gas than on the people that elect them," Wade said as Scooter was about to make his final turn. On the short trip from point A to point B, both men had noticed the cop guarding the gas station. Neither had noticed the little blue Civic pull out of the gas station and start following them. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't drive up here on the sidewalk." It was the last thing the National Guard soldier said. Wade hopped out of the passenger side of the truck with an AK-47. He flipped the safety and blasted the young woman in the face with 2 rounds, then turned the gun on the nearby soldier who was supposed to have her 6. It had unfolded so fast, all he could do was stammer and piss himself. His head was split open by 2 rounds of their own. Like hot butter. Wade had a wide grin. He just found his new favorite toy. Maybe working for the cartel will have some perks after all. "Come on, little girl," he told Missy after he opened the rear truck door. He said it as if he were taking her to school. They were on the west side of the dome, near the main ticketing office. At 152 feet tall, the wood structure had been built in the early 1980s, partially from timber from the blast zone around Mount St. Helens. With a diameter of 530 feet, it was big enough to host sports and crowds of all the major types. A series of overhauls in recent years had added equipment loading ramps, bathrooms, converted the arena from bleachers to foldable seat trays that could be retracted for additional center courtroom, and major upgrades to the fire suppression systems. And those sprinklers were the first thing the bikers were going to go shut down. Members of the Chupacabras Motorcycle Club and a few others rode their roaring steel horses around the nearby LeMay Museum, just one open field to the west of the dome. Counting their supporting club's members, there were almost 40 of them. One drove Ramona's classic Mustang up the ramp to the elevated museum's front end. The long, slender building with a distinctive silver room looked like a steampunk Quonset hut. A handful had been chosen to take the 2 buildings. Over half were staged with a few members of the Hispanic gangs a block or more out. They would be part of the ambush to responding forces. The motorcycles surrounded the dome, some riding up the exit ramps that were built along the partial sphere's circumference. Others moved along the back, which had a rectangular extension building to support the crews and performances of entertainers that toured through the city. In total, another 8 National Guard soldiers were dispatched, most confused about what to do, briefed not to cause an urban combat nightmare at all costs, despite being armed. Less than a week earlier, the building had been in the process of setting up for an aging rock and roll band on tour. The center area was wide and clear of obstacles, so a pair of huge aerial work platforms could ferry workers up 100 feet. Under the dome's shape, an intricate set of aluminum and titanium trusses formed a level crisscross grid. Workers could get onto them and attach their fall protection gear to cables that were 6 feet higher. From there, road crews could freely walk along the 2-foot-wide planks and place lights, lasers, and any other prop for the concerts that were needed. One member of a famous 1970s rock band had even zip-lined onto stage for a show on their reunion tour. In the wide open spaces between the rows and lanes of trusses, large speaker sets and other lights hung. In the 5 days since the hacking network had started their mayhem, the city officials had opened the stadium up as a daytime feeding center. But as the violence unfolded, more people arrived in need of a place to stay. Some had lost homes to fire or violent encounters. Many were school sports teams that had just arrived in Tacoma to play their rivals in the city, or participate in a cheerleading tournament, stranded by the ensuing curfews and travel restrictions. Others were those who were already homeless. Just that day, an overnight shelter had been authorized, with National Guard soldiers on the outside and city officials and dome employees working the inside. The shelter had been locked for the night. At the main entrance and along exits, door hinges were exploded with Semtex provided by the cartel. The stable putty was applied in a thin strip along the pins. Once the inserted detonator exploded, the resulting shock wave caused the chemical reaction necessary to mangle the hardware and part of the wall. Motivated men had no problem pulling doors away enough to rush the building. The first to challenge them soon found themselves suffering pain and sometimes death in rapid ways. Every biker was armed, most with pistols, several with rifles, but a few preferred a more twisted, close-range killing. They had bowie knives, chains, and in one man's case, a double-headed battle axe. The emergency shelter had already lost the partial squad meant to defend it overnight. The rapid kidnapping of almost 500 citizens and employees had the desired effect. No matter what was happening with the police and army, night raids on escaped convicts, arrests of opportunist criminals, or just plain rest after days of exhaustion, the announcement that a massive terror event was underway had brought responders running and played right into the hands of the cartel. The first police car to arrive was shot by a rocket-propelled grenade by a man sitting on the hood of Ramona's Mustang. It exploded the car and sent pieces of the officers still in it across the field in front of the Tacoma Dome. 3 responding striker trucks of active-duty Army responded and parked on the McKinley Way overpass of I-5. From the top of the Harborview apartments just to the south, Javelin anti-tank missiles shot down, blowing up the rigs as soldiers ran down the rear ramps to deploy. Several burning tires rolled across the bridge, spinning and dancing circles of flame. One of the truck bodies lifted, its burning hulk much too massive for the chain-link fencing meant to stop suicide jumpers to hold on to the bridge. It fell to the interstate below. Along the interstate, the state trooper from the gas station joined others to respond, only to find heavy machine gun nests on both sides of I-5, filling their cars and bodies with 700-grain bullets traveling nearly 3,000 feet per second. It was enough energy to rip open steel cars and punch basketball-sized holes into torsos. 2 helicopters, a Huey belonging to the Pierce County Sheriff's Department, and an Army Black Hawk, were dropped from the sky in horrifying fireballs. The Stinger missiles rose from the roof of the Comfort Inn Hotel just north of the dome. They trailed thin smoke and a small flame as they shot toward the approaching craft. All of this is just the meat and potatoes, Wade thought, with an elation he didn't know could exist. Just wait for dessert. He stood on the slab outside the west entrance, holding the crying girl in his arms tightly, smiling at this new world he was helping to create. He looked down and kicked the burning boot and shin of the first cop to die. More were dying from other planted teams with rocket-propelled grenades. If there are any left to respond, they're definitely stopping to reconsider how badly they want to come in here, he knew. If. He turned and entered the building, passing through the main ticketing and concession area and into the main arena. The room was filled with confused screams of the various occupants. Cots were being shoved aside under the gunpoint of the biker invaders, the refugee hostages being huddled into the center under the dome. Wade strolled in, squeezing the girl in his arms. "You want me to take her now?" Scooter asked. Wade was staring at the giant aerial work platforms across the arena. "No, I have a better idea." Chapter 45. SeaTac Airport. With her credentials, Ramona had had no issues passing the security checks in the mostly quiet major airport. Despite the president's emergency moratorium on air travel, there were still operations happening, from those of area emergency managers taking helicopter tours to planes ferrying FEMA supplies around the nation. Ramona was in a regular police uniform, minus all patches. To account for the midnight blue look, she was wearing a department-issued coat to ensure ANSI Port Police knew who she was. She chose to call from the airport on the chance Wade was trying to play her for a fool, trick her to head south, and him wind up being north. She hung up the phone, not wasting a moment. She ran to her Trailblazer. Since she wasn't in her cruiser, she opted for the public garage connected to the airport via a set of sky bridges. International Boulevard that ran next to the airport was one small piece of a major East Puget Sound thoroughfare called Highway 99. It was wide, with 3 or 4 lanes in each direction for several miles, even when those dropped off to just 2 lanes, and with the stoplights spaced a mile or more apart. She was able to make great time. But stoplights meant nothing to her, and neither did the police. She hit 90 miles per hour on the straightaways, slowing to 60 as she approached big intersections or curves. The highway roughly paralleled the interstate on its west and north sides, but staying off the interstate was the right call. She knew Wade would have spotters. Once into the small industrial city of Fife, she knew she could stay on it all the way to the edge of downtown Tacoma. She'd grown up here. This was her hometown, not Wade Curry's. The fires from burning squad cars and military trucks became more prominent the closer she got to the Tacoma Dome. A streak of light shot skyward, undoubtedly connecting with an aircraft. Wade, she thought, what have you started? Just to torture me? You must have sold out to the gangs, or worse. A few blocks north of the cartel's northern perimeter, she slid past them, still on her westward route. She was driving with no headlights, using her old SWAT night vision device to see. Just to the west of the LeMay Museum was an arterial highway that led north into Old Tacoma. She passed under that, then took back streets south. She drove herself to the corner of the dark industrial area near the intersection of the highways and parked. A greenbelt of trees, some slopes, some overpasses. Those were what separated her from the Hot Rod and Classic Car Museum. That was the approach she wanted. No guns, she remembered. If he's got the resources to blow up helicopters and army trucks, then he has men, and that means following the rules. She needed her daughter back. She couldn't make it easy for the sick monster to justify killing her in his own head. She locked the pistol into the tailgate area with most of her gear. She knew they'd check her ankles. Into the back went the backup subcompact gun. Then the taser followed. She removed the jacket. Under the patchless shirt was a black, long-sleeved base layer that ended at her tactical gloves. Over her shirt was her plate carrier. She'd replaced the damaged ceramic one in the back with a thinner but heavier steel one. It would stand up to more shots than she'd realistically take there. She kept the 2 pairs of handcuffs. One was mounted to her belt, the other to the front of her vest. She had 2 flashbang grenades and a flashlight. After a quick debate, she opted to keep her collapsible baton, but ditched the pepper spray. Her belt had a small pouch with her old SWAT night vision goggles in it. She'd declined the use of her helmet, knowing the very first thing they would do if they caught her was take it off her. Lastly, she ditched her spare magazines, but kept her folding knife buried deep in her rear pants pocket. The only other piece of gear that might be useful was the spare handcuff key, hidden in a tiny slot built into the top of her belt where it crossed the small of her back. Next, it was time to take tools out of the back. Her uniform pants had a manufactured slot at the top of the cargo pocket flaps. It allowed for dropping items like keys or pistol magazines into the pocket without opening the Velcro flap. And it also allowed for long, skinny items to stick out of the pocket. Karma, Ramona thought first. She'd painted the folding pruning saw's blade and handle in the same black that she'd painted Incisor. It fit nicely into the slot, only the top 3 inches sticking out. It blended nearly perfectly with the dark pants, almost invisible. Memory. Next, she slung the large scabbard from the machete over her right shoulder, crossing over under her left arm. She untethered the small strap around the skinny part of the handle for quick removal. Incisor, the mostly black bludgeoning instrument slung in the opposite direction across her left shoulder, handle up. The last thing Ramona did at her car was take a long look at a family picture of her, Noel, and Missy. She tossed it into the trunk and put on a black balaclava that covered her entire head. She slammed the hatchback shut, activated the lock, and found a rock about 40 feet into her journey to hide the fob under. It was time to move east under the overpasses and into the fiery war zone. It was time to save her daughter and slay some monsters. Ramona strode up the slight grade after passing under the 4th overpass structure. The area was strewn with litter, old tents, and human waste. Exactly the kind of place the homeless in western Washington used to escape the elements. The area wasn't packed with them. Several had sought the free meals and warm shelter of the dome for the night. Those that were still camping there had bugged out upon the first explosions, disappearing like specters in the shadows of the nearby commercial buildings. There was 1 lane to cross, the last segment of a highway off-ramp. She ran over it and leaped over the concrete Jersey barriers into the small thicket and parking lot behind the museum. They must have turned off the security lights to the museum, she thought. It was dark, much too dark for the back of a building that housed millions of dollars of high-end classic autos. She pulled the night vision optics out of the pouch on her duty belt and activated them. The light green tubes showed her several spotlights that were off. She scanned hard to the left and right, opting for the latter to move toward. The glow of the burning patrol cars far and near had cast a variety of orange dancing flickers, which were growing stronger the closer she got to the south end of the long building. Ahead of her was a sloped berm, a mild hill that ran up to the edge of the wide entry area. The building's south side had a soft sloped area that led from a parking area below up to a concrete pad as wide as a museum. She reached back and stowed her night vision, guessing that there were fires that would blind her once she crested the ramp and looked toward the dome. She moved up the small hill and knelt behind the low concrete stub wall that ran along the edge of the concrete pad. When she peeked over it, she did a double take. Is that our Mustang? A flood of adrenaline and rage filled her blood. She knew it had been taken along with her family. That bastard. Wade had succeeded in getting into her head. She heard shuffling feet and low voices, which caused her heart to beat harder. She pulled the balaclava backward, mostly off her head to expose both ears, which were loud with the pounding of her nerves. After a bit more recon, she guessed it was at least a pair of men. She scanned her watch. 11:32. She was down to 28 minutes. If she was going to get Wade and Missy in time, she couldn't mess around. It was one thing to walk in under the guise of his manipulation, but she wanted to make it so he never saw her coming. And if her memory served her correctly, there was about 400 feet of open ground from her Mustang to the dome. With one final check over the small wall, she looked and guessed the opposition was on the far side of the car. She reached back with her right hand, retrieving memory from its sheath. Then she crawled over the wall. Ramona moved around to behind the Mustang's trunk on her hands and feet, balled up small, her back tight and in pain. Her senses were on full alert, and she did her best not to bump the car or drag the long metal blade on the concrete ramp. The men were talking about the prospects of the Seahawks in the coming pro football season, something Ramona felt was naively out of touch. The light from 3 burning vehicles was more than enough for her to see the leather cuts of the 2 bikers. They were leaning against the car. Damn. She was stressed and desperate to save time. She'd considered throwing something down the slope toward the parking lot like they did in the movies. Ultimately, that seemed like it would backfire, so she didn't. "Where's that beer, man?" one of them said. "In the trunk. But Pipehitter said we should wait until the psycho gets over here and takes off before we grab it." "Just one," the first said. He pushed off the car and turned toward his buddy. Ramona could see a Model 1911 pistol sticking in the back of his pants. His leather cut was tucked inside it so he could grab it quickly. "Where's them keys?" "Still in the ignition?" The second man moved off the passenger door to allow the thirsty one to open it. Ramona heard the door handle and latching mechanism. She could see the car wiggle as the big man stooped in and reached across to get the keys. "Remember when cars always came with 2 keys?" the first asked when he stood back up. "One for ignition, one for locks?" Ramona slipped back around to the driver's side. The man walked behind the car and opened the trunk. While shuffling the steps to get a good position over the small beer cooler, he felt something under his boot. "What the?" He bent over and looked at the ground in the tickling orange light. He pawed at the item and picked up the black balaclava. The very instant he stood, he saw a woman in dark gear, hair pulled into a tight ball on her head, and the orange glimmering flash of a razor-sharp edge that twinkled when the light hit it just right. He had no time to react. She'd timed the swing perfectly. Memory sliced through skin, fat, and blood vessels before burying itself into the man's C5 vertebra. Ramona had loosened her grip just a hair on impact, following through with the handle for just a split second. When it passed his chin, she retightened her grip and pulled. Hard. The blade unstuck itself as she sliced it through the cartilage of his throat. Her eyes were wild, her face catching some of the spray. The man made a sickening gurgle. In a flash, she laid memory down on the trunk lid. The man dropped the beer in the balaclava. She dodged around his left side, reaching for the 1911 and yanking it out of his waistband. She gave the man a good shove, allowing him to fall back past the end of the car. The nearly severed head hit the ramp with a dull thwap, and then lay at an unnatural, deformed angle. The other man stood up and spun, staring at the unreal sight. Then his eyes caught the figure in black. She just racked the slide and was regripping. He tried to pull his own pistol out of his front waistband when she sent 3 rounds into his chest. It wasn't the best group, but it only took the one that hit the aorta to do the magic. He fell to his knees, never even getting a good grip on the Luger he'd inherited from his grandfather. He fell forward to the ground, covering the growing pool of blood underneath him. Ramona tossed the gun into the car and took the keys from where they were hanging in the slot in the trunk lock. After pocketing those, she picked up the balaclava. It had some blood spray on it. Might as well keep it off, she decided. She used it to wipe her face as best she could. Note to self, be sure to bring handy wipes to the next bloodbath. Chapter 46. Fife to Tacoma. Okay, Jamar said. He had a small grin. This takes some getting used to, but it's pretty cool. He was driving with no lights, aided by one of the night vision devices Nelson had taken before they bugged out from the gas station fiasco. I bet nobody else is driving around like this. The grin wouldn't have grown had he known how untrue that was. The big truck they were following had left the casino within 2 minutes of the two choppers. The lack of activity at the closed facility could only have meant it was Wade. Jamar and Kevin gave a nod to the trooper who'd allowed them to pretend to be fueling based solely on the merit of their appearance and identifications. The truck tail lights disappeared around a curve about a half-mile ahead. We must be getting close to the Tacoma Dome, Jamar said. You ever been there? Once. Mom liked to plan trips to this side of the state a couple of times a year to get her city fix. We came to some Christmas expo one time. I always laughed because it was just before Halloween, and it felt like we were getting cheated out of that. How do kids in the sticks trick-or-treat? They were almost to the curve. They usually do something at school. We'd go trick-or-treating around the classrooms. Lame, Jamar said. In the device, he could see the top of the unique structure growing over the treetops. Not when the alternative is no candy. Jamar let the car slow to a stop with as little brake as possible. I think they have a big parking lot around that next curve. He saw a gravel driveway to the right. It was closed off simply by a piece of rope and a sign. He turned into it and put the car into the parking gear. I don't see a house. Let me go look, Kevin said. He was wearing the other device and had finally gotten the rarely used nylon head harness to fit just right. Is that off? He pointed to the car's interior lights. Jamar felt the switch position. Yeah. Kevin got out and easily stepped over the drooping rope. He took off at a jog. Jamar watched him move up the gravel drive under a canopy of treetops and disappear around a curve. Kevin returned less than 2 minutes later. He pulled out his pocket knife and sliced the rope that held the private property sign across the lane. It's just a bunch of sand piles and gravel, like a storage area. Comes out maybe 100 yards down on that parallel street, which looks industrial, like some sort of stone crushing or cement mixing factory. Lots of equipment, company vehicles. Jamar drove them through and turned left on the next paved road. Kevin's assessment held true. There was only 1/4 mile or so of road before they'd be forced to turn left or right by a stand of trees. Only gravel parking areas and short rectangular buildings lined the road, the only signs of life around them being the occasional light over a doorway. When he arrived at the T intersection, he chose left. In less than 200 feet, they'd dead-ended again. The only other option led them behind the building on their left. The right side and front were a thick belt of trees. Jamar pointed. I'm sure the dome is just through all of that. What's the plan? The butterflies that had been building in Kevin's gut were now culminating with the intense need to go take a huge dump. It was not a fun feeling. Jamar looked at him. The harnessed nods on his head reminded Kevin of an action movie hero. Plan? You think we got a plan, bro? He shut off the engine and opened his car door, triggering the young man from Republic to do the same. The unmistakable sound of motorcycle engines and gunshots could be heard quite clearly. Jamar checked his pistol. He was now using the Kydex holster clipped to his belt. He had 2 spare magazines in their own holster on the opposite hip. Kevin reached into the back seat and pulled out the Lent pump-action shotgun. In their haste to leave the flaming residence, his father had failed to grab the box of shells sitting on the end table near his recliner. 5 rounds of buckshot were it, and one was already chambered. He leaned it against the car door. You sure you know how to use that thing? I grew up hunting, Kevin said. I'm way more comfortable with this than some sort of battle rifle I've never operated. I got a bad feeling that you may be forced to use whatever you can find when those 5 shells are gone. Kevin pulled his pack out of the back of the car next, which had the bulk of the contents dumped out into James's truck back at the church. He still had his hydration bladder, an MRE, medical gear, some rappelling gear for woodland rescues, thick zip ties, and gorilla tape. The room, from removing any clothing, ponchos, bedding, brush-clearing tools, and navigation tools, had provided space for a 100-foot coil of rope. He swung the pack onto his back and cinched the straps. The men slammed the car doors. "How can you be in the Army and not know how to shoot an M4?" Jamar said as he started heading into the thicket. Kevin ignored it. He'd already explained the State Guard concept to his friend twice. They'd just pushed past the low branches of the first tree when a series of small explosions reverberated from off the dome's round surface. Kevin's urge to poop doubled as a result. The area before them was well lit in the green hue of their nods. The blown-open doors at the top of two of the dome's circumferential exit ramps were easy to spot. The occasional gunshots and screams emanated through the holes. To the lad's left was the parking lot they would have passed had they kept following Wade. To the right was the edge of the tree belt they were kneeling in. Ahead was the dome's north side, filled with the rectangular add-on building, loading ramps, and two holding areas. One had pieces of staging for rigging up during concerts. The other way appeared to have some metal outbuildings that looked like workshops. "The sprint here should be pretty fast," Kevin said. "I think we should go to the back by those loading bays." "There's no way to know if we can get in back there," Jamar said. "We know those doors are open." He motioned toward the nearest ramp. "I don't know, man. That's a long run to the bottom of that ramp. Whoever was on those motorcycles could show up at the top at any moment." "That could be true anywhere, though." They both went quiet for 10 seconds, an eternity at that moment in their lives. Plus, we'll be in the hallway that connects the tops of the bleacher seating all around the circumference. Kevin sighed and nodded. "All right." The two men both scanned everywhere they could one final time, and then took off at a full sprint. A scant 10 feet into their run, a huge explosion erupted on the far side of the dome. "What in the world was that?" The pair ran for their lives, stopping against the concrete wall at the bottom of an exit ramp from the dome's upper seating. Before Jamar could answer, a streak of light roared by, with the mild sound of a small rocket, ending in an explosion in the sky 5 seconds later. "Who the hell are these guys?" Jamar screamed at his partner. Chapter 47. LeMay Museum. After placing memory back into its scabbard on her back, Ramona patted down the second biker. He only had a big fixed-blade knife in a leather scabbard that bore the club's logo. After dragging the two bodies under the overhead covering of the building's main entrance, she found the battered Bulgarian RPG-7, or rocket-propelled grenade. The tube with its two handles and aiming sights leaned up against the corner of the front glass wall to the museum. An open case of the rockets sat next to it. She took off the lid to see sawdust covering what was one row of 3. There was an entire row missing above it based on the case's 8-inch depth, which accounted for the 3 flaming hulks near the dome that used to be police cars. She looked at her car, then the sloped nature of the area in relation to the drive between her and the large building to the east. The area did have enough rise to get to the second-floor auto display, but she didn't trust she could reposition the car by hand without losing control. Just a chance I'll have to take to create a diversion, she thought. She started the car and did a multi-point turn until the trunk was directly pointed at the lane a few feet below and straight at the southwest sector of the dome property. Anyone who saw the brake lights would surely notice. Her only hope was that her ultra-dark outfit and staying in the shadows of the wide building would be enough to keep her movements invisible. After getting the car aimed, she opened the trunk and put the partial case of rockets and the launcher in the trunk. Maybe they'll shoot at it and blow themselves up, she hoped. She pocketed the keys and left it in neutral with no parking brake engaged. She went to the hood end and pushed. The old beast moved slowly at first. By the time she had covered the 40-yard width of the museum, the car had built up some momentum. It dropped over the small retaining wall with a loud, crunchy scrape, but kept going. Where the connecting road south of the open field turned toward a parking lot, the car instead traveled the straight of the lane, picking up speed. Ramona was already a phantom. She'd hopped the wall she'd originally crept over and ran down the gentle grassy decline to the flat area. She sprinted down the museum's long side under the cover of the building itself. She had no time for the night vision. She was running in the dark, aided only by the flickering of flames from the crash site of one of the helicopters nearby. She rounded the long building and continued the sprint to the northeast corner. She caught her breath and quickly realized there was one true choice. Rather than the open field toward the main entrance, she would chance the parking lot just to her left. There were some decorative trees along its edge that separated it from the field. She picked her sprint back up in the lot, running east. Once to the end, she saw not the dome in front of her, but the end of the rectangular add-on building at its rear side. She leaped over a pair of dead soldiers when a shot rang out and skipped off the asphalt just to her right. The shot had come from straight ahead, at the top of a dome ramp exit for the upper seating. She adjusted right, running at an angle straight for the space under the ramp. Another shot hit her square in the front ceramic plate. She could hear yelling as she made it under the ramp. It stung some, but compared to the shotgun blast days earlier, the one small bullet's energy was bearable. "I know I hit you, pig," a biker yelled. Ramona ran along under the ramp toward its lower end. The man above was doing the same. Her path took her closer to the front entrance. When she had to duck too much, she pulled incisor off her back and detached the old strap from the two eye bolts and let it fall. She didn't want it to trip up her grip. She duck-walked along the concrete edge of the ramp that formed a safety wall for those coming down it. The biker foolishly rounded it, rifle still at the low ready. He was looking out to where he last saw her, visibility starting to diminish as the police car flames died down. With two gloved hands on the bat's rope handle, Ramona stood from her squat in the shadows and swung for a home run. She connected the big saw blade to the man's face. A scream of agony was interrupted by another rapid smash a second later. He fell to his butt. One more, and the man was gasping and choking on his own blood as he fell back to the ground. The screaming and its accompanying gurgling were like a symphony to her ears. She knelt back in the shadows and scanned toward the south. Two bikers were walking down there, away from her. The Mustang had rolled all the way to a stop against a parking lot booth that was out of her line of sight. The distraction had worked. She tossed the gasping man's rifle under the ramp and sprinted up the concrete slope, bright red blood dripping off incisor. Chapter 48. Northeast corner of the dome. Jamar raised the pistol, but it was dark, and the small glow-in-the-dark sights were all over, hard to keep steady in his line of sight. The sprint and stress were taking their toll. A pair of the metal doors at the top of the long, curved ramp had shadows of men on it. They were getting smaller. He slowed to a stop. "What is it?" Kevin asked. He caught up with and stopped next to Jamar. They were about 35 yards down from the coming enemy. "Spread out," Jamar said between breaths. First one man emerged, then a second. They were looking back and talking to a third who hadn't shown himself when the first one out caught sight of the two shadowy figures on the ramp. The subtle glow from the dim, faraway city lights was enough. He knew these couldn't be bikers. "Cops!" the man yelled as he raised a pistol. Jamar took a shot but missed just over the man's shoulder, still trying to get his breathing slowed. Kevin clicked off the safety on the borrowed shotgun. He put the small bead on the end of the barrel over the man's chest. The shot pattern was much more forgiving and found its mark when he pulled his trigger. The second biker stooped and moved right to lean against the wall. He leveled the AK-47 and watched his muzzle dip when he tried to shoot. His lack of training killed him. Nothing had happened when he thought he was going to shoot. Jamar slowed down and took a good shot, hitting him in the chest. Kevin had racked his shotgun and hit the man a second later. "There's still more on the inside," Jamar said. He'd started running up to verify the two downed men were no longer a threat. Kevin sprinted up the right side of the ramp, holding a very wide gap as he pivoted the shotgun and his body. From the far side of the large level landing area, he was able to get past the open doors. Jamar crept up to the damaged doorframe to peek. "I really don't want to do this." "Then don't." Kevin pulled one of the flashbangs the natty soldiers had given him out of his cargo pocket. Jamar's eyes went wide with delight as his buddy tossed the canister over to him. He pulled the pin and nodded to Kevin, who nodded back. He squatted low. With his hand barely 20 inches off the ground, Jamar reached around the corner on the damaged doorframe and tossed the stun grenade down the part of the hull he couldn't see. A short 3 seconds later, the loud explosion and blinding light revealed itself. Jamar and Kevin rounded the corner with raised weapons in time to see a biker picking himself up in the hallway and running around the curve. "We got cops on the northwest corner," they heard a radio on the wounded men outside blare. Kevin slipped back out and pulled out the small flashlight he always carried. The men were writhing, bleeding, and one was trying to roll over. Jamar stepped next to Kevin and shot each man in the head, startling his buddy. "Hey," Kevin said, "we can't kill them like that." "I used to think like that," Jamar said. He picked up the AK, a Glock, and a small portable radio. He handed the pistol to Kevin and then turned the radio down. "Watch the door, Kev." Kevin wasn't sure what to make of the killings. He and his friends used to joke about it in high school. There was a morbid game some of them would play called Marry, Screw, Kill. In a world with no consequences, who would you marry, who would you have sex with, and who would you kill? It was easy to talk a big game about killing. He found himself in such a world now, or at least half of one. There were either no consequences or deadly consequences, depending on which side of one bad decision one suddenly found themselves. He hadn't thought twice about taking the life of the man about to kill them, but shooting them while already wounded? About to die if they didn't get help? Did that make him just as bad as those he went AWOL from? "First, I need to live through the night," he decided. "Then I can think about things like killing a wounded killer." "Was it one cop? A chick?" an angry voice asked on the radio. "Or a bunch?" I don't know, man. It was like two dudes, but they had a flashbang." "We need to get moving," Jamar said. He holstered his pistol and flipped the AK battle rifle he'd picked up over to look at the action and discharge port. Dude forgot to take the safety off. Jamar took the mag out to verify it was loaded. Then he pressed it hard back into the mag well. Next he pressed the safety down, which allowed him to pull hard on the handle that charged the bolt. The round that had been in the chamber ejected unfired, but now he was certain it wasn't empty. "You good with that Glock?" he asked his buddy. Kevin pulled the slide back just enough to take the weapon out of battery. He saw a round in the chamber. "Finger off the trigger," Kevin said, repeating one of the firearm safety commandments his father had drilled into him. Jamar gave both directions in the hall a quick scan. They'd seen the biker go down the left curve. He chose to go right. When he came to the next small entry corridor into the area seating, he started to get next to the doorway to scrutinize it. The fire doors had been propped open, so from the short hallway he could see straight in at the tops of some of the seats. The view gave way to the middle of the floor on the end near the stage. In a creeping walk, he moved out to the seat backs of the upper level. He was on a cross path that allowed patrons to move left and right to get to their seating section. Kevin scooted in after him and moved right to the end of the section to look down the stairs toward the arena floor. "I see dudes with guns." "Me too. At least 3. "It's her," Kevin said, looking over at Jamar. They were about 40 feet apart, each looking down an aisle that divided seat sections. "About where we are, except on the other side of the stage and lower, down on the movable bleachers." Shots rang out, and Jamar ducked as they splashed into the metal frames and backs of the seats just to his right. Small fragments of plastic and steel splashed all around. He flattened himself onto the floor and started crawling backward to Kevin. "You mean that ninja with the ponytail?" he yelled. "That's her?" Shots were coming from at least 2 rifles, hitting in the general area of where Jamar had been. Kevin sneaked another peek. "They're shooting at her, too. I'm going to the floor. You cover her, but watch your back." He slunk back toward the small corridor that led to the big one around the dome's outer wall. After scanning left and right, he raised the shotgun. 3 rounds, then ditch it for the pistol, Kevin reminded himself as he ran left. He found a wide stairway, open with no guards, and a blind U-turn halfway down. He took the first apprehensive step toward the floor level. Chapter 49. West Side, Lower Seating. The shooting had started from the floor up to the other side's mezzanine. It didn't take long before Ramona was taking fire too. The rows of plastic stadium seating were bolted onto a large aluminum chassis. When unlatched and flipped flat, the rows could then fit under the row above when the section was retracted. The retractable bleachers made for a highly adjustable floor space and horrible ballistic cover and protection. She was lying on the floor space of an unfolded row, using the backs of the seats below to hide as best as she could. It took her several seconds to fully comprehend that the shooting in her general direction had stopped. In her best guess, there were perhaps 5 or 6 men with rifles scattered around the wide arena floor. There was a crowd of hostages huddled in a large group in the middle. Crying and the occasional scream could be heard. Sleeping pads from the emergency shelter were strewn about. 2 aerial work platforms were parked, one near the center, the other much closer to the stage. Both had their booms elevated, the baskets high up near the ceiling. Ramona felt a thud when she crawled backward and turned her head. She'd backed right into the heavy boots of a huge Chupacabras member. Under his bandana-covered head, the man sneered an evil smile. She tried to spin and get Incisor into position to jab him, but he was too fast. He bent and grabbed her by the arm, yanking her up and getting a knife under her throat. She dropped her bat and quit struggling. "Wade needs me alive," she said through barely opened teeth. "I got her," the big man yelled. His announcement echoed around the chasm. He was using both hands to control his prey. "Good work." It was Wade Curry's voice on the man's radio. Ramona viciously scanned the floor, looking around the crowd. She saw no sign of him, or Missy. The occasional shot still rang out and reverberated around as 2 men continued to take potshots at Jamar. "Tell her daughter's gonna pay slowly for her mistake." He sounded joyous. Scooter's voice came on the radio next. "Stay put, hound dog. Let us lock down these pigs before you move." "Cops!" Ramona screamed in her head. "No!" Her initial thought was to plead her case to her captor, to explain she didn't bring any help. Then she decided to tell Wade directly. "I didn't bring any cops!" She screamed it at the top of her lungs. She got no reply on the radio. Desperate, she shot her hands up to grab the forearm of the man's knife hand and try to push. She got just enough clearance that she dropped, turning herself into dead weight. The man had to loosen his grip with the other hand to keep her from pulling him over. Without knowing it, she'd just given Jamar the space he needed. The boom of the AK shot was much different from those sporadic shots the other bikers had been making with AR platforms. It hit the man in the spot just below the throat, right between the 2 bony prominences where the clavicles met. The round severed his spine on the way out the back. The man dropped back on the folding handrail in the aisle with a clang, lifeless. 3 rifles began to shoot rapidly in the direction of the muzzle flash. Chapter 50. The Floor. Kevin moved down the stairs as quietly as he could, looking both left and right in the large hall before stepping into it. He estimated himself to be near the right end of the stage. There were locked personnel and roll-up doors that led to the add-on building. In the other direction, restrooms, concession counters, and exits to the grounds. He moved around a corner with a shotgun at a high-ready position, coming face-to-face with a biker who was just coming off the floor in a nearly full-speed run. Kevin felt the panic of adrenaline once more, pulling the trigger and hitting the man squarely over the heart. He racked another shell. He kicked the gasping man's unslung AR away from him. They locked stares on each other. The biker could only gasp for a few seconds, staring into Kevin's soul with the wide eyes of fright. 3 of the 8 buckshot pellets had destroyed the man's heart. It would be over in a few seconds. He was probably trying to get up top and hunt down Jamar, Kevin realized. He moved toward the arena and could see the under area of the retractable bleachers to his left. Too many obstacles, he thought, in the millisecond that he wondered if going under there was a good idea. Death trap. He heard screaming from the floor. Not just the panicked hostages amassed in the center. Jamar hit someone, he decided. He squatted his tall frame and moved along the end of the long bleacher structure, kneeling near the last few rows to scan from concealment. He saw a biker on the backside of the aerial platform nearby, taking cover behind one of the tall, thick tires. He raised the shotgun and blasted, yanking on it a hair, which pulled his aim. His pellets hit the machine's heavy counterweight mounted to the end of the rotating carousel. They deflected into the man's face, losing their killing energy, but not the maiming kind. The biker dropped his rifle and started screaming in agony. He hit the floor, writhing. Kevin couldn't see any others. He cautiously moved out into the open, nerves racked. 1 shell left, he reminded himself. Once he scanned the bleachers to his left more thoroughly, he turned and sprinted for the far side of the machine. He'd have to deal with the wounded enemy, just as Jamar told him. The smell of gasoline was thick around the machine. He rounded the machine with a shotgun raised. The dark-clad Ramona was running up from the opposite direction. She couldn't believe her eyes. You're the Richardson kid. She tried to recall his name. Keith? Kevin? Kevin gave a small nod and the subtlest of smiles. "Howdy, Officer Perez." Lame, he thought, but it was the only thing he could think of to say. "My friend and I figured out you were in trouble." The man on the ground and bleeding between them stopped grunting in pain long enough to cuss them out. Ramona walked up to his head. That's when Kevin saw the black bat and saw blade. One drop of blood fell from it and hit the floor. "Where's my daughter?" Ramona pressed on one of the man's facial wounds with the fat end of the bat. "Where's Wade Curry?" The yell had become a scream of rage. "Coming in, don't shoot," Jamar said from down the same path Kevin had arrived. A few seconds later, his heavy running footsteps thudded to a stop next to Kevin. He nodded to Ramona, who was now standing sideways to the thug, the bat over the far shoulder. The biker resisted. "Give me a doctor and maybe I'll tell you, you cut." Ramona's golf swing struck true, the bat's heavy end and carbide teeth embedding into the man's head right across the ear. Wrong answer. She'd cut off the man's insult with the sickening slap of steel into meat. The new trauma split into the skull and brain. The man started to seize and make pained noises that Kevin never wanted to hear again. Ramona put her foot on the dying man's head and wiggled incisor to pull it free. It sounded like raw chicken hitting a cutting board when it freed in a trail of blood. Kevin worked hard to keep his last MRE in his belly. Jamar had a thought. He shot Kevin a look of concern about Ramona's emotional state. "Maybe your daughter's over with those people." He jogged past them to head that way. Ramona looked into Kevin's eyes, hers full of dread and tears. "I don't know where my baby is." Chapter 51. The Hostages. Ramona and Kevin had made it to the large group of hostages after Jamar. "Where's the leader of this gang? Where's Wade Curry? Have you seen a girl? 8 years old?" The group still on the floor numbered in the hundreds. They were eerily quiet. Not talking at all. But the guards were dead. It didn't make sense. "Somebody say something." "Something's wrong," Jamar said as he scanned the group. "Yeah," Kevin agreed. He started looking at every exit, looking in the bleachers. Both men were hunting for the unknown. The crowd whimpered. They sniffled. Some looks were frightened, terrorized, at a minimum concerned gravely. The radios that Jamar and Ramona had taken from the fallen chirped to life with Wade Curry's chilling, poetic voice. "Spider, spider on the wall, little piggy dressed in black. Will the angel take a fall? Will Piggy get her angel back?" It had become obvious that the sitting crowd had been compelled to be quiet through the fear of someone dying. "Where are you?" Ramona screamed, her agony bouncing off the dome ceiling. Wade continued. "Little Piggy broke the rules, ignored simple instructions. Would-be heroes helped the pig, ensuring self-destruction." Kevin pointed his shotgun over the crowd and moved around it to the left. "He's in the group." Jamar moved the opposite direction, stepping slowly, keeping his pistol up to be ready. Ramona stood, crying, screaming. "I'm going to kill you!" One last poetic taunt. The stunned crowd gathered silently, holding bated breath. Will they make it out in time? At the far end of the group, a man shed a loosely draped hooded coat as he stood, holding a young girl in front of him, with a pistol pointed into the top of her head. But it wasn't Missy, or will they die a fiery death? The citizen soldier, the correction officer, and the police officer all froze in place. Wade Curry could feel a rush through his body like he had never experienced. He keyed up the microphone on the radio one more time. "Burn it." A split second later, a series of explosions could be heard at the back of the building. "Where's my daughter?" Ramona screamed as she ran toward the psychopath. Wade warned with a broad smile. He shook the girl in front of him, streams of tears flowing over the tape that silenced her. "Give me my necklace, and the answer shall be revealed." Ramona stared at him, knowing there was no choice. She flipped the bat hard. It flew close to 30 yards, and then skidded a bit toward him. He walked to it, pushing his hostage, and took an admiring look at the bludgeoning tool. The smell of smoke began to emit from the backstage area of the wood building. Wade had a skeptical smirk on his face about the bat and his prized trophy, but he knew Ramona wouldn't be lying with her daughter's life on the line.
"We're more alike than you'll ever admit."
He looked up at the basket of one of the aerial platforms. Like the other one closer to the stage, it was parked up in the sky, maybe 20 feet below the crisscross truss walkways under the ceiling. The floor was constructed out of a gridded metal to allow wind and rain to pass right through. On the floor of the basket was Missy, tied up, mouth taped over.
"Baby!"
Ramona screamed. While all three of the would-be rescuers were looking up, Wade shot the girl in front of him through the top of the head, causing many of the hostages to scream in terror. Wade shot 2 rapid rounds each at Jamar and Kevin, since they carried long guns. Both dove to the ground. Kevin shed his pack so he could move more effectively. Wade had grabbed the bat and was just disappearing through a nearby exit when he raised the shotgun. Chapter 52. The Floor. Ramona was already running toward the base of the machine. "There must be a ground control to lower this thing." The panicked refugees started to stand, to yell at each other. The exits and fire doors all around the facility were slowly slamming shut by bikers, starting with those on the ground floor. An old homeless man stood and tried to run. His worn knees only worked so fast, but he was moving right toward the machine. Ramona got to it and feverishly looked over the multiple switches of the ground control station. Jamar could see she was trying to do too much, too fast, and accomplishing nothing. "Let me take a look." By then, the old homeless man, reeking of body odor and ragged, smelly clothing, arrived.
"Back in the day, I drove these things all the time,"
his raspy voice squeaked.
"There's a battery disconnect somewhere on there."
Jamar stepped away. "Please." He motioned to the man. He went to work at the panel.
"See, these things got the ground controls if someone gets shocked or something."
He flipped on the battery, and his face grew concerned.
"There should be a beeping until we start it."
He pressed the electronic choke and turned the key at the same time. Nothing happened.
"Uh-oh."
He went about trying to open the long access cover to look at the engine compartment.
"This is all your fault,"
Ramona yelled through tears at Kevin and Jamar. The smell of smoke was thickening. Flames suddenly crawled onto the stage and the wall behind it from the back area. Kevin ran off to check the other machine. Jamar tried to reason with her. "She'd be up there even if we weren't here." Ramona was crying. First, it was her husband and his parents. Now Wade was taking her daughter.
"I have to figure out how to kill myself,"
she thought. She slammed Jamar on the chest with the butts of both fists repeatedly. Each time they grew less intensive until she was broken. She fell onto the stranger's chest, sobbing. The old helpful man looked upset.
"They cut the battery cable. It won't start."
He used 2 hands to try to use the backup power on the machine.
"Some models have a separate battery for the emergency control."
He received no signal from the controls. There was no power.
"But not this one."
Missy was stranded at the top. Kevin came back. "I thought I smelled gas earlier. They cut the fuel line on that other one."
"I'll go see if the backup system works."
He scanned the 2 booms and baskets.
"I won't be able to drive it if it won't catch spark, but that boom might be able to reach the other basket."
He sounded doubtful. Another man showed up. He was wearing a shirt that implied he was part of the Tacoma Dome staff. "They're chaining up all the exits." Jamar looked at the growing fire at the back of the stage and pointed. "I bet they didn't chain back there. We'll never get 400 people through there in time," Kevin countered. Jamar was getting agitated. "But we can't let him get away."
"I'm not leaving my daughter,"
Ramona screamed above all of them. "Can you show me how to get to that catwalk?" Kevin asked the Dome employee. The man looked up. "There's a vertical ladder in a small room on the upper-level walkway." He took a set of keys out of his pocket and removed the correct one to hand to Kevin. "I'm not going up there with a building on fire, but knock yourself out." "I have rappelling gear," Kevin told Ramona. "I can get to her." For the first time, a sliver of hope crossed the wrinkles around her eyes.
"Don't screw with me."
She was at the edge of insanity.
"Can you truly save my Missy?"
Kevin looked at the old machine operator. "Try to get that other basket into action." He moved in front of Ramona and put a hand on her shoulder. "I'll either save her or die trying." Chapter 53. The Floor. Jamar and Ramona jumped onto the stage in a dead run. "Hurry!" Kevin yelled to the old homeless man, who had already moved to the machine. He had to use both hands to activate an emergency power toggle and any other needed toggle to make the boom or basket move in a variety of positions. When he started, the machine emitted a piercing motion alarm. On electric power, the long telescoping arm started to retract very slowly. The basket was up higher than the one that Missy was in, above the grid of catwalks. He was going to have to finesse the basket out of the ceiling without killing the battery. Kevin reached his pack, still sitting on the edge of the frightened crowd. People young and old were trying to find tools or equipment to push through the locked metal doors near the main west entrance. He opened the pack and retrieved his rappelling harness. He slipped into and buckled it, the nylon webbing forming a seat around his waist and legs. It had a thick canvas hoop on the front, called a belay loop. It would be how he attached to the rope. He'd done this several times in woodland rescue training, usually on shallow slopes for training purposes. He wasn't a hobby climber. This would be his truest and most dangerous rappel. He pulled out the 50-foot rope they'd taken for the National Guard striker. Next was his 60-foot length of paracord wrapped around a flat spool tool so that he could unwrap it by simply dropping it. Last came the only other piece of anglework gear he had with him, 2 climbing-rated locking carabiners and a Rescue 8 device. It was a piece of blue anodized aluminum that was milled to represent an 8 with a pair of wings on the lower bigger O. The series of curves and crannies provided a path to quickly loop the rope over it and provide friction for a controlled gravity-powered descent. Kevin scanned in the general direction of where the vertical ladder was. He'd have to get up there, knowing the bikers had gone around to lock exits. I bet they didn't get the uppermost level, he thought. Kevin looped the rope around his shoulder and trunk and clipped the hardware to his belay loop. He ran over to the lower retractable bleachers and ran right up one of the aisles, past 30 rows. He stood up on one of the foldable seats and reached up. Not quite. He stood on the 2 armrests and then stepped up with one leg onto the fixed back of one seat. He squatted and took a lunging jump up. The tall young man just got his fingers on the concrete curb of the mezzanine above. He groaned through a pull-up with the partial grip. When Kevin's chin was nearly there, he shot one arm up to the lower steel guardrail. Once he had hold of it, he was able to power up and pull himself onto the mezzanine. No time to be proud, he thought. He pushed himself up and ran up the steps, reaching the cross aisle several rows higher. He moved over to one of the leading corridors. Yes! They hadn't closed the fire doors this high up, choosing to leave them open to help the flames spread. Kevin turned toward the right and ran up the corridor, finding what looked like a locked janitorial closet. The key the man gave him worked. Inside, past shelves of supplies, was a wall-mounted steel ladder with an access hatch at the top. He ascended, knowing there was no time to waste. He pushed the cover open and crawled up. He was on a dusty roof over the small room and the nearby restrooms. Boot prints were abundant, telling him he'd found the load-bearing path. He walked several feet away and ascended another 20-foot vertical ladder that let him step off onto the closest segment of truss. He had full access to walk the 2-foot-wide metal deck that topped all the catwalks throughout the dome. Don't look down, Kevin. Every 6 to 8 feet, a vertical cable hung from an attachment point in the ceiling structure and hooked onto a pad eye on the truss with a shackle. Separately, there were horizontal cables directly over all the trusses. Without proper fall protection and lanyards to hook to that cable, Kevin had only the vertical load-bearing cables to grab onto as he passed them. He found it easier to walk the plank looking out about 15 feet rather than at his own boots. It kept him from getting nervous by not bringing the ground into view so distinctly. Kevin took a bit of time. He wouldn't help anyone falling 100 feet to his death. The flames were moving up the wall and ceiling over the stage area and moving left and right onto the dome ceiling. Smoke was making his nostrils burn. It motivated him to get the task done quickly. He got as close as he could to the basket that Missy was trapped in. "Your mom sent me." The bound and muzzled girl couldn't respond, but she looked terrified. She lay deathly still, having learned not to shift weight and make the basket bounce on the hydraulic piston of the extended boom. "Just be still." Kevin took the closest end of the rope coil and tied a figure-8 knot with a bight, or loop, that he could attach to one of the carabiners. There was a better knot that he'd been taught, one that would keep the hardware from moving around, but in the stress of the moment, he defaulted to one of the knots he knew best. He needed to retrieve the rope when he got to the basket. He hooked one carabiner to the bight of rope and stooped. He passed the end through the side of the truss and ran it up and over a piece of the 2-inch wide structure. Once he clipped the carabiner over a piece of the running rope, he was good. He took the remaining coil off his shoulder and trunk and let it fall to its full 50 feet. It dangled about 8 feet from the basket, roughly 20 feet down. "Backup knot," he yelled in his mind. "Stupid. Can't waste time like that." Kevin pulled the rope up until he had the far end in his possession. He tied an overhand knot at the far end and pulled tight to make sure it stayed put. It would be the thing that stopped him from sliding off the end of the rope if something went wrong. Next, he tied an end of the paracord spool to the same carabiner with the bowline and let the rope fall to play itself out. This would be his tagline. It would be how he pulled the carabiner and rope back to himself once he was in the basket. The entire rope would pull up and through the truss and then fall, but he would be in possession of it as long as he didn't drop his tagline. "I'm coming!" The rescue aid was already tethered to his belay loop. He pulled on the rope and ran it around the curves appropriately. The hazard would be in getting below the truss. He carefully climbed down it until he got into a pull-up hang. With one hand, he grabbed the rope below the point where it passed through his hardware. Pinning that to his hip, he took a big breath and let go of the truss. Fear and instincts had him grab the upper section of rope with his free hand. But true to his training, all he did was swing. He used the pinning hand to start playing rope toward the descender device. With little strength required, he was able to slide down the rope safely and quickly. "Almost there, Missy." He used his body weight to get a swinging motion going, and after 4 tries had the inertia to get a foot on the basket. He grabbed on and transferred some weight to it, which made the machine bounce some. The girl let out a squeal of fright under the duct tape. Kevin moved a bit slower and more cautiously to climb into the basket. He tied the dangling paracord to the basket's guardrail and unwrapped the main rope from the rescue 8. "My name is Kevin," he said as he scooped the girl up and cleared her mouth of the tape.
I'm Melissa."
She was frightened but trying to be brave. Kevin pulled out his pocket knife and went to work on the rope bindings. "Your mom said I can call you Missy. Is that okay?" He wanted the girl to trust him for what he was about to demand of her. She nodded bravely. "Good. Now let's get out of here." Chapter 54. Backstage. The fire was spreading wildly along the back wall of the stage, crackling, devouring. "To the left," Ramona said, jumping down onto the floor over the 4 steps. Jamar followed. She had taken a rifle from a dead biker on the run to stop Wade. There was a forklift, large shipping boxes, racks of big lights. Jamar ran to one of the tall roll-up doors from the attached building. He peered right, looking behind the stage, and could see the seat of the fire roaring. The height of the space was the only reason the air was clear enough to see. They could breathe for the moment. "We need to bust through this door," Jamar said. "No, that inferno could be on the other side. See the paint?" It was starting to get raised bubbles on the metal. "Over there," Jamar said, the red light of an exit sign cutting through the dark space on their left. They ran to it and pushed the wide panic bar. The door only opened a couple of inches. The cool night air felt like the fresh breath of guardian angels. "We need to bust through this." "Wait!" Jamar could nearly see the light bulb light up, whatever Ramona's brilliant idea was. She handed him her rifle and ran over to the small propane-powered forklift. It wouldn't start, even though the electronics had come on. Jamar ran over to her. "Put on the seatbelt. It probably has a safety switch on it." Ramona did as he suggested, and it started on the first try. She fiddled with the parking brake and levers, finally figuring out how to raise the forks. "Stand back." Jamar moved, and she started to drive toward the metal door. "Wait," Jamar said. She hit the brakes. He ran to her. "If you go too fast, you might just punch the forks through the skin of the door. Wait a second." He moved to the front and adjusted her right fork so that it was all the way over next to the left one. "Slowly. Drive up and place these next to the latch, not on the hinge side." Ramona figured out what he meant and positioned the machine up to the side that was chained on the outside. "Now, punch it." Ramona flattened the pedal. The door's hardware ripped off when the chain didn't give. The forks pushed the door open. She backed up and dismounted. Jamar ran out first, moving the AK to the raised position. Ramona looked back. The stage was well involved in flame. Nobody else would be escaping that way. She ran out and followed Jamar several feet out. "Hold up." Jamar stopped and looked at her, handing her back the second rifle. She looked at his duty belt. "Do you have nods?" Jamar nodded, a bit embarrassed he hadn't remembered. He took the night vision and its harness out of the pouch they'd come in. "Kevin hooked me up with these." Ramona and Jamar each donned their night vision devices and turned them on. They took a breath and scanned. "See the flashes? I think they're a gang and cops battling it out in several locations a few blocks out." "That would explain why no cops have shown up," Jamar said. Ramona pointed up and left. "See that ramp? Yes, we came in on one like that on the east side. We're about to go past it." She took a glance at the AK. "You made a great shot with those iron sights, but you'll find a scoped AR under the ramp at the far end next to a dead dirtbag. See if you can take out some of those bikers south of the LeMay Museum. We can sneak back out on the west, but I think there's more over there now, based on hearing those firefights." Ramona waited for him to nod and then started running. Time was wasting. "Where are you headed?" Jamar yelled as he ran to keep up. "To find Wade." She knew where he'd be, but she wasn't breaking stride to explain it. She kept going toward the front as Jamar slowed his sprint. With the night vision, finding the AR under the ramp was easy enough. He moved around to the very end and sprinted up all the way to the top. He could smell heavy smoke in the blown-open doorway. Breathing hard, he spun and saw bikers to the southwest, almost 200 yards past the running Ramona. He put his elbows on the concrete parapet of the ramp and aimed. All the running had winded him, making it difficult to keep the crosshairs still and in focus. He messed with the adjustment ring a bit, then let a round fly. He saw the man fall. Jamar pulled his eyes off the scope just in time to see Ramona make the curve and run out of sight. She was truly in the open and on her own. Some of the men fighting the cops and soldiers on the far edge of the property had turned to see what happened to their buddy. Jamar took another shot, just missing one. They went scrambling, and some went running back in full retreat. They must have seen Ramona, he realized. Jamar found a leg sticking out from behind a tree in his scanning. He took his time and held steady. Even if he missed, he might see an impact that would tell him which way his misses were off. He cracked a shot and saw the bullet hit the shin just a few inches below the knee he'd been aiming at. Suddenly, the concrete right below his elbows exploded, showering him with pieces of bullet fragment. "Damn!" Jamar ducked behind the small wall. He looked down the ramp. "I'm easy pickings for a counter-sniper if I go that way." He looked at the smoke drifting out of the top of the doorway. Jamar kept low in a crouching walk. Back into the burning dome he went. Chapter 55. The Mustang. Ramona rounded the front curve of the Tacoma Dome in a counterclockwise direction, the smashed and burning wreck of 2 police cruisers to her right. One was still in the street, the other had come to rest upside down on the concrete and steel security pylons that parted the road from the property. A third was farther south, just past Brotman Way, which the classic Mustang had rolled onto from the short museum driveway she had pushed it down earlier. She ran toward her right, moving closer to the straight lane of D Street and its parallel sidewalk and a bit away from the pedestrian path that circled the arena. On the sidewalk, a set of trees and bushes formed on her left. Just as she was sprinting past those, she caught sight of her Mustang, trunk dented in a bit as it came to rest halfway into the thin guard shack. The tiny building was half the size of a modern coffee vendor booth, meant only as a rain cover for parking attendants who staffed the lot just past it. "Wade." Ramona saw him in the car's driver's seat, bent over. She angled toward her husband's car and raised the rifle. Ramona pumped the brakes when 2 men popped up from the far side of the car and moved around. One had a rifle aimed just below her feet, the other a pistol. 2 more came out of the long, dark recesses closer to the dome, one with a large bowie knife, the other bearing 2 hands on the long oak shaft of a 2-bladed battle axe. Ramona was at a full stop, less than 30 feet from Wade and her car, suddenly surrounded by bikers. She could see her nemesis trying to hotwire the Mustang. "Don't kill her," Wade said out the open driver's window. Still, the men inched closer, intent on capturing her. She was a cop, and they hated her simply for that. "Drop it." The man with a rifle pointed at her face looked ready to pull the trigger. She evaluated the standoff and slowly lowered the weapon, finally dropping it. "There's just too many, too spread out," she thought. Ramona slowly reached up with her right hand and pulled Memory the machete out of its sleeve. Men would pay if they wanted to touch her, and the price was flesh and blood. "We'll take her." It was the squat one with the long braided beard standing behind her. Ramona kept slowly moving, head turning, eyes darting, trying to keep an eye on all four. The two near the car seemed content staying put. The others were continuing to come toward her from behind. Suddenly, the short, thick man lunged toward her, swinging the axe out in front of him to get her to drop the machete. Instead, she pivoted her upper body to pull memory back and took a fast step to her left. She came down with a chopping motion, but his wide eyes caught it, and he followed his axe's momentum away from her when it passed. The knife wielder moved around his buddy and jumped toward her. Ramona backpedaled a step and got memory back in front of her. She did a quick scan. The one with the rifle was barely 8 feet behind her. She took a fast lunge at the knifeman and then ducked when he tried to jab the shiny fixed blade into her front plate. She slashed memory across the man's front, the sharp edge slicing through the lower flaps of his open leather vest and flannel shirt. The man let out a surprised yell as she moved past him. "The wench cut me!" She immediately slashed back to her right and caught him in the back of the neck. Not a mortal wound, it still took him out of the action as he fell forward screaming and trying to place his hands on the bleeding, exposed vertebra. The shorter, dwarf-like man compared her to a female dog as he moved in and tried an overhand swing with his axe. The bikers only took orders from Wade to a certain extent. The game had just changed. His girthy weight provided power for the weapon, but decreased his agility. He missed when Ramona jumped to her right, the axe sparking on the asphalt upon impact. She chopped down, and he put his arm up. She hit him on his left forearm. The leather, skin, fat, and muscle resisted, but did not stop the machete. It took bone to do that. Memory embedded itself into the man's radius bone and got stuck. He screamed and yanked back. Blood on the handle and her thick, hard-knuckle gloves aided him as a blade pulled out of her grasp. Ramona felt exposed. Instantly, she spun and sprinted back toward the car. The one with the pistol stepped in front of her, and she tackled him with all her momentum. The man impacted the passenger door and window with his back, sending out a huge gasp as he lost his air for a bit. She grabbed him by the shoulders and threw him to the right toward the one with the rifle. The man stumbled when his brother biker hit his legs, but he did not fall. Ramona saw Wade messing with wires and a pocket knife under the car's dashboard. They locked eyes, his head and arms restricted by the steering column. He looked surprised, upset, out of his mind that the plan was falling apart. Incisor was lying on the passenger seat, literally right there. She punched the window with every ounce of energy, the old glass no match for the fiberglass striking shell that covered her knuckles. Wade's face changed to surprise when she rapidly reached down into the trophy tool bat, yanking it out of the car. "No!" Ramona spun just in time to see the rifleman moving in on her. She swung Incisor up and hit the muzzle. The man shot into the air, but she moved in and took one hand off the bat, shoving him. She swung again, catching his hand on the grip with the blade. The gun and pieces of 2 fingers fell to the ground. One more swing, and Incisor plowed through a blocking arm and into the man's head, sending him falling and thrashing in agony. The pistol man was still searching the ground for his weapon when Incisor plowed into his face under the power of a golf swing. Behind her, the battle troll had managed to take memory out of his arm and tossed it away behind him. He had a gush of blood running out of his left sleeve. "I'm gonna gut you like the pig you are." With a one-handed grip, he swung wildly back and forth as he ran toward Ramona. She ran toward him and dropped into a roll, doing a childlike somersault, popping up next to him. She flashed Incisor up as he spun and swung on her, putting one of her hands up top between the 2 sides of the blade. The axe hit squarely on the handle of the protective metal on Incisor's barrel. The force splintered the part of the wood it contacted, but the barrel stayed structurally intact. Ramona lost her grip on the bloody bat, and it went flying. The man snarled through his pain, an evil smile on his face. With her left hand, Ramona pulled the dark karma out of the top of her cargo pocket. She pressed the locking tab near the hinge end and flicked the 9-inch jagged-toothed pruning blade out. It made a snap as it clicked into place. The man moved toward her. Ramona lunged and made a backslash motion, catching the short, troll-like biker's fat, fleshy neck. The pruning blade ripped open the man's throat. He'd forgotten he was dealing with a powerful, angry mama bear. He dropped his axe and tried to squeeze the flesh of his windpipe back together. A sick gush of blood spewed out when he exhaled, and pulled blood in to choke him when he tried to breathe. He fell to his knees, desperate to breathe with no blood to interfere, and failing. Ramona turned and bent to pick up Incisor and finish him off. She just got her fingers on the rope handle when a thick boot stepped on them. The knuckle plate kept the pain just to her fingertips, but her hand was trapped. Panting and tired, she looked up. Wade Curry sent a crashing blow directly into the bridge of her nose and eyes. Chapter 56. In the Basket. Kevin unclipped his harness from the figure-8 knot and worked the knot back out of the rope. He eyeballed the flames, which were growing in intensity up the wood walls. Slowly they were marching left and right, too. It wouldn't be long before super-hot gases started to amass at the top of the dome. Working with renewed fever, he used the paracord tagline, which worked perfectly. It pulled the carabiner at the top toward him, pulling the rope away from him and up. Shortly after the carabiner reached him, he squatted to connect it to one of the vertical structural supports of the machine's basket. Just the energy from a rapid weight shift transferred into the long boom, sending several scary but smooth bounces back up to the basket. Missy gave a terrified squeal, still holding on to the lower guardrail for dear life, face wrinkled in fear under her tears.
Please don't do that.
Sorry, a stressed Kevin said. He reclipped the carabiner around the rope once he'd passed it around the piece of structure. Both rope and tagline fell into place under the new anchor. He looked down and could see it was still at least 30 feet shy of the floor, maybe more. He looked over at the other machine. To his credit, the old, worn-looking homeless man was still at its ground control panel. On backup power, he'd managed to retract the boom some, then lower its angle once it wouldn't smash into the gridded beams. He was still lowering the angle, then stopping to re-extend the basket as far as he could. It was very slow with the emergency backup power. Kevin had serious doubts about it reaching, and if it did, it would be about 10 feet off the ground, which was no good. He unclipped the tagline and pulled the paracord into the basket. "I have to tie you to me so we can lower, my friend," he said as calmly as he could.
No, I don't want to go.
She was crying. "We have to." Kevin put a reassuring hand on the child's shaking knee. "I won't drop you. That's a promise. But I also promised your mother I'd bring you down. This is the only way." He broke eye contact to work on the double-bited version of the figure-8 knot, which would give her a loop to put each leg into individually. He was worried about the thin diameter of the paracord. It would put a lot of pressure on the girl, which meant it would hurt. But the nylon casing was the real issue. Will the knots have the friction to stay put? But what choice do I have? "I need you to stand up." Kevin spoke firmly, trying not to scare her even more. "Come on, we have to go or the fire will get us. You need to be as brave as your mommy." That spoke to Missy's heart. She put her hand into his. Kevin pulled her to standing, and she went back to clutching the basket rails with her arms wrapped hard. The basket wiggled some, causing her to whine in fright. "Step into these hoops one at a time." Missy did as she was told, which then allowed Kevin to form a big loop in the next portion of the paracord. He passed it over her head. "Arms up, Missy." She made a brave face and put her arms over her head. Kevin dropped the loop over her and then cinched it around her torso. "Arms down." She complied immediately, grabbing the rail with one hand. Kevin tied a securing knot around the intersection of the loop and the cord running up from the figure-8 knot that created the leg loops. How to connect, he worried. Then he remembered he no longer would need to retrieve the climbing rope. Still kneeling, he was able to disconnect the second carabiner from the climbing rope and then tie the rope to the structure with a bowline. At the leg loop knot, he connected Missy directly to his harness belay loop near the front of his waist. He reached down and pulled the rope up, running it around the curves of the Rescue 8 device. Finally, he clipped the carabiner on that to his belay loop. After double-checking the locks on the carabiners, he scanned his knots. Time to go. He operated the self-locking latch on the door of the basket's end behind him and swung the door open. He backed up to the edge with his heels, feeling that he would need to step over a 6-inch tall kick plate by his feet when he was ready. He stuck his arms out. "Hold on tight, for dear life." The terror-stricken girl reached up and pulled herself up, squeezing around his neck. Kevin had to squeeze his neck muscles just to keep his airway open. "This first part is going to be scary bouncy. Just hold on no matter what. The rope will hold." The girl had wrapped her legs around his waist. He'd have to figure out how to adjust that in a bit. The immediate order of business was to get weight transferred to the rope. With her clinging like a baby chimp, He held onto the basket and squatted to get a grip on the thin edge of the metal kick plate that wrapped around the entire basket. Time to commit. He stepped off with both feet, and they swung wildly while he was in the pull-up position. Missy screamed in his ear.
"Is that it?"
She prayed the worst had passed. Kevin was under too much exertion to answer. He let go with one hand, then the other, and once more they swung wildly. He grabbed the rope that was passing between him and Missy. Between that swinging and the bouncing of the boom and basket, it took nearly 30 precious seconds for them to stabilize. But when they did, they were upright and ready to descend toward the backup knot at the rope's other end. The 17-year-old high school senior had always been a big kid. A bit slow, but by the time he was 13, even his father couldn't knock him over. His sophomore year, the football coaches switched him from defense to offense due to slow speed. He had been the best center in the county ever since. This was the year he might move from the county-wide all-star list to the statewide one. As a trained guardian, he was scouting the arena. His cohorts, along with some adult men, had managed to break through the doors. They weren't all doomed to die an agonizing, fiery death. "Come on, old-timer," he yelled at the slow-aged man trying to maneuver the basket on the aerial platform. The teen was near the edge of the fleeing crowd. The old man was nearly a football field away. "Quit messing around with that. We have an exit." The old man, not wanting to stop the painfully slow process of moving the second machine's boom, tried to point up at the basket much closer to the young man with his head. "Up there!" His voice dry and hoarse from years of living under bridges. He could see it wasn't working. The lad was running at him with a perturbed expression. "Let's go!" The very large youth yelled once more, this time from perhaps 30 yards. He was waving wildly. The old man still needed both hands to move the second machine into place. "Up there!" The old man tried nodding his head to point. He felt his throat ache from the scream. The room was getting quieter as most of the refugees had filed out. The crackling and popping sounds of the wood dome's fire were becoming as noticeable as the gaseous layer of haze slowly pushing down. The football player looked up. The first thing that caught his attention was the thick layer line of grayish-black smoke. Then he saw what the bedraggled stranger was nodding at. A soldier and a little girl, dangling precariously as they slowly moved down the rope. The other basket that anchored it was now sitting in unbreathable air. The hot gases would start melting things before too long. The athlete ran back toward the spot under them and looked up. "That rope's too short!" The man above ignored him, and while chemistry wasn't his strong suit, the teen knew enough to know the pair couldn't go back up. He knew there was no time to find a ladder that may not even exist in the building. He saw the crowd thinning at the exit. He recognized his quarterback and the cheerleader next to him that he was dating. An idea was born. Ridiculous and desperate. He ran over to the exit, shook his buddy, and pointed. Seth, look, they're trapped." His buddy looked up to where the big lineman was pointing. "Whoa, we need a ladder or that machine. That guy'll save them. That must be 25 feet up, maybe more. Come on!" The quarterback's girlfriend was pulling on his hand to leave. The big center wouldn't let it go. "It won't be in time. We need the girls. We need everyone. I have an idea, but it's going to take all of us." His expression was dire, one of life and death. Kevin had slowly figured out how to position his hands, keeping one on the girl and another pinching the rope to his hip. He was nearly to the backup knot at the end of the rope. They were literally at the end of the line. The girl yelled into his ear, "I'm scared." "Me too." She shifted her weight and her grasp suddenly. The thin paracord rescue harness he'd crafted simply had too much slack in it. The nylon sheathing made the knots loosen. She slipped and landed heavily in the leg loops. To Kevin's horror, her arm slid out of the loose loop around her chest and torso. She flipped upside down, screaming a blood-curdling cry. Kevin let go of the rope pinned to his hip, and it started pulling through the Rescue 8 device. He managed to get his hand and grip firmly on her arm. They slid the last 5 feet of the rope, the stopper knot jamming itself onto the descender tool. The energy jolted them, swinging them and the rope wildly. Her weight pulled him over, and he spun trunk down, pivoting on his carabiner. She continued to scream as she fell completely out of the makeshift leg loops. He put his other hand on her other arm. His grip was the only thing keeping her from falling to the hard floor below. Chapter 57. West Side Interior. Jamar choked on the smoke. It wasn't thick yet, not like the top of the building, he knew, but it was enough to make him crawl despite good visibility. His chest grew tight, wheezy. He stuffed the night vision into the pouch on his duty belt and took off his uniform shirt, tossing it aside. With no bandana or handkerchief, he was forced to improvise. Desperation and his own brawny strength were no match for the hem of the dark blue t-shirt tucked into his pants. He tore up a good rip, then used his teeth to create a cross-tear. Soon he'd ripped off the entire bottom 5 inches of the shirt. He tied it around his head, crossing the bridge of his nose. Dropping to a belly crawl, he pressed elbows, knees, and the steel toe tips of his black boots into the smooth concrete floor. He cradled the AR left to right over his arms, having to put a hand on it to keep it from walking off. After 40 painful yards, he saw an exit sign through the haze. He headed for it and found it chained shut. He pushed on the door. Maybe, he thought. It opened about 9 or 10 inches due to slop in the chain when the bikers locked it. He set the rifle on the floor next to him and pushed an arm and shoulder through the gap. This is gonna suck. He knew this exit would come out somewhere in the main lobby, but no matter how hard he pushed with his feet, he couldn't get his chest and back to pass through the gap. He pulled on the door's edge with the other hand and gained another inch. I can't die here like this. Jamar wiggled back out before he got himself so stuck he was trapped. He grabbed the weapon and resumed the crawl. Soon the breeze of the broken doors at the southwest ramp graced his sweaty face. He picked up the pace. Thank you, Lord, he thought as he crawled out onto the platform at the top of the ramp. He pulled the makeshift mask off and rolled over onto his back, taking in fresh air like a drowning man swallowing water. Jamar rolled back over and started to push himself up when he caught sight of a biker at the bottom of the ramp. He was watching something before him intently. Hiding. Waiting. Jamar crawled back on the flat platform as far as he could before cautiously coming to his knees. He shouldered the rifle and crept in a one-knee kneel toward the ramp's edge. The biker was gone. He got a second foot from under him and kept a squat as he slowly walked down the ramp. Muscles were already spent from the crawl. He felt his thighs shaking from the extended crouch that was meant to keep him below the ramp's parapet wall. At the bottom, he moved toward the small concrete wall and slowly rounded it. Ramona. She was 20 yards away, in a fight against one biker, 3 more all around her, bleeding heavily. A strong hand grabbed the barrel from around the other side of the ramp wall and yanked the tired CO out into the open shadows. Jamar fell and rolled. A man leaped on top an instant later. Jamar tried to get into a position flat on his back, but the strong biker named Scooter kept him pinned over one arm, his own weight pressing hard on Jamar's ribs and back muscles. You should have stayed home tonight, cop, Scooter said. He kept his forearm pressing on Jamar's one free arm and landed punch after punch with his other hand. He'd thrown 4 solid blows before Jamar even reacted. Exhausted and winded, all he could do, trapped on his side and partially rolled, was get his top leg under the other man's left leg. His strength and flexibility were the saving graces. He retracted his leg, pulling the opponent's leg up and with him as he did. He trapped the man's leg between his own, which forced the biker's 2 arms from what they were doing to the ground. As Scooter tried to stabilize and pull his trapped leg free, Jamar was finally able to roll back toward a more open position. He smashed the man in the nose, crunching cartilage. He freed the man's trapped leg and planted his feet on the concrete sidewalk, scooting himself backward. He got to his back and did a kickflip. Pushing off the ground with hands over shoulders, he pulled his knees toward his chest, rolled up, then kicked his legs out. He landed on his feet in a partial squat. It was a move he'd done at least 100 times in his martial arts training. Scooter pushed himself up, hands and toes on the ground. Jamar landed his boot into the man's chin before he could stand all the way, breaking Scooter's jaw and whiplashing his head and neck. The man fell forward and hit his forehead hard, knocking himself out. Panting, Jamar turned his attention to Ramona. Stop! Wade Curry was standing there. Ramona was on her back, barely moving, semi-conscious, at the monster's will. Wade had the black war club in his hands. He looked into the shadows and smiled at Jamar. Wade just smiled. Make me. He swung Incisor back like a splitting maul. Jamar ran to the rifle and scooped it up. He flicked the safety as he pulled it to his shoulder and swung to find Wade in the scope. The bat was moving down with a huge blast of strength. Tired and breathless, Jamar pulled the trigger with a shot, the crosshairs still moving on Wade Curry's dark gray shirt. Incisors smashed down into Ramona's left knee with full force, ripping it open as he pulled it with a powerful follow-through. The pain shook the cop from her stupor, screaming a chilling tale of agony. It was a screech Jamar never wanted to hear again. Another shot rang out. A biker was approaching from beyond the Mustang. The bullet barely grazed Jamar's left shoulder, sending a hot stinging sensation to his brain. He saw the motion of the new threat and engaged, hitting the man in the head at least once in a 3-shot flurry. He ran toward the Mustang. Wade Curry was gone. Jamar swiveled left and right, slowly reaching Ramona. Her knees split open. She was conscious. Her face was swollen and battered.
"Did you get him?"
Ramona asked through bloodied teeth. Jamar could see a blood trail that disappeared into the dark.
"He's hit, but he ran off." "You're bleeding."
Jamar looked at his upper arm, but then turned his attention back to her knee.
"It's nothing compared to your leg. Do I need a tourniquet?"
Her face was contorted with severe pain.
"Maybe."
Jamar looked around for any other approaching threats and saw none.
"I don't carry one. Under my left armpit."
Jamar knelt and set the rifle down, pulling a nylon pouch off its Velcro holder on her tactical vest. He pulled the bag open and found not just a tourniquet, but an Israeli pressure bandage. The vacuum-sealed bag had a thick, sterilized bandage inside, which had 2 strong elastic wraps sewn on. When wrapped tightly, it could cover a good-sized wound and hold pressure almost as good as a person. Jamar pulled out his folding knife and cut away some of the pants. There was an active bleed, darker than brighter. He hoped it was a vein, not an artery. Hands shaking, he ripped open the package and went to work.
"My baby?"
Ramona asked softly, hopefully through her pain. Jamar shook his head, knowing the fire inside would soon get big enough to take over the roof.
"I don't know."
Chapter 58. The Arena Floor.
"Let her drop! We'll catch her!"
The football center had taken charge. He had 4 other big young men with him. Kevin couldn't trust them.
"No! Find a blanket or something else to catch her!"
Missy was screaming hysterically. She wasn't heavy, but she was swinging on a rope anchored to a machine that bounced. He was pivoted upside down at the waist. It was just a waiting game. What would get them first? Fire or gravity? There was no time. The big kid and his friends were yelling at the rest of their teammates. They got on the floor on hands and knees.
"Form up!"
First it was just the center and the quarterback yelling it. More and more people gasped as they came back in from having escaped the fire.
"There's a girl who needs saving,"
they heard.
"A little girl. It'll take all of us."
It wasn't just the football team. Women and men who had lost their homes trickled back in. Homeless people, city and dome employees. Slowly, dozens of people who had escaped came back. The fire at the back was growing, but they had time. At least a little of it.
"Build a base."
The cheerleaders and other high schoolers took charge as the football team became the foundation of the structure. Any person who looked strong, husky, was urged to get next to the large kids on the floor. A second row started to form soon thereafter.
"Not on your knees,"
the head cheerleader yelled.
"Stand up. We need height."
The girls were rapidly picking those who would form the next tier, people durable enough to hold the partial weight of many others over them, and those who would not be nimble enough to climb. The human building wiggled as people climbed onto the backs of others. The base continued to expand. The strong and nimble climbed onto the shoulders, hips, and backs of the first row, then stepped onto the wide stance quads of the second. Once one had gotten onto shoulders, he'd help pull up another next, and she helped the next. The third row was holding each other up, interlocking arms and grips, shins leaning against the heads of those below. Missy's screams grew as she felt her arms slowly slipping down. Her wrists slid into Kevin's grasp.
"Don't drop me!"
Kevin felt hot beads of sweat building under his cap. He knew he'd never be able to face himself if he couldn't hold on. The cap fell off his head, finding the gaps between the amazing pile of humans building below. They were getting close. With the outstretched arms of him and Missy, with the length of her body and legs. What is that? Maybe 22,
23 feet? This might just work, he thought with hope and elation, not yet wondering what he would do to save himself. "What are you doing?" He heard voices screaming from across the arena. "Everyone needs to evacuate!" With no warning, he lost his grip on one of Missy's wrists. Her screams had devolved into whimpers of terror, her tears flowing continuously. Kevin could see the top of the rescue pyramid. It was just out of reach. Then an angel appeared. A petite girl, small if she was a senior, climbed on the shoulders of the girls under her. She was dainty, probably only 80 pounds and a few inches taller than Missy, but she looked strong, and she had the confidence of a girl that had been flipped by her cheerleader counterparts to perform airborne stomach-knotting flips many times over many years. With her bare feet on the shoulders of 2 other girls on her team, she stood with outstretched fingers. They were but a couple of feet below Missy's kicking feet. The human pile made a collection of groans. Those at the bottom were straining and tightening core muscles to bear the incredible weight above them. The lone young lady on top locked eyes with Kevin. "Drop her to me." Kevin looked doubtful. She spoke to him with a poise and calmness that he'd never experienced before, her green eyes pleading with him. "Trust me." Kevin and Missy were still swinging a few feet back and forth. He could feel the sweat pouring. His head throbbed. His hands were shaking, holding on to the one arm of the wailing girl. "Dad, if you're there," he prayed. "God, please help." "You have to believe, Missy." When the swing of the rope drifted them to the heroine below, Kevin let go. Missy's ensuing shrill shriek was short-lived. The older girl caught the younger. The cheerleader started to fall back. One of her teammates below broke the shoulder lock with the one next to her and threw a hand up, placing it on the butt of the top lady. One of the others grabbed her behind the knee. Once stable, she passed the bawling girl down through the center of the 4-girl ring under her. People passed Missy down, moving her to the outer edge of the giant pile. When she had made it to the ground, tired knees and backs under strain started to falter. "Hurry down!" a few of the young men on the ground yelled. The girl at the top locked eyes with Kevin once more. She looked scared. "I can't catch you." He was too big, much farther up than the dangling girl was. "It's okay," Kevin said. "You don't have to." He'd rather die cutting his own rope than suffocate in searing hot gases, and he didn't want the pretty girl to live the life of guilt that he had. Suddenly, the pile faltered. Like a slow-motion train wreck, grips broke and footholds slipped. The pile became a giant mass of bodies below. Some were barely bruised. Others had sprained or strained an ankle, a wrist, or a shoulder, but now the focus was on escape. Few looked at the dangling man above. Many were calling out about the need to escape the descending smoke. Then another appeared. The old homeless man ran into Kevin's view. "That's as close as it'll get." Kevin bent his neck and looked past his front, toward the boom of the stricken machine. To his right a bit was the basket of the other machine, 15 feet away and a few feet lower. The undrivable machine's body was still over 100 feet farther toward the fire. "You need to get over to that so I can lower you." Kevin struggled to pull the rope that was pressing taut to his upside-down legs. He was essentially the hook and worm on a giant fishing pole with a 50-foot line. Once he righted his position, his head started to push some blood back down. The tingling in his fingers and toes slowly subsided. He pointed one arm toward the rescue basket and held on to his rope with the other. He swung perhaps a foot, but it was in the right direction. After swinging back 2 feet, Kevin repeated it. Slowly, momentum was building. "I'm going to have to cut this rope," he knew. His backup knot had worked itself too tightly, wedged too deeply into the curves of the Rescue 8 descender device for him to untie in a split second. He kept trying body-shifting techniques by pulling and extending the arm holding into the rope. Just like on the school swing set. He changed hands and dug into the correct pocket, finding his folding knife. With a literal death grip on it, he pulled it out and used a thumb to open the locking blade. He'd started to spin in a slow circle, which meant that as the arch of his swing grew, his back was sometimes facing away from where he wanted to drop. The flames were reaching the center of the roof above, slowly crawling the dome's interior circumference. The gases and smoke obscured the view of the basket from which he hung. His arch was finally over the rescue basket. As he crossed over it, it peaked and started the counterswing. "This is the spot,"
His feet were 5 or more feet over the top guardrail. When he landed, he would have to hold on tight, or else get flipped out like he was the giant rock flying off a medieval trebuchet. "Hurry!" The old man was back at the machine's base and ground controls, which were much closer to the seat of the fire. Kevin placed the blade on the rope at eye level. Just before he maxed out the arch and was just a hair shy of being over the basket, he sliced hard and braced himself. For nothing. The professional climbing rope was a type called Kernmantle. It had an inner core that was much tougher and capable of bearing the bulk of the intended weight even if the outer layer had been broken by sharp rock. "Damn!" Kevin yelled as he swung back on the damaged rope. "It's now or never, Richardson." His body had turned in a circle once more. On the return swing to the rescue basket, he could no longer see it. He put the sharp blade up to the rope's inner core where he'd sliced open the outer nylon. As he felt the arch coming to an end, he sliced with all his might, severing the tough inner strands. He fell blindly backward, weightless. No matter how badly he may have needed to go big boy potty earlier, it would have been a physically impossible task during the eternal second of the blind fall. Every muscle was tense. He landed squarely in the basket on his back. His body weight made the steel box and extended boom bounce. He immediately wrapped both arms around the lower guardrail to his right. The jolt and energy of his impact reversed course once the hydraulic piston in the boom pushed back. Boom, basket, and hero all shot in the opposite skyward direction. Kevin's feet and legs lifted, passing out of the basket as he held on for dear life. It happened again and again. After the 4th or 5th bounce, it finally stabilized into slower, less severe rebounds. He felt the basket jolt once more and start to descend, the electronic motion alarm down at the base barely audible over the roaring fire atop the dome. The homeless man had started to lower him. The basket set onto the ground with a mild thud. Kevin was still in shock that it had worked. He let go and sat up. He looked around. The pocket knife was long gone, but the homeless man was right there. "Let's go." He opened the machine's gate for Kevin. "Thank you." Kevin grabbed his pack and weapons as the two men ran for the door. Once they'd passed fully out of the building, he saw the crowd of heroes gathered on the east side of the dome, on the opposite side of the main entrance. Many were bent over, coughing from the smoke or tired from the physical strain of the miraculous rescue. Several were limping and groaning from injuries suffered from the collapsing pyramid. The old man next to Kevin was coughing wildly, trying to catch his breath. Kevin noticed the man was bright red, covered in burns simply from the radiating heat. Missy had come running up, grabbing him around the waist and holding tightly. The crowd was slowly recovering as people caught their breath, sorted through the backpacks and things they'd dropped to run back in and help. A large group of teens was high-fiving and hugging each other in elation. Though not in their sports uniforms, many had Letterman jackets on. It was the school mascot on the back that brought him to tears. Missy had been saved by the Cougars. Chapter 59. The Mustang. Jamar finished cinching the pressure bandage around Ramona's knee. She was up on her elbows. He was just about to take her hand and help her stand when heavy footsteps rapidly approached from behind. Instead, he grabbed the rifle and shifted his weight, pivoting from kneeling to sitting on his butt. He held the rifle up at the looming figure. "Don't shoot!" Kevin emerged from the shadows with Missy wrapped around him and holding on tight. She turned to see who he was talking to. "Mommy!" Girl and mother both erupted in tears of joy. She squirmed out of Kevin's grasp, jolting to her mother on the ground like a bolt of lightning. Jamar stood. When Kevin reached him, they traded looks of relief, appreciation that the other had somehow survived the impossible tasks placed before them. Jamar put his fist out for a bump, but the taller younger man gave his new friend a quick hug. He scanned Jamar's wound and beaten face, then Ramona's injuries. "Did you guys get that dude?" he asked Jamar with a low volume. Jamar shook his head and pointed to the long, slender drops of blood that trailed around the car's front end into the night. "Maybe. I shanked the shot. If that were a deer, I could track it." Kevin looked at Ramona and Missy. "But not tonight. How are we going to get her back to your car?" "My car," Ramona said. "This Mustang." She was still squeezing and kissing her daughter with her bloodied, swollen lips. She let go and laid back to flat. She pulled the keys out of the pocket and put them into Missy's hand. "Hand these to him, baby." Missy stood and handed them to her guardian in camouflage. Kevin took them and looked at them, then moved toward the car. "Uh-oh." "What?" Jamar said. "I've never driven a stick." He licked at Ramona's knee. "She won't be able to with that leg." "I got this." Jamar took the keys. The sound of choppers firing up in several spots to the south caught their ears in a lull in the distant firefights. "We need to hurry." Kevin set his pack and the shotgun on the Mustang's passenger seat. "I got her. Get the car started." Jamar ran around and moved into the driver's seat, jamming his procured AR rifle next to Kevin's gear in the front seat. He pushed in on the clutch and started the 210-horsepower V8 engine with a throaty growl. He wiggled the shifter until it felt loose and slowly let the clutch out to verify the car was in neutral. Kevin had opened the passenger door and hunted for the lever, finally figuring out how to fold the back of the front seat. "Help me from that side." He ran over and knelt to Ramona, who had returned to sitting up under her own power. They clasped hands, and he pulled her up. She planted her right foot. The left one dragged on the ground, causing her to whelp in pain. Torment covered her face. "My knee won't work." Kevin scooped her into his arms, running his lower arm under her butt and grabbing her hip, trying to avoid grabbing below the knees. He moved to the car and spun to get her head first. "Pull yourself in." Ramona reached back and shoved her arms in first as he passed her head and shoulders in. She shoved her hands down to the bench seat and floor and took over the weight-bearing as he pulled his left arm out. She gritted her teeth and grunted through the pain of pulling herself onto the bench. "Get in, Missy." She slid into the back. Shots rang out, and 2 bullets hit the front of the car. "Let's go!" Jamar yelled, revving the engine. He'd learned on his father's truck that it was better to give extra gas than not enough when working an unfamiliar clutch. Kevin flipped the seat back backward and climbed in uncomfortably next to his gear. Jamar didn't wait. He barked the tires, with the car making a scraping noise after it pulled off the mangled mess of the small shack it had run into earlier. Jamar made a hard left onto D Street. Several motorcycles weaved their way through the dead soldiers and burning hulks of strikers on the bridge just ahead. He made another immediate hard left onto Wiley Avenue. They were eastbound and parallel to the westbound interstate lanes 50 yards to the right. A half-dozen bikers and 2 big trucks pulled onto the road behind them with screeching tires. The chase was on. Jamar had first gear screaming when he shifted into second. The Mustang was on the road they had turned off earlier in the night. They flew past the Tacoma Dome and its large east parking area. The Harleys behind at quicker pickup speed and were soon just a dozen yards off their bumper. Jamar worked through third and fourth gear. A shot hit the rear windshield. Ramona and Missy were already riding low. Kevin and Jamar both slouched. Kevin shoved his pack back. "Sorry," he announced as it passed between the 2 bucket seats and hit Ramona's wounded leg. She kept her mouth closed when she screamed in the resurgence of pain from it landing on her wound. "Where's the safety on this stupid thing?" "Dude," Jamar said, stressed. Ramona tried to point in the dark car. "On the left side of the grip. Those big mittens of yours. You should be able to feel it with your right thumb with no problem." Kevin had a hard time bending out the window. He had to leave his long legs and butt inside, leaning his torso out. He saw the flash of a muzzle over the various solo headlights giving chase. One of the bikes was only 3 yards back on his side. He pulled the rifle out and laid it on his chest. He felt the lever Ramona described. The wind was beating his head and short hair. He flipped the lever and pulled the trigger, trying to aim by feel. The small Mustang window frame and his lanky body weren't fitting together very easily. The sound and flash of a shot was enough to make the biker back off. The headlights wobbled as the bikers adjusted and rode with tiny amounts of countersteering. If he could figure out how to aim, now they would be moving side to side, too. 2 shots impacted the trunk. "Hold on!" Jamar yelled. He hit the brakes, and the inertia jammed Kevin's right side into the tiny forward corner where door met frame. Kevin shoved the rifle in and followed. Just then, Jamar took a hard right turn near the overpass from earlier in the night. He went from fourth to second and let out the clutch. The tires barked hard and spun as he gassed it. They power-slid around the corner. Bikers downshifted too. The one good aspect of the turn was that the men had to put pistols away and use both hands. Throttle locks weren't an option once they had to clutch through their transmissions. "One more!" Jamar yelled as he hit a hard left turn. He hit the throttle. The Mustang shot past the casino and along the avenue, right to the freeway on-ramp. The bikers would spread out more. but the car would have more lanes to evade left to right, and the clearance to really open up the Mustang's power. Screaming engines roared like Daytona as the classic car and the muscle bikes raced onto I-5 northbound. The bikers would stop at nothing less than death. The wounded heroes had no plan, no place to go. Their only option was to somehow deliver death first. Kevin pulled the other flashbang out of his cargo pocket. This time he went out on his belly, legs on the floorboard, butt on the ceiling for stability. He pulled the pin and held the stun grenade spoon. He knew from earlier in the night he might have 3 seconds. Even the farthest bikes were less than 3 seconds behind. He could see the silhouette of a pistol and arm raised in the brightness of a different bike's headlight. A muzzle flash. He heard the shot that missed him. He let go of the handle on the grenade. 1, he yelled. 2. He gently tossed the canister at the bike that was only 5 or 6 yards back. The bright light and explosive noise popped off. 2 of the bikes went down in the dark. He still counted 4 solo headlights, with trucks farther back trying to catch up. The bikers wiggled out of the way. The trick had barely slowed the remaining 4. He pulled himself back into the car, barely able to breathe. "How flippin' fast are you driving?" 105. There were few cars in the night, and under the travel restrictions, Jamar did on occasion have to swerve around 1 or 2. Another bullet hit the trunk. They heard it impact on the metal above Missy's head. "We need to quit getting shot in the trunk," Ramona said. "We need to quit getting shot at, period," Kevin called back to her. "No, what I mean is—" Her eyes went wide, and she pulled herself onto the floorboards, grimacing and laying awkwardly over the hump of the car's drive shaft. She grabbed Missy by the shoulder. "Baby, open that fancy door in the seat Daddy installed." Kevin watched in amazement as the girl opened the trap-door seat that was more common in the late 60s model hatchback Mustangs. Noel had insisted on installing one as part of his restoration project, just in case of some fluke event where their daughter got herself trapped in the trunk. Missy pulled down on the slot in the padding. Most of the backrest of the back bench folded down and created a slender gap. "Zigzag," Ramona said to Jamar. "Keep them from shooting." "What if I just hit the brakes?" Jamar said. "They're too good for that," Kevin said. "They'll just steer around you." The car shifted weight on the suspension as Jamar did a quick left lane change, followed by 2 to the right. "Baby, grab that big long tube in there." Missy looked at her mother with terror in her eyes. "You can do it." The tiny, brave girl, who had been through a lifetime of trauma in 2 days, nodded. She crawled into the slender gap. "There's a box spilled over," the young voice called out of the hole. "You mean one of these?" Kevin's eyes turned huge when the small hands pushed the end of a rocket out of the gap. Ramona took it from the girl. "That's great, baby, but there should be a longer one in there." She passed the rocket to Kevin. "Where the hell did you find this thing?" The part everyone sees in movies was green, a long, slender cone shape. On the end was a different metal, a red cloth tag hanging from it. The words were some sort of Eastern European, Kevin assumed Russian, but it was clearly a warning of some sort. The other end was a slender metal wrapped over a longer, slender stick. "That's the fuse," Ramona said. She'd crossed paths with the department bomb squad enough times to pick up a few pieces of knowledge. "Pull that clipped tag off before you go out the window." "You mean this?" Missy passed out a green canvas strap. "Yes, now get out of there." She pulled on the launcher tube and passed it forward. Kevin's eyes nearly crossed from being so stressed. He looked at Jamar, who shot him a glance. "You got this, bro." "Hold her steady for me." He shoved the awkward, bulky launcher tube back over Ramona, the end toward the back seat. The grips were favoring the end near him, the finger slots confirming to him he had the muzzle. He tried to put the long stick and secondary booster in, but it only went halfway. Another shot hit the frame of the car's roof. "Hurry!" Ramona yelled. Kevin spun the rocket until he felt it slip into a groove. Unbeknownst to him, it only fit in one position, and he had just found it. That allowed the firing pin on the end of the launcher's hammer to access a specific hole in the rocket motor and ignite it. The weapon slid all the way into the tube. Harley engines roared close. The headlights were just outside no matter what Jamar did. Kevin positioned himself. He'd have to go out on his back again and try to sit upright. He was turned back toward the bikers as he placed his butt on the door. Another shot rang out, passing through the flapping uniform shirt under his armpit. He dug the safety tag off the fuse and pulled the loaded RPG out of the car, holding on to it for dear life. Jamar swung right a bit, the momentum pushing Kevin into the roof, but also causing the bike just a few feet from him to evade. Kevin picked the launcher up and got both hands onto the two grips. The wind was deafening. "Don't swerve left! You'll throw me out!" Just then, the stinging pounds of rain they'd driven into started pelting him on the cheeks, neck, and hands. The car still moved a bit side to side. He pulled the rocket launcher to his eyes. The pulverizing water drops forced him to squint. "Don't miss," he thought. "Don't make that kid go back for another rocket." "Give me some space," he yelled to Jamar. The rain intensified. "There ain't much left." Jamar let off the throttle, and a biker on each side zipped up nearly even with Kevin and Jamar. They slowed and pulled their pistols out of their holsters. He then mashed the pedal as far as it would go. The bikes drifted back toward the other two as they reacted, maybe 40 yards back. Kevin pulled the trigger and held true. The rocket motor ignited itself and the secondary booster. The Bulgarian missile shot out and hit the ground between all four motorcycles. The fuse punched in and lit the internal explosives. The pressure ripped out of the painted steel body of the warhead, sending metal fragments and an anticlimactic but powerful shockwave into the motorcycles. The legs and bodies of the chasing gangsters were ripped to shreds, even as their appendages and pieces of motorcycles were sent sailing. The chasing pickup trucks hit the brakes too late in the new slick rain, running over buddies and bikes, flipping over and wrecking. Fuel lines caught spark from grinding metal parts. Even in the rain, a magnificent fireball erupted. The chase was over. Kevin pulled himself and a smoking tube into the car. His hands were shaking. All their hands were shaking, sweaty, relieved. He looked first at Jamar, who was letting the overworked engine take them back down to a relevant highway speed. Despite needing to cool, the car, much older than any of them, still had a mighty, throaty rumble. Jamar looked back at his partner and smiled. They fist-bumped without words. Kevin looked next at Ramona, who was back to laying on the rear bench, holding her daughter tightly to her. It was dark, the classic car starting to get truly wet from heavy rain entering broken windows and bullet holes. He bent forward to get his face low in the shadows so he could see their faces. Both girls were looking at him. Missy put her hand out toward her hero. Kevin took it into his, for the first time in his life shedding the guilt over his sister. Looking at the mother and daughter, he felt an indescribable joy welling in his soul. Through puffy lips and bruised cheeks, Ramona mouthed, "Thank you," to the young man that had twice helped save her and risked it all to bring her daughter out of a nearly literal hell. Kevin looked back through the broken rear window, and the horror quickly falling out of sight. Is this it? Is this the new world? Getting chased by roving gangs? He wished it was over, but he knew it had only just begun. His new friends, perhaps the closest he would ever have in this world or any other, sat battered, bloodied, broken. They were a testament to... what? He wondered. Faith? The innate goodness of people? No, he decided. Selfless love for another. He looked at the tiny hand resting in his. Kevin started to quietly cry. Only love feels like this. It'll be okay, Missy said with soft innocence. She squeezed his rope-burned fingers. We're all together now. Epilogue. Vancouver, Washington. Where am I? Wade Curry asked the man sitting with him. He was tired, sore. His arm itched. He looked at it and saw an IV providing fluid. When he moved it, his right shoulder and chest ached. He saw the light blue floral pattern of a generic hospital gown when he looked at where the pain was. Vancouver, the man said. Cartel. Wade knew just by looking. He had a certain air about him. His eyes came into focus, so he looked around the room. It felt suburban. It looked like it could have been the guest bedroom in most any city in America. He scanned his... guard? Why would they guard me? It was the one he'd met a few nights earlier, courtesy of Scooter and his motorcycle club. The smart one. Not a guard, he realized.
Canada? Wade asked. The other one, amigo.
The man gave one subtle chuckle. He switched to Spanish, testing the half-Mexican, half-black hitman.
What day is it?
Wade used Spanish, too.
Friday. We have a surgeon on retainer in most major cities. Our team in Seattle was quite busy. Our medics gave you blood and drove you straight down to Portland.
Friday, Wade repeated. He searched his foggy memory.
Perez, he recalled. I was about to kill her. It was early Thursday. Have I been out for over a day? I recall getting shot, running. He trailed the story, hoping the silence would speak for his confusion. It did. We picked you up when the bikers' operation went sideways.
Wade yawned.
Those men were tools, and not useful ones. I trusted my old cellmate, but I'm starting to wonder how those clowns ever gained power. Power is a funny thing. People only have it when others allow it, even if they don't realize it.
Except your employers, Wade said. It was 51% respect and 49% pandering. The man scrunched his face with a contemplative, possibly skeptical look before conceding.
Maybe. But even we have limits, he admitted.
Wade thought for a moment about what that meant.
The hackers who started this, did you know ahead of time?
The man laughed and shook his head.
Me? Nah. Someone did, I'm sure. But we've been ready for whatever for a long time. So many folks get wrapped up in the future apocalypse. It'll be an EMP, some say. Others say it'll be a solar storm or an economic collapse.
The man snickered.
Like it matters. No matter what it was going to be, we've always been ready to move on it.
He shrugged. It just turned out to be AI and hackers, marching to their own plan, serving their own agenda, just like all of us.
My wound, Wade asked next.
Through and through.
It went through your chest and lung, but missed the bones. Quite lucky, really. You should be up and about soon, as fit as you are.
There was a bat.
The man nodded. We have it. Your file said you normally collect teeth, though. Curious.
They're in the bat.
And the new ones I collected? They should be...
He scanned the room for his clothes.
The man smiled. Just rest, amigo. You'll get it all back when you get a little stronger.
The room fell quiet for a minute.
Why'd you save me?
Wade wanted to know.
I'm just a butcher. You don't need another butcher.
The man stood. It was then that Wade noticed the manila folder in his hand.
Yes, but you are a butcher with talent and focus.
He tossed the small dossier onto Wade's lap and looked at his watch.
And you still owe us.
The man pushed his chair back and placed it near the wall. He looked at his watch.
We'll chat later. The president is about to speak.
After he left, Wade pulled the folder up and opened it with his left hand. Several papers spilled onto his abdomen, held in 4 different stacks with paper clips. He scanned through them.
A judge, he read. Easy.
He slid to the next stack. A tech billionaire. They're probably all in their New Zealand bug-out shelters by now, he joked. That'll be tougher. Those guys usually have mercenaries for security. To the third pile.
The governor, he said, impressed at the cartel's zeal.
I wonder if they'll hit other governors, or the president. He moved on to the last stack. The cover sheet was simply Ramona's rookie photo from the police academy. He flipped and found the page he'd shared with them the other night. The last page in the 4th stack had additional information not included in her SPD file.
So, Officer Perez, you have a brother right here in Vancouver, and parents in Pullman.
Bellevue. They should be back any minute, Kevin said, looking out Ramona's bedroom window. He could see James and Sean sitting in the old blue Ford, guarding the property. Ramona was in bed, left knee propped up. She was due to have surgery in a nearby medical clinic in just a few hours. Her station captain had pulled a string to someone above him. The assistant chief had, in turn, pulled a string to someone else above her to get Ramona priority. After all, hundreds of witnesses credited her with helping to save them from the massive Tacoma Dome fire. She'd spent 30 hours working on getting the swelling down. Missy had taken personal responsibility for building new ice packs out of sandwich bags on a very regular basis. "Probably the last trip," Ramona said, the pain registering on her face and in her words. She'd stayed off any painkillers except for ibuprofen. She wanted the doctors to have no reason to cancel her operation. Nelson and Jamar had made a few trips in her father-in-law's big truck to the Mercer Island estate, bringing any food, medicines, and other potential valuables back to her home. Diana was in the spare bedroom, watching over Nana. She didn't have anybody pulling strings for her. Sean, the EMT, guessed that she had probably had a mild heart attack based on her symptoms. She had insisted she'd rather die with family instead of a hospital. Jalen and Felicity had become quite helpful, running small chores for others around the house, walking charcoal around the neighborhood, and playing elementary video games with Missy during those times she left her mother alone, and that only happened when Kevin was around. Missy insisted on it. She had not fully coped with the fact that her father was forever gone, or that she'd nearly fallen and burned to death. Ramona studied the young adult. "When do you think you'll head home?" The TV was on and muted. Like most people, they were waiting to hear what the president had to say. Kevin pulled up a loose sleeve when he faced her. He was tall enough to use Noel's clothes, and Jamar was thick enough with muscle, but the donated clothes swam on each of them for different reasons. "As soon as I can." Kevin couldn't hide his worry. With the moratorium on gas sales to civilians, and with him and the others all AWOL from their jobs, he decided that walking across the state might be the safest choice. "But it kind of depends on you." He thought for a moment. "And Jamar. You and Missy aren't safe here with that maniac loose. Jamar's family is homeless." His face wrinkled more with each sentence. Missy crawled off the bed from her mother's side and walked over. With no words, she wrapped her arms around his waist. Kevin patted her on the back. The president walked on to the muted screen. "Baby, can you go get me a new ice pack?" Ramona asked Missy. The quiet girl took the soggy sandwich bag from her mother and left on her mission. Ramona pressed the mute button on the television over her dresser. Before she could finish, "My fellow Americans," the feed of the president dissolved into a blurry static that shifted into a simple word emboldened over a drawing of a chopping implement. "Axe." A human voice started to speak. It began as that famous Austrian actor turned politician. "My fellow Earthlings." It morphed into the voice of the current hottest pop star. "Everything they tell you is a lie." It morphed once more, this time sounding like one of the famous pundit gas bags from cable news. "We are the ones in control. Us, and only us." The morphing of voices continued over the remaining time in the terrifying announcement. "AI," Kevin said. "It's an AI reading it." He sat on the edge of the bed and grabbed the wounded widow's hand. "We are Axiom. Our collective is on a mission to save our planet. The strong will survive. You continue to overuse, overconsume, take, destroy, pour money into missiles while cutting down forests. This cannot continue, and we have the power to heal by destroying. The strong will survive." "Check your accounts, my fellow Earthlings. They're empty. Gone. We've erased every cent. Your mortgages are gone. Your credit card debt is gone. Every nation's budgets and debts, gone. The world's economies simply no longer exist. Your accounts are drained of every penny. On every country and every continent, there is no cryptocurrency. There is no credit. There is no debit. There is no cash. It is a facade, as you will all soon find out. Possession is 10/10 of the law. You must now trade skills, barter goods, or kill for your food, your clothing, your medicine, your lives. We are Axiom. The strong will survive."